Chapter 1. The Extraction of the Spirit Bone Slap. In the cold, damp room, sturdy chains were fastened around a delicate figure, her body marred and bruised, rendering her nearly unrecognizable as a human. What's the matter? Has she not yet consented? A man cloaked in black entered, his expression stern and impassive, not sparing a glance in her direction. The attendant, grasping a whip, chuckled awkwardly. Not yet. His tone was frigid. Then proceed with the extraction. Ninga has little time left. Understood. Once the man departed, the attendant dared to lift his gaze, shaking his head at the woman bound before him. Indeed, the world of cultivation was devoid of familial affection. The man could calmly order the extraction of his own flesh and blood. It was well known that extracting a spirit bone would shorten one's lifespan. Yet the allure of the spirit bone's potential was undeniably tempting. If one were to assign blame, it could only be directed at Jiang family's unfortunate daughter. Turning to retrieve a knife, he remained oblivious to the fact that the seemingly lifeless woman behind him had opened her eyes. What is happening here? Jiang Wanyuan lifted her head, dumbfounded by the blood-splattered surroundings resembling a bloodthirsty interrogation chamber. There was no need for astonishment, simply recall the book you perused before sleeping. A barrage of dialogue boxes flickered before her, and Jiang Wanyuan was momentarily stunned, caught in a web of memories. Last night, she had idly flipped through a long-neglected novel on her bookshelf, discovering a vile supporting character sharing her name. With growing impatience, she read on, only to be infuriated by the tragic and lamentable life of that character, ultimately deleting the book in frustration. So, had she truly traversed into the pages of this story? Indeed, you have transformed into Jiang Wanyuan, the character within the narrative, and the current timeline finds her on the verge of having her spirit bone extracted. A tremor coursed through Jiang Wanyuan at this realization. She recognized this tale. It was a melodramatic and torturous narrative, where the protagonist, Jiang Yuning, had been frail since childhood, eventually joining the Sacred Spirit sect, thus embarking on a heart-wrenching journey through the world of cultivation amidst a multitude of male leads and antagonists. As for her, she was the malicious supporting character, intent on orchestrating the demise of the protagonist. Her tragic existence began with the extraction of the spirit bone. Jiang Wanyuan, the legitimate daughter of the illustrious Jiang family, had lost her mother at a young age, and her father subsequently remarried. The new wife was the radiant moonlight of Jiang father's life, and for her, he would sacrifice anything, including raising her children from a previous union. Naturally, Jiang father doted on the children of his beloved, showering them with affection as if they were his own. However, Jiang Yuning, born weak, showed no signs of improvement despite years of consuming elixirs. At this juncture, when Jiang Wanyuan's talent was tested, the existence of her spirit bone was revealed. Jiang father concealed this fact and imprisoned Jiang Wanyuan, all because of a flippant remark from his beloved, suggesting the spirit bone could restore Ning'er. The ensuing events need not be elaborated. Jiang Wanyuan, having her bone extracted, was utterly forsaken. Her lifespan diminished, she nearly perished, only to be saved by demonic forces through secret arts, leading her on a path of vengeance. Jiang Wanyuan felt a surge of indignation. Not only had she transmigrated into a story, but her circumstances were also dismal beyond measure. Ding! Please click the link below. The Universal Mall is at your service. Link. The Universal Mall? Is this her golden finger? Jiang Wanyuan raised her hand, yet the unyielding chains remained steadfast. Silently, she struggled to lift her chin and tapped the link with her jaw. Ding! The Universal Mall is at your service. The novice gift pack is now opening. Congratulations, you have received 1 teleportation talisman, 1 invisibility talisman, and 1 restoration pill. For more splendid items, please recharge. Celebrate. Current balance, 0. Side mission refreshed. Escape the Jiang family. Successful completion rewards 10 points. Failure results in system abandonment. Host, please act swiftly. She absolutely could not afford to lose the system otherwise. Not only would she be unable to return, but survival itself would be at stake. Jiang Wanyuan began to contemplate. The restoration pill could restore her mobility, and the 2 remaining talismans could aid her escape. However, simply fleeing would be too lenient for those scoundrels. Miss, You are awake. The attendant, knife in hand, stared in shock at the alert Jiang Wanyuan. He was acutely aware of the severity of his actions with various tortures inflicted upon her, coupled with the Jiang family's thorned whip. It was a miracle she could even breathe. Jiang Wanyuan raised her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Tell father I am willing to offer my spirit bone to my sister. The attendant was taken aback, yet dared not delay, promptly notifying Jiang father. There were two methods for extracting a spirit bone. The optimal approach involved the spirit bone bearer willingly offering it, ensuring the highest degree of spiritual essence and compatibility. The inferior method was the extraction from a living body, which, while brutal, would preserve the host's life. However, the extracted spirit bone's compatibility would diminish and require time to assimilate. In the narrative, Jiang Wanyuan had vehemently resisted, causing significant suffering for the early stages of Jiang Yuning. With a breath barely escaping her lips, Jiang Wanyuan inquired, May I be released to clean myself? Very well. The attendant thought, given her current state, recovery without high-grade elixirs was impossible, posing no threat. The chains were removed, and a maid entered, assisting her to a nearby room to cleanse herself. Perhaps aware that this Jiang family heiress had little time left, the servants exhibited no signs of negligence. Jiang Wanyuan changed into fresh garments and swallowed the restoration pill from her novice gift pack. The warm medicinal energy coursed through her body, gradually mending her ghastly wounds, while her depleted spiritual energy surged back into her dantian. Jiang Wanyuan inhaled deeply, revealing a wicked grin. If they sought to extract her bone, they would pay a price. She was no mere rabbit to be toyed with. Miss, we must depart. Someone. The young lady is missing. The maid, glancing at the empty room, screamed in terror as she rushed out. The once tranquil Jiang family was instantly thrown into chaos. Jiang family treasury. With the invisibility talisman activated, Jiang Wanyuan easily evaded the guards and approached the core of the formation. She bit her finger and pressed it against the central array of the gate. The formation dissolved, revealing an opening large enough for a person to pass through, unveiling the treasury brimming with the Jiang family's riches. Of course, she intended to leave, but not empty-handed. Jiang Wanyuan stepped inside and opened a chest overflowing with spirit stones. Can these be recharged? Triggering novice benefits, a one-time spirit stone exchange commenced. Scanning complete, accumulating 310 points. Would you like to confirm the exchange for recharge? Jiang Wanyuan stroked her chin, muttering to herself, Is it only redeemable once? I had hoped for an overnight fortune. Recharge. Chapter 1. The Extraction of the Spirit Bone. Slap. In the cold, damp room, sturdy chains were fastened around a delicate figure, her body marred and bruised, rendering her nearly unrecognizable as a human. What's the matter? Has she not yet consented? A man cloaked in black entered, his expression stern and impassive, not sparing a glance in her direction. The attendant, grasping a whip, chuckled awkwardly. Not yet. His tone was frigid. Then proceed with the extraction. Ninger has little time left. Understood. Once the man departed, the attendant dared to lift his gaze, shaking his head at the woman bound before him. Indeed, the world of cultivation was devoid of familial affection. The man could calmly order the extraction of his own flesh and blood. It was well known that extracting a spirit bone would shorten one's lifespan, yet the allure of the spirit bone's potential was undeniably tempting. If one were to assign blame, it could only be directed at Jiang family's unfortunate daughter. Turning to retrieve a knife, he remained oblivious to the fact that the seemingly lifeless woman behind him had opened her eyes. What is happening here? Jiang Wanyuan lifted her head, dumbfounded by the blood-splattered surroundings resembling a bloodthirsty interrogation chamber. There was no need for astonishment. Simply recall the book you perused before sleeping. A barrage of dialogue boxes flickered before her, and Jiang Wanyuan was momentarily stunned, caught in a web of memories. Last night, she had idly flipped through a long-neglected novel on her bookshelf, discovering a vile supporting character, sharing her name with growing impatience. She read on, only to be infuriated by the tragic and lamentable life of that character, ultimately deleting the book in frustration. So, had she truly traversed into the pages of this story? Indeed, you have transformed into Jiang Wanyuan, the character within the narrative, and the current timeline finds her on the verge of having her spirit bone extracted. A tremor coursed through Jiang Wanyuan at this realization. She recognized this tale. It was a melodramatic and torturous narrative, where the protagonist, Jiang Yuning, had been frail since childhood, eventually joining the sacred spirit sect, thus embarking on a heart-wrenching journey through the world of cultivation amidst a multitude of male leads and antagonists. As for her, she was the malicious supporting character, intent on orchestrating the demise of the protagonist. Her tragic existence began with the extraction of the spirit bone. Jiang Wanyuan, the legitimate daughter of the illustrious Jiang family, had lost her mother at a young age, and her father subsequently remarried. The new wife was the radiant moonlight of Jiang father's life, and for her, he would sacrifice anything, including raising her children from a previous union. Naturally, Jiang father doted on the children of his beloved, showering them with affection as if they were his own. However, Jiang Yuning, born weak, showed no signs of improvement despite years of consuming elixirs. At this juncture, when Jiang Wanyuan's talent was tested, the existence of her spirit bone was revealed. Jiang father concealed this fact and imprisoned Jiang Wanyuan, all because of a flippant remark from his beloved, suggesting the spirit bone could restore Ning'er. The ensuing events need not be elaborated. Jiang Wanyuan, having her bone extracted, was utterly forsaken, her lifespan diminished. She nearly perished, only to be saved by demonic forces through secret arts, leading her on a path of vengeance. Jiang Wanyuan felt a surge of indignation. Not only had she transmigrated into a story, but her circumstances were also dismal beyond measure. Ding! Please click the link below. The Universal Mall is at your service. Link. The Universal Mall? Is this her golden finger? Jiang Wanyuan raised her hand, yet the unyielding chains remained steadfast. Silently, she struggled to lift her chin and tapped the link with her jaw. Ding! The Universal Mall is at your service. The novice gift pack is now opening. Congratulations! You have received 1 teleportation talisman, 1 invisibility talisman, and 1 restoration pill. For more splendid items, please recharge. Celebrate. Current balance, 0. Side mission refreshed. Escape the Jiang family. Successful completion rewards 10 points. Failure results in system abandonment. Host, please act swiftly. She absolutely could not afford to lose the system otherwise. Not only would she be unable to return, but survival itself would be at stake. Jiang Wanyuan began to contemplate. The restoration pill could restore her mobility, and the 2 remaining talismans could aid her escape. However, simply fleeing would be too lenient for those scoundrels. Miss, you are awake. The attendant, knife in hand, stared in shock at the alert Jiang Wanyuan. He was acutely aware of the severity of his actions, with various tortures inflicted upon her, coupled with the Jiang family's thorned whip. It was a miracle she could even breathe. Jiang Wanyuan raised her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Tell father I am willing to offer my spirit bone to my sister. The attendant was taken aback, yet dared not delay, promptly notifying Jiang father. There were 2 methods for extracting a spirit bone. The optimal approach involved the spirit bone bearer willingly offering it, ensuring the highest degree of spiritual essence and compatibility. The inferior method was the extraction from a living body, which, while brutal, would preserve the host's life. However, the extracted spirit bone's compatibility would diminish and require time to assimilate. In the narrative, Jiang Wanyuan had vehemently resisted, causing significant suffering for the early stages of Jiang Yuning. With a breath barely escaping her lips, Jiang Wanyuan inquired, May I be released to clean myself? Very well, the attendant thought. Given her current state, recovery without high-grade elixirs was impossible, posing no threat. The chains were removed, and a maid entered, assisting her to a nearby room to cleanse herself. Perhaps aware that this Jiang family heiress had little time left, the servants exhibited no signs of negligence. Jiang Wanyuan changed into fresh garments and swallowed the restoration pill from her novice gift pack. The warm medicinal energy coursed through her body, gradually mending her ghastly wounds, while her depleted spiritual energy surged back into her dantian. Jiang Wanyuan inhaled deeply, revealing a wicked grin. If they sought to extract her bone, they would pay a price. She was no mere rabbit to be toyed with. Miss, we must depart. The young lady is missing. The maid, glancing at the empty room, screamed in terror as she rushed out. The once tranquil Jiang family was instantly thrown into chaos. Jiang family treasury. With the invisibility talisman activated, Jiang Wanyuan easily evaded the guards and approached the core of the formation. She bit her finger and pressed it against the central array of the gate. The formation dissolved, revealing an opening large enough for a person to pass through, unveiling the treasury brimming with the Jiang family's riches. Of course, she intended to leave, but not empty-handed. Jiang Wanyuan stepped inside and opened a chest overflowing with spirit stones. Can these be recharged? Triggering novice benefits. A one-time spirit stone exchange commenced scanning complete. Accumulating 310 points. Would you like to confirm the exchange for recharge? Jiang Wanyuan stroked her chin, muttering to herself, is it only redeemable once? I had hoped for an overnight fortune. Recharge. Recharge successful. The Universal Mall is now open for your selection. The rippling waveforms revealed the system's delight. As Jiang Wanyuan turned to leave, her gaze unexpectedly fell upon a corner. She approached. In the corner, a dusty box contained several damaged magical artifacts, their spiritual energy faint and nearly extinguished. These were the relics of her mother, how they had ended up here. Regrettably, deprived of spiritual nourishment for years, they had lost their essence and could no longer serve a purpose. Oh well, let them serve as a memory. Jiang Wanyuan collected these items and, taking advantage of the formation's remaining efficacy, hastily departed. Recharge successful. The Universal Mall is now open for your selection. The rippling waveforms revealed the system's delight. As Jiang Wanyuan turned to leave, her gaze unexpectedly fell upon a corner. She approached. In the corner, a dusty box contained several damaged magical artifacts, their spiritual energy faint and nearly extinguished. These were the relics of her mother, how they had ended up here. Regrettably, deprived of spiritual nourishment for years, they had lost their essence and could no longer serve a purpose. Oh well, let them serve as a memory. Jiang Wanyuan collected these items and, taking advantage of the formation's remaining efficacy, hastily departed. Chapter 2. The Escape and a Theft of a Home. In the main hall. Upon hearing the news, Jiang's father was engulfed in fury. Scoundrel! The Jiang family is surrounded by a magical barrier. That wretch, still recovering from severe injuries, could not possibly escape. Hurry and find her. Beside him, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in cloud-patterned silk gently dabbed at the corner of her eye, her voice soft as she said, do not be angry. Qianqian has rarely strayed far from home. She wouldn't go far. Jiang's father suppressed his rage, taking her hand with a tender grip. That Ning is waiting. What if that wretch delays? Father, were you looking for me? A melodious voice, laced with youthful softness, floated in. Jiang Qianqian, adorned in a gown of misty blue silk, her skirt embroidered with flowers and grass, and a simple satin belt accentuating her delicate waist, presented a figure of youthful innocence and grace. She smiled brightly at the two distressed individuals before her, feigning curiosity. Why the surprise upon seeing me? Are you worried I might have fled? You wretched girl. Kneel at once. Jiang's father snapped back to reality. Fury reigniting as his spiritual energy surged towards her, a force befitting a late-stage golden core cultivator. Jiang Qianqian stifled a soft groan, yet her smile remained undiminished. Father, not concerned about injuring my spiritual bone. Realizing his misstep, Jiang's father hastily withdrew his energy, scoffing, you came back on your own, at least showing some understanding that Ning is running out of time. Come here at once. Qianqian, your father has this temperament that I know this matter weighs heavily on you. But Ning truly requires the spiritual bone to survive. The stepmother, Bai Yueguang, feigned a pitiful demeanor as she wiped her eyes that if you willingly offer the spiritual bone to Ning, I promise to compensate you. Even if it cost me my life. Jiang's father immediately bristled, embracing his beloved Bai Yueguang in a comforting manner. What nonsense is this? Ning is her sister. She merely needs to part with a bone. No need for you to risk your life. Just a mere bone, you say. Jiang Qianqian scoffed coldly. How despicable of you to ignore your own flesh and blood while eagerly nurturing another's daughter. Truly, you are the epitome of a sycophant. Indeed, you are a worthless man at heart. Others cast you aside like refuse, yet you delight in their company. That if I were not your biological daughter, I would genuinely commend you for being the most devoted fool in the cultivation world." Zhang's father stared in shock, his daughter's unabashed mockery and derision leaving him speechless. "You? Was this still the timid daughter he had known, easily manipulated? You wretched girl! How dare you? I should have simply killed you for your bone." He slammed his hand on the table, which shattered instantly. No. Qianqian is just momentarily agitated. "Do not be angry," Bai Yueguang interjected, stepping in front of him, her voice soothing, though her mind raced with thoughts of how killing Jiang Qianqian would diminish her plans for her precious daughter. "Qianqian is your daughter. We are mere outsiders. It is only natural for her to be upset, but she does not deserve death." Zhang's father, panting, gradually regained his composure. "Qianqian," Bai Yueguang said gently, "I understand you are upset. But Ning'er is, after all, your sister." Jiang Qianqian immediately interrupted. "Oh, please. I have no sister. My mother passed long ago, and I am her only child. Spare me the pretense that if you seek a scapegoat, I have no objections. Pairing with my blind father, who scavenges for bones in a stinking ditch, is entirely fine by me. After all, throughout history, scoundrels have always matched with wretched women." Jiang Qianqian laughed mockingly. "Today, I am in a good mood. So let me bestow upon you a phrase. A harlot for a dog. May you love each other for eternity." "You! How dare you insult me?" Bai Yueguang's face turned pale with rage, gripping Zhang's father's clothing. Her demeanor shifting from fury to feigned vulnerability. "Oh, my dear Jiang." Zhang's father was left dumbfounded. "You wretched girl, how dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? Truly, you are beyond redemption. If you wish to marry a woman who is pregnant before marriage, kindly do not drag me into it." Jiang Qianqian lazily dug at her, "My mother has long since passed. What manner of creature is she to be considered my mother? Only someone like you would cherish her, unaware of how others perceive you, devoid of shame, favoring a concubine while forsaking a wife. Oh no, she is not even worthy of being a concubine. She is merely a green tea vixen seeking the gullible and wealthy." "Seek death, stop. Do not harm her," Bai Yueguang quickly interposed, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing pitiful that Ning'er is still awaiting the spiritual bone to save her life. "I can endure anything they say about me. But Ning'er is innocent." Zhang's father's hand froze, his face darkening. It was the first time he had been so insulted by his own daughter. "Indeed, you are a wretch, unworthy of living. Once I have acquired the spiritual bone, there will be no need for you to remain in the Jiang family." As he glanced at Bai Yueguang standing before him, Jiang Qianqian suddenly reached out and yanked the hairpin from her head. "Ah!" Bai Yueguang cried out in pain. Jiang Qianqian discarded the hair she had inadvertently pulled out and pulled out a handkerchief to clean the hairpin in her hand. "This hairpin belonged to my mother." How curious that father claimed all of her possessions were safely stored away. How did it end up on her head? Bai Yueguang instinctively turned to Zhang's father at the mention of the hairpin. This hairpin indeed belonged to her mother. After her death, Zhang's father had disposed of most of her belongings, retaining only a few later. Bai Yueguang had taken a liking to it, and it found its way to her head. While the rest gathered dust in the treasure vault, Zhang's father snorted coldly. "This is none of your concern. Guards, take her back. We will retrieve the bone today." "It seems I have underestimated you. A sycophant who cannot even protect the belongings of his deceased wife. How repulsive." Jiang Qianqian tightened her grip on the hairpin, aiming it fiercely at Bai Yueguang's face. My face." Bai Yueguang nearly lost her mind. Covering her face and screaming in madness, Zhang's father rushed over, nearly tumbling as he enveloped her in his arms. Seeing the blood on her hands, his vision turned crimson with rage. "Die." He struck down towards Jiang Qianqian. "Perhaps you do not remember, but she once marred my face in a similar manner. Now, I return the favor. Consider it a long overdue recompense. Farewell, and may you too enjoy a century of bliss, you dog and harlot." Jiang Qianqian waved the hairpin in her hand, as the teleportation talisman ignited in flames. Before the palm strike could land, Jiang Qianqian vanished in an instant. A teleportation talisman? Where did she acquire such an item? Zhang's father was so enraged he nearly spat blood, but there was no stopping it now. The location of the teleportation was uncertain, and he had no means of pursuit. What? What about Ning? She is still waiting for the spiritual bone to extend her life. You must pursue her. She cannot escape. Bai Yueguang collapsed to the ground, her voice shrill. All her years of scheming ruined. And her face. Zhang's father quickly embraced her, offering comfort. Not good, master. The guards from the treasure vault have rushed in, exclaiming, The treasure vault! The treasure vault! Zhang's father roared in fury. What the hell is going on? The spiritual stones from the treasure vault have been stolen. What? Zhang's father's eyes bulged, nearly choking on his breath. His hands trembling violently. Bang! The spiritual energy of a late-stage golden core cultivator swept through the room, forcing the guards to kneel, their foreheads slick with cold sweat. Zhang's father gritted his teeth, forcing out the words. Find her. Send everyone to search for her. Yes. Chapter 3. A weak villain found in the desolate forest. The ground was littered with 5 or 6 bodies in disarray. The air was thick with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. Opposite the corpses stood a figure clad in white, her silken hair cascading like a waterfall, held up by a jade hairpin, with a few strands left to grace her cheek. The figure suddenly trembled, raising a hand to her chest as a mouthful of blood spilled forth, her pale lips instantly stained crimson, appearing fragile and alluring. Suddenly, a shadow plummeted from the air, snapping several branches before crashing to the ground. Zhang Qianqian gasped in pain, her breath hitching as she clutched onto a nearby support for stability. Side quest completed. Reward, 10 points. Current balance, 140 points. Attention, a detection of one of the villains. Vital signs weak. Main quest activated. Ensure the villain survives until the conclusion. No time limit. Failure results in system self-destruction. Host soul will not enter reincarnation. The red screen notification shook violently before her eyes. Accept. Zhang Qianqian groaned, nodding. After all, she merely wished to survive, and any task would suffice. She closed her eyes to rest for a moment. Cough, cough. Miss, are you lost? A deep yet somewhat magnetic voice whispered in her ear, sounding both frail and exceedingly polite. Jiang Wanquan opened her eyes and turned her head to behold one of the antagonists she was meant to save. Fu Yin raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, a gentle smile gracing his lips. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a complete lack of emotion in his eyes, which were instead filled with coldness and murderous intent. The individual before her was strikingly beautiful, not in an androgynous way, but rather in a captivatingly morbid fashion. His skin was as pale as snow, seemingly fragile like delicate tofu, easily shattered with the slightest touch. His brows were sharp and his eyes, like phoenix orbs, sparkled with starlight, while a red mole just beneath the corner of his eye appeared as if it had been painted on, instantly rendering his otherwise frosty visage enchanting. His lips, stained with blood, resembled the finest lip gloss, tempting one to steal a kiss to see if they tasted as delightful as imagined. Jiang Wanquan thought to herself, Help! This antagonist is killing people with his beauty. Instinctively lowering her voice, she addressed him. Dear friend, there is no need to be alarmed. I am Jiang Wanquan, and I accidentally stumbled into this place. Fu Yin smiled, leaving her uncertain if he believed her. Puzzled, Jiang Wanquan thought, wasn't he supposed to be in a weak state? Aside from the blood he coughed up and his pale complexion, he appeared to be in relatively good health. Just as she pondered, Fu Yin suddenly shuddered and collapsed without warning. Quick as a flash, Jiang Wanquan caught him around the waist. Upon contact, her hand trembled. His body was as cold as ice, and his breath barely perceptible. Was this the same person who had just spoken to her with such vigor? Truly, he was the embodiment of resilience. In the next moment, a prompt appeared. To heal the antagonist Fu Yin, you must exchange for a demon-breaking pill. Cost, 10 points. Would you like to purchase? 10 points for 1 pill? Jiang Wanquan was completely jolted out of her reverie of beauty, nearly dropping him to the ground. This was no mere sickly beauty. She had unwittingly picked up a gold-guzzling beast. Would 1 pill be sufficient to cure him? Certainly not. Jiang Wanquan closed her eyes in anguish, recalling Fu Yin's backstory. He was the most ruthless antagonist in the book, without a doubt. Afflicted by demonic energy in his youth, he had always been frail, often coughing up blood, and had once fallen into a 2-year coma. Yet this tragic figure had cunningly plotted against the protagonists, leading countless righteous beings to their doom, ultimately ascending to the position of the story's greatest villain through sheer intellect and cruelty. Regardless of his merciless nature, his illness was truly severe. Exchange, it mattered little. She would simply ask for money. Jiang Wanquan steadied him and retrieved the still-warm, demon-breaking pill, shoving it into his mouth. What a pity. If you weren't the antagonist, I might have considered offering myself in return. After a brief moment of banter, Jiang Wanquan purchased a teleportation talisman and departed with the unconscious Fu Yin. The coldness was biting, akin to falling into a demonic abyss in her childhood, with a malevolent energy seeped into her bones, inflicting pain deep within her soul. Amidst the endless chill, a warm current suddenly enveloped her, spreading warmth throughout her being. Fu Yin, captivated by this warmth, slowly opened his eyes. Once assured that he would not awaken too quickly, Jiang Wanquan busied herself exploring her golden finger, the all-encompassing marketplace. After recharging, the marketplace's goods were fully accessible to her, offering everything from food and beverages to pills, magical artifacts, and even techniques and spirit beasts. Ordinary talismans cost about 1 point each, slightly pricier than those in the cultivation realm. But since they were system-produced, they were undoubtedly of superior quality. However, she soon discovered that she could not absorb spiritual energy, or rather, she would not. Yes, the host had not learned any techniques, but that was of little concern. Corresponding techniques could be purchased from the marketplace for one-click cultivation. Truly a worthy investment. Jiang Wanquan exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, worthless system. Refund me." After venting her ire, she resigned herself to spending. Money could be earned back. But a life lost was irrevocable. Spiritual heart technique. 25 points, would you like to purchase? Buy. Sword technique minor completion. 30 points, would you like to purchase? Buy. Sword mastery. 15 points, would you like to purchase? Buy. Jiang Wanquan went on a shopping spree. Yet it must be said, the system was remarkably efficient. Upon completion of her purchases, she was able to cultivate with a single click, drawing upon the Jiang family's resources. She finally felt a semblance of confidence in her survival. Jiang Wanquan sighed with relief and bought some food. Fortunately, the food in the marketplace was quite affordable, that a steaming roasted chicken was wrapped in oily paper. Jiang Wanquan tore off a drumstick and took a bite. Nearly brought to tears by her happiness, Fu Yin observed her quietly, resembling a beautiful puppet, the spiritual energy at his fingertips akin to a serpent poised to strike, ready to claim another's life in an instant. The medicine she provided was astonishingly effective, surpassing the demon-breaking pills he had been consuming. The demon-breaking pill was personally crafted by the head of the 10,000 Medicine Valley, one of the top 3 alchemists in the continent, yet it paled in comparison to the work of this young girl. Clearly, this girl harbored numerous secrets. Although he could now control the demonic energy within him, he was still grateful for the alleviation of his suffering. Fu Yin swiftly weighed the pros and cons, raised a hand to cover his mouth, and coughed, his pale face taking on a sickly flush. "You reawake." Jiang Wanquan jumped in surprise, torn over what expression to display, ultimately settling for an awkward smile. "Are you hungry? I have some food here." "Thank you." Fu Yin politely extended his hand, taking the oily paper bag, his pale fingers picking up a vegetable bun and taking a bite. Jiang Wanquan stared, feeling an absurd sense of a divine being pulled down from the heavens. "Miss Jiang, I am grateful for your rescue. And I have an unreasonable request, and no need for formality. Speak freely," he sighed, forming a gesture of clarity, "that I have been frail since childhood, and I occasionally experience episodes like earlier. May I inquire what sort of pill you used?" Jiang Wanquan hesitated momentarily. "I don't possess many of these pills. They were left to me by my mother at that time. I was simply desperate and tried anything. However, if you truly require them, I could sell you some at a lower price. What do you think?" Chapter 4. Encountering a pair of wild protagonists, Fu Yin was taken aback by her response, momentarily caught off guard. He chuckled. "Of course, how many spirit stones would you like?" Jiang Wanquan boldly declared, 1,200 mid-grade spirit stones for each pill. How does that sound? It wasn't that she was being greedy. She genuinely needed the money. Previously, the spirit stones in the Jiang family's treasury had all been exchanged for points, leaving her without a single spirit stone. Fu Yin remained silent. "Did I ask that too expensive?" Jiang Wanquan asked that no. "It is far too cheap." Fu Yin's expression was peculiar. The demon-breaking pills he consumed were worth 500 high-grade spirit stones each, which would equate to about 5,000 lower-grade stones. "No, it's quite reasonable. How many do you have left, then?" "My mother left me a vial containing around 10. Would you like them all?" Jiang Wanquan indeed only wished to sell 10, firstly because rarity increases value, and secondly, the antagonist was not likely to perish so easily. That it was merely a favor she was extending. The Fu Yan's eyes narrowed subtly. Thank you. He reached into his waist and produced a storage bag. Here are 12,000 mid-grade spirit stones that ain't own need for courtesy. Jiang Wanquan's eyes sparkled with delight, reveling in the joy of receiving payment for the first time that a side quest had been added. Join a sect. In the cultivation realm, how could one not join a sect and experience the atmosphere of one? Jiang Wanquan frowned slightly. The plot of this book revolved around Jiang Yuning, who, after obtaining a spiritual bone, was sent to the Sacred Spirit sect for cultivation. Currently, Jiang Yuning lacked a spiritual bone, but it was highly likely she would still join the Sacred Spirit sect. Therefore, if Jiang Wanquan wished to join a sect, she must first rule out the Sacred Spirit sect. The main quest was to ensure the antagonist survived until the end, but Fu Yan was not the only antagonist that, if she recalled correctly. His sect housed at least 3 antagonists. Jiang Wanquan's gaze shifted to my friend. I must confess, I have a request as well. Oh, please go ahead. Jiang Wanquan cleared her throat. I had a falling out with my family and left home without a place to go. Now, I am alone and weak. If I encounter robbers, my life may be in jeopardy. Therefore, I wish to ask if you have any recommendations for a safe haven. Jiang Wanquan spoke with genuine emotion. Showing no signs of deceit, that Fu Yan discreetly investigated and indeed noticed a spiritual bone, which lent her some credibility. As for good places, I do indeed have a few that if you sincerely wish to join a sect, you may come here in 10 days. Fu Yan produced a jade token and handed it to her. In 10 days, a secret realm will open near the 10,000 Great Mountains, and young disciples will go to trial. If you have confidence, you may achieve your desires within the secret realm. Really? Thank you, kind sir. Jiang Wanquan accepted the jade tablet, recalling vaguely the trials in the secret realm, where it seemed that Jiang Yuning had also participated and obtained numerous valuable treasures. After handing over the jade tablet, Fu Yan rose to take his leave, vanishing in a flash. Jiang Wanquan picked up a piece of firewood and poked the campfire before purchasing a sleeping bag to rest for the night. Experiencing a dreamless slumber, the mournful howl of a wolf roused Jiang Wanquan from her sleep, and she blinked her eyes open, still bleary from sleep. She tidied herself up and retrieved a sword from her storage bag. Having learned the art of sword manipulation, she could increase her pace. The Wanshan Mountains were still quite a distance away, and though teleportation talismans were somewhat costly, she resolved to ride her sword instead. Estimating the journey would take approximately 3 to 4 days, she stepped onto the sword's surface, which soared steadily into the air beneath her feet. Near the Wanshan Mountains, tents had been pitched in abundance, housing practitioners from various sects as the secret realm was on the verge of opening. Jiang Wanquan had arrived early and had cleverly secured a favorable spot, discreet and unobtrusive, with several hours until the secret realm's opening. Jiang Wanquan was in no hurry. She meandered about with a tourist's mindset, observing the practitioners of the cultivation world. In a small grove, a pair of young men and women stood close together, seemingly engaged in discussion that wasn't that the heroine, Jiang Yuning. Initially intending to walk around, Jiang Wanquan quietly approached upon recognizing their faces. Junior Sister Yuning, this elixir was given to me by my master. It holds no value for me. So you may have it. That a male practitioner clad in a smoky blue robe produced a vial of elixirs for Jiang Yuning. Senior brother, I truly cannot accept this. It is far too precious. I am well aware of my own condition and cannot be a burden to you any longer. Jiang Yuning gently declined, her delicate face tinged with paleness. After a moment of hesitation, Senior Brother Liang Chen stowed the elixir away, a faint frown creasing his brow. Junior Sister Yuning, Uncle Jiang informed my master that a remedy for your condition has been found. Why is it that this, too, was unclear to Jiang Yuning, who shook her head softly. What could be the reason? Is it not because Jiang Wanquan is ungrateful? It is all her fault that Yuning has ended up like this. Another figure emerged from the grove, indignantly proclaiming. What do you mean? Junior Brother Liu? Liang Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Jiang Yuning grew anxious and pleaded with Liu Shixiao. Please refrain from speaking. The secret realm is about to open, and we should hurry back. She turned, gazing imploringly at Liu Yun, her tear-filled eyes brimming with sorrow, softening the hearts of those who beheld her. Liu Yun clicked his tongue, falling silent. Liang Chen observed, feeling something amiss, yet respecting Jiang Yuning's reluctance to divulge more. He chose to remain silent. Sister Wanquan, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Jiang Wanquan emerged, her smile radiant as she regarded the astonished Jiang Yuning. The Liu Yun. Who are you, Jiang Yuning? Sister Jiang Wanwan? Jiang Wanwan nodded. Indeed. It is I. Why are you so surprised to see me? Are you not pleased? Lu Yun scoffed. Pleased? What is there to be pleased about? If it were not for you, how could Yuning have ended up in such a state? How dare you show your face before her? Jiang Yuning, feeling flustered, instinctively tightened her grip on her sleeves. That Liu Shixiang, please stop. We should go. Why the rush? It is rare for my sister and me to meet. Why not indulge in a little conversation before you send me away? Moreover, it seems this gentleman has quite the grievance against me. Would you care to share it? Jiang Wanwan asked cheerfully, unfazed out of course. You are Yuning's sister. Yuning has been frail since childhood, and years ago, news spread from the Jiang family that you could help Yuning return to normal. Yet, what happened? You feigned agreement and then fled just before treatment, leaving Yuning to rely on elixirs, which merely exacerbated her condition. I have never encountered a sister so selfish and malicious. Jiang Yuning breathed a sigh of relief, pulling Lu Yun closer as she interjected. It is not Sister Wanwan's fault. It is my destiny. Please do not blame her. Jiang Wanwan could not help but chuckle. Huh? Did the Holy Spirit sect take you in as a charity case? What are you laughing at? I laugh at your foolishness, brother. Do you think your brain is merely for decoration? You believe everything you hear. I could just as easily claim that you are maliciously slandering me. Jiang Wanwan ceased her laughter, raising a finger to point at Jiang Yuning. I am curious where you heard such nonsense that I merely wish to inquire of my dear sister. Do you know what the remedy for your condition truly is? I do not know. My parents never disclosed such information to me, only instructing me to take care of myself. Jiang Yuning hastily retorted. Liu Yun coldly interjected, What are you doing? If Yuning claims she does not know, then she does not. Furthermore, you have said so much. What is your point? Are you genuinely that simple or merely pretending? Is the intelligence of a direct disciple of the Holy Spirit sect truly so low? If you did not know, one might think the sect took you in out of pity. Jiang Wanwan replied, incredulous. The so-called remedy for her life is me to. Liu Yun was taken aback. What do you mean? Liang Chen turned to look as well. To be precise. It is the spiritual bone within me. My dim-witted father must have heard somewhere that a spiritual bone could cure my sister. Therefore, they plan to extract my spiritual bone for her, imprisoning me while attempting to coerce me into giving it up. Jiang Wanwan tilted her head curiously. I find it puzzling. Who would flee when faced with such circumstances? Moreover, Jiang Yuning and I do not share blood ties. Not even half-siblings. That's so. On what grounds? She approached slowly, locking her gaze on a Lu Yun and Liang Chen, a mocking smile adorning her lips. I ask it merely because she is frail and beautiful. What a joke. My life is mine to govern. You accuse me of selfishness? Would you willingly gamble your life to assist someone who is neither kin nor acquaintance? Lu Yun was forced to take a step back, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he replied in a low voice. Even so, Yuning remains unaware. Why must you be so aggressive? Liang Chen, however, turned his gaze towards Jiang Yuning, his expression darkening. Sister Wanwan, I truly did not know. My parents never told me. Had I known, I would never have allowed them to act this way. Jiang Yuning's eyes misted over, her lips trembling as she fought back tears. She looked at Jiang Wanwan, her voice choked with emotion. I am sorry. Sister Wan, it is all my fault. I will return and explain everything to my father, so he can bring you back and clear your name. Jiang Wanwan nearly burst into laughter at her naivety. With so many disciples in your Holy Spirit sect, have you not heard that the Jiang family has been frantically searching for someone recently? You wish to bring me back and clear my name? How can you guarantee that I will not be captured again and have my bone extracted for you? In the Jiang family, you are the knife, and I am the fish. Returning would be tantamount to delivering myself to my doom. My dear sister, how thoughtful of you. Jiang Wanwan interrupted. Let us cease this discussion. Do not speak of your intentions to persuade me that I am the cultivation world. Strength reigns supreme. There is no room for reason. Surely you do not believe that a few words would sway them. My dear sister, there must be limits to your naivety, that if I did not know you were pure-hearted since childhood, I would genuinely think you were deliberately leading me to my demise. Jiang Yuning's delicate face paled in fright, instinctively grasping Liang Chen's clothing, her voice trembling as she pleaded, I did not mean to, senior brother. I truly did not intend this. I only hope that Sister Wanwan can reconcile with our parents. I never meant it like that. Upon witnessing her tears, Lu Yun felt a pang of sympathy and stepped forward to pat her shoulder, turning to glare fiercely at Jiang Wanwan. I understand your grievances against the Jiang family. But junior sister Yuning is innocent. How could you treat her so harshly? Junior sister Yuning is now a member of the Holy Spirit sect, a disciple of the sect. Her grievances with the Jiang family should not concern her. Jiang Wanwan's eyes narrowed slightly. Ah, so the Holy Spirit sect does not interfere in the familial matters of its disciples? After a long silence, Liang Chen replied flatly, naturally not, since you and junior sister Yuning have had a misunderstanding. The Holy Spirit sect will not intervene. However, we hope that Taoist Jiang will refrain from carelessly maligning the reputation of our sect's disciples. After all, the affairs of the Jiang family have not spread widely, and few are aware of the underlying circumstances. The best course of action now is to let this matter rest. Jiang Wanwan squinted, realizing that the male lead was indeed wholly devoted to the sect, even refusing to protect the early female lead. Nevertheless, this suited her just fine, as it spared her the trouble of further argument. She readily agreed. Very well, since I have escaped, and my spiritual bone remains intact, and my dear sister is unaware, let us leave it at that I naturally trust the words of the Holy Spirit sect senior brother. As for Yuning, being so pure and kind-hearted, she likely cares too much for me to even consider reporting to my parents. Jiang Wanwan smiled brightly at her. Jiang Yuning could only shake her head. Of course, I would never harm my sister. Sister Wanwan, you need not worry. I absolutely will not inform father. That is good to hear. I was worried you might be concerned about my spiritual bone. Indeed, you are kind-hearted, dear sister. However, you seem to be in good spirits without my spiritual bone. It seems that good fortune favors those with kind hearts. Jiang Wanyuan continued to flatter, causing Jiang Yuning's smile to nearly freeze on her face. This was hardly praise. It was clearly an attempt to elevate her to an untenable position. Moreover, with the conversation reaching this point, should anything untoward happen to Jiang Wanyuan, the blame would likely fall squarely upon her. Thus, she could not confide in her father and must assist in concealing the matter. Jiang Wanyuan, sensing the mood, graciously added, now that everything has been clarified, I can rest easy that my dear sister is unwell, so I kindly ask both of you, my senior brothers, to take good care of her. Liu Yun, still somewhat dazed, nodded instinctively. Liang Chen regarded her with an inscrutable expression, lost in thought. She continued, I have severed ties with the Jiang family, and our future encounters may not be as warm. Please do not hold it against me. Dear sister, I am left with no other choice. Jiang Yuning smiled stiffly. Of course I do not blame you, sister, that's a relief. The secret realm is about to open. I wish the three of you abundant success. Jiang Wanyuan said cheerfully as she waved her hand and turned to leave. Liang Chun, hands clasped behind his back, remarked, Junior sister, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I should take my leave. Remember to gather before the opening of the secret realm. He then departed. Jiang Yuning stood in a daze, suddenly stifling a small sob. I really don't know if senior brother is angry with me, that Liu Yun hurried to console her. No, I believe in you. Senior brother is just like that. Do not be disheartened. Thank you, senior brother Liu. Jiang Yuning lowered her head, concealing the resentment and bitterness in her eyes. The secret realm is about to open, shouted a disciple stationed at the front lines. In an instant, countless cultivators soared into the sky on their swords, encircling the flickering defensive array, ready to rush in the moment it vanished. Hey, don't leave. Quickly tell me where you got that elixir. And give me one for my old man. Fu Yin strolled leisurely to the front of the formation that a gentle breeze fluttered his robes, pure as snow and unparalleled in the world. Behind him trailed an old man. His disheveled hair unkempt for days, his fine silk robe now somewhat soiled, and his nose reddened in a rather comical manner. Fu Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his once pallid face now tinged with a hint of color. And the red mole at the corner of his eye appeared even more vibrant, rendering him even more captivating. Many female cultivators blushed as they gazed at him. The leader of the Wan Yao Valley, Yao Wuji, implored, please just tell me. The alchemical principles behind that elixir are simply fascinating. Just give me one to examine. I swear I won't break it. No, Fu Yin replied indifferently, his refusal unyielding, that I will make a scene. Yao Wuji exclaimed, Fu Yin, I've spent so much time refining elixirs for you. You cannot treat this old man so. We will discuss it later. Just as his words fell, the array suddenly dissolved. And countless cultivators surged and Fu Yin entered without looking back. Don't forget, Yao Wuji shouted from behind, and a barely audible drifted on the wind. Yao Wuji stroked his unruly beard, lost in thought, and suddenly burst into laughter, swaying as he walked away. Chapter 6. I have a sword to judge scoundrels in the dense forest. Chilling howls echoed from afar. Beneath the trees, Jiang Wanyuan slowly awoke, gazing at the seemingly endless trees surrounding her, and stood to straighten her slightly disheveled clothes from the teleportation. The secret realm had opened, the formation was ineffective, and all cultivators below the nascent soul stage had been transported inside. A sudden, urgent wolf howl pierced the air nearby. Detected. One of the antagonists has appeared. Side quest. Assist the antagonist in safely leaving the secret realm. Task completion reward, 20 points. Will you accept? Another antagonist? It shouldn't be Fu Yin. Although he appeared weak and frail at first, his strength remained unfathomable. Accept. Jiang Wanyuan silently resolved, taking out her flying sword and soaring toward the direction of the howl. A massive gray wolf paced anxiously around a petite figure, occasionally emitting warning growls from its throat. Danaeni ran. Be cooperative and give me that item. I really need it. Danaeni ran. Don't you like me the most? Would you really deny me even a single spirit herb? The male cultivator across from her wore a golden outer robe adorned with intricate patterns, appearing wealthy and handsome, yet his words were aggressive. Annie ran, small and adorable, had her long black hair braided into 2 twists, with verdant hairpins accentuating her fair face. Her light green attire was fresh and ethereal, exuding an alluring innocence. Hearing his words, Annie Ran bit her lip, revealing a conflicted expression. Senior brother's son Nan, I'm sorry, but this spirit herb is for my senior brother, that he is unwell, and perhaps this herb can alleviate his suffering. Son Nan frowned. Your senior brother's illness has persisted for years without improvement. What can a single spirit herb do? Instead of wasting it, it would be better to give it to me for proper use. And Ran, can you not be more compliant? And Ran remained silent, her hands tightly gripping her sleeves. That Annie ran. The secret realm has just opened. There is still time. That I urgently need this spirit herb. Give it to me first, and then you can find another for your senior brother. Does that work? Seeing her reluctance, Sun Nin softened his tone in persuasion. But this spirit herb is quite precious. Annie ran. You are the kindest and most obedient. Didn't you say you like me the most? I'm pleading with you. If you refuse again, I will consider that I misjudged you. He laid on the pressure, and Iran suddenly raised her head, panicked, waving her hands. I never said I wouldn't give it. I'll get it for you right now, as if fearing he might say more. She quickly lowered her head and retrieved a black lotus emanating dark mist from her storage bag. Sun Nan's eyes lit up as he eagerly reached out. And he ran. You truly are the kindest. Just then, a flying sword descended from the sky, plunging straight between them, its sharp aura slicing through Sun Nan's sleeve, causing him to retract his hand in fright. Who is it? How dare you launch a sneak attack? I am so sorry. My sword had a little issue during its refinement and is a bit unruly. Miss, are you hurt? Jiang Wanyuan landed gracefully, gently taking Annie Ran's hand, and tenderly inquired. Annie Ran, a bit flustered, replied, No, I'm fine. Shout Song has been protecting me. Jiang Wanyuan sighed in relief. That's wonderful. It would be a great sin if someone as beautiful as you were hurt because of me. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Wanyuan, a humble rogue cultivator. Annie Ran, taken aback by her enthusiasm, blushed deeply and stammered. I am Annie Ran. I didn't expect you to be not only beautiful, but also have such a lovely name. Thank you, Jiang Daoyu. See, could you please let go of my hand? Annie Ran blushed, looking down at her hand held by Jiang Wanyuan. I apologize. Jiang Wanyuan reluctantly released her grip. That is so soft. It feels truly wonderful. Warning. Please refrain from harboring any inappropriate thoughts toward the antagonist in Iran. Jiang Wanyuan rolled her eyes. Everyone has a love for beauty. I merely held her hand. System, you are quite indecent. Please do not engage in verbal attacks on the system. Jiang Wanyuan smiled and nodded. Understood. Indecent it is. I shall call you indecent from now on. Senior brother Sun Nan, are you all right? Sun Nan forced a warm smile. I am fine, Jiang Daoyu. Can you retract your sword? Jiang Wanyuan feigned realization, tapping her head. I'm sorry. I forgot, But my sword does not behave well. The sword responded immediately, its tip aimed directly at Sun Nan. The blade trembling slightly, its spiritual energy nearly palpable. Sun Nan's expression darkened. What do you mean? Isn't this your sword, Dao Yu? And he ran, equally concerned, chimed in, yes, Jiang Dao Yu. Can you put it away? Jiang Wanyuan sighed. Given the circumstances, I shall not keep it from you. The truth is, there was an issue during the refinement of this sword. Usually, it behaves well in both attack and flight, but there is one condition under which it goes out of control. Curious, and Ran asked, what condition? Jiang Wanyuan glanced pointedly at Sun Nan. That condition is when it encounters a scoundrel who deceives female cultivators regarding their affections. The sword cannot help but attempt to attack that scoundrel. Sun Nan, feeling targeted, angrily shouted, What do you mean? Who are you insulting? And Ran looked confused. What is a scoundrel? And Ran, do not listen to this vile woman's nonsense. She is merely trying to deceive you. Sun Nan thought quickly to interrupt her. The flying sword, infused with the spiritual energy of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, loomed ominously, forcing him to keep quiet. He was only mid-stage foundation establishment. Should a confrontation arise, he would surely suffer injuries, and if he were gravely wounded here, all the treasures within the secret realm would be completely out of his reach. Jiang Wanyuan began to explain to an Ran. A scoundrel is a wicked man who deceives female cultivators for their wealth and affections. When encountered, one must keep as far away as possible, lest one falls victim to their deceit, losing all that is precious only to be cast aside in the end. Left with nothing, Ran. You must be cautious. The reason my sword has this flaw is that its creator was a pitiful female cultivator deceived by a scoundrel. Ran listened. Her anger rising. Scoundrels are truly despicable. I will definitely keep my distance in the future. However, brother Sun Nan is not a scoundrel. Why does the flying sword target him? Jiang Wanjun squinted slightly, affectionately wrapping her arm around her shoulder, and murmured, The flying sword cannot be mistaken that I have not finished speaking. A scoundrel possesses one paramount trait. They are difficult to identify. Thus, I shall assist you in discerning this today. Chapter 7 Look. Someone is engaging in PUA. My apologies, fellow Daoist son. It seems my flying sword is experiencing some issues today. Allow me to communicate with it first. You all may continue. Jiang Wanjun stepped aside with an apologetic demeanor, murmuring to the flying sword as if truly conversing with it. Sun Nan cleared his throat and extended his hand. All right, Ran. Please hand me the spirit herb. I urgently require it to save a life. Suddenly, Jiang Wanjun let out a gasp. What did you say? You still remember that scoundrel who shamelessly reached out for precious spirit herbs from a female cultivator enamored with him? Do not be angry. There aren't that many shameless scoundrels in this world. Spirit herbs are so precious that anyone would think to exchange something of equal value for them. What? Good relations. Even brothers keep accounts clearly. That scoundrel is merely using emotion to coerce the female cultivator, attempting to take advantage without paying. Such scoundrels deserve to be chopped down, cut mercilessly, and eliminated upon sight. Sun Nan, and Ran halted her movements. Jiang Daoist, what are you implying? I am merely discussing emotions with it. It, you see, tends to reminisce about the heroic tales of scoundrels when it is in a bad mood that I have no choice but to indulge it. Jiang Wanjun suddenly exclaimed, waving her hands frantically, a look of innocence on her face. I am not referring to you, fellow Daoist son. Do not misunderstand. I am indeed speaking of that scoundrel who was slain in the past. Fellow Daoist son appears so upright. How could he resemble a scoundrel? Please, continue. She urged repeatedly, yet Sun Nan found it impossible to extend his hand. After a moment, he managed to force a gentle smile. Ran, I momentarily overlooked your feelings in my haste. I cannot take the spirit herb for free. Once we exit the secret realm, I shall compensate you. Brother Sun, Jiang Wanjun gasped again. What did you say? You still remember such a distant matter? I have already stated that the scoundrel who deceived the female cultivator with promises of future compensation is dead. In this day and age, a normal cultivator carries all their possessions in their storage bag, that if one truly wishes to pay, could they possibly delay? It is only because you possess keen insight that you recognize that scoundrel was deceiving without recompense. Well done. She patted the flying sword with satisfaction. Sun Nan's face flushed crimson. Jiang Wanjun glanced at him. awkwardly stowing away the flying sword. My apologies, my apologies. I have calmed it down. Please, continue. How can we continue? Sun Nan thought furiously about wanting to eliminate the seemingly innocent Jiang Wanjun before him. He resolved to disregard everything. He ran. Please hand me the spirit herb, and quickly seek opportunities elsewhere. Do not waste time. And Yi Ran remained silent, quietly observing Sun Nan. Though she was innocent, she was not foolish. Jiang Daoist's words were evidently directed at her, that a scoundrel. Yi Ran. Why are you in a daze? Sun Nan urged. Brother Sun, could you tell me what you intend to do with this spirit herb? She suddenly inquired. Shortly after she acquired the herb, he arrived, demanding the spirit herb she had painstakingly gathered without a word of its purpose. Brother Sun has not suffered any injuries, nor is he a dark attribute cultivator. Why does he require this black lotus? I certainly have my reasons, Sun Nan stammered, caught off guard by her question. At this moment, Jiang Wanjun interjected with a kind reminder. Speaking of which, I noticed several cultivators besieging a dark attribute beast while flying here on my sword. Strangely, there was a corpse of a light attribute beast nearby. Who would have thought that two opposing beasts could unite? Quite touching to Yi Ran raised her head, calmly asking, Brother Sun, are you intending to use this black lotus to lure that dark attribute beast? With her words laid out plainly, Sun Nan ceased to struggle and directly replied, Yes, I need the black lotus to divert that beast. I require the 2 beast exit guards, which are excellent candidates for a contract. And Yi Ran refuted, but you are the gold attribute. Your perspective is too narrow. It might even be a gift to someone else. Jiang Wanjun offered a gentle suggestion once more, be quiet. What does this have to do with you? Seek death. Sun Nan, having his secret exposed, was infuriated and swung his fist in rage, that in the air, a faint lion's roar emerged as a spirit beast. A golden lion appeared behind him, charging angrily towards her. Jiang Wanjun was startled but quickly reacted, summoning her flying sword and striking it fiercely, shattering the golden lion. The clash generated a gust that stirred up a cloud of dust, causing Sun Nan to step back. Oh dear, have you revealed your true intentions inadvertently? Be quiet. Sun Nan turned to Yi Ran. You must trust me. My reason for concealing this from you is solely to prevent you from feeling upset. I did not intend to deceive you, Yi Ran. We have been childhood friends. You know what kind of person I am. You must believe me. You are the only one in my heart. He gazed at her earnestly, his tone sincere, almost as if he were swearing an oath. Yi Ran remained silent. But Sun Nan knew this was a sign of her wavering. This is bad. The antagonist seems a bit dim-witted. As expected, I must intervene. Jiang Wanjun lamented as she commenced her performance. Yi Ran, look at how sincere Brother Sun is. How could you bear to let him down? Sun Nan appeared bewildered, and Yi Ran was also somewhat confused. Jiang Daoist, what are you implying? Brother Sun holds genuine feelings for you. If you refuse him now, it would be too hurtful to his heart. Quickly, agree to him. Jiang Wanjun enthusiastically grasped Yi Ran's hand and addressed Sun Nan. And you, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and swear the heavenly oath. It is time to prove your sincerity, that do not hesitate. The heavenly oath. Sun Nan stepped back, rendered speechless in fear, that in the realm of cultivation. The heavenly Tao is paramount. Once a cultivator makes a heavenly oath, it serves as a witness to their promise that if they violate it, they may suffer grievous injuries or even lose their soul. Cultivators are very cautious about this. Yet in critical moments, the heavenly oath can be immensely useful, such as in matters of debt or challenges. Of course, the most common instance is when forming a partnership through the heavenly oath. If both parties are sincere, there is a certain chance of receiving blessings from the heavenly Tao. However, if the heart is insincere, one may face punishment from heavenly thunder. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, forming a partnership is a very serious matter. Do you not wish to? Did you not claim that your feelings for Yi Ran are genuine? Why not express it? Jiang Wanjun pressed on. Sun Nan awkwardly turned his head away. Of course not, but the heavenly oath is no trifling matter. Even if I truly like Yi Ran now, who can predict the future? He glanced at Yi Ran. Yi Ran, I know that what I am saying is unfair to you. But the lifespan of a cultivator is long. Who can say for certain what the future holds? Can you truly bear to see me do this? Chapter 8. Scoundrels are likely to be struck by lightning. You are correct, but Jiang Wanjun smiled sweetly, shaking her finger. it seems you have misinterpreted the point. The heavenly oath is merely a means to test your sincerity. Since you are unwilling, then so be it. Forced affection is worth less than grass. Now, returning to this Black Lotus, since you claim to like her, should not one be willing to do anything for the one they love? Yet you just spoke at length. And your true purpose was this Black Lotus, was it not? Moreover, what do you intend to do with it? Oh, is it for someone else? Are you considering someone else? Jiang Wanjuan's tone was subtle from this perspective. It seems the person you truly care for is not Iran, but rather someone who needs the beast eggs. Nonsense. You are fabricating stories. Sun Nan exclaimed. Iran, do not believe her. Sun Nan felt as if he were being laid bare for all to see. And it was before the very person he held in disdain, and Iran, which filled him with both anger and embarrassment. Enough. Iran. And Iran remained calm, a long-lost tranquility. She stowed the spirit herb. Brother Sun, I have always believed in you till we grew up together. Over the years, I have trusted everything you said and willingly offered anything you desired because you helped me when we were young. And I have always been grateful. However, the azure wolf standing protectively by her side was tense, lowly growling, its limbs firmly gripping the ground, poised to spring. You should not have deceived me, especially not by claiming to love me. That is truly the most despicable lie. She clenched her delicate fists, her gaze clear and unwavering. I and Iran, though innocent, have not sunk to such depths. Little Tsong. With a sharp cry, the azure wolf leaped into the air, darting toward the terrified Sun Nan like lightning, its limbs extending sharp claws. You all wait for me. Sun Nan clumsily rolled aside to evade, summoning his sword and attempting to ascend, dodging left and right with a comical clumsiness as he flew away into the distance. Jiang Wanjuan's eyes twinkled as she discreetly produced a talisman purchased from the marketplace. Crack! A thunderous sound erupted as a bolt of lightning struck directly upon Sun Nan's head, that a figure descended from the sword. And Iran was startled. Do not be afraid. Scoundrels like him deserve to be struck by heavenly lightning. Perhaps even the heavenly Tao cannot bear to watch. Jiang Wanwan gently patted her head. Softly murmuring words of comfort, Iran appeared somewhat lost in thought, as if still grappling with the situation. Suddenly, Shout Song scampered back, affectionately licking the back of her hand while softly whimpering to console her. As Iran regained her composure, she stroked the wolf's head in gratitude, saying, I am fine, thank you, Taoist Jiang, that I truly appreciate your help today. Without you, I might still be oblivious to everything. Jiang Wanwan replied, You're welcome, that I merely thought it would be a pity for someone as beautiful as you to be deceived. Iran shyly smiled in response. Jiang Wanwan quietly admired the beauty's bashful demeanor. Recalling certain plot lines from the book she had read, that Iran, a junior sister of Fu Yin, possessed an innate spiritual physique, and upon establishing her foundation, she contracted a demonic beast with the bloodline of the celestial moon silver wolf. Her cultivation journey was smooth, leading her to the golden core stage at a young age. Yet, such a fortunate individual encountered misfortune in the form of a scoundrel who ruined her life. In her innocence, Iran had been saved by Sun Nan during a childhood mishap, leading her to be utterly devoted to him, offering him all her resources. However, that was not the worst of it. What truly devastated her was when, during an expedition into a secret realm, Sun Nan took away her spiritual herbs and deliberately lured an enraged beast towards her, resulting in her sustaining severe injuries that nearly shattered her foundation. Yet for the sake of his beloved, Sun Nan callously swapped her life-saving pills while she lay injured and unattended. Ultimately, without any means of recovery, Iran fell into madness and embraced the path of a villain, vowing revenge upon Sun Nan, yet it proved futile. However, fate smiled upon her. After driving away Sun Nan, as long as she kept her distance from the beast, she would face no further issues. This task seemed rather simple. Did it not? Was it not a manifestation of benevolence? Please do not question the system's rigor. The crimson screen flickered wildly, piercing her eyes with discomfort. Jiang Wanwan silently closed her eyes. Taoist Jiang, is your flying sword truly so miraculous? Iran asked curiously. Ahem, of course not. Why would I deceive you? And please call me Wanwan. Taoist Jiang sounds quite awkward. Jiang Wanwan replied. Iran nodded. All right, Wanwan, then you may call me Iran. Jiang Wanwan smiled brightly, reaching out to pat her head. Iran, how about I call you Ibao instead? It suits you perfectly, don't you think, Ibao? And Iran, petite and cherubic, looked exceptionally adorable. Upon hearing the name, her face flushed crimson like an apple, and she instinctively covered her face, feeling that while it was somewhat strange, it also bore a sense of endearment that made her shys it not nice. Jiang Wanwan teased her deliberately, that Iran blinked, her voice barely above a whisper. It's nice, but let us keep it between us. Don't let others hear. All right, whatever Bao says goes. Jiang Wanwan chuckled, utterly charmed by her. Since we have crossed paths, why not embark on a quest for opportunities together? We cannot return empty-handed. Oh, and Iran mounted Xiao Tsong's back. Wanwan, do you want to come up? Xiao Tsong was incredibly swift and stable in its stride. Riding a wolf? Jiang Wanwan felt an undeniable thrill. And after a moment's hesitation, she climbed aboard. Xiao Tsong let out an excited howl and dashed forward. The wind whipped past them, and the sturdy wolf's back provided a smooth ride, devoid of any jostling. Jiang Wanwan squinted with delight, wrapping her arms around Yibao's slender waist. The details of the book's plot eluded her, and she had no idea where the opportunities in the secret realm might lie. So she simply followed and ran closely. Oh, whoa! Xiao Tsong suddenly halted, lowering its body and gazing intently at something in the distance, emitting a warning growl. Wanwan, look quickly! Jiang Wanwan lifted her head, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before her. A dazzling, multicolored barrier shimmered in the sunlight, the rich spiritual energy coalescing into a thick mist. Hurry, hurry. A hidden treasure has been unveiled. Let us rush. Heavens! I hadn't heard that there were treasures in this secret realm. Wait for me, everyone. Let us gather here. Countless cultivators soared through the air on their swords towards the location that Annuran tugged at her, urging Xiao Tsong to hurry. Wanwan, we must go quickly. A hidden treasure that is yet to be discovered must hold great treasures. Jiang Wanwan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with undeniable excitement. Good treasures can save lives. In the 9th chapter, where did this little puppy come from? The radiant light in the secret realm was quite eye-catching, and those with a bit of knowledge quickly deduced that a hidden treasure had been revealed. Thus, countless cultivators hastened towards the location, but soon they realized that once a certain number had arrived, they could no longer enter the formation. What is going on? Is this some sort of joke? Why is there a limit on the number of people? We cannot let those who entered first snatch away the treasures. Let us work together to break the formation and rush in. The cultivators blocked outside grumbled, but their voices were quickly silenced. The rules of the hidden treasure were such, one could not blame others. If the formation were to be disrupted and those inside faced danger, what then? Liang Chun gripped his sword with one hand, his voice calm yet commanding, and none dared to disregard it. Senior brother of the Holy Spirit sect. Someone exclaimed in a hushed tone. Taoist Liang speaks wisely. Harmony brings wealth. Let us not let this matter harm our camaraderie. A rotund man in a golden robe chimed in with a smile. Is that Jin Ma Xiao, the young lord of Tianjin City? Ahem, pardon me. Let me through to Fu Yin, looking somewhat weak, discreetly coughed into his hand and approached them leisurely. Do you know him? Not quite sure, just a fleeting impression. But anyone standing with these two must be of no ordinary status. Jin Ma Xiao squinted slightly. Fu brother, what brings you here? Fu Yin tucked away his handkerchief, his smile warm. That My junior sister is rather mischievous and accidentally wandered in. As her senior brother, I was a bit worried, so I came to check that. Oh, how fortuitous. My younger brother also accidentally ventured into. He is my only sibling, but it's a pity he cannot enter. Jin Ma Xiao's tone feigned concern. Yet his demeanor bore no urgency. Indeed, Tianjin City was the largest trading hub in the cultivation world, and as the young lord, he would surely have means of safeguarding his life. However, the thought of that reckless junior sister of his entering the realm was troublesome. Jin Ma Xiao glanced discreetly at Liang Chun. Brother Liang, does the Holy Spirit sect also have someone inside? That's good. That's good. With more people, there will be care for one another. Jin Ma Xiao sighed in relief. More people meant a better chance to navigate the chaos. Liang Chen's gaze remained fixed on the formation, a sense of longing swirling within him. Fu Yin retrieved a chair and sat, calmly toying with his Bodhi bracelet, exuding an air of tranquility that left those around him envious. Soon, a crowd gathered, representatives from renowned sects in the cultivation world arriving in droves. It was evident that their sects had members inside the hidden treasure. Many cultivators, realizing their hopes were dashed, began to disperse, for there might be opportunities still lingering within the secret realm, and it was unwise to waste time here. Within the hidden treasure that by a tranquil pond, Jiang Wanwan, who had been among the first to rush in, had just regained consciousness. Her memories swiftly returned. Shout Song, like an exuberant husky, dashed through the barrier, and after a burst of intense light, it failed to halt in time, flinging its two riders onto the ground. Jiang Wanwan sighed in resignation, rising to survey her surroundings. Hidden task triggered. The son of Cheonchi is about to be born. Please proceed immediately. Task reward: 30 points. Cheonchi, wasn't that a fierce beast? What was it doing here? Jiang Wanwan pondered, yet soon realized that Jiang Yuning had lost her spiritual bone and sustained damage to her foundation. However, a destined female protagonist like her would undoubtedly attract great opportunities wherever she went. Yet 30 points seemed a daunting task. The Tio put it into perspective. Ensuring an Iran's safe exit from the secret realm was only worth 20 points that I accept, but before I embark on this task, it is more important to fill my stomach. Jiang Wanwan opened the shop at her face and ordered 2 portions of roasted meat, along with a grill and some seasoning. At this moment, one must commend this dogged system. While cultivation resources in the realm were exceedingly expensive, ordinary food and equipment were surprisingly affordable. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, sizzling with delight. Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but swallow hard, gazing at the high-quality beef gradually turning golden on the grill. Her face lighting up with bliss. Before long, the meat was ready. Jiang Wanwan unsheathed her flying sword, slicing it into even portions with swift precision. Dipping the pieces in seasoning, she brought one to her mouth, and a wave of happiness washed over her. The practice of fasting in the cultivation world was indeed a poor habit, robbing one of a significant joy in life that it seemed finding a meal companion would pose quite a challenge in the future. Shaking her head, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt a furry sensation at her feet. Woof woof, what is that? Looking down, she was met with a perplexed expression that a dog in a hidden treasure. At her feet, a small, fluffy puppy curiously stared at the meat on the grill. Do you want some? Jiang Wanwan tentatively offered it a piece. Woof! The little puppy's pink nose twitched, disinterestedly turning away as if losing interest, slowly wandering off. Jiang Wanwan? Had she just been rejected? By a dog? Suddenly ignited by a fierce competitive spirit, Jiang Wanwan rose abruptly, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon the dog. After a prolonged moment, she slowly sat back down, resuming her task of grilling meat. A curious little puppy, wandering and sniffing at the flowers and grass, suddenly halted, its nose twitching, and then woof! As it dashed towards her, clinging to her leg and drooling, Jiang Wanwan's lips curled into a slow, cold smile. On the grill, a piece of sizzling, oil-dripping spirit beast meat emitted an irresistible aroma, its surface perfectly seared to a golden brown, drizzled with a secret sauce. Products from the system are always of the highest quality. Indeed, how could her culinary skills falter? The only issue must lie with the ingredients. Nonetheless, she had spent 5 points just for a dog. Observing the puppy's eager expression, Jiang Wanwan callously tossed it aside, revealing her true capitalist nature. What can one eat without money? The little pup, scurrying on its stubby legs, whimpered and whined, attempting to charm her. Woof woof. Fine, I am not entirely devoid of compassion. Consider this a reward for your affection. Jiang Wanwan embraced the bewildered little dog, petting it vigorously, even indulging in the peculiar act of nuzzling its soft belly. Woof. Help, I feel like a pervert. Jiang Wanwan reflected painfully on her actions, then smoothed its fur and stuffed a piece of grilled meat into its mouth. We share but a fleeting connection. Do not seek me out again in the future. She exuded the demeanor of a heartless cad, using and discarding without a second thought. The little puppy excitedly gnawed on the grilled spirit beast meat, munching away without a pause, completely oblivious to her words. After finishing its meal, the puppy licked its paws, contentedly lying on the ground, blissfully innocent. Jiang Wanwan ignored it, quickly finishing her own grilled meat, and temporarily stowed away the remaining spirit beast meat in her storage bag. Ah, the deliciousness must be savored last. Having eaten her fill, it was time to tackle the task at hand. Jiang Wanwan regarded the innocent little puppy thoughtfully. Chapter 10. Siege of Cheonchi. Offspring of Cheonchi. Come, take a whiff. Do you know where it is? Jiang Wanwan presented a few wolf hairs before its nose, coaxing softly. The little puppy sniffed, disinterestedly turned away, and resumed its innocently clumsy antics. It seems there's no helping it. Jiang Wanwan opted to abandon the endeavor. Rather than waste time on a dog, she would place her hopes in herself. Rising to gather her belongings, she surveyed the disorienting forest and chose a random path to follow. Woof! The little puppy trotted eagerly after her, its wet eyes fixated on her storage bag that it had spotted the treats within. Jiang Wanwan ignored it. The puppy followed for a while, but upon realizing she wouldn't share, it hesitated before ultimately departing. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by the fierce roars of a demon beast. Jiang Wanwan looked up. Several small black dots had appeared in the sky, and various remnants of magical assaults lingered in the air. Summoning her flying sword, Jiang Wanwan swiftly soared towards the source, silently praying that an Iran was not present. Everyone, muster your strength. Qiongqi has given birth, and the inheritance is about to manifest. We must seize this opportunity while it is still weak. Jiang Shimi, be cautious. You have just contracted a spirit beast. It would be wise to retreat and allow us to recover. Friends, should we not pause? The most pressing matter now is the inheritance. We must not engage in a prolonged battle. Let us rest here for a moment to regain our energy. If we continue like this, we risk being counterattacked by Qiongqi. Before the swirling, black hole-like vortex, a massive beast with menacing horns and feet shrouded in dark clouds was roaring in agitation. Its copper, bell-sized eyes glinting with ferocity as they locked onto the nearby light barrier. Within the barrier, several cultivators were divided into factions, each protecting their own. Xiao Tsong closely guarded in Iran. Panting heavily and appearing somewhat fatigued, Liu Yun held his sword, quietly standing beside Jiang Yuning, who was draped in a pale pink gown, with several other disciples of the Holy Spirit sect behind him. Everyone, do not be overly anxious. My golden light barrier is a low-grade Earth-class spirit artifact and can temporarily withstand Qiongqi's attacks. Furthermore, it seems it is disinclined to waste time attacking us. Clad in a flowing robe made of silkworm silk interwoven with golden threads, Jean Mozui consoled with a friendly smile that he stood in a corner, accompanied by several disciples from other sects. Liu Yun snorted, Jean Mozui, do not think that just because you brought out the golden light barrier we will express gratitude. When it comes to opportunities, there is no distinction between friend and foe. Taoist Liu, you do me an injustice. I am genuinely well-meaning, and besides, I have no interest in this inheritance. Jean Mozui, undeterred by the retort, continued to smile cheerfully. A smiling tiger, Liu Yun grew increasingly wary. The Jin brothers of Tianjin City, Jinamo Xiao and Jean Mozui, always appeared jovial, seemingly uninvolved in conflicts, yet they managed their affairs with meticulous precision. Such individuals harbor 1,000 lies beneath their tongues. Jean Mozui lowered his gaze, concealing the cunning glimmer in his eyes, subtly observing an Iran in the corner. While he had no interest in Qiongqi's inheritance, it did not mean there was nothing he desired within this space. This young lady with golden core cultivation seemed rather troublesome. Esteemed fellow, I am Jean Mozui. May I ask how to address you? He greeted with a beaming smile that an Iran replied calmly. I am an Iran. This name sounds somewhat familiar. Jean Mozui's lips twitched slightly, nearly losing his composure, his expression shifting until he awkwardly smiled. Such a wonderful name. He recalled that this was the younger sister of that madman, and the thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to discreetly distance himself. Best not to provoke her. It is wiser to keep my distance. Brother, someone else is coming, that a disciple called out, having spotted an individual descending on a flying sword. And Iran's eyes brightened. Wanwan Ran, what are you doing here? Jiang Wanwan inwardly cursed her luck, scanning the area, nearly turning to flee. Jean Mozui wore an inscrutable expression as he waved his hand to retract the golden light barrier. And Iran rushed over to seize her, whispering, Wanwan, this place is very dangerous. Why did you come? You know it's perilous here, yet you still ventured forth? Jiang Wanwan could only helplessly retort, fortune favors the bold. This secret realm only holds Qiongqi's inheritance. Since I've come, I must contend for it. She sought treasures but had not intended to involve an Iran. Moreover, she had a mission to ensure her safety and escort her out of the secret realm. Yet, she felt that her own foundation establishment cultivation was the more pressing concern. Fortunately, she had replenished her gear before arriving. Jiang Wanwan's gaze shifted, resting on Jiang Yuning, who was also observing her, and she offered a slight smile. Jiang Yuning. She withdrew her gaze and lowered her head to ask, "But how did you end up here? Do you also seek the inheritance?" And Iran shook her head. "I woke up here. I initially intended to find you, but when Xiongqi suddenly became enraged, I stayed back to fight alongside them. Such misfortune." Roar! For some reason, Xiongqi was in a state of agitation, yet it showed no intention of attacking them. Suddenly, a disciple from the Holy Spirit sect spoke up. "Everyone, continuing like this is not a solution. How about this? The few of us with golden core cultivation can work together to draw Xiongqi away, while the rest enter to search for the inheritance." Among those present, 3 were golden core cultivators: Jin Mozui, and Iran, and Lu Yun. Lu Yun nodded first, agreed. Jin Mozui glanced at an Iran, and upon receiving her nod, he also consented. Jiang Wanwan stepped aside, watching the vortex in the distance, poised for action. The 3 immediately joined forces to attack Xiongqi. Roar! Xiongqi, infuriated, raised its paw, unleashing a torrent of violent spirit energy as it struck towards the trio. Dodge! The paw print landed above the forest, shattering countless trees and stones. Xiongqi continued to swipe its claws. Yet it remained steadfastly positioned in front of the vortex, revealing no openings. This cannot continue. Lu Yun was the first to halt, sheathing his spirit sword, having exhausted much of his spiritual energy, his complexion pale. Jin Mozui regarded Xiongqi, lost in thought that Iran could only gaze at Jiang Wanwan with concern. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan was in a daze. This shouldn't be. With the female protagonist present, it is illogical for her to miss out on the inheritance. She focused intently on Jiang Yuning, waiting for the opportune moment to seize her chance. Woof woof! The soft, innocent barks echoed from the woods behind her. Jiang Wanwan turned to see the familiar little puppy. Momentarily stunned, roar! Xiongqi suddenly launched an attack, raising its paw to strike inward. "Wanwan, be careful!" And Iran immediately flew over, and the little puppy excitedly leaped up. Instinctively grasping the little puppy, Jiang Wanwan was pulled away by an Iran, narrowly avoiding disaster. "Quickly, let go! That is Xiongqi's offspring. It cannot be released. Take this opportunity to lead it away. Do not concern yourselves with the pup. Xiongqi will not harm its own young. The inheritance is paramount." The nearby crowd brightened at this revelation, shouting loudly. Chapter 11. The Struggle for Xiongqi. This little puppy is Xiongqi's offspring. It hardly resembles a fierce beast. Jiang Wanwan internally scoffed as she swiftly scooped up the little puppy and hurled it towards the loudest of the onlookers. "Very well, then you shall take it. Watch out!" The Xiongqi cub, oblivious to the situation, let its chubby tongue loll out as it tumbled through the air in a parabolic arc. Iran, "Turn around." "All right," and Iran responded with a sound, abruptly turning to fly towards the vortex. Xiongqi glared at the cub being tossed like a ball, enraged to the point of raising a hand to smite these oblivious cultivators that in his fury. Xiongqi struck with indiscriminate force, his frenzied attacks instantly sending many foundational cultivators flying. Spurt! The sound of blood spattering echoed continuously. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. Ignoring the disciples behind him, he grasped Jiang Yuning's hand and leaped towards the vortex. Worrying for the cub, Xiongqi had unknowingly moved away from the vortex. "Everyone, the previous conditions still stand," Jin Mozui remarked, producing a swift movement talisman and affixing it to himself as he dashed toward the vortex. The cultivators following him exchanged glances, silently agreeing to join the battle alongside the disciples of the Holy Spirit sect. The swiftest among them rushed into the vortex, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "They've entered. We should retreat quickly. Withdraw." The remaining few, sensing the favorable turn, assisted each other in a hasty escape. Xiongqi opened his jaws, clamping down on the bewildered cub in midair, his large eyes gleaming with a cunning glint. With a powerful push of his limbs, he soared into the air, swiftly disappearing into the forest. Those who had entered the vortex remained alert, surveying their surroundings, which resembled a tomb. Could this be the burial ground Xiongqi prepared for himself? Jin Mozui muttered thoughtfully. Jiang Yuning frowned. "Senior brother Lu, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. We should search for the inheritance." Agreed, but Lu Yun led her in a search of the vicinity. Jiang Wanjun hurriedly followed, grasping in Iran's hand and rummaging through the area. "So many spiritual herbs and spirit stones. Wanjun, you should gather them quickly." Don't you want any? And Iran shook her head. No, I have no need for these items. Wanjun, you haven't yet reached the golden core stage. Take as many as you can. Jiang Wanjun replied, while I am deeply touched, I still feel something is off. Collecting the items, her sense of unease grew stronger. Casually, she grasped Iran's arm. Iran, do you think this place seems like it has an inheritance? And Iran shook her head and replied softly, no, I realized as soon as I entered that places of inheritance typically have a rich concentration of spiritual energy. Moreover, the essence of beast inheritance is fundamentally about the beast sealing half of its blood essence and memories, which are then absorbed by its offspring. Did you know that? Jiang Wanjun paused, instinctively glancing at Jean Mozui, who stood motionless, holding a circular disc. She asked, do you also know there is no inheritance here? Jean Mozui nodded, helplessly stating, of course, I sensed something was off the moment Xiongqi's cub appeared, but I never anticipated Xiongqi's intelligence would be so high. Employing such a scheme, Liu Yin approached Jiang Yuning and coldly remarked, why didn't you speak up about what you knew? We're wasting time. He summoned his sword, bringing 2 fingers together in a swift motion. And the spirit sword, cleaving through the surrounding darkness that don't bother. This tomb is a small space split from a secret realm, and it can't be easily destroyed. Jean Mozui shook his head, continuing to manipulate his disc. Liu Yun expressed his dissatisfaction. Then what should we do? Jiang Yuning comforted him. Senior brother Liu, if we think about it carefully, we still have a chance. Since the inheritance isn't here, it must be hidden away by Xiongqi for its cub. Once Xiongqi's cub obtains the inheritance and falls into a weakened state, we can join forces to capture it. Thus, it wouldn't be without gain that Liu Yun's eyes brightened. You're right. Let's hurry and exit. Lord Jean. Surely you have a solution? Jean Mozui smiled and nodded. Of course. I happen to have a magical artifact specifically for breaking secret realm formations. That Liu Yun nodded. Good. We won't let you exert yourself for nothing. Consider this your reward. That he tossed a storage bag towards Jean Mozui. Jiang Wanjun also took the opportunity to hand him several spiritual herbs. Jean Mozui accepted them, casting an inscrutable glance at Jiang Wanjun. These herbs, if he recalled correctly, seemed to be ones she had just harvested. Jiang Wanjun feigned ignorance. Jean Mozui did not dwell on this, lowering his head to continue tinkering with his disc. Outside the secret vault, Jean Mozui suddenly exclaimed, Brother Liang, it seems the formation of this secret vault is about to dissipate. Liang Chun, who had been resting with closed eyes, abruptly opened them to Fu Yin, who had been dozing in a chair. Slightly furrowed his brows, slowly opening his eyes, the depths of his phoenix-like gaze still carrying traces of drowsiness. The red mark beneath his eyes even more captivating that he lazily raised a hand to stifle a yawn. His pale wrist appearing somewhat slender. It's about time that as his words fell, the formation suddenly shattered, and countless figures materialized. What is happening? Wasn't I gathering spiritual herbs? Yes, I was still fighting with a beast. How did I end up here? Quick, quick, quick. I can't hold on any longer. Get the medicine. The injured were taken away by disciples from various sects, while some scattered cultivators, having gained from the secret vault, hastily fled. The 3 did not pay attention to this, as the person they were waiting for had yet to appear. Catch it quickly. Senior brother, stop it. Don't let it run. A sword beam surged forward, followed closely by a suppression talisman, both refusing to yield. Woof! The Xiongqi cub darted out like lightning, growling warily, retreating repeatedly as it sought to escape the encirclement. Jiang Yuning was the first to appear, her face pale as she clutched Liang Chen's sleeve. Senior brother, quickly help senior brother Liu. That is Xiongqi's cub. Liang Chen grunted in acknowledgement, fiercely turning his sword to block another person. Brother Liang. What are you doing? Jean Mozui, with a smile, blocked the sword, feigning surprise. Attack. The disciples of the Holy Spirit sect swiftly charged in to assist Liu Yun in restraining the other sect's disciples. Jean Mozui's smile faded as his tone grew cold. Is the Holy Spirit sect's behavior a reminder for me to bring more people next time? Liang Chen ignored him, swinging his sword again. Umph. Jean Mozui snorted coldly, summoning a long staff, unafraid as he clashed with the sword. Mozui, don't hold back. All right. Jean Mozui laughed heartily as he flung out a barrage of talismans. Thunder, fiery flames, and ice spikes fell in a chaotic shower, the sounds of blood spattering and anguished cries filling the air. With cultivators occasionally being whisked away, Fu Yin lounged in his chair, watching with interest, even taking the time to shift positions, propping his chin on one hand, clearly enjoying the spectacle that he remarked, the thousand gold city truly knows how to spend. Jean Mozui replied with a smile. Not at all. Brother Fu was too kind that Ran swept past the chaos to stand before Fu Yin, her expression filled with concern. Senior brother, why are you here? Your health is poor. Didn't the master say for you to rest in the sect? Fu Yin replied with a gentle smile. It's nothing. I am well aware of my condition, ditto, fellow Taoist Fu. What a coincidence to see you again. Jiang Wanjun alighted from her sword, cheerfully greeting him. Chapter 12. Making a deal with the villain Fu Yin smiled lightly. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Fellow Taoist Jiang. Fellow Taoist Jiang sounds so unfamiliar. Just call me Wanjun, Jiang Wanjun said with an innocent demeanor. The Fu Yan's fingers trembled slightly, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Just a figment of his imagination, he thought, discreetly observing before slowly retracting his gaze. Ran glanced between them. Wanjun. So you know senior brother? I thought. What? It's nothing that I thought senior brother wouldn't have friends. That Ran stuck out her tongue discreetly. Meanwhile, the battle intensified, both sides unleashing their full fury. Jean Mozui, panting heavily, lowered his staff. Brother Liang, can we call it a day? Let us take a break. Liang Chun hesitated momentarily, but eventually agreed. However, Mozui, give it your all. It's all on you now. I'll support you. After motivating his brother, Jean Mozui mimicked Fu Yin, pulling out a chair to recline, exhaling deeply. That is so comfortable. I really need to learn more from Brother Fu. Liang Chun furrowed his brow, sheathing his sword as he stood by to observe. Jean Mozui, bolstered by encouragement, clumsily defended against Lu Yun's sword energy, exclaiming in frustration, I can barely keep this up. Still distracted, seizing the opportunity, Lu Yun attacked, his spirit sword slicing towards Jean Mozui's neck. Jean Mozui hastily produced a magical artifact, narrowly blocking the blow. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanjuan's attention drifted to another side, overlooked by others. Woof! Qiongqi let out a low growl, retreating warily while eyeing the approaching figures. Jiang Yuning cautiously edged closer, holding out the spiritual herbs favored by Qiongqi. Coaxing gently, come here, I won't harm you. The Qiongqi, weakened from accepting the inheritance, was indeed hungry. Even after confirming there was no danger, it hesitated to approach. Did I ask this the protagonist Halo? That large creature, are these people blind? Jiang Wanjun observed with a mix of irritation and amusement. Wanjun, why don't you give it a try? The Qiongqi cub has just received its inheritance. This is the perfect opportunity for a contract. Ran, following her gaze, tilted her head and reminded her. Jiang Wanjun exclaimed, Huh, you saw that? We all saw it, Ran pointed out. Only then did she notice that at some point, Liang Chun, Jean Mozui, and Fu Yin had all been quietly watching Jiang Yuning. The fool was me all along, she thought with a smile. Seemingly noticing her confusion, Ran explained, both senior brother and I have spirit pets under contract. Liang Chun is a sword cultivator, so he doesn't require one. As for Lord Jean, he can't compete with senior brother Liang, so he must rely on Jean Mozui. However, given that the members of the Holy Spirit sect are in the majority, the Lord of Gold City is restrained. And we are all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. It is not prudent for us to intervene. In other words, while the foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators may engage in minor skirmishes. Should they choose to interfere, it could lead to unpleasantness among the various sects once they emerge from the secret realm, that if those of equal standing were to clash, it would be difficult for even the mighty to predict the outcome. I have been rather naive. Watching the hesitant young Qiongqi draw closer to Jiang Yuning, Jiang Wanwan stroked her chin, her other hand slowly reaching for her storage pouch. Such a good little one. Come here to me. Jiang Yuning's voice grew increasingly gentle, yet her anxiety intensified. This was her best chance to turn the tables. She had to seize it, after her previous unsuccessful attempt to exchange spirit bones. She could only rely on medicinal pills to cultivate, but fortunately, her innate talent was exceptional, and she successfully established her foundation in just a few months, accompanying her senior brother Liang Chun to the secret realm. She encountered a suitable beast egg, and although the process was arduous, it ultimately came to her hands without incident. Now, the young Qiongqi, which held the promise of inheritance, stood before her. If she could successfully forge a contract, she would have a solid foundation to stand upon. Thinking of the benefits that would come from the contract, Jiang Yuning's breath quickened slightly. Woof. The young Qiongqi, which had been cautiously approaching, suddenly froze, its hesitant gaze transforming into one of longing. With an excited yelp, it raced forward, raising its paw in a swift dash. Wait! Jiang Yuning sprang up in alarm, reaching out in an attempt to catch it. Alas, the Qiongqi was remarkably swift, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Thankfully, having been too occupied with the treasures in the secret stash to eat, it seemed that those who could cook were indeed fortunate, extracting the still steaming roasted spirit beast meat from her storage pouch. Jiang Wanwan smiled broadly as she waved it, as expected. A furry figure swiftly appeared, accurately snapping its jaws around the spirit beast meat, its four short legs clinging tightly as it began to gnaw away with relish. Jiang Yuning? Jin Mo Xiao. And he ran? Fu Yin closed his eyes. Indeed, his ominous premonition had come to fruition. Wan, you are truly impressive. What kind of meat is this that can attract a Qiongqi? And Ran gazed curiously at the young Qiongqi, who was engrossed in its meal, her expression one of astonishment. Jiang Wanwan replied with a smile, "It's a secret, I'll tell you next time. Right now. The pressing matter is to find a solid support." Brother Fu. Fu Yin opened his eyes, calmly regarding Jiang Wanwan, who was eagerly approaching. Jiang Wanwan approached with small, tentative steps, lowering her voice. "Brother Fu, given our remarkable connection, would you be willing to lend me a hand? In the early stages, the villain always basks in glory, making them the best choice for support. Moreover, apart from appearing as a sickly beauty, Brother Fu seemed to possess a rather agreeable temperament, making him relatively easy to converse with." "Not quite." Fu Yin smiled faintly, jesting. "What assistance does Jiang Dao you wish for me to provide?" Jiang Wanwan stated, "This young Qiongqi and I share a bond. But as I am merely at the foundation establishment stage, it seems somewhat challenging to safely take it away. Brother Fu appears to have a good rapport with the other two. Might you be able to speak a few kind words on my behalf?" "A bond with you? A good rapport?" Fu Yin raised an eyebrow gently, observing the half-eaten spirit beast roast with interest, and remarked with a playful smile, "Jiang Dao, you has misunderstood. We are merely acquaintances. If you wish for them to relent, it will depend on your own capabilities." Jiang Wanwan. She knew it. All those tales of gentle, jade-like, sickly beauties were mere fabrications. It seems that without offering something of value, resolution will be unattainable. The MY abilities are hardly fit for discussion. Brother Fu, how about this? Let us strike a deal that if you can agree to my earlier request, once we exit the secret realm, I shall grant you 3 conditions within my means. What do you say? Gritting her teeth, Jiang Wanwan spoke softly. Fu Yin slightly narrowed his eyes, the mockery in his gaze fading as contemplation took its place. 3 conditions, you say? That sounds rather intriguing, that if he could procure a pill to calm the demonic energy within him, he likely held numerous secrets, while he had little interest in killing or plundering. The rarity of finding something that piqued his interest in this world was an opportunity worth exploring. Very well, the deal is struck. Fu Yin chuckled lightly, a hint of mirth dancing in his eyes, making the red mole on his face appear all the more captivating. Chapter 13. Clinging to the villain's leg, contracting the Qiongqi. All right. Gazing at his face, Jiang Wanwan found herself momentarily dazed. Truth be told, Fu Yin was strikingly handsome, and he possessed an allure that only grew with scrutiny, that if only he weren't so devious. With a slight tug at her lips, Jiang Wanwan chose to avert her gaze. "Having consumed my meat, let us now discuss the terms." She lifted the young Qiongqi, speaking leisurely. Wolf, the well-fed Qiongqi, innocently licked its lips, expressing confusion. "I don't understand what you're saying." "You wait. Everyone hold on. The Qiongqi has been taken." "What? Who did it?" "It was her. That girl who tossed the young Qiongqi to me back in the secret stash." At that moment, the 2 conflicting groups also noticed the situation, and someone quickly shouted for a halt. Jin Mo Zue and Lu Yun simultaneously withdrew, both turning to look at Jiang Wanwan. The difference was that Lu Yun's expression was one of shock tinged with confusion, while Jin Mo Zue's wore an air of bemusement mixed with a sense of inevitability. Truly, one who dared to throw a Qiongqi in front of its very eyes, now casually holding the already inherited young Qiongqi, was rather audacious. Lu Yun flew to Jiang Yuning's side, asking with bewilderment, "Junior sister, what is going on? Wasn't the Qiongqi about to choose you just now?" Jiang Yuning clenched her fists, her voice subdued. "I don't know. She suddenly produced a piece of charred meat, and the Qiongqi abandoned me for her." Charred meat. What kind of meat could possibly compare to the spirit herbs that the Chonchi loves to eat? Don't worry, I will discuss this with senior brother. The Chonchi has yet to forge a contract. There is still a chance that Liu Yun, unconvinced, approached Liang Chun and whispered, Senior brother, junior sister's constitution is frail. She desperately needs a spirit pet for protection, that we cannot simply hand it over. I understand. Liang Chun replied coolly. He turned his gaze to Fu Yin, who had been lounging in his chair, appearing as if he were an outsider. This man, though seemingly frail enough to cough blood intermittently, was well known among those familiar with him for being a madman not to be trifled with. He was ruthless, merciless to his enemies, and even harsher on himself. Until his intentions were clear, Liang Chun was unwilling to engage in any improper dealings. Jin Mo Xiao slumped in his chair, secretly observing Fu Yin. Jiang Wanwan glanced at Fu Yin, who appeared somewhat drowsy, his eyes closed as if he were napping, and she bit her finger, letting the crimson blood drip slowly from her fingertip. Senior brother? Liu Yun stared in disbelief at the indifferent senior brother, gritting his teeth and preparing to take matters into his own hands. Suddenly, Fu Yin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, lazily raised his hand to stifle a yawn, finally standing up. How noisy. A faint pressure descended upon Liu Yun, causing him to kneel with a thud, his face flushed, unable to move an inch. What does the Holy Spirit sect intend to do with my little junior sister? Liang Chun frowned slightly, using his Yuan Ing stage spiritual energy to shield himself from that pressure. That I apologize. Junior brother Liu is impulsive. I will discipline him properly. Brother Fu, please do not take offense. I had no idea you had a little junior sister. This is the first time we are hearing of it. Ignorance is no excuse, after all. Jin Mo Xiao laughed amiably, attempting to smooth over the situation. Fu Yin lowered his gaze, lazily retracting his spiritual energy. Jiang Wanwan muttered to herself, Follow me, and I guarantee you an endless supply of spirit beast meat. Of course, if you are unwilling, I shall not force you. She had done all she could. If the Chonchi was adamant about not choosing her, she would not compel it, that a forceful bond would yield no sweetness. Woof. The Chonchi remained still, as blood dripped from her fingertip, slowly manifesting intricate blood-red patterns upon its forehead. Contract established. The blood-red patterns split in two, racing into the bodies of both the human and the beast. The tender voice echoed in her mind. There will be an abundance of meat to feast upon. The young Chonchi's glistening eyes were fixed intently upon her. Jiang Wanwan maintained her composure, assuring, I know. Once we return, I will provide it for you. For now, you may rest. After storing the Chonchi within her spirit pet space, she turned and approached Fu Yin, gently patting an Ran's hand in a soothing manner. Ran obediently extended her hand to her, inquiring curiously, Wanwan, when did you become my little junior sister? Why has senior brother never mentioned you before? You should ask your senior brother about that. She herself was uncertain. How had she gone from seeking assistance to becoming the villain's junior sister? Chonchi has been contracted, and the farce is gradually coming to an end. Even though Jiang Yuning harbors an abundance of resentment within her heart, she cannot allow it to surface. Bowing her head, she bites her lip, causing droplets of blood to bead upon her lips, and the bitterness in her gaze is so intense that it nearly transforms into a tangible force. Jiang Wanyan, in her memories, was undeniably a pitiful creature, neglected by her father and unloved by her mother. Though her mother never divulged the matter of the spiritual bone to her, she had eavesdropped and learned of it. The moment she uncovered this news, a whirlwind of shock and elation consumed her. Although the thought of excavating bones filled her with disgust and dread, she could not deny her exhilaration. After all, she yearned intensely for ascendance, longing to escape her frail body. Thus she chose silence, feigning ignorance while patiently awaiting the time for the bone excavation to arrive. However, Jiang Wanyan fled, leaving her hopes in tatters. Her father's fury left her with no choice but to resort to the elixirs secretly hoarded by her mother, barely managing to enter the Holy Spirit sect. Fortunately, it seemed that heaven favored her, endowing her with exceptional talent, yet her frail constitution remained a thorn in her heart. She was unwilling to accept it. Why did Jiang Wanyan have to escape? She was merely a foolish girl with a spiritual bone. Her temperament abrasive and unpleasant, utterly unlikable. Yet upon encountering her again, she was eloquent and cunning, exuding a vibrant aura, devoid of the previous gloominess. This version of Jiang Wanyin pierced her eyes and sent her heart racing with trepidation. She never anticipated that upon their reunion, Jiang Wanyin would seize her Qiongqi and even receive protection from Fu Yin. What merits does Jiang Wanyin possess? The atmosphere grew quiet. Various gazes of curiosity, resentment, and confusion converged upon Jiang Wanyin alone. The center of attention. Jiang Wanyin lowered her brow and stood obediently behind Fu Yin. In moments like this, it was best to remain silent, for the benefits were already in hand. Why quibble over trifles? The secret realm was on the verge of dissipating, so let us depart. Liang Chen gestured, unwilling to witness Fu Yin any longer, as he led the disciples of the Holy Spirit sect away. Jin Mo Shao and Jin Mo Zue exchanged glances. Jiang Daoyu, congratulations on acquiring a spiritual pet like Qiongqi. I am Jin Mo Shao, and when you visit Qinjin City in the future, please mention my name. I shall personally host you. And I am Jin Mo Zhe. I hope we can exchange insights on contract beasts together. Jiang Wanyin replied with a polite smile. I will certainly seize the opportunity. But I shall follow my senior brother's arrangements. You are truly delightful. We shall take our leave now. Farewell. The two summoned a resplendent golden flying vessel and departed grandly. It is time for us to return as well. Fu Yin stated, summoning his flying sword and stepping onto it. Iran, come, let us ride on Shaotsong together. I'm not very skilled in sword flight. What did you just call me? Chapter 14. Small Sect. All villains and Iran tilted her head. Did I miscall you, junior sister? Just now, senior brother mentioned that this is junior sister. How wonderful. She is no longer the youngest. Jiang Wanyin silently ground her teeth in frustration. It is fine as long as you like it. How splendid. I now have a junior sister. I must tell second senior brother this delightful news. And Iran cheerfully mounted Shaotsong, pulling out a communication jade slip to message her second senior brother. Behind her, Jiang Wanyin, devoid of any interest, wrapped her arms around her waist. Outside the secret realm, the senior brother has emerged. The young city lord is majestic. Clap, 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 thud, 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 thud. The sound of the cultivators is truly terrifying. Each time the secret realm concludes, they're the most enthusiastic, their voices booming even as their throats grow hoarse. Look at this amplification stone, a product of Tianjin City. Its effectiveness is unmatched. Wow, as Jiang Wanyin emerged. She was nearly overwhelmed by the deafening sound waves and the eerie music. Silence. An elder soared into the air. The secret realm is about to close. All sect disciples must leave immediately. Do not delay. Furthermore, all sect disciples are to refrain from noise. The elder's voice, bolstered by spiritual power, echoed in everyone's ears. The two groups of disciples, one holding amplification stones and the other musical instruments, exchanged glances and reluctantly put their items away. On the journey back to the sect, Jiang Wanyin engaged in conversation with an Iran. Ibao, were those musicians just now? I haven't seen many of them in the secret realm. And Iran replied, yes, the techniques of musicians are quite unique, and their weapons are musical instruments, so generally, there aren't many opportunities for them in the secret realm. However, junior sister, you must not underestimate musicians. Although few in number, their methods are peculiar, and if you encounter them, you must exercise caution. Jiang Wanyin nodded, observing the rapidly passing scenery, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Have you completed the task? Side quest. Help an Iran safely exit the secret realm completed. Points have been credited. Hidden quest. Son of Qiongqi completed. Points have been credited. Wait, there is another task I completed as well. The system cannot be mistaken. Jiang Wanyin rolled her eyes. Did you not hear Fu Yin call me junior sister? Does that not count as joining the sect? The system. Feigning ignorance. This secret realm has truly yielded abundant rewards. Jiang Wanyin beamed as she gazed forward at the figure clad in white riding a sword. 3 birds with 1 arrow successfully infiltrated the inner circle. 2 hours later, a grand stone gate towering several meters high appeared before them. The trio landed, and Fu Yin suddenly clutched his mouth, coughing violently. Cough, 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 you senior brother. Fu Yin. Jiang Wanyin was the first to reach out and support him, her grip still cold as ice. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Fu Yin's face turned as pale as snow in an instant. His brows furrowed tightly, and his lips stained with blood, appearing extremely frail. The overwhelming sense of fragility caused Jiang Wanyin to instinctively hold her breath, careful not to exert too much pressure, fearing she might crush his wrist. "Where are the elixirs I gave you?" Fu Yin closed his eyes, breathing lightly, and shook his head slightly. "Elder, please hurry. Senior brother has coughed up blood again." And he ran, having summoned an elderly man from somewhere. Rushed over in haste, that I end the sect, waiting for Fu Yin's elixirs. Yao Wuji had no time to react before being dragged away by the suddenly bursting and he ran to double. Yao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically as he instantly appeared beside Fu Yin, sternly grasping his hand. "Didn't I tell you not to use spiritual power these past few days? Using it risks backlash. When will you learn to heed advice?" While Yao Wuji chastised him, he supported him and vanished from sight. Jiang Wanyin stared blankly at her empty hand. "Junior sister, are you all right?" And he ran, concerned, grasped her hand, thinking she was frightened, and hurriedly reassured her senior brother's health has always been like this. "Do not worry, with Elder Yao around, he will be fine. He is the head of the 10,000 Medicine Valley and possesses exceptional medical skills. Let us head inside. I will show you where you will reside." "I am fine, merely taken by surprise." Regaining her composure, Jiang Wanyin replied succinctly and followed her into the sect. Climbing the mountain path, they arrived at a courtyard nestled amidst the lush green trees. An Iran spoke as they walked. "Our sect is small, unable to compare with the larger sects. With your addition, we total only 5 members. The master says that small sects do not require excessive formalities. So we can practice and seek treasures without needing to report every time. It is quite free. Let me think. What else have I not mentioned? Oh, right, I haven't introduced our members to you yet. First, there is our master. He does not like staying in the sect and enjoys wandering, occasionally returning to check on us. Then there is senior brother. He prefers tranquility, often taking elixirs and retreating for cultivation due to his frail health. So we generally do not disturb him. That as for second senior brother, well, let us leave that for later. You will understand when you meet him." Jiang Wanyin listened quietly as they arrived at a certain courtyard. "This will be your residence. Although no one has lived here before, it has always been kept clean with the cleansing technique, so you can move in directly." She waved her hand to open the door. The courtyard was modestly arranged, featuring a pavilion, a pond, and wild grass scattered harmoniously around. Inside, there was only one room, furnished with an exquisite wooden bed and a flagstone floor, appearing somewhat empty and devoid of warmth. "Junior sister Wanyin, please sit. I will go check on senior brother, then go ahead." After any ran left, Jiang Wanyin began to tidy the room, arranging the simple bedding, and then took out Qiongqi. "Meat," she interrupted the spellcasting. "Let us not discuss this now. I do not have time to roast meat for you. First, digest your inheritance, woo-woo." The Qiongqi, having absorbed the inheritance, had grown considerably since their first encounter, resembling a half-grown dog with fur tinged red and gold. Hearing its master's words, it whimpered in grievance, nearly rolling on the bed in a fit. "You lied. You clearly said that following you would mean endless meat. Be good, don't act spoiled. Eat some spiritual herbs to tide you over." Taking out the spiritual herbs, Jiang Wanyin gently patted its head as she stepped outside to sit in the pavilion. Side quest. Join the sect completed. Points have been credited. Current remaining points, 195. Jiang Wanyin rested her chin on her hand. System. "Tell me, can Fu Yin's illness be cured?" After a moment, the screen finally lit up. That no Jiang Wanyin silently stared at those 2 words, feeling neither disappointment nor anger. She was simply curious. Why? That is not an illness. In Chapter 15 of The Long Path of Cultivation, an unexpected answer nearly caused Jiang Wanquan to lose her grip on reality. Not an illness? My task is to ensure that the antagonist survives until the grand finale. Yet Fu Yin does not appear in the story's conclusion at all. The IT solely relies on the contingency plans he left behind to force the protagonists into a corner. According to an unnamed male character, Fu Yin seems to have met an untimely demise. Are you jesting? If he is dead, wouldn't my mission come to an immediate end? Then what is there to play at? Just wait for death. Calm down. The host can now assist the antagonist Fu Yin in recuperating his health. Tests indicate a 50% chance that the antagonist Fu Yin can endure until the conclusion. Keep it up. A friendly reminder. The host may wish to explore the infinite mall. Perhaps there are surprises in store. The serious atmosphere dissipated instantly. All this talk was merely a ploy to trick her into spending money. Absurd system. Jiang Wanquan coldly shut her eyes. Spend money? Aye, Jiang Wanquan. would never repeatedly spin for the same man. 1 minute later, she opened them all, meticulously browsing through the dazzling array of products that don't ask. Just know it's painful for her pride. She, Jiang Wanquan, was indeed willing to spend money on the same man at Fu Yan's residence. The rich scent of medicine wafted with a bitter undertone. Inside the bamboo house, Fu Yan, clad only in a white undergarment, reclined against a soft pillow, his long, jet-black hair cascading messily down his back, with only a few strands resting against his pale face. His eyelashes fluttered lightly as he opened his eyes, lazily propping up his chin. "Why are you looking at me with such a gaze? Do you think I willingly remain in this dilapidated sect with not a soul around? All out of concern for your health?" Yao Wuji, holding medicine, burst into the room and, upon seeing his slothful demeanor, erupted in fury. "Look at yourself. You are on the brink of a severe illness, yet remain so careless. Put on the moon fox fur. Put it on. Your body is as fragile as delicate glass. It requires meticulous care. I thought you were improving after taking the elixir, but look at this. If I hadn't happened to be here, your life would have been forfeit. You infuriate me. Are you even listening? Put it on." In stark contrast to Yao Wuji's frantic reaction, Fu Yin remained unperturbed, fiddling with a Bodhi bead bracelet in his hand. "I owe you for my past life." Yao Wuji, exasperated, carefully placed the medicine down and then roughly picked up the discarded moon fox fur cloak, draping it over Fu Yin with a mix of care and impatience. Fu Yin spoke with a calmness tinged with resignation. "The sect is protected by a great formation, maintaining a perpetual spring. The cold cannot intrude. Humph, your body must be shielded from even the slightest breeze. So just listen to me." Yao Wuji huffed, silently lamenting that even if he could not cure you, at least he could help you live a bit longer. "Drink the medicine, and I will help you regulate your internal energy once more." Fu Yan's gaze fell upon the bowl containing the pale, red medicinal liquid. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "When did the lord of Wan Yao Valley learn to brew medicinal soups like a mortal?" Unfazed by the jest, Yao Wuji replied, "While elixirs are convenient, they take time to refine, and their potency can be overwhelming. You are not in a state to utilize your energy. This broth, although absorbed slowly, is quick to prepare and is mild and nourishing, perfect for you. Moreover, I added that broken demon-repelling elixir you gave me. Its effects will undoubtedly surpass those of the previous elixirs. Enough chatter, drink up. I have other matters to attend to and cannot waste time with you," that he urged impatiently. To Fu Yin sighed softly, lifting the bowl with fingers that were stark white against the dark surface of the bowl, resembling finely carved jade. After taking a sip, Fu Yin froze. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Fu Yin maintained a stoic expression as he swallowed the bitter medicine, the taste so acrid it made his fingertips tremble. "This medicine is too bitter to swallow." After downing half, he discreetly exhaled, feeling as though his mouth had lost all sensation due to the overwhelming bitterness. "What did you put in this medicine?" Yao Wuji sensed something amiss. Fu Yin had never been this hesitant with his medicine before. "It's all premium healing elixirs, along with that broken demon-repelling elixir." "Why do you ask? Are you afraid I poisoned you?" He quipped, "In a sense. That is not entirely off the mark." Fu Yin tilted his head back and finished the medicine, leaving not a drop behind. Whether it was an illusion or not, his complexion seemed to redden slightly. "This medicine works remarkably well. I will send this recipe to your junior sister and have you drink it from now on." Yao Wuji nodded vigorously, feeling a surge of satisfaction at the positive feedback on his medical skills, happily stroking his beard as he exited. Once he left, Fu Yin slowly exhaled, his head throbbing as he closed his eyes. "That I need to find a way to alter this medicine." "Brother Fu, may I come in?" Outside, Jiang Wanquan held a glass bowl. "Come in." With permission granted, she stepped inside, navigating around the screen, and immediately spotted Fu Yin reclined against the bed, engrossed in a scroll. The room was imbued with a faint medicinal aroma, rich yet bitter. Jiang Wanquan inhaled, finding it quite pleasant, even somewhat familiar. It seemed similar to the scent she had previously detected on Fu Yin, yet subtly different. The fragrance on him was even more inviting. Fu Yin closed the scroll, a hint of fatigue shadowing his expression. There's something you need?" "Oh, I realized I hadn't visited Brother Fu in a few days, and after hearing from Bao that you had awakened, I came to see you." Jiang Wanquan returned to her senses, opening the glass bowl, I made some food, and after consulting with the esteemed elder, it's good for your health, so I brought it for you to try. The glass bowl was roughly the size of a fist, filled to the brim with square, milk tea-colored pastries dusted with a tender green powder. They looked delightful, yet unfortunately, he was not fond of sweet pastries. Fu Yin, lacking enthusiasm, replied with a faint smile, "You are too kind. Then I shall let Brother Fu rest. I won't disturb you any longer." Jiang Wanquan had no intention of watching him eat and turned to leave. "Wait!" Fu Yin suddenly called out to her. There's something you need." "Brother Fu. Since entering, you have referred to me as Brother Fu. Do you not intend to address me differently?" Jiang Wanquan leaned against the door, smiling mischievously. "Is this the first condition?" Fu Yin raised an eyebrow, amused. "Of course not. I simply keep my word. Since I publicly declared you as my junior sister, I certainly won't retract it easily." "How dull." Jiang Wanquan pouted, turning to step out the door. "Did I end the final moment?" She raised her voice. "Brother, that delicacy is not meant for storage. Eat it while it's warm. It is a token of sincerity from your junior sister." Her footsteps faded into the distance. The Fu Yin stood in a daze for a moment before shaking his head with a light chuckle, turning his gaze back to the glass bowl. After pondering for a moment, he lifted it and took a piece into his mouth. The taste was cool and sweet. The tender green powder had a hint of freshness, and as he chewed, the creamy richness burst forth, swiftly dispelling the lingering bitterness of the medicine. The flavor was surprisingly delightful. Chapter 16. Setting off to find the second senior brother unbeknownst to him. The glass bowl soon lay empty. Fu Yin stared at the slight residue of green powder on his fingertips, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe it clean. This pastry is far superior to Yao Wuji's medicine. After finishing, Fu Yin felt even more fatigued, removing the moon fox fur and settling down for a peaceful slumber. Noticing the steady breathing from within, Yao Wuji, seated outside in the courtyard, huffed quietly and took a piece of pastry from the table that was identical to what Fu Yin had just consumed. "This brat has such good fortune. Where did he find such a capable young lady? It's a pity to waste such skill on food. If only she would study medicine with me. Her future would be boundless." Munching contentedly, Yao Wuji completely forgot about his need to return to Wanyao Valley. The flavor is truly delightful. Combining spiritual herbs with food is a brilliant idea. She even included sleep-inducing spiritual fruits. Not bad at all. Yao Wuji savored the pastries, thoroughly enjoying himself and completely neglecting his urgency to depart for Wanyao Valley. System, I feel like a foolish and indulgent empress, serving Fu Yin comfortably while I am left financially destitute. Jiang Wanquan lay sprawled like a salted fish on her chair, venting to the system. For Fu Yin, she had spent dozens of points in the mall purchasing a comprehensive guide to medicinal foods, daily concocting various dishes for him. Without any spiritual herbs on hand, she had no choice but to spend points from the mall. In just a few months, she was nearly bankrupt. Fortunately, it was not without reward. During this time, Fu Yin's complexion had finally brightened, and he had not experienced the previous bouts of severe coughing. It was somewhat gratifying, but not overwhelmingly so. The previously quiet system suddenly reappeared. Side quest. Bring the antagonist Luo Han back to the Falling Sky sect. Deadline: 1 month. Who is Luo Han? Your second senior brother, dear. Perhaps due to her excessive spending of points recently, the system's tone had grown increasingly familiar. Jiang Wanquan, startled from her stupor, sat upright. Right, she had a second senior brother. The Falling Sky sect, a haven for antagonists. What a blissful paradise. It's time to make some money. Ibao, come here. I made a lot of delicious food today. With a jade slip, she sent a message, and soon a figure appeared in the courtyard. Iran eagerly sat down, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, so much delicious food. Junior Sister Wanquan, you are simply the best. Upon the table lay an array of delectable dishes: sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, 8 treasure duck, and glutinous rice balls and wine, accompanied by drinks crafted from spiritual fruits. The culinary prodigy, Jiang Wanquan, who could recite the compendium of medicinal cuisine with ease, now found great pleasure in cooking, her dishes imbued with restorative properties. During this time, Iran had been fortunate to follow her senior brother, savoring a plethora of delightful treats, and had long been captivated by the exquisite skills of her junior sister. Wanquan Woof, the once diminutive Cheongqi, now grown to the height of a calf, blissfully snorted bubbles from its nose. Having absorbed the legacy stone, it had already stepped into the golden core stage. Once satiated, Jiang Wanquan shifted to the matter at hand. Bao, do you have some free time lately? Yes, came the reply. Splendid. How about accompanying me on an outing? Jiang Wanquan proposed. Annie Ran, puzzled, asked out. Where to visit your second senior brother, Jiang Wanquan suggested that I have been at Luo Tiansek for some time. Yet I have yet to meet him even once. Why not seize this opportunity to make his acquaintance? However, Annie Ran lowered her head shyly. I don't know where he is and I'm sorry, junior sister. Jiang Wanquan was taken aback. You don't know? Then who does? Surely, he hasn't vanished in a thin air, that I know. Annie Ran raised her hand. Senior brother must know. He knows everything to Fu Yin. Well, that's a misstep. Jiang Wanquan sighed that I shall seek out senior brother. You keep an eye on Xiongqi, and I want TB long. Turning, Jiang Wanquan made her way to Fu Yan's residence. Knock, knock. Jiang Wanquan rapped on the door, softly inquiring through the crack. Senior brother, are you asleep? Senior brother, you're not asleep, are you? If not, may I come in? After a moment, a deep, hoarse voice emerged from within. Come I in to it seemed he had just awakened. His voice languid, low, and magnetic, sending tingles through the listener's ears. A sensation akin to enchantment. Jiang Wanquan, feeling slightly uncomfortable, pinched her ear and stepped inside. Senior brother, you're awake. What a coincidence. I have something to discuss with you. Speak that on the bed, Fu Yin wore only a thin undergarment. His attire slightly disheveled from sleep, revealing several inches of fair skin. The remnants of slumber lingered in his features, his exquisite visage cast downward, lashes casting shadows that silently hinted at a lord Dadum. I wish to find my second senior brother. I heard from Bao that you might know his whereabouts, so I came to inquire. Luohan? Fu Yin opened his eyes, devoid of weariness. After a moment of contemplation, he made no inquiry into her reasons and simply remarked, It has been quite a while since I last saw him. In a few days, I shall accompany you to seek him out. Though this was an unexpected development, Jiang Wanquan could not refuse, and with a resigned nod replied, Very well, senior brother. Until we meet again. With his drowsiness dissipated, Fu Yin retrieved a communication jade slip from his spatial pouch, inscribing a message with a wave of his hand. The slip shimmered and soon revealed a line of text. Zonghua City. The Zonghua secret realm will soon open. Zonghua City. How absurd. Fu Yin frowned, stowing the slip away. Days later. Qiongqi, take a leaf from Xiaocang's book. You must aspire to develop in this direction. Understand? The howling of the wolf echoed as it stood regally at the sex entrance that in stark contrast. Qiongqi, nestled at her feet, seemed to possess no noteworthy qualities beyond its endearing demeanor. Jiang Wanquan crouched down to instruct it. Qiongqi gazed up at the wolf, appearing to comprehend, when suddenly a massive crimson-haired beast descended, shattering countless bricks, its mane bristling, a striking mix of gold and red, with dark clouds swirling around its hooves. Master, do you wish to ride me? Qiongqi affectionately nudged her. How dashing! Jiang Wanquan exclaimed, delighting in mounting the beast. Senior brother, you need not wield your sword. I shall ride with junior sister Wanquan. You can take Xiaocang instead. Annie Ran suggested upon spotting Fu Yin emerging from the sect that no need. We will save time and use the teleportation talismans. Fu Yin replied, shaking his head as he conjured 3 high-grade teleportation talismans. Annie Ran gasped, covering her mouth. Teleportation talismans? Are we going somewhere far? And high-grade ones at that? Indeed, we are heading to Zonghua City. Zonghua City. Jiang Wanquan pondered, recalling its mention in the narrative. It was a place shrouded in mystery and power. A convergence of spiritual energy, an innate blessed land. It ranked among the foremost cultivation cities in the realm, governed by stringent rules, and notably, the only place where demonic cultivators were permitted entry. Most intriguingly, the Lord of Zonghua City had never appeared before the public eye, leading some to speculate that he might be of the demonic sect. Chapter 17. Zonghua City, Lord's Pavilion. I never expected my second senior brother would be there. Annie Ran exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. Zonghua City? How wonderful! I haven't visited in ages, and to think my second senior brother is there. What a delight! She eagerly leaped from Xiaocang's back, seizing Jiang Wanquan's hand. Impatient to set off, caught off guard, Jiang Wanquan stumbled. And before she could question, a flash of light ignited as the teleportation talisman activated. Zhonghua City, a mysterious city devoid of guards, bustling with passing cultivators. The streets thrived with life, reminiscent of the human realm, filled with the aroma of food and warmth. The city's heart stood the imposing Lord's Pavilion, from which one could survey the entire expanse of Zhonghua City. Swish, 3 figures materialized at the city entrance. Senior brother, Zhonghua City is vast. Where shall we locate my second senior brother? Patience. First let us find a place to rest, Fu Yin replied, his pace unhurried. Today, he donned a red cloud-patterned inner robe. Draped in a silver-white outer robe, the layers of red and white flowing elegantly, captivating many gazes as he moved. As they stepped out of the entrance, countless eyes were drawn to them. Jiang Wanquan trailed behind, feeling somewhat distressed. Could you perhaps provide me with some plot details? I haven't paid much attention to this book, and I can't recall the storyline of Zhonghua City. That is not permissible. Dear, you must explore on your own, the system coldly replied. Jiang Wanquan clicked her tongue, exasperated at the lack of compassion. What use are you really? Please refrain from personal attacks on the system. A moment later, a hidden task was triggered. Explore Zhonghua City and check in at various renowned locations. Successful completion will yield special rewards. Special rewards? Not points? Jiang Wanquan's interest peaked, revealing a warm smile. System, I take back my previous words. You truly are the most understanding system in existence. Can you divulge what the special reward is? You even know how to use ellipses, Jiang Wanquan marveled. The system chose to feign ignorance, Jiang Wanquan chuckled, though her eyes reflected contemplation. Having spent some time in this world and completed numerous tasks for the system, she had discerned certain patterns. Undoubtedly, this system issued tasks centered around the antagonists, likely aiming to alter their fates through her actions. As for the reasons behind this, she was not particularly curious, as their relationship was mutually beneficial. Nonetheless, this task piqued her interest. Exploring Zhonghua City, could it possibly be linked to the antagonists? Stealing a glance at an Iran, who was scanning the surroundings, she shook her head. Impossible, it doesn't seem likely. Then, her gaze shifted to Fu Yin ahead of them. Perhaps there's a resemblance, Jiang Wanquan mused. Here we are. Fu Yin came to a halt. Jiang Wanquan looked up, nearly exclaiming in surprise. Before her stood a resplendently adorned pavilion, boldly marked with the words, Lord's Pavilion. So soon revealed? In broad daylight, with no attempt to conceal it. At that moment, a figure emerged from within the pavilion, dressed in a blue robe, holding a fan, exuding a gentle demeanor, his face adorned with a welcoming smile. Brother Fu, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The guest rooms have been prepared, and a feast awaits. Please follow me. Jiang Wanquan. And he ran. Wanquan, why are you standing there in a daze? Aren't you hungry? Let us hurry inside to eat. What is senior brother's connection to Zhonghua City? Jiang Wanquan finally inquired, realizing her lack of understanding. Oh, I forgot you were unaware. And Iran elucidated. Senior brother is good friends with the Lord of Zhonghua City. Therefore, whenever he visits, he stays at the Lord's Pavilion. We are fortunate to benefit from senior brother's favor. The accommodations here are incredibly comfortable, and the food is exquisite. Unfortunately, senior brother seldom visits, and when I do come, I usually find a random inn to stay in. Jiang Wanquan wore a deadpan expression. So I was overthinking things. Indeed, having an overactive imagination was not a commendable habit. The blue-robed cultivator regarded Jiang Wanquan with curiosity. By the way, who is this? Fu Yin lowered his gaze. Speaking in a calm tone, this is my junior sister, Jiang Wanquan. So you are the junior sister. I am Qing Song, an elder of Zhonghua City. Qing Song performed a respectful bow to Jiang Wanquan. Pleasure to meet you, Elder Qing Song. Everyone, please follow me. Qing Song guided them forward, traversing the long corridor, until the view suddenly opened up before them. A splendid aerial loft emerged, encircled by intricately carved sandalwood corridors and balustrades, beneath which thrived countless spiritual herbs infused with ethereal energy. Various precious spiritual herbs, highly valued in the outside world, were scattered about, yet here they merely served to embellish the grandeur of the loft. Ascending to the loft, the interior boasted an elegant decor that exuded a classical ambience. The four took their seats, and upon the table lay a dozen exquisite dishes, seemingly glowing. Qing Song addressed Fu Yin. Brother Fu, these delicacies have been specially prepared by the Feast Pavilion, each one tailored to your taste. The Dio indulged. Fu Yin maintained an indifferent expression, picking up his chopsticks to sample a dish. Jiang Wanjun took a bite and nodded in approval. The flavor was indeed delightful, the broth light and non-greasy, and the meat tender and savory. Qing Tsang discreetly furrowed his brow. He noticed that Fu Yin had only taken a few bites before laying down his chopsticks. Merely cradling his teacup and sipping tea slowly, that it seemed he needed to change his guess once again, that he lowered his gaze to mask his displeasure. After the meal, Qing Tsang dispatched someone to escort Jiang Wanjun, and then he ran to their rooms for rest. Once the door was closed, Qing Tsang immediately knelt on one knee. That my lord, forgive me. I failed to prepare a satisfactory banquet for you, that I shall make immediate arrangements. Fu Yin shook his head lightly. It matters not to you. During this period, his meals had all been prepared by Jiang Wanjun, and his palate appeared to have become somewhat discerning. This was not good news. Fu Yin squinted, instinctively tapping his fingers lightly against the table. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on Qing Tsang's back. His breathing slowed, and he dared not make a sound. He could sense that his lord's mood was somewhat displeased. Time flowed slowly. Fu Yin remained silent, and Qing Tsang dared not utter a word, kneeling upright. The sudden knock at the door shattered the silence within the room. Who is it? Elder Qing Tsang, Senior Jiang has sent me with some food. The door swung open abruptly, and Qing Tsang had already resumed his standing posture. The maid, head bowed and eyes averted, placed the tray down, arranging 3 glass bowls neatly along with the utensils. After completing her task, she exited swiftly. Wait, did Senior Jiang instruct you to prepare this? The maid replied, yes. Upon returning to her residence after the banquet, Senior Jiang requested that I take her to the kitchen, that I witnessed her prepare these personally. They have been checked and are without issue. Senior Jiang noted that you hardly touched your food, hence she arranged for some to be brought over. Be on your way. Yes. The maid exited carefully, closing the door behind her. Chapter 18. Visit to the Treasure Pavilion. Qing Tsang's expression was peculiar. Fu Yin, unfazed, picked up his chopsticks and began to taste the dishes. The room fell silent once more, save for the gentle clinking of chopsticks against the glass bowls. Qing Tsang observed, silently recalling the appearance of Jiang Wanjun he had just seen. Highlighting the point, Iran is naturally lively and spirited. She will likely lead her to wander around Flower Burial City, so send someone to follow and keep an eye on them. Who she is self-evident. Qing Tsang understood. Here, let her have this. After a brief pause, Fu Yin produced an item and casually tossed it into Qing Tsang's arms. Qing Tsang caught it deftly, his pupils constricting sharply as he recognized the object. He discreetly stowed it away, responding respectfully before slowly exiting on the other side, and he linked arms with Jiang Wanjun, curiously asking, Wanjun, where did you just go? I went next door looking for you, but you weren't there. Just went out for a stroll. Jiang Wanjun replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Of course. I went to prepare a meal for a certain picky villain, spoiling him with such delicacies. Where are we off to now? To shop. There's a street in Flower Burial City that is particularly lively. It has everything. Let us go. And Iran exclaimed, pulling her along. As they landed, the clamor of voices erupted around them. Spiritual fruits for sale. 500 spirit stones, a bargain. You won't be disappointed. Freshly steamed beast meat buns, 3 for 5 spirit stones. Transportation beasts, heavenly horses, cloud lions, come and see. Divine calculations, friend, care for fortune-telling. Love predictions, guaranteed spiritual connection, priority for those with fate. Jiang Wanjun chewed on a spiritual meat bun. A certain impoverished beast perched on her shoulder, while she also nibbled on a large meat bun. Iran stood still, scanning the surroundings, contemplating their next adventure. An hour passed, and they had strolled nearly half the street. Jiang Wanjun appeared somewhat disinterested, while Iran seemed more invigorated with each step. A love prediction. How accurate is that? You must be new to Flower Burial City, right? Look at my sign. My reputation as an old master here is second to none. My predictions are unfailing, and if they prove inaccurate, no fee will be charged. Given the connection I see between us, how about I draw a fortune for you? Swallowing her mouthful of meat bun, Jiang Wanjun curiously approached the stall. The vendor was an old master, looking rather eccentric, while a female cultivator stood before him, dressed in a pink gown, adorned with bells and a storage pouch at her waist. A love prediction? Jiang Wanjun inquired, intrigued. The female cultivator nodded in agreement, and upon hearing this, the old master picked up a turtle shell from the table, stuffing a few copper coins inside before shaking it randomly. The old master closed his eyes, murmuring incantations. The copper coins spilled onto the table, and the old master examined them, occasionally gesturing with his fingers. Desire does not deceive, but people can be deceived. The female cultivator looked puzzled. What does that mean? Cough. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. I can only say that you must exercise caution regarding this romantic endeavor, the old master declared, shaking his head with an air of mystery. The female cultivator pondered thoughtfully, producing spirit stones to hand over, her expression one of unease as she departed. Bang. Apologies, I was momentarily distracted. Did I cause any trouble, friend? And Iran shook her head. No, it's all right. This sister, you were just predicting love, weren't you? It seems like there may have been some issues with that. The female cultivator lowered her head. It's nothing. It's just that the prediction was inaccurate. Inaccurate? I have a solution. And Iran's eyes lit up, pointing proudly at Jiang Wanjun. My junior sister possesses a flying sword specially designed to identify scoundrels. It's remarkably accurate. The scoundrel who deceived me of my wealth was driven away by her. Jiang Wanjun. The female cultivator appeared intrigued. Really? Of course. And Iran, noticing her skepticism, dragged her over to Jiang Wanjun, proudly declaring, "This is my junior sister. She is exceptionally kind and an excellent cook, Jiang Wanjun. You can promote me. But there is no need to go this far. Isn't that the shy Ebao who would blush at a mere word. It seems the well-behaved little darling I met initially was merely an illusion. Greetings, I am Yin Yu, a sound cultivator." Yin Yu said with a polite smile, "That a sound cultivator?" Jiang Wanjun replied, "I suppose I'm somewhat of a sword cultivator. As for identifying scoundrels, Ebao was merely joking. Don't take it seriously that if I admit to it, will people think I'll specialize in identifying scoundrels in the future? While it might be quite profitable, I have no interest in others' romantic histories or peculiar thought processes. Most importantly, encountering deceitful words irritates me. Why seek out discomfort?" And Iran intended to say more, but was silenced by a glance from Jiang Wanjun. Yin Yu appeared somewhat disappointed. "That is all right. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave." That Iran, feeling glum, turned to Jiang Wanjun. "All right, Ebao, I'll accompany you for the entire day, okay? Where shall we go next?" "To the largest treasure pavilion in Flower Burial City. There are countless treasures to behold." And Iran's mood lifted at the mention of the treasure pavilion, her eyes shining with excitement. "Let us go take a look then." The treasure pavilion, the largest marketplace for treasures in Flower Burial City, where fortunes have been squandered and riches amassed. Whether it be secret realm news, magical artifacts, spirit pets, or top-tier elixirs, everything could be found there, as long as one had wealth. Everything was attainable. "Ladies, please step inside. The first floor offers items for those at the Golden Core stage and below. The second floor caters to those at the God Transformation stage and above. And as for the third floor, items there cannot be measured in spirit stones, but require equivalent exchanges." Upon entering the treasure pavilion, someone immediately approached to provide an introduction, presenting them with 2 lists. They were filled with products, clearly priced, a thick stack that was overwhelming to peruse. "Wanjun, you've just entered the Golden Core stage. It's the perfect time to purchase some elixirs and magical artifacts. You should replace your old ones with something sturdier," and Iran advised earnestly as she sifted through the elixirs. Jiang Wanjun also expressed curiosity as she examined the magical artifacts that it is indeed time for a new durable sword. As a sword cultivator, how could I be without a stylish and impressive sword? Are you certain you saw that item in her possession? I am confident. The informant is reliable. Qin Song personally gifted it to her. There is no mistake. In a certain corner, 2 individuals donning ghostly masks were communicating telepathically. "All right, keep a close watch on her. The moment she exits the treasure pavilion, act immediately." "Understood." In another corner, "Have you seen the portrait? Wait for the opportune moment to act. Bring her to the specified location and follow my previous instructions. That clear?" "No problem, young master. We are seasoned hands at this. Just wait and see." That fool dared to question me. It is time to make my exit. The young master is indeed wise. Chapter 19. Encountering a scoundrel again, abducted. Successfully checked into the treasure pavilion at long last, as Jiang Wanjiao roamed the first floor. The system notified her of a successful check-in. Could it be that I must circle around everywhere else in the same manner? Jiang Wanjiao murmured to herself, clutching the selected long sword as she proceeded to the checkout. Is the Falling Sky sect so impoverished? Its disciples can only afford such inferior-tier spirit swords. How about this? You exchange for an Earth-tier spirit sword, and I shall cover the cost for you? A familiar voice interjected, laced with an irksome tone. Jiang Wanjiao turned her head, squinting at the newcomer. I thought some dog was barking, but it turns out to be you. Sun Nan scoffed, still as sharp-tongued as ever. Yet, what a pity it is that you can merely wield your tongue. A person who cannot even afford an Earth-tier spirit sword should not be putting on airs. How about offering me an apology? And I shall gift you one. Jiang Wanjiao scrutinized him, noting his ostentatious attire and the spirit accessories adorning his waist and hands, all of considerable value. Leaning closer, she detected a faint fragrance emanating from him. Her tone turned peculiar. Are you being kept? Being kept? What do you mean? Sun Nan was perplexed. Have you found yourself a wealthy female cultivator to spend her money? Sun Nan's face flushed with indignation. How dare you speak such slander? He retorted loudly, though internally, he felt a twinge of insecurity. In a certain sense, she was not mistaken. His recently acquired backup was indeed quite affluent. But so what, he taunted. Hasn't Tia Naran come with you? I recall she is quite wealthy. Didn't you borrow some from her? With your eloquence, it should be a simple task to dupe that foolish woman into giving you money. Jiang Wanjiao laughed. Oh, I truly apologize. I pride myself on my dignity. Unlike certain individuals, I cannot brazenly deceive others or shamelessly solicit money from female cultivators, engaging in actions beneath even a beggar. What do you say? Sun Daoyu? Sun Nan was infuriated, having struggled to retort, his eyes reddening with rage. Check out. He angrily slammed his purchases onto the table. The attendant swiftly prepared the items, totaling 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, plus 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Sun Nan produced a storage bag. I shall cover this lady's expenses as well. There's no need for formality. After all, you've been of great assistance to me. And I wish to rid myself of that foolish woman. Jiang Wanjiao observed his purchases thoughtfully, suddenly sighing, what a pity. I had hoped to see what treasures the second floor holds that I never expected someone as affluent as Sun Daoyu could only shop on the first floor. Suddenly, she exclaimed, oh, I forgot. Entry to the second floor is restricted to those of the core formation stage and above. Sun Daoyu does not meet the criteria. That it seems that wealth holds little value. Strength is the ultimate truth. If I cannot ascend, can you? If you manage to go up and afford the items there, I would gladly kneel before you. Sun Nan, filled with pent-up frustration, blurted without hesitation. Is that truly the case? Sun Nan scoffed, of course. But it must be you who ascends. Seeking assistance is out of the question. Truly a naive fool, visiting the treasure pavilion for the first time and still unaware of the dangers here. To think you believe you can simply ascend to such a place. Utterly absurd. Jiang Wanjiao turned around, walking towards the staircase leading to the second floor under Sun Nan's scrutinizing gaze, ascending slowly. Sun Nan stared in shock, but soon burst out laughing. Ha! How could there be such a foolish woman? Suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly. Jiang Wanjiao had made it to the top and then returned, stopping midway down the stairs to gaze down at him. Her smile appeared devilish in Sun Nan's eyes. Come now, if not now to kneel. When else? What is this? Sun Nan turned in disbelief, pointing at her as he shouted, Does the treasure pavilion not value rules the utmost? Did you not see? She has violated the regulations. Why are you not punishing her? The attending cultivator suddenly chuckled. The guests are often unaware, although the second floor is restricted to those at the nascent soul stage and above. In reality, with special permission, one may enter. This esteemed guest, she is a distinguished patron of the treasure pavilion, and not only can she access the second floor, she can roam freely throughout the entire establishment. Sun Nan was left dumbfounded. Distinguished guest? Free to come and go? What nonsense! Jiang Wanjiao, you did this on purpose. He finally realized all this betting was merely her bait to humiliate him. He lunged towards Jiang Wanjiao. Raising his hand to strike her face, that a hand unexpectedly reached from behind, lightly grasping his neck. The treasure pavilion prohibits brawling. Provoking a distinguished guest incurs greater penalties, that a hoarse voice whispered in Sun Nan's ear. The shadow of death loomed over him. Trembling, he collapsed to the ground, Unable to utter a word of plea, Jiang Wanjiao was equally startled. Where did this dark figure spring from? It nearly scared her to death. The shadow spoke. Esteemed guest, I apologize for the disturbance. Let him fulfill the wager now. The hand released, and Sun Nan lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath. That I'm sorry. It was my fault. His head struck the ground with a loud thud. Sun Nan was drenched in sweat, sensing that if he did not comply, death awaited him. Is the esteemed guest satisfied? Satisfied? Very well. The shadow swiftly took Sun Nan away. The attending cultivator promptly approached, respectfully stating, Esteemed guest, all your expenditures today at the Treasure Pavilion are entirely complimentary, and you may freely select items from the second floor. Why do you refer to me as esteemed guest? Is it because of this? Jiang Wanjiao produced a token, waving it before him. The cultivator glanced at it and immediately lowered his head, apologizing. We are merely following orders. We are not privy to other matters. Recalling the expression on Qin Tsang's face when he handed her the token, Jiang Wanjiao fell into contemplation. That if it's free, please prepare several of these spirit medicines for me. That it's once. Please wait a moment. After acquiring the spirit medicines and spirit sword, Jiang Wanjiao chose not to ascend to the second floor and instead turned to search for an Iran, who had seemingly vanished. Iran, where are you? She retrieved the communication jade slip to send her a message. Shortly, words appeared on the slip that I've exited through the back door. The back door? Jiang Wanjiao felt a bit perplexed but still inquired for directions and found her way to the back door. Pushing it open, she found herself in an alley. Not far away, a figure was scanning the surroundings. Yin Yu? What are you doing here? Yin Yu turned around, startled to see her. I'm waiting for someone. What a coincidence. I'm looking for someone too. Just as they spoke, a flurry of black powder suddenly cascaded from the sky. Jiang Wanjiao instinctively closed her eyes, inhaling countless particles, causing her to cough violently. Yin Yu was more directly affected, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 20. A heartfelt drama unfolds. My head is spinning. Jiang Wanjiao slowly opened her eyes, intending to rise but found her hands and feet bound. The spiritual power within her dantian lay still as a stagnant pool, unable to be stirred. The room was dimly lit, with a small window allowing in light. Memories began to resurface. The back door alley. The descending black powder? And Yin Yu. She abruptly turned her head, and indeed, another person lay beside her, also bound and yet to awaken. So, they had been abducted? But they had only met once. The question then arises, who has entangled whom? While pondering, footsteps echoed from outside the room. Jiang Wanjiao hurriedly shut her eyes. Look at the mess you've created. I didn't instruct you to bind anyone, but Yin Yu. Why is there another one lying here? I apologize, young master. I intended to lead them to the back door, but that woman suddenly appeared and I feared it would delay us, so I brought her along as well. Fool. How long until the drug wears off? Reporting to the young master, there is still about half an hour left to go. Prepare, and remember, do not reveal anything. Yes, the footsteps faded. Jiang Wanjiao opened her eyes, accessed the marketplace, and attempted to purchase a recovery pill. However, she forgot that her hands were bound, rendering it impossible to consume the pill. How careless. The two individuals outside seemed to have a superior subordinate relationship and initially only intended to abduct Yin Yu. She was merely a victim of bad luck. Nevertheless, it appeared they had no intention to harm them, so this became intriguing. What could they be after? Half an hour later, a soft moan emerged beside her as Yin Yu slowly regained consciousness. She gasped and struggled. What is happening? Jiang Daoyu, what are you doing here? Where are we? Jiang Wanjiao remained remarkably calm. Do not fear. We are merely abducted. Abducted? Yin Yu's complexion paled in fright. Is it for money? Could it be that the item I just purchased from the Treasure Pavilion has drawn attention? I'm not sure. I also just regained consciousness, but do not worry. Someone should arrive shortly. In contrast to Jiang Wanjiao's composure, Yin Yu was in a state of panic. Then let us escape quickly. The Flower Burial City is filled with all sorts of people, including demonic cultivators. If we catch their eye, it may not just be about money, but our lives could be at stake. Jiang Wanjiao signaled her with her eyes. Our spiritual power is sealed, and our hands and feet are bound. How can we escape? Yin Yu was stunned, trying a few times, then fell silent upon realizing her spiritual power was indeed sealed. Creak. The door suddenly swung open, and two masked figures in black entered, brandishing knives, their gazes menacing. Awake, do not struggle any longer. That potion was procured at great expense by me, and you shall not hope to unravel it in the short term. Hey, with such delicate and tender skin, you truly are a fine specimen. The longing gazes of the two lingered upon her. Yen Yu could not help but inquire, what is it that you truly desire? One among them scoffed coldly, desire. Perhaps you should ponder whom you have offended. Yen Yu fell into contemplation. Offended whom? The other interjected. Just a reminder. Do you recall your beloved? He has caught the eye of my lady, but alas, his heart still resides with you, that we are merely here to fulfill a transaction that he approached with a knife, his eyes glinting with malice. Yen Yu was taken aback. Impossible. He clearly chose to be with me. I have resolved to let go. Why does she persist? And what do you mean he still harbors feelings for me? Jiang Wanwan quietly leaned against the wall, thoroughly ignored. Indeed, she was merely a pawn in this game, with no role in the unfolding plot. However, this was rather melodramatic. She watched with keen interest. Why waste breath on her? Act swiftly. The man in black suddenly swung his knife down. Yen Yu, terrified, shut her eyes. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened. Stop, you dare. A thunderous voice boomed, as spiritual energy transformed into blades to intercept the knife that a figure in white floated down gracefully. Fanning himself as he kicked the two assailants aside, landing with elegance, he turned, anxiously embracing Yen Yu's waist. Are you unharmed? Yen Yu opened her eyes, astonished to see him. Lin Ge. How could it be you? Lin Ge sighed in relief that I received word and feared for your safety. So I rushed here. Thankfully, I arrived in time. That I apologize. I forgot that we. He released her, waving his hand to untie her bonds and stepping back. Yen Yu rubbed her sore wrist, unable to meet his gaze. Though I did not wish to intrude, could you assist me in freeing myself as well? Jiang Wanwan, having observed the entire scene, finally could not contain her voice. Yen Yu snapped back to reality, quickly untying her ropes and helping her to stand. That I am sorry. I have implicated you that in no matter, such as fate. Jiang Wanwan waved her hand, casting a sidelong glance at the man named Lin Ge. Surreptitiously swallowing a pill that I in the corner, the two men who had been kicked aside opened their eyes, exchanging glances before rising simultaneously, drawing daggers to strike at Lin Ge and Yin. Why you be careful. Lin Ge reacted swiftly, delivering a punch that sent one man sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth. Yin Yu, her spiritual energy not yet restored, could not evade in time. That I in the next moment. Lin Ge lunged forward, shielding her with his body against the dagger. To no. Yin Yu's eyes flashed with conflict. She suddenly turned, exposing her back to protect him. That now's the time. Jiang Wanwan seized the opportunity, swiftly grasping her hand and pulling her back. The dagger pierced into her shoulder, perilously close to her heart. Young master. The man in black's eyes widened in shock, hastily releasing his grip and rushing to support his companion. The other, no longer feigning unconsciousness, scrambled to retrieve a potion. Get away. Lin Ge shoved them aside, pressing his hand to the wound, casting an uncertain glance at Jiang Wanwan and Yin Yu de Yinner. Yin Yu was now utterly bewildered. Jiang Daoyu. You, Jiang Wanwan cut to the chase. Did you not hear how those two addressed him? This kidnapping was all orchestrated by him to elicit your sympathy. Point one can be naive, but not foolish. Such a simple ruse should be clear to you. Should it not? Realizing his scheme had been unveiled, Lin Ge shot a resentful glance at the instigator of his troubles, then turned to gaze affectionately at Yin Yu de Yinner. I only wish to avoid losing you. I admit, this was all intentional, but I never meant to harm you. I merely wished to see you once more. Yin Yu closed her eyes, reopening them to reveal a cold indifference. She laughed, her tone laced with self-mockery. You did not wish to lose me? I once thought the same, even foolishly yearning for a rekindling of our past. But now, reflecting upon it, I feel so novice that if you truly wish to keep me, how could you be so easily swayed by that woman? Today's performance was merely to obtain the puppet in my grasp, was it not? Lin Ge, the daughter of the esteemed elder of Tianyin Tower, am not a plaything for you to toy with. Lin Ge's expression darkened, cursing under his breath at the madwoman, and swiftly fled the scene. Chapter 21. The arrival of the phantom face. Captured again. Yin Yu stifled a groan, breaking through the seal on her spiritual energy, summoning a jade flute and soaring after him. Jiang Wanwan, Witnessing this, hurriedly followed to observe. Insanity. Truly madness. The melodious notes of the flute resounded, causing Lin Ge to cover his ears, cursing as he swung his folding fan, sending blades of spiritual energy toward Yin. The music transformed into a barrier, effortlessly blocking the spiritual blades that as the melody shifted, countless crystalline threads appeared in the air, surrounding Lin Ge from all directions, preventing his escape. Yin, must you force me into this? Lin Ji's body trembled as he deftly evaded the spiritual threads. Force you? This is your just deserts. Yin paid no heed to his words, brandishing the jade flute and launching an attack. The clash of spiritual energy created waves of force, sending tiles scattering from the roof and shattering the blue bricks beneath. Jiang Wanwan gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, a mass of black mist silently emerged behind Jiang Wan. Whoosh! A spiritual sword thrust forth, prompting her to retreat swiftly. The black mist relentlessly pursued, morphing into a humanoid figure that advanced menacingly, its approach accompanied by a piercing wail. A talisman purchased from the marketplace slipped from her grasp. She swiftly drew her fingers together, striking the black mist, which exploded with a loud bang, emitting a chilling scream that echoed eerily. What manner of creature is this? Jiang Wanwan furrowed her brow, unwilling to linger for battle, and attempted to flee. Buzz 5 meters above ground, a layer of black light shimmered, and countless runes materialized in the air, forcefully pinning her down. The runes converged, ultimately forming a vast net that ensnared her tightly. Jiang Wanwan attempted to summon her spiritual sword, but found her hands immobilized. Qiongqi. A flash of red light, and Qiongqi transformed into a colossal beast, striking at the black mist. When the mist evaded, it immediately lowered its head to tear at the black net. Uncertain of its composition, even the ferocious Qiongqi found it impossible to break free. Qiongqi, do not linger. Flee immediately and seek out your senior brother. Jiang Wanwan quickly assessed the situation, issuing her command. Master, I shall go at once. Qiongqi, in its urgency, smashed through half of the building, yet obediently darted away. Stop it! Do not let it send word. Suddenly, a figure adorned with a ghostly mask appeared, delivering a powerful punch to Qiongqi's head, forcing it to retreat. Yuaning. Jiang Wanwan realized the peril and felt the black net constricting further, blood seeping from her neck as dizziness overcame her. The masked figure obstructed Qiongqi, preparing to finish the job when he abruptly looked up at a distance. That thing cannot be contained for long. Retreat! The black mist engulfed the unconscious Jiang Wanwan, and the masked figure swiftly vanished into the shadows. Just as they departed, a silhouette emerged quickly, scanning the remnants of energy lingering in the air, though faint, indicating that some secret method was employed to conceal their presence. Cursed be it! Roar! Qiongqi sniffed the air angrily, letting out a low growl as it soared toward the city lord's hall. Who goes there? A hand rose, and the hidden figure was seized by an invisible grip around its throat, lifting it into the air, rendering it helpless. Predecessor, we meant no offense. We are disciples of Tianyin Tower. Yin Yu approached from afar, landing swiftly to clarify. The restrained Lin Ge struggled in agony. The figure scoffed, casually tossing Lin Ge against a nearby wall before vanishing without a trace. The wall crumbled, and Lin Ge fell, spitting blood curling up in pain. Yin Yu ignored him, flying toward the treasure pavilion. Zhang Daoyu had been taken. She bore responsibility and must urgently notify Zhang Daoyu's senior sister. What to do? The flower burial city is certainly crawling with cultivators searching for us. Escaping with her is impossible. That a raspy voice emerged from the black mist. The masked figure pounded the wall in frustration, lamenting that it was that person who intervened. Had it not been for him, they would have already captured their target and obtained the token. Now that the people of Flower Burial City were aware, entry to the treasure pavilion was certainly off the table. His plan had initially been flawless, luring the target to the back door and diverting Aniran's attention, only to be thwarted by a foolish golden core cultivator who had snatched the person away. This is infuriating. What shall we do now? Release her, fool. Use your brain. This woman must possess significant importance if she can obtain the token. First, we will take her away and hide her, then negotiate with the treasure pavilion to secure what we desire. The black mist quivered slightly. Where shall we hide her? Though Flower Burial City is vast, That group of people is not to be trifled with. The masked figure chuckled darkly. That I know of an excellent location. One that will assuredly remain undiscovered. Let us go. This esteemed guest must refrain from making any untoward movements. I am but a performer, not a courtesan. Umph. What brings you to hear my melodies today? Shouldn't you be attending to your beloved Jeyua? To meet the Moon Fairy? That is not possible. She is unwell today, that I beg your understanding. Where is the wine? Quickly, bring forth the wine for this young master. Miss, wake up, come. Have a sip of this exquisite elixir. The chaotic sounds pierced through her ears, and Jiang Wanquan, disturbed, opened her eyes groggily. Something pressed against her lips, and a chilling liquid slid down her throat. Instinctively, she swallowed, the rich aroma of wine rushing to her head, leaving her even more bewildered that a face, radiant with a beaming smile, swayed in front of her, chattering away while pouring more wine. One pot of this divine intoxication. How could one not be lost in its embrace, adorned in silk? The woman laughed gaily as she rose, clutching the wine pot and swaying her hips as she exited the room. Keep an eye on this girl inside. Do not let her move a muscle. When she awakens, accompany her in playing music and drinking wine. Above all, she must not leave this room. Is that understood? At the threshold, several men, holding instruments and wine pots, responded in unison and entered the room one by one, that they settled down at a distance from the bed, playing melodies and fluting notes. The atmosphere turned serene and harmonious, time flowing gently. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanquan, having been forced to drink a pot of divine intoxication, sank deeper into slumber, oblivious to the turmoil outside. Chapter 22. My dear, you smell delightful. Ugh, why is my head spinning so? On the bed, Jiang Wanquan slowly opened her eyes, confusion filling her gaze. Guest, you are awake. Would you care for some water? A gentle voice inquired, accompanied by the crisp sound of clinking wine cups. Jiang Wanquan sat up abruptly, unable to stifle a pained groan. So dizzy. Why does it feel like waking from a hangover? My head is pounding. Who am I? My mind is blank, void of any thoughts. Who are you? And who are all of you? She looked around at the variously dressed men in the room, as well as a man in white holding a wine pot and cup by her bedside. That I am Wan Qing. This is the Yinyu courtyard, and we are the courtesans here. You consumed a pot of divine intoxication, crafted from dozens of spiritual fruits. Those who drink it will be lost in a dreamlike state, awakening temporarily free of worries. Do not be alarmed. We only perform arts, not sell our bodies, and we have not done anything improper to you. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Wanquan pondered. So, I came here to indulge in inebriation. Was I the one who summoned you here to accompany me? Wan Qing smiled warmly, his handsome features instilling a sense of trust and comfort. Indeed, that is correct. Jiang Wanquan nodded, instinctively raising her hand to accept the wine cup and downing its contents in one go. Sweet, as you have just awakened, it is inadvisable to consume more divine intoxication. This is another brew from Yinyu Courtyard. Peach Blossom smile, that it is sweet and will alleviate the discomfort of your hangover. Thank you. Jiang Wanquan was soothed by his calm demeanor, her initial panic dissipating rapidly. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself inexplicably trusting his words. Wan Qing retreated with a soft smile, and the sounds of instruments filled the room once more. After a while, she exclaimed, "Could we pause for a moment? This is rather dull. Let us engage in something more entertaining." Jiang Wanquan looked eagerly at the row of men, tears of excitement escaping the corners of her eyes. Wan Qing appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat peculiar. Despite his vast experience, he felt an ominous premonition at her joyful smile. Have you abandoned that woman's fate? If you kill me, you shall never see her again in the basement. The masked negotiator was struck with a fist, blood spilling as he crumpled, powerless to retaliate. Before him, Qin Song no longer bore his previous gentle demeanor. His eyes were cold and indifferent to the threats posed. We shall find her, but you should contemplate how to explain your demise. You possess a token to access the third floor. What do you seek? What is your purpose? The masked negotiator, defiant, spat. I will not divulge anything. I am no coward. Even under soul-searching, I fear not, for I have cursed that part of my memory. Should you attempt to probe my soul, I shall perish, and you will gain nothing. Qin Song raised an eyebrow, withdrawing a wisp of black mist. Regrettably, your companion does not share your sentiment. The masked negotiator, filled with rage, pounded the ground. What? He dares betray me. Scoundrel. Nevertheless, he realized he knew very little, even if they searched his soul. So what? He quickly regained his composure. Though soul cursing was challenging, it was not insurmountable. Ching Song approached slowly, his smile widening to do not come any closer. The masked negotiator's shrill scream was muffled within the room. Do not flee. I shall soon capture you all. Hee hee. Those caught shall face a penalty of wine. Hick, so dizzy, you all run slowly. I can hardly catch up with you. There are people here, and here. Hee hee, Wan Qing is the best. I have arrived inside. The atmosphere brimmed with an intoxicating allure. The courtesans donned garments of various colors, tightly wrapped, yet showcasing their unique features, occasionally bursting into laughter, moving with an enchanting grace. Among them, Jiang Wanquan. Her eyes adorned with ribbons, drunkenly groped about that it must be said. They were having quite the revelry. Creak. The door was gently pushed open. The figures outside paused, momentarily silenced by the absurd scene before them. Wan Qing was taken aback, just about to speak when an overwhelming authority descended. Bang. All present, save for Jiang Wanquan, who was still blindly groping about, knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Though they were courtesans, they had seen much and occasionally dealt with troublesome patrons. Yet, the presence that bore no visible face, which rendered them nearly breathless with dread, had never been encountered before. Why the sudden silence? Jiang Wanquan, puzzled, swayed and fell to the edge of the bed. Leave. The kneeling men jolted, quickly rising and exiting in an orderly fashion, as if wishing for additional legs to hasten their departure. The figures outside slowly entered the room, the door slamming shut behind them. Who are you? After a prolonged silence without response, Jiang Wanquan raised her hand to remove the ribbon from her eyes. Upon seeing the person before her, she tilted her head in confusion. Drinking too much is truly troublesome. My head is all foggy, and I can't see clearly. Hee hee, what a beauty you are! What brings you here? Truly unworthy of your beauty. Such a waste, hee, my dear. I have come to redeem you. From now on, you shall follow me, and I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence. Hick, though she could not see clearly, a saying rang true. A beauty appears more alluring in the dim light. The sight nearly made her drool. My beauty has arrived. Jiang Wanquan, emboldened, seized the person and pressed them down beneath her. You smell so good, but I feel like I've encountered this scent before. How strange. Lowering her head, she inhaled, mumbling to herself, feeling increasingly dazed. Fu Yin lay submissively on the bed, his dark hair cascading across the bedding, his strikingly handsome face devoid of emotion, cold eyes watching her intently as she curiously sniffed around like a playful pup. Due to her intoxication, Jiang Wanquan's complexion was rosy, her breath tinged with a sweet, cloying wine aroma. Her usually sly eyes, akin to a cunning fox, now glimmered with unshed tears, resembling a wellspring on the verge of overflowing. Suddenly, her face drew near, fingers brushing over his brow and finally resting on the red mole at the corner of his eye. Fu Yan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet he made no move to stop her. She murmured, "This red mole is truly beautiful, and you are quite handsome as well. Moreover, I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before." Jiang Wanquan. Fu Yan spoke suddenly. Jiang Wanquan. Hiss. Upon hearing that name, a sharp pain shot through her head, as if something were trying to break free. Frustrated, she rose, gritting her teeth against the pain, momentarily forgetting the beauty beneath her. Fu Yan took the opportunity to rise, gently placing a finger at the center of her forehead. With a soft crack, Jiang Wanquan felt as if something in her mind shattered, an avalanche of memories flooding back. When she opened her eyes again, still somewhat inebriated, she could clearly see the face before her. Fu Yan. Chapter 23. Kneeling straight, a social death awaits by the heavens. A shriek echoed from a room in the city lord's pavilion. Jiang Wanquan bolted upright, her face still etched with lingering terror. Scanning her surroundings, she found herself in a familiar room, devoid of any chaotic courtesans. That am I dreaming? No, I was indeed kidnapped, then awakened among a throng of courtesans, and afterward played games with them. And then, Jiang Wanquan gulped audibly. I seem to have, perhaps, maybe, seen Fu Yan? No, that can't be right. What could Fu Yan possibly be doing in such a place? Haha, I must be losing my mind. Jiang Wanquan consoled herself, shaking her head vigorously to dispel the indecent images swirling in her thoughts. Awake, Fu Yin entered, still clad in white, with a crimson inner garment that as he moved, his voluminous sleeves swayed elegantly, exuding an ethereal grace. Thud! Jiang Wanquan abruptly knelt upon the bed. Their eyes met, one filled with interest, the other with guilt. Fu Yin lightly curled his lips, pouring himself a cup of tea, seemingly puzzled. Why are you kneeling? My legs feel a bit weak. It's more comfortable this way. Jiang Wanquan chuckled awkwardly. Do you still remember what happened before? In the bygone moments, the silken ribbons fluttered, enveloped in fragrant mist within the warm chamber. Beneath her, the beauty appeared somewhat disheveled, her collar slightly undone, revealing a glimpse of her slender collarbone. Her lips, a deep crimson, contrasted with her cold, clear eyes, and the mole at the corner of her eye sparkled under the dim candlelight, irresistibly inviting one to reach out and caress. Stop, 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 Jiang Wanquan gasped. Her face flushed a deep crimson, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She lifted her head, innocence etched on her features, murmuring, What is my senior brother saying? My head aches, and I can't recall anything, oh dear. My head is spinning. Fu Yin regarded her feigned innocence with quiet amusement, then suddenly inquired, What did you just call me? Senior brother. Jiang Wanquan tentatively repeated. Fu Yin snickered, no longer referring to me as beauty. Jiang Wanquan silently adjusted her kneeling posture, sitting up straight. Senior brother, I was wrong. I have sinned. I should not have overstepped my bounds. Truly, I have acted with audacity, and I repent. I am filled with shame. She lowered her head, speaking with heartfelt sincerity, regret coursing through her, nearly ready to bow her head to the ground in contrition. Casting aside her earlier boldness in the misty rain pavilion, Fu Yin rose and approached her, prompting Jiang Wanquan to lower her head even further. Consume this. For the next few days, remain in the city lord's pavilion and do not venture outside. Fu Yin placed a pill on the table and turned to exit the room. Wasn't he going to punish her? Jiang Wanquan lifted her gaze, eyeing the pill on the table and exhaling a long breath. Surviving a calamity. With his departure, her courage returned, yet a thought struck her. Why should she feel fear? She had meticulously cared for him daily, fearing the day he might perish. Now, she had merely touched him a few times. Was there anything truly alarming about that? After all, she had served him like an ancestor. Surely, she deserved to indulge a little? There was no need for her to feel guilty. Indeed, Jiang Wanquan, hold your head high and live boldly. She stood, feeling her confidence return. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Jiang Wanquan's legs weakened, nearly causing her to kneel again. Wanquan, what troubles you? Are you unwell? An Iran rushed in, startled to see Jiang Wanquan on the brink of collapsing, and hurried to support her. The medical practitioner from the city lord's pavilion has just assessed you. Did he not say you were fine? A bunch of quacks. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Just got up and felt a bit weak. Jiang Wanquan quickly composed herself, swallowing the pill from the table. By the way, did you hear anything earlier? And Iran shook her head. Hear what? Nothing at all. That's good. If Iran had overheard and informed Fu Yin, I would be finished. Thankfully. Jiang Wanquan sighed in relief, taking a sip of tea to calm her nerves. However, I heard that you ordered several top courtesans at the Misty Rain Pavilion and stayed indoors for 3 whole days. Jiang Wanquan spat her tea in shock, staring at her friend. Where did you hear that? I overheard it while Elder Qing Song was interrogating those 2 individuals, and Iran exclaimed excitedly that I also heard that it was senior brother who personally carried you back. Many people in the city lord's pavilion witnessed it. Stop! I don't want to hear it. How could I have died just waking up, socially dead? Absolutely mortified. Jiang Wanquan's face turned ashen, wishing she could vanish on the spot. Oh right, did senior brother come by earlier to deliver something for you? Ania Ran lamented, stamping her foot. I came prepared too, but unfortunately, you just took the pill and cannot have more. The petrified Jiang Wanquan shifted slightly. That it seemed she hadn't completely lost herself, at least. Her teasing of Fu Yin should remain undiscovered. Merely ordering a few courtesans at the Misty Rain Pavilion was not a significant issue. Jiang Wanquan reassured herself, trembling slightly as she took a sip of tea to steady her nerves. Iran, you mentioned that Qing Song interrogated those 2 people. Were my captors caught? And Iran sat down, her expression serious. Yes, after the interrogation, it was revealed that they were demonic cultivators. They targeted you because they wanted the token in your possession to retrieve something from the third floor of the treasure pavilion. Thankfully, they failed, but those demonic cultivators are unscrupulous in their pursuits. This time they failed, but surely they will try again. Wan Quan, you should stay in the City Lord's Pavilion for the next few days. It would be unwise to venture out if trouble arises again. Demonic cultivators? Jiang Wan Quan lowered her gaze, concealing her growing unease that in the text she had read. Those of the demonic path appeared only in the latter stages, with the earlier chapters merely setting the stage. Their faces rarely seen while tormenting the protagonists repeatedly. Furthermore, the eventual corruption of the people from the Falling Sky sect against the righteous path, including Fu Yin's demise, was intricately linked to that group of demonic cultivators. What could their purpose be in coming to the Flower Burial City? Jiang Wanquan's heart weighed heavily. She asked again, "Do you know what they were truly seeking?" Uncertain. That was all I overheard. I could not bear to listen further when their cries became so dreadful. And Iran admitted, a hint of guilt in her tone, that it's fine. I was merely curious. Jiang Wanquan smiled lightly, continuing to converse with her friend for a while longer. Eventually, she found herself alone in the room. She lay on the bed, gazing at the canopy. System, what on earth happened to me? Upon awakening in the Misty Rain Pavilion, she had retained almost no memory, which was evidently abnormal. System detection indicates that you were subjected to a secret technique. Temporarily losing awareness of the external world that I see. System, how many points do I have left? A total of 143 points. Jiang Wanquan closed her eyes, realizing her early-stage golden core cultivation was still insufficient. She needed to purchase something to enhance her abilities. Spend. Chapter 24. Borrowing the Sword, Falling Snow. The antagonist's personal instruction. Point 2 Flowers bloom, each representing its own branch. Qing Song donned a clean, dark blue robe and made his way to the top floor of the City Lord's Pavilion. Sir, everything has been accounted for. They are targeting the Flower Burial Secret Realm, seeking to obtain something within. The exact number of individuals remains unclear, but most are within Flower Burial City, lying in wait for the secret realm to open. My subordinates speculate they may infiltrate the various sects to seize the opportunity that on the top floor, the spacious courtyard housed only a single pavilion, that Fu Yin reclined in a chair, his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. After Qing Song finished his report, he stood quietly at the side. After a while, Fu Yin opened his eyes, saying, "You may leave." "Yes, sir." Qing Song silently withdrew, only to encounter Jiang Wanquan ascending the stairs. Jiang Daoist, Brother Fu was on the top floor. He paused momentarily, subtly stepping aside to allow her passage. Jiang Wanquan thanked him and ascended, lifting her skirts. Qing Song watched her retreating figure, sighing softly after a long silence. Upon reaching the rooftop, Jiang Wanquan immediately spotted the figure clad in white. She inhaled deeply. "Senior brother, I apologize for the intrusion, that I just went to the kitchen to prepare some food and brought it for you to try." She approached the rattan chair, retrieving several glass bowls from her storage bag and arranging them neatly. Sitting on a stone stool, she gazed thoughtfully at Fu Yin. The more she looked, the more handsome he appeared. Yet he remained an enigma. Fu Yin picked up a silver spoon, casually remarking, "Has your health improved?" Jiang Wanquan, who was enjoying the yogurt, nearly choked. "Cough. Thanks to the pill you provided, I'm feeling much better." Fearing further inquiries, she hastily asked, "By the way, senior brother, we've been in Flower Burial City for quite a while. Why haven't we seen second senior brother?" Fu Yin leisurely swallowed his food before responding. "You will see him in a few days. A few days." He suddenly raised his gaze. "Did you come today just to ask this?" Jiang Wanquan sighed. "Conversing with you is utterly uninteresting. You can guess everything." Fu Yin lowered his eyes, a faint scoff escaping his lips. "If it's so dull, why bother seeking me out? Isn't that just courting frustration?" "One cannot say that." Jiang Wanquan smiled brightly, resting her chin on her hand. "Chatting with someone so handsome is enjoyable. Even in silence, it is a pleasure. Especially with a senior brother, as ethereal as he, flatterer." Fu Yin lightly huffed, lifting his teacup to conceal the subtle curve of his lips. "On a serious note, the reason I sought you out today is to request your assistance." Upon mentioning serious matters, Jiang Wanquan straightened, summoning the spirit sword she had previously purchased from the treasure pavilion. I have recently taken up swordsmanship and learned a new sword technique, but I feel something is amiss. Could you teach me, senior brother? The sword technique was a costly acquisition from the system's marketplace. Promising to enable battles beyond her current level once mastered, the Fu Yin rested his chin on his hand, his chiseled jawline accentuated. With a languid smile, he replied, "You still owe me 3 conditions. Now you wish for me to teach you swordsmanship. These matters cannot be conflated. One must be distinct from the other. That is not fair. I certainly want to let you teach me for free. Although I owe you 3 conditions, I have been diligently preparing meals for you every day." Jiang Wanquan's voice diminished toward the end. Then she began to embellish. "Look at your health. You need to recuperate. Once I master this, I will be by your side, ensuring your safety without fail." Little deceiver. Fu Yin murmured under his breath. Barely audible, he raised his hand, and a long sword swiftly flew from the pavilion behind him, landing half a foot in front of Jiang Wanquan in the blink of an eye. "This is falling snow. Your sword is inadequate. I'll lend you this one." Jiang Wanquan's eyes sparkled. The falling snow sword, true to its name, was pristine white, its hilt resembling dragon scales, the blade sharp, emanating a faint chill upon closer inspection. So beautiful, truly fitting for a senior brother's weapon. Now that I see it, my sword seems utterly inferior, not even comparable to falling snow. After exuberantly praising, Jiang Wanquan grasped the sword, feeling a gentle warmth akin to holding a piece of exquisite warm jade. Fu Yin continued to savor the spirit fruit cheese in the glass bowl, noticing her playful handling for quite some time, and reminded her, "Didn't you say you wanted me to guide you? Why not try practicing first?" "Oh right, I'll practice right away." Jiang Wanquan stood in the courtyard's open space, recalling the movements from the sword technique and silently reciting the mental mantra. The falling snow sword thrust out, forming a flurry of sword flowers, shedding countless beams of sword light like a bewitching shadow, effortlessly piercing the petals falling from the flowering tree in the courtyard. Bang! A small stone flew and struck her wrist. Startled, she loosened her grip, and the falling snow fell. Da Fu Yan's words were succinct yet lacking energy, adorned with trivialities. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Jiang Wanquan retrieved the sword and started anew. Bang! The sword slipped from her hand once more. "Let us try again." Bang! The sword fell again. This continued for dozens of attempts. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wanquan picked up the sword and cheerfully ran to his side. "Senior brother, you were right. After practicing so many times, I've made no progress at all. How about this? Could you demonstrate for me? You certainly know how to take advantage. Since you promised to teach me, you ought to assist until the end." Jiang Wanquan smiled on the surface, but inwardly she cursed. Her wrist was sore and numb. If she continued, she might truly lose her temper. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Yin finally stood up and summoned the falling snow from her hand. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wanquan sat down, poured herself a cup of tea from the teapot, and drank it in one go. Then she sat still, eagerly awaiting the handsome figure to dance with the sword. Anticipation soared that Fu Yin casually spun a sword flower, resting the sword behind him. Once he held the sword, his languid aura dissipated. He stood tall and poised, with broad shoulders and a slender waist, dressed in flowing white. Utterly unparalleled, Da Fu Yin moved neither hastily nor slowly, employing not a trace of spiritual power. The sword body glided like a swimming dragon, its tip emanating a chilling gleam, conjuring countless sword flowers out of thin air. Sword energy surged, petals danced, and before they touched the ground, they shattered into countless fragments. Buzz! In the final move, a fierce killing intent erupted, the sharp sword energy slicing through the air, causing half of the courtyard's flowers and plants to vanish in an instant. Fu Yin collected the sword with an indifferent demeanor and casually tossed the falling snow away. "Senior brother, that was incredibly handsome," Jiang Wanquan exclaimed, flustered as she caught the sword, her excitement evident as she gave a thumbs up. Then, feeling a bit shy, she asked, "Could you do it again?" Fu Yin looked up at in that instant. The enormous flowering tree in the courtyard, which could not be embraced by 3 or 4 people, snapped in half. Jiang Wanquan decisively stood up, declaring, "Your demonstration was immensely beneficial. An epiphany struck me. I must practice again right now. Please, senior brother, take a seat." With the sword in hand, she swiftly returned to her previous position. mimicking Fu Yan's earlier movements and slowly swinging the sword. Initially, her motions were somewhat stiff, but she quickly grew adept, her movements becoming increasingly fluid, that Fu Yan observed in silence. After a long while, Jiang Wanquan sheathed her sword, sweat glistening on her face, neglecting to wipe it away. Turning her back while holding the sword, she smiled brightly at Fu Yan, seeking validation. How was that? Am I ready to graduate? The young woman's smile radiated like a blooming flower. Her eyes sparkling like stars. Fu Yan's fingertips twitched, and after a prolonged gaze downward, he softly replied with an how dismissive. I'll practice a bit more. Sa reward. I'll prepare a delicious dish for you tonight. I assure you will be satisfied. Jiang Wanquan huffed playfully, resuming her practice, this time infusing her movements with spiritual power, amplifying their potency. Chapter 25. Let destruction reign. I'm tired. Intersect tournament. Jiang Wanquan gazed blankly at the figure of an Iran before her. This morning, she had been yanked by the forceful in Iran, landing at the expansive plaza behind the city lord's pavilion as if in flight. Don't you know? An Iran questioned, puzzled but quickly elaborated. The Intersect tournament gathers all sects for competition, held every 3 years. This year marks the 26th occurrence, taking place in Zhonghua City, right here. Jiang Wanquan pointed at their group. All sects. Does that mean we are participating too? But there are only 3 of us. The Luotian sect is so small, with so few people. It would be a disadvantage to compete against those larger sections. Or is it that other sects are only sending 3 people? Not at all. Each sect sends a team of 5. That Iran ruthlessly shattered her illusions, adding a further blow. And since the senior brother isn't participating, we only have 2. Nanny. Jiang Wanquan nearly spat blood. 5 against 2 is bad enough. But why isn't the Luotian sect's strongest fighter participating? Wait, Jiang Wanquan realized something was amiss. That don't we have a second senior brother? He is also in Zhonghua City. If we find him, we can assemble 3 participants. An Iran, on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, would certainly be at least at the nascent soul beginning. It's fine that Fu Yan isn't participating. Although he is strong, he is unstable. What if he bleeds during the competition? She had worked hard to nurture him. And Iran's expression turned peculiar, stammering for a long time without finding the words. Jiang Wanquan's heart sank. Was the second senior brother injured? Or perhaps missing? He defected. Jiang Wanquan. I think I just heard something rather strange. The second senior brother has someone he cares about, a senior sister from the Tian'an Tower. For some unknown reason, he has always protected her, even participating in the Intersect tournament as part of her entourage. Iran finished her explanation in one breath. Jiang Wanquan staggered back 2 steps, unable to bear the blow. What with this bunch of villains? Where's the promised unity? One is sickly, another has defected, and there's one who is innocent and naive. Is it possible to forfeit? It seems unlikely. Why? Just because the Luotian sect has the fewest members. Jiang Wanquan's anger flared as she rolled up her sleeves. This is too much. And Iran hurriedly patted her back to calm her down. That is not the reason. It's because, a quarter hour later, do you understand my explanation now? And Iran asked. Jiang Wanquan, expressionless, nodded, summoning the falling snow, and slowly drew the sword. In summary, according to Iran's earlier words, the Luotian sect had previously dominated the Intersect tournament, defeating every other sect in turn. In the finals, the leader Fu Yan unexpectedly withdrew due to a sudden outburst of demonic energy. The youngest disciple, in Iran, lacking in strength, was on the verge of defeat when the second senior brother, Luo Han, intervened to save her. Ultimately, the Tian'an Tower emerged victorious. Luo Han was ridiculed as a fence-sitter, indecisive. Afterward, Fu Yan lost interest in participating in the Intersect tournament. And whenever an Iran encountered Luo Han, she would concede, simply giving up. However, to other sects, it was a blatant mockery. Jiang Wanquan drew her sword, placing it against her neck. Sister, you mustn't. And Iran grasped the sword firmly. It's better to just concede. It's not a big deal. That does seem somewhat reasonable. Jiang Wanquan slowly lowered the sword. Look, those are the disciples of the Luotian sect. Pay attention during the competition. When you see them, fight with all your might. Do not give them any chance to concede. Senior brother, I have a brilliant idea. As soon as we go up, I'll deploy my soundproof array. Even if we concede, our voices won't be heard. You clever little rascal. Let us do it that way. Is that really a disciple of the Luotian sect? Who's that beside in Iran? I've never seen her before. You don't know her. Her information has long been circulating on the Grand Tao Forum. In the earlier secret realm of the Luotia mountain range, she outshone the senior brother of the Holy Spirit sect, contracted the fierce beast Xionqi, and was even personally acknowledged by that prodigy from the Luotian sect as his junior sister. Wow, that's impressive. We must be cautious. Let her see the prowess of our beast master sect. But she seems so odd. Why is she holding a sword to her neck? Is she attempting suicide? Shallow. This must be a trick devised by the Luotian sect, using suicide as a threat against us. Their intentions are sinister, devious, too devious. I must post on the Grand Tao Forum to expose her malicious intentions. Brothers, follow me, Jiang Wanquan interjected. Criticism is fine, but could you not be so loud? I can hear you. Also about that person, don't make wild claims about sinister intentions. Aren't there rules against holding a sword to one's neck in the tournament? With a stiff expression, Jiang Wanquan slowly sheathed the falling snow and stepped toward the city lordess pavilion. To hell with the intersect tournament. Even before it started, everyone was fixated on her, blocking all her escape routes. Anyone who wants to go can go. She's done with it. Zhonghua Plaza, check-in complete. Jiang Wanquan tugged at her lips. System, is this it? She had explored Zhonghua City thoroughly over the past few days, leaving only this place untouched. Now that she had arrived at Zhonghua Plaza, why was her task still incomplete? The system has not malfunctioned. Please explore the specifics on your own. Another guessing game? MIA child? Jiang Wanquan rolled her eyes that if you keep talking nonsense, I want to do it. Do you believe that? Which system is so uncooperative? It's a pity she couldn't find a complaint button. Otherwise, she'd give it a one-click triple whammy. Finally, the check-in location. Zhonghua's secret realm. It feels somewhat familiar. Unsure, she thought for a moment longer. Jiang Wanquan stiffly turned around and returned to stand beside an Iran. She remembered. The Zhonghua secret realm, one of the largest secret realms in the entire text, where the female protagonist relied on a certain treasure within to leap to the late Golden Core stage. Just now, Iran mentioned that the top 3 sects in the intersect tournament could enter the Zhonghua secret realm in advance. Most critically, she still had to bring back the defected second senior brother. Hey, junior sister Wanquan, why are you back? It is of no consequence. I merely find the Grand Sect competition rather intriguing and wish to participate. Jiang Wanquan offered a feigned smile. Esteemed guests, silence please in the distance. Several figures descended upon the highest platform of the square, taking their seats in succession that a subtle yet palpable pressure silenced the crowd below. Today marks the triennial Grand Sect competition, with the Flower Burial Secret Realm set to open imminently. According to tradition, the top 3 sects in this competition shall gain priority access to the secret realm that I trust everyone is familiar with the rules. There are 21 participating sects, with a draw held for the lots, one of which is a bye, allowing the sect that draws it to advance directly to the second round. The second round will again involve a draw, with the sect that received the bye proceeding straight to the third round. Well then, let us commence the drawing. Chapter 26. I apologize, I have a cheat. Who shall go? My luck seems decent. I shall volunteer. Wait, I will go. Jiang Wanquan intervened, halting the eager bow. The judge soared into the air, raising his hand to cast forth 21 luminous orbs. Representatives from each sect fixated on the orbs, brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanquan opted to employ her cheat. System. Which one is the bye? The third one on the right. Summoning falling snow, Jiang Wanquan expertly targeted the 4th orb on the right, lightly tapping the ground to leap before reaching out to grasp it. Stop her. She is from the Falling Sky sect. At the utterance of those words, many quickly redirected their attention, vying for the orb before her. The corners of Jiang Wanquan's mouth twitched as she forcefully struck the orb. The individuals pursuing the orb instinctively followed suit. Now's my chance. She seized the overlooked 3rd orb on the left, landing gracefully and shattering it in her grasp. The time's up. Not a bye. Group E. Neither am I a bye. Group A. Group C. Who is in Group C? Heavens, how do we end up against the Holy Spirit sect? We're doomed, and I am in a worse predicament. Tuning Sound Tower, I must face that madman. Did I truly fear him? None of us got a bye. Then who is? The 20 disciples exchanged glances, ultimately converging their gazes upon the bye. Jiang Wanquan feigned surprise, raising her lot. I am indeed fortunate. My first round is a bye. Esteemed colleagues, please excuse me. She smiled innocently. The crowd murmured in envy. How enviable. But one must restrain oneself. The drawing concluded, with the Falling Skies sect receiving a bye in the first round, advancing directly to the second round. Next, please prepare for the sects that drew Group A. Jiang Wanquan returned to her seat, holding her lot. Junior Sister Wanquan, you are extraordinary. I never expected to bypass the first round. How delightful. However, this is the first time such a fortunate occurrence has happened. With an extra sect this year, An Iran remarked eagerly, observing the contest on stage while speaking to Jiang Wanquan. An extra sect. And Iran waved her hand, producing a palm-sized jade tablet. Here, this will grant you access to the Great Path Forum, where you can find information about all the participating sects. The cultivation world so advanced. No, one can only say the author's imagination knows no bounds. The jade tablet bonded with her blood, and with a gentle swipe, countless highlighted posts sprang forth. She effortlessly found all content related to the Grand Sect competition. Just as she was about to stow it away, a post surged up with remarkable speed. Ah, senior brother Liang is so handsome. The Holy Spirit sect will surely take first place this time. What does being handsome matter? Our tuning sound tower is no less, TSH tuning sound tower. You merely rely on the protection of the Falling Sky sect's second senior brother. You think you deserve it. What Falling Sky sect? This year there are only 2 female cultivators, neither of whom have reached the nascent soul stage. What is there to fear? They have forgotten how their senior brother was beaten to the ground in previous years. Fu Yin is but a sickly wretch. The head of the 10,000 Medicine Valley visits the Falling Sky sect to treat him constantly, yet to no avail. The tuning sound tower does not rely on anyone. Our senior sister is undoubtedly the strongest. Agreed. Agreed. Speaking of Luo Han, does anyone have inside information about his relationship with senior sister Xu Qingwan from the tuning sound tower? I cannot say for certain. Just know it is not that kind of relationship. TSK, the tuning sound tower is truly chaotic. As for Luo Han, the novel does not elaborate much, only mentioning that he descended into darkness and madness due to a woman's death. But who precisely that woman is, whether it is Xu Qingwan, Jiang Wanquan is not entirely certain. It is all the author's fault for solely focusing on the torment of the male and female leads, skimming over everything else. Now it has become so troublesome. With a heavy heart, Jiang Wanquan felt the weight of her burdens. She rose from her seat, heading to procure some food for Qiongqi. Woof! The long-awaited barbecue grill was set up, sizzling with the oil of spirit beast meat brushed with a secret sauce. Qiongqi was so excited that drool flowed from its mouth. Indeed, following me guarantees a feast to prevent the aroma from wafting too far. She had even set a barrier talisman. After all, while others were diligently competing, she was here barbecuing. Should she be discovered, it could easily incite resentment. No way. Too expensive. 1 top-grade heavenly spirit weapon, plus 5,000 spirit stones. Can we make a deal? If not, I'll look elsewhere. All right, considering our last draw ended in a tie, we will proceed as such that I will convince them, and when the time comes, I will perform convincingly to ensure your advancement. A brotherly bond? Let us hurry. It is our turn. Jiang Wanquan peeked out from the side of the stone steps, chewing on barbecued meat wrapped in lettuce. It seemed she had stumbled upon an underground transaction scene. So this is how the cultivation world operates. I have learned something new. Jiang Wanquan retreated, taking out the jade tablet to meticulously study the information of the disciples from each sect. 3 days later, the first round of competition concluded. The second round of drawing commenced. The judge waved his hand, revealing 11 luminous orbs. Disciples from each sect approached in turn. No one is fighting for them. Jiang Wanquan raised her head to see the judge seemingly casting her an extra glance. System, which one is the bye? Receiving the answer, she stepped forward. Just as her hand was about to touch the orb, someone stepped forward, fixing their gaze on the orb before her. Jiang Daoist, would you mind if I go first? Not at all. After all, it is merely a matter of luck. Jiang Wanquan was quite accommodating. The individual hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose the orb she had intended to grasp. Jiang Daoist had such good fortune in the first round. I will select this one, hoping to share some of that luck. Jiang Wanquan smiled and casually picked up the orb in the corner. The other 10 participants began to examine their lots. Another ding lot, neither good nor bad. As long as I do not encounter the Holy Spirit sect or the Tuning Sound Tower, I will be fine. That I also drew a ding lot. Congratulations to us both. Group C, the third match. Group A, facing the Tuning Sound Tower. How unfortunate. Who is up against the Holy Spirit sect? Did you not draw a bye? Where is the bye? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and it was unclear who initiated it. But all eyes turned toward Jiang Wanquan at the edge of the stage. The arena fell silent. That it cannot be. 2 byes in a row? What kind of luck is this? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Wanquan revealed her bye. Esteemed colleagues, please excuse me. Jiang Wanquan struggled to suppress the urge to smirk, her expression slightly menacing. Forgive me. She has a cheat. The crowd murmured. Ahem, the results of the drawing have been announced. Please prepare the sex that drew group A. That the judge broke the stalemate, casting a glance at the bye in Jiang Wanquan's hand. The Falling Sky sect receives a bye in the second round. Please prepare for the third round. What kind of luck is this? Were it not for the many seniors in attendance, I would truly suspect her of cheating. So envious. We had previously aimed for the top 5. Yet here we are, suffering and still facing elimination. Sigh. Why is it that we are all human, yet our fortunes differ so greatly? Jiang Wanquan held her lot, smiling and waving toward the City Lord's Pavilion as she descended the stage. Chapter 27. The final round of drawing point 3 days later. Flower Burial Square. Junior Sister Wanquan, come sit over here. Dana Ran pulled Jiang Wanquan to a corner seat. Jiang Wanquan, perplexed, asked him, Why sit so far away? It is safer here. What do you mean? Jiang Wanquan curiously glanced around, suddenly meeting countless openly scrutinizing gazes. That it is her. She drew 2 byes and advanced straight to the third round, while we toiled endlessly, and the Falling Sky sect comfortably lounged for several days. Their good fortune cannot be helped, but that does not prevent me from cursing on the Great Path Forum. What are the byes? There will be no byes in the third round, among the 5 sects that advanced. Each one is renowned in the cultivation world. Any single one could decimate the Falling Sky sect. Let us not forget that the senior brother from the Falling Sky sect has not yet appeared. And what of their second senior brother, who has joined the Tuning Sound Tower's team? I eagerly anticipate the moment they encounter each other, that I suspect they will concede once more, just as an Iran did last time. Impossible! I heard that the Tuning Sound Tower was mercilessly criticized on the Great Path Forum. The disciples of the Tuning Sound Tower are rumored to never allow the Falling Sky sect to concede again. So, we shall see a splendid performance. Jiang Wanquan smiled cheerfully as she observed their animated discussions, even waving her hand as they became engrossed in conversation. Yes, she merely has good luck. It is unavoidable. She has a cheat. Curse her, curse her. Those fortunate souls must endure much envy and resentment. Bring it on. Let the storm rage fiercer. I can withstand it. Upon witnessing her reaction, the chatty crowd felt as though their throats were constricted, caught in a discomforting limbo. Ultimately, they could only fall silent. The Tuning Sound Tower and the Holy Spirit sect have arrived. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, Indeed, the finals are truly captivating. The big shots have all appeared. Look, beside Xu Qingwan is none other than Luo Han. Jiang Shimi, give it your all. Jiang Wanyuan was drawn to the commotion, turning her head to see 5 teams approaching the center of the square, as if participating in a grand athletic parade. Accompanied by the excited cheers and encouragement from the surrounding disciples, the atmosphere intensified. The representatives from the Sacred Spirit sect were Liang Chun, Lu Yun, Yin Chun, and Jiang Yuni. The representatives from the Tianyin Tower included Xu Qingwan, Luo Han, Chu Tian, and Wei Hao. The Beast-Taming sect was also represented, followed by the Heavenly Talisman sect and the Nightmare Valley. As the referee introduced each team, he glanced at the stands, searching for the representative of the Falling Sky sect. Not seeing anyone, he paused, puzzled. Where is the Falling Sky sect representative? Jiang Wanyuan was suddenly pulled onto the stage by an Iran. Here. The 2 seemingly fragile girls stood beside the 5 imposing teams, feeling somewhat isolated. Ahem, the representatives from the Falling Sky sect are an Iran and Jiang Wanyuan. The Falling Sky sect is back. But this time with only 2 golden core cultivators and not a single nascent soul. What are they here for? Xinyan. I've heard that the senior brother from the Falling Sky sect is quite powerful and has a good relationship with the mysterious lord of the Morning Flower City. They even reside in the City Lord's Pavilion. Mind your words. If you offend them, You might not live to tell the tale. The audience buzzed with chatter, and the stage was no quieter. Jiang Wanyuan found herself standing next to the Sacred Spirit sect. Upon seeing her, Lu Yun's irritation flared, and he could not help but speak sarcastically. So it's Jiang Wanyuan. Lucky you, sliding into the finals that I wonder if your luck will hold. After all, this time. You have no senior brother to protect you. Jiang Wanyuan smiled brightly, folding her arms. ISNT, that's senior brother Lu. It's been a while. Why are you still only a golden core? What a coincidence. I am in the late golden core stage, about to step into the nascent soul realm. You, who just entered the golden core, dare to be so brazen. Lu Yun sneered. Look at what senior brother Lu is saying. Cultivation level does not determine everything. Many have lost in battles against those of a higher rank. You should be cautious. Jiang Wanyuan feigned concern. If we don't encounter senior brother and are defeated by others, that would be quite a shame. This time, you won't be so fortunate, Lu Yun replied smugly. Among these 5 sects, while the first 2 rounds have seen their share of losses, the survivors are not easy to deal with. Especially the Tianyin Tower. With Luohan present, they are essentially guaranteed to progress. Aside from the beast-taming sect, which might face some difficulties, the other 4 have their own tricks. The Falling Sky sect has no hope. Jiang Wanyuan raised an eyebrow. Not necessarily. Both Iran and I have spirit pets that if we encounter the beast-taming sect, the outcome could be unpredictable. Liu Yun's expression darkened, wanting to refute her claim of good fortune. But recalling her 2 rounds of buys, he could only sulk in silence. Alas, my luck is so good. Perhaps even the beast-taming sect might miscalculate. But this could mean I miss the chance to face senior brother. Indeed, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Sometimes, good fortune can be quite vexing. Wouldn't you agree, senior brother Lu? Jiang Wanyuan continued to prod Liu Yun. He turned away, grumbling, and resolutely shut off his hearing. Beside him, Jiang Yuning, who had been silent, glared enviously at Jiang Wanyuan, jealousy and resentment flickering in her eyes. How long had it been? She had already stepped into the golden core realm. All because of the spiritual bone. If it had been given to her back then, she would undoubtedly be stronger than she was now. Why? Why did all the good fortune fall to her? Jiang Yuning's palm broke skin from her grip, and she furtively glanced at the distant tall figure, closing her eyes in despair. Senior brother, why won't you look at me? Jiang Wanyuan, keenly sensing malice, followed her instincts to look over, narrowing her eyes slightly, and forced a friendly smile. I didn't notice before. It turns out my dear sister is also here, almost reaching the golden core. Congratulations. Upon her sudden gaze, Jiang Yuning quickly forced a smile and softly replied. Oh, I have yet to congratulate my sister on entering the golden core, but I no need to be polite. Why are you participating in the competition when your health is poor? Is it not too much for you? I'm fine. It's not a problem. Jiang Yuning bit her lip, glancing once more at Liang Chun in the distance. Jiang Wanyuan noticed her smile transform into something more intriguing, sensing the air of a tragic romance. Truly, she was the protagonist, effortlessly weaving a storyline of heartache that was rather reassuring. Everyone! The draw for the 3rd round of the competition is about to begin. Please send 1 disciple from each sect to the front. The referee's voice echoed throughout the square, quickly silencing all chatter. Jiang Wanyuan stepped forward first amidst the peculiar gazes of the crowd. That I'll go first. The referee, standing ready with the draw, observed her every move. Although cheating under his watch was impossible, the girl's luck was undeniably remarkable. That moment, all eyes were fixed on the small draw container, thoughts racing. Please don't let it be the beast-taming sect. It cannot be the beast-taming sect. It makes no sense for anyone to be this lucky in a place filled with prodigies. Oh, please, just not the Tianyin Tower. I'm begging. Jiang Wanyuan remained calm under scrutiny, lightly drawing a slip from the container. This time, she did not consult the system. Everything relied solely on luck. Having made it to the finals, any opponent would be similar. The cards were on the table. She had given up. The referee glanced at the slip, his mouth twitching before he announced loudly, "The Falling Sky sect faces the beast-taming sect in arena A." The beast-taming sect. Jiang Wenyuan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the slip. Looking down, she saw the words beast-taming sect boldly inscribed on the reddish-brown slip. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Was there truly some good luck buff on her? Holding the slip, she turned to look at Lu Yun, who appeared dazed, and shrugged helplessly that if this is truly luck, would you believe it? Lu Yun. What kind of look is that? Is she mocking me? Beside them, and Iran covered her mouth, trying not to laugh out loud. The once steady beast-taming sex suddenly became the center of attention that a man in a brown-red robe, embroidered with a tiger stepping on clouds, whispered, "Senior brother, our luck seems to be holding up. They only have 2 people, while we have 4 but since they're all female cultivators, wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to send 4? Should we only send 2? Zhuo Chen, expressionless, replied, Tiger Bai, speak less. Tiger Bai looked confused. Why, ahem, don't bother senior brother. Let me explain. Those 2 aren't too easy to deal with. Don't underestimate them, just because they're women. Another man, whose sleeves were embroidered with leaves, wrapped an arm around his shoulder, patiently imparting knowledge. The one who drew is Jiang Wanyuan. She recently contracted a fierce beast, Qiongqi, in the secret realm. The one beside her is her senior sister, an Iran, whose spirit pet is a silver wolf with a heavenly moon bloodline that in short, they are not to be trifled with. Tiger Bai appeared somewhat enlightened. Then, senior brother, are we likely to lose to them? Lin Zong smiled and shook his head. Not at all. We still have senior brother here. With him around, we'll be just fine. Zhuo Chen quietly observed Jiang Wanyuan, who had just stepped off the stage. Without saying a word, Zhaoan suddenly transmitted a message. Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Zhuo Chen did not respond, merely saying, come with me later. Meanwhile, Liang Chun, having completed his draw, also fixed his gaze on Jiang Wanyuan. Curiosity flickering in his eyes that it was the first time he had seen someone with such remarkable luck. Jiang Yuning, who had been silently watching him, felt her lips nearly bleed from biting them. Below the stage, the crowd, wary of making noise, began to pull out their jade tokens to build towers. Gah! Terrifying, this luck, absolutely terrifying. I never expected the falling sky sect to rise on sheer luck this year. I must admit, I'm intrigued. The beast-taming sect isn't too easy to deal with either. Stay calm, but no, I must pray. Perhaps I'll be lucky too, hee. What a pity. I was hoping for a clash between the senior brothers and sisters. But I didn't expect it to be the beast-taming sect. How disappointing that I concur. After the draw, Jiang Wanyuan and an Iran prepared to return to the city lord's pavilion that in Iran, shedding her earlier calm demeanor. Chattered excitedly, Sister Wanyuan, you were amazing. The beast-taming sect is the best choice. With Xiao Song and Xiongqi, even if they have 4, we still have a chance to win. Let us rest well today and prepare some good food for them. We must win tomorrow. Jiang Wanyuan nodded along, her mind wandering to what to cook for Qiongqi and also thinking of Fu Yin, who hadn't appeared for several days. Sisters, wait. Zhuo Chun and Zhaoan appeared before them, blocking their path. That I am Zhuo Chun, and this is my junior brother. Zhaoan, we are from the beast-taming sect. Jiang Wanyuan replied slowly, I am Jiang Wanyuan, and this is my senior sister in Iran. And Iran furrowed her brow, subtly stepping back behind Jiang Wanyuan. She felt a bit socially anxious. It's up to you, sister. Receiving a look of encouragement, Jiang Wanyuan could only muster a polite smile. Are you 2 looking for us for something? After a brief pause, Zhuo Chen remarked, I have heard that you have contracted the ferocious beast Qiongqi. It is reasonable to assume that Sister Jiang possesses considerable expertise in the realm of spirit pets. Hence my request for her assistance. Her expertise in spirit pets. How was that inferred? Furthermore, are they not rivals? How could someone seek help from their adversary? Jiang Wanwan was perplexed, her mind filled with questions, with a dry smile. She replied, perhaps you could first elaborate on the nature of the task. If I am able to assist, I shall certainly do my utmost. That my spirit pet is a demon dragon with the bloodline of a Qi Long, and it has recently refused to eat. That I have attempted numerous solutions, all in vain, Zhuo Chen said, his expression clouded with concern. Jiang Wanwan responded, if it refuses to eat, should we not consult a healer? Why involve her? Surely, one must have some basis for such hasty measures. How desperate must one be? What did the healers say? They mentioned that aside from its lack of appetite and resulting weakness, there are no other apparent issues. Jiang Wanwan contemplated for a moment, suggesting, let us find a suitable place to investigate further. Zhuo Chen nodded succinctly, very well. Where shall we go? Let us proceed to your residence. Entering the city lord's pavilion is rather inconvenient, she replied. Agreed. Zhuo Chen turned to Zhaoan, serving as a mere backdrop, twitched the corner of his mouth, and summoned his spirit pet, which materialized as a fluffy creature with horns. This is my spirit pet. The Mian sheep. It is not skilled in combat, but it is quite comfortable to sit upon. Iran discreetly tugged at Jiang Wanwan's sleeve. Expressing her unease at being in the presence of strangers that I wish to leave, she murmured. Jiang Wanwan, feeling helpless, communicated through thought. Ibao, you may return first, that I shall join you once I have concluded my business. Aniran nodded vigorously and summoned her small Tsang to swiftly depart. That my senior sister is rather timid, so she will not accompany us, that I fear they may misunderstand, Jiang Wanwan explained. Zhaoan chuckled. No matter, please, Jiang's sister. She took her seat, and the soft wool of the Mian sheep transformed into a chair-like form, adjusting itself comfortably according to her posture. Zhou soon joined her. Is this the specific reason for summoning him? Zhaoan inquired. The Mian sheep moved at a leisurely pace, providing a surprisingly comfortable ride. Jiang Wanwan was filled with wonder. In her lifetime, she never anticipated soaring through the skies on the back of a sheep. Who would believe such a tale? Before long, the Mian sheep gently descended, arriving at a tranquil inn within the flower burial city, an ideal locale for repose. Zhou guided her upstairs and casually opened an unoccupied room on the second floor. This entire floor is reserved for us, and there are many vacant rooms, all impeccably cleaned. You may converse freely. I shall fetch the proprietor to prepare some sustenance. Chapter 29. Treating the Nine Jiao. Mouth-watering once the door closed, Zhou immediately summoned his spirit pet. The fabric of space tore apart as a serpentine dragon, black with white scales, emerged, its elongated body covered in dense dragon scales, emanating an undeniable aura of power without even needing to be touched. The Nine Jiao coiled around Zhou, its dragon head drooping weakly, its roar betraying its frailty. Sister Jiang, please. Zhou gently offered the head of the Nine Jiao towards her. Startled, Jiang Wanwan instinctively recoiled, confronted suddenly by the colossal creature, its eyes larger than her fists. The Nine Jiao was known for its docile nature and posed no threat. Sensing her fear, Zhou reassured her. It is harmless. I am merely a tad surprised, as it is my first encounter with a Jiao. Jiang Wanwan stammered, attempting to collect her composure as she scrutinized the dragon's head, circling it thoroughly. Even examining the tip of its tail. Has it ever exhibited such behavior before? Never. When did this begin? A month ago. And how long have you been contracted? Less than a year. What does it typically consume? Specially formulated food from the Beast Master sect, with occasional seafood treats. With the inquiries concluded, she arrived at her verdict. I am afraid I cannot discern any issues. Zhou disappointment was palpable as he shook his head. It is quite all right that he had anticipated this outcome, having resorted to desperate measures out of necessity. Master. Suddenly, the Qiongqi in the spirit pet space began to bounce excitedly. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback, wondering if, glancing at the Nine Jiao, there would be a conflict if Qiongqi emerged. Zhou Shixiang, may I release my spirit pet? Of course, came the affirmative response, and she promptly summoned Qiongqi. Upon emergence, it took the form of a typical size, barely reaching her calf, resembling a large dog. Woo! Hungry, food. Did someone mention food? Where is this place? Qiongqi's small eyes displayed a profound confusion. Jiang Wanwan sighed. I had hoped it could assist, but it seems not. This is an inn. I will prepare something for you upon our return. She reassured the creature, attempting to placate it. Woo. Hungry. Qiongqi quickly drooped, leaning against her leg in a pitiful manner. Zhou, observing this, produced a cloth bag with a flourish. I said hungry. I have specially formulated spirit pet food from the Beast Master sect. Jiang Shimi, please take this. Spirit pets dread hunger, and timely sustenance is vital for their strength, he added, his gaze dimming slightly. Regrettably, my Nine Jiao cannot eat it all right now. Thank you, Zhou Shixiang, reluctant to decline his kindness. Jiang Wanwan accepted the bag and opened it. Inside were a dozen round, biscuit-like treats, exuding a robust aroma of medicine intertwined with the scent of meat. Is this the food developed by the Beast Master sect? Yes, it has undergone continuous improvement, now effectively integrating medicinal properties with food to enhance spirit pet's absorption. There are various flavors, including spirit beast meat and seafood, Zhou replied, his pride evident. Jiang Wanwan scrutinized the food, then glanced down at the Qiongqi, feeling uncertain that it would partake in such offerings. However, considering the prominence of the Beast Master sect, the quality should be reliable that if it did eat, it would save on its usual provisions, though the majority of its meals were self-caught. Here, try this. She presented a piece of spirit beast meat-flavored treat to Qiongqi. Upon catching the scent, Qiongqi's nose twitched, its tongue lolling out, yet it turned its head away disinterestedly. Continuing to lean against her, "Woo, I want meat, fragrant meat." It was adamant against consuming the peculiar item, claiming it was not truly meat despite its flavor. "Are you being picky now?" Jiang Wanwan felt a touch embarrassed as she withdrew her hand. Zhou Shixiang, Qiongqi tends to be rather finicky. It may not be interested in this food at first. Zhou Chun, undeterred, observed Qiongqi intently, as if studying a rare specimen. Zhou Shixiang. Indeed, the 9 Jiao had a similar reaction earlier. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's gaze shifted to the cloth bag in her possession, murmuring, "Could it be that the sect's newly developed food has issues?" Jiang Shimi. "May I inquire what you typically feed it?" Jiang Wanwan hesitated. Feeling somewhat reluctant to disclose, spirit beast roasted meat. Zhou Chen appeared perplexed. "Is that all?" "It does not consume vegetables and primarily feeds on spirit beast meat, occasionally some medicinal pills." Jiang Wanwan scratched her nose. Acknowledging her lack of diligence regarding Qiongqi's diet, primarily because it relished spirit beast roasted meat. Zhou Chen's confusion deepened as he pondered, then requested, "Jiang Shimi, may I see the spirit beast meat you usually provide? I wish to ascertain if the 9 Jiao would accept it." "Very well." Seeing his earnest demeanor and genuine concern for his spirit pet, Jiang Wanwan reluctantly agreed, nodding in consent. She retrieved a grill and extracted the prepared spirit beast meat from her storage bag. With a fire talisman affixed to the grill, it quickly heated up. As Zhou Chen awaited the spirit beast meat, his expression was one of bewilderment. "Jiang Shimi, what exactly are you doing?" "Grilling meat," she replied casually. Then realized that the cultivation world might not be familiar with such a device. Thus, she explained, "It is a type of cooking tool. Qiongqi does not enjoy raw meat, so I typically prepare it beforehand." Zhou Chen nodded, silently observing, his demeanor serious as if he were engaged in a significant endeavor. The 9 Jiao, positioned behind him, also appeared curious, watching her with interest. Being the focus of attention while grilling meat was somewhat disconcerting. Jiang Wanwan pretended they were not present, skillfully using her sword technique to slice the spirit beast meat into even pieces. She pondered what expression Fu Yin would have if he learned she had diligently practiced swordplay only to use it for cutting meat. Lost in thought, she continued her work, flipping the meat with a casual grace before drizzling sauce over it to continue grilling. Sizzle. The sauce seeped into the spirit beast meat, mingling with the sizzling sounds of fat, releasing an indescribable aroma that rapidly filled the room. "Oh, I almost forgot." Jiang Wanwan tapped her forehead and casually produced a cheap isolation talisman she had purchased. Roasting meat within someone else's was already considered inappropriate. If the aroma wafted beyond, it would pose an even greater dilemma. The rhythmic sound of dripping echoed in the air as Jiang Wanwan glanced at the drooling Qiongqi, accustomed to its presence. Yet, it seemed there was an additional sound of saliva trickling. She looked up, meeting the gaze of a colossal Jiaolong, its drool cascading from its mouth, its eyes ablaze with longing. Zhou Chen discreetly swallowed hard and remarked, "Jiang Shimi, it appears the 9 Jiaolong has finally developed an appetite." Chapter 30, Feast, an Appetite. Must it be phrased so ominously? Jiang Wanwan's gaze fell upon the drooling maw of the 9 Jiaolong, where sharp teeth were neatly arrayed, glinting ominously. Were it not for its intense focus on the grill, she might have suspected it intended to devour her. "I apologize, Zhou Shixiao. My storage bag contains little spirit beast meat, and I fear it may not suffice." Jiang Wanwan expressed her sudden concern. "No matter. I shall procure more immediately. Are there any specific types you desire?" Zhou Chen readily agreed, inquiring if she had any selection criteria. Since the 9 Jiaolong seems fond of seafood, why not acquire some meat from sea creatures? Zhou Chen soon departed. By the time he returned, Jiang Wanwan had already prepared the portion for Qiongqi. The creature was engrossed in its meal, while the poor 9 Jiaolong could only drool incessantly. "Jiang Shimi, I owe you my gratitude," Zhou Chen said as he revealed the meticulously selected meats, each piece firm and succulent, exuding a subtle, briny aroma, clearly freshly processed. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback by his swiftness, but quickly began grilling. Seafood cooked rapidly, Thinly sliced and lightly seared, it sizzled enticingly, filling the air with a delectable fragrance. After assessing the nine jiaolong's condition, she added a touch of powdered spirit medicine before drizzling the sauce produced by her system. Zhou Chen had purchased an ample amount of meat, and Jiang Wanwan prepared 3 generous plates. As soon as the seafood was ready, the impatient nine jiaolong opened its cavernous mouth, devouring nearly half a plate in one go. This is my first time making so much grilled meat. Zhou Shixiang, let us partake together. She had also prepared portions for the 3 of them. Surprised that she had remembered them, Zhou Chen smiled gratefully and swiftly picked up his chopsticks, perhaps due to the hurried preparation. The presentation was less than perfect, but once it touched his palate, the rich juices and tender texture sent shivers of delight through him. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened, and he eagerly began feasting. In contrast, Jiang Wanwan remained composed. Though it had been a while since she had enjoyed grilled meat, given it was her own creation, she consumed it with grace. She mused that a bowl of fried rice would have been a delightful addition, enhancing the flavors even further. The taste is exquisite, Zhou Chen exclaimed after finishing, suppressing the urge to burp, his tone sincere, as the lingering flavors in his mouth seemed to invite further enjoyment. That it was 1,000 times more delectable than the prescribed meals at the Beastmaster sect, even surpassing the specialized dishes prepared for spirit pets. That he glanced at the 9 jiaolong, lost in blissful consumption. And oh wonder, the creature, having suffered a month of anorexia, was relishing the feast. How delightful! What are you all eating? The 9 jiaolong is willing to eat. Zhaoan entered, carrying dishes, nearly overwhelmed by the rich aroma. Inhaling deeply, regaining his senses, he was astonished by the lively scene of feasting within the room. Firstly, there appeared to be a gleaming platter before the brother who had been fasting, with suspicious oil stains at the corners of his mouth. Secondly, the 9 jiaolong, once thought weak due to its aversion to food, now seemed to dance, its massive form writhing with delight as it gorged itself. What had transpired in the half-hour he was away? Zhao, dazed, sat beside Zhou Chen, placing the tray down. Zhao Shixiang, you've arrived. This is prepared for you. Do enjoy it while it's hot. Jiang Wanwan cheerfully pushed the last plate of grilled meat toward him. Prepared for me? Zhaoan regained his focus, realizing the enticing aroma emanated from the dish before him, that he swallowed hard. He was currently fasting. Should he eat or refrain? Just as he resolved to decline, he caught a glimpse of his senior brother's rolling Adam's apple and the subtle yearning in his eyes. Eat. There is no reason to hesitate. Zhao betrayed his initial resolve, politely thanking them before picking up his chopsticks. As he savored the meat, he felt increasingly validated in his decision. This is delicious. He quickly polished off the plate, suppressing any urge to burp, elegantly casting a cleansing spell to tidy the table. Jiang Shimi, did you make this? Indeed, that it's truly remarkable. I've never tasted meat this exquisite before. Compared to the meals at our sect, this is barely palatable. Upon learning it was her creation, Zhaoan couldn't help but unleash a torrent of critiques regarding their sect's culinary disasters. Not only is it unappetizing, but it's also quite bizarre. Spirit fruits stir-fried with meat, stewed spirit fish, and spicy flying chicken. In short, aside from sustaining one's body and restoring spiritual energy, there is nothing commendable about them. As he spoke, he nearly wept, gazing at the satiated Xiongqi dozing off, feeling utterly defeated. These past years, I've eaten even less than a spirit pet. Zhou Chen, seated beside him, did not intervene but silently nodded in agreement, clearly empathizing with the struggles of the Beastmaster sect disciples. Jiang Wanwan found herself puzzled. Why not find some skilled cooks to prepare meals for you at the Beastmaster sect? Zhaoan shook his head, expressing his helplessness, that it's not that we don't want to. First, most cultivators don't prioritize culinary delights. Secondly, the main purpose of our sect's meals is to restore the disciples' stamina and nourish their bodies. This requires the chef to infuse their own spiritual energy during cooking, which ordinary cooks find challenging. Indeed, there are competent cooks in the cultivation world, but alas, most operate in the capital and seldom choose to serve a sect. Jiang Shimi, your culinary skills are truly rare in the entire cultivation realm, but he concluded with a compliment. Jiang Wanwan nodded in realization, her gaze towards them now tinged with sympathy. That it was indeed a profound regret to lose the joy of savoring delectable food at such a young age. A melodious dragon's roar escaped the 9 jiaolong after its meal, affectionately nudging Zhou Chen's shoulder. How wonderful! You're all right, Zhou Chen exclaimed, excitedly stroking its dragon head before retracting his hand. Zhou Shixiang, this is merely a temporary solution. If such a situation arises again, what shall we do? Jiang Wanwan expressed her concerns. Zhou Chen seemed to have a plan in mind. Once this period concludes, I shall journey to the capital to seek a master and hone my culinary skills. Since the Nine Jiaolong does not relish the rations from the Beast Master sect, I will prepare meals for it, just as you do, Jiang Shimi. Jiang Wanwan nearly dropped her chin in disbelief. Her expression complex that it was indeed commendable for the esteemed senior brother of the Beast Master sect to seek culinary expertise. However, unlike her, whose skills were a mere twist of fate, he possessed genuine strength. Jiang Shimi, I truly thank you. Zhou Chen rose, clasping his fists in gratitude that I owe you a favor, and I am willing to perform any task that does not compromise my conscience, should you require assistance. Please do not hesitate to ask. His gratitude was sincere. The Nine Jiaolong meant as much to him as family. Regardless of her request, he would not decline, provided it was within his capabilities. Chapter 31. 2 against 3. Jiang Wanwan pondered, stroking her chin before slowly speaking, that I do indeed have a matter I wish to trouble you with. Zhou Chen stood attentively and replied, Speak. She tapped the table thoughtfully and continued, Zhou Shixiang, you surely haven't forgotten that tomorrow is the grand competition between us and the Beast Master sect. The Beast Master sect has 4 participants, while only Yi Bao and I represent our side. 2 against 4, that even with spirit pets, our chances of victory are slim. Zhou Chen calmly nodded that I asked your request related to the competition. He surmised that if they were to forfeit, that could be arranged. After all, the Beast Master sect did not place significant importance on the competition, and delaying their participation by a few days would not be an issue. They generally avoided disputes. However, persuading the others to concede would indeed require considerable effort. Zhaoan glanced at Zhou Chen, wisely refraining from speaking. Given her assistance to the senior brother, it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask him to forfeit. He could also help persuade the others, especially after having enjoyed her grilled meat. Jiang Wanwan, unaware of their thoughts, weighed her words before continuing. Thus, I wish to request Zhou Shixiang not to participate in tomorrow's competition. After all, as a yuaning cultivator, your presence would diminish our chances significantly. The remaining 3 participants included 2 Gene Dan cultivators and 1 foundation-building cultivator, providing a fair chance against them. Are you suggesting that I should abstain from participating? Zhou Chen asked, slightly perplexed. Jiang Wanwan hesitated. This request shouldn't be too unreasonable, should it? At the very least, I'm not naive enough to expect the entire Beast Master sect to concede. It is not unreasonable, Zhou Chen replied, shaking his head, feeling relieved. After all, he did not represent the Beast Master sect and was reluctant to involve his junior brothers due to his own reasons. That she could express such a request was already a pleasant surprise to him. Then it is settled. The hour grows late. I must take my leave, both of you, having resolved the pressing concerns weighing on her heart. Jiang Wanquan felt a lightness envelop her as she swiftly departed with Qiongqi. After her exit, Zhaoan could no longer contain himself. Senior brother, this Jiang Shimi is quite commendable. I had thought you would directly request our Beast Master sect to forfeit the competition. Zhou Chen cast him a sidelong glance and rose to leave. Tomorrow's contest is between you and Hu Bai from Lin's sect. Exercise caution and no one to hold back. Understood, senior brother. The following day, the square was teeming with spectators eager to witness the confrontation between the Falling Sky sect and the Beast Master sect. The anticipation was palpable, far surpassing that for the earlier matches between the Tianyin Tower and the Holy Spirit sect. After all, Falling Sky sect had advanced directly to the finals, and no one had yet seen their prowess in action. The excitement was at its peak that in the stands, 2 figures appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Wanquan Shimi, look. Senior brother has also arrived. An Iran, following Jiang Wanquan onto the stage, keenly spotted Fu Yin. Jiang Wanquan followed her gaze and beheld a figure in the corner of the stands, draped in flowing white robes. With inky hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned with a jade hairpin, his expression serene yet inexplicably captivating. Behind him stood Qing Tsang, wielding a jade fan. Jiang Wanquan waved at him with a smile. Fu Yin seemed to sense her presence and glanced her way. She turned away, her smile fading. It had been several days since they last met, yet Fu Yan's pallor remained strikingly translucent, as if he were a specter. She had never truly contemplated the extent of Fu Yan's injuries. The book spoke of a childhood tainted by demonic energy that had seeped into his very bones. However, Fu Yan was characterized as the antagonist within those tales. Why would he target the protagonists and the righteous cultivators? What connection could that have with his affliction? The answers lay only within the burial flower secret realm, for the thrifty system would not concoct any activities without reason. Jiang Wanquan quickly unraveled her thoughts, nodding in agreement that it was remarkable how she could continue the quest despite her inability to recall the plot. Silence. A thunderous sound echoed from the heavens as the judge made a grand entrance. The contest is about to commence. Disciples of the Beast Master Sect, please take your positions on stage. And no sooner had the words left his lips than the three hurriedly arriving contestants landed on the platform. Huh? Why are there only three? Where is the senior brother of the Beast Master Sect? A sharp observer from the audience quickly pieced it together. The other onlookers from the four sects grew restless. Particularly Lu Yun, who nearly sprang to his feet. Without Zhou Chun, the nascent soul cultivator, the Beast Master Sect's chances of victory had significantly diminished. Ahem. Zhou Chun of the Beast Master Sect has forfeited. The remaining contestants are present. The competition commences. The judge declared before swiftly retreating, his form vanishing into the air as he kept a close watch on the unfolding events. Jiang Wanquan truly possessed remarkable tactics, even managing to persuade Zhou Chun to forfeit. Just sheer luck. It's merely that the dim-witted individuals of the Beast Master Sect are easy to talk to. Should she encounter us, she would undoubtedly retreat in the face of difficulty. Should do not speak. Watch the match closely. Jiang Shimi, let us keep things moderate. Before engaging, Zhaoan respectfully clasped his fists. Jiang Wanquan nodded, raising her hand to summon Luo Xue, with Qiongqi, restored to its normal size, standing behind her. Its mane billowing and its copper bell-like eyes gleaming with ferocity, Diane Iran quickly summoned her companion. Shout Song. I'll take on one. You take on the other. All right, the one with the leaf embroidery on the sleeve is mine. Jiang Wanquan acknowledged, swiftly launching an assault on Lin's sect. Qiongqi let out a furious roar and struck towards him. The bluestone bricks beneath Lin's sect suddenly cracked open, and a myriad of robust vines intertwined to form a net. Firmly catching Qiongqi's menacing blow, be careful, Shimmy. Lin's sect chuckled lightly, his arm extending with verdant spiritual energy, vanishing in a flash, only to reappear behind her, launching a cunning strike at her lower back. Clang! Luo Xue swiftly retreated, darting towards his hand. The palm filled with spiritual energy was met with resistance, and seizing the moment, he quickly evaded. Close combat is not an option. Jiang Wanquan rapidly realized, relentlessly pursuing him as sharp sword energy surged from all directions. Greenwood technique. Lin's sect raised his hand and struck downwards, his spiritual energy morphing into a colossal pine tree, surging up to meet the sword energy that he stumbled back onto the platform, letting out a muffled groan. A sword mark still bleeding from his palm. Jiang Wanquan formed a single-handed seal, Luo Xue swirling into a flurry of sword blossoms, suddenly transforming into a massive sword as a chilling wind swept through the arena, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy directed at Lin's sect. Not good, Greenwood. The vines entangled with Qiongqi swiftly unraveled, slicing through the air to confront him, transforming into a long whip that struck unhesitatingly towards the great sword. Boom! The shockwave erupted, sending the blue stone bricks beneath them flying. As Lin's sect was hurled backward, the dust settled. The Lin sect disciple, who should have fallen, was instead cushioned by a woolly sheep, blood trickling from his mouth as he gasped for breath. Jiang Wanquan narrowed her eyes, feigning a smile. Zhao Shixiang, 2 golden core cultivators against me alone. You truly overestimate my abilities. Zhaoan quickly administered a pill to Lin's sect, offering a sheepish smile that no, I'll return right away. Meanwhile, Aniran furrowed her brows, gazing at Hubai before her. That moment. Hubai had transformed from his previously youthful self, half of his fair face now adorned with tiger stripes. His physique towering, one arm morphed into a robust tiger paw, and one eye gleamed a crimson hue. Chapter 32. The proper posture for a self-sacrificial victory. Hubai, who had previously been a Foundation establishment cultivator, now exuded an aura that surged towards the golden core level. His attacks were reckless and bold, displaying a disregard for his own safety, Niran stroked Xiao Tsang's fluffy chin, contemplating as she glanced toward Jiang Wanquan, who was entangled with Zhaoan, her expression betraying a hint of conflict. Should she proceed? Would it be inappropriate? Roar! Come and fight! Half man, half tiger, Hu Bai, seeing her hesitation, stomped on the stone bricks in frustration, roaring as he charged at her. His tiger claws clenched tightly, brimming with spiritual energy, his muscles bulging, causing the very space around him to warp with the force of his punch. The inner conflict transformed into a resolve to face death head-on. Niran cried out, and Xiao Tsang immediately surged forward, releasing a wolfish howl, radiating a silvery glow. Hu Bai's gaze momentarily dulled, his movements slowing for an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Niran advanced, striking his chest before swiftly retreating. As the daze dissipated, Hu Bai shook his head vigorously, regaining his senses. That I've been tricked. You scoundrel. Hu Bai bellowed in fury, charging even more aggressively towards Niran. Xiao Tsang roar. Following the command, Xiao Tsang whipped around, clamping its jaws onto Niran's clothing and flinging her toward the edge of the stage. What? The spectators, engrossed in the unfolding drama, suddenly witnessed a reversal of fortunes that Niran's spirit beast, which should have been loyal, had inexplicably turned against her, dragging her toward the ground. The silver moon wolf had betrayed her. What a jest! Wasn't he to rule that spirit beasts could not violate their contracts? Had it been bewitched? Yet no signs of Hu by employing any charm attacks were evident. That it was over. Niran would surely be eliminated, and Jiang Wanquan was presently ensnared by Zhaoan, unable to intervene. Such a pity, with Zhou Chun, the senior brother, opting out. Falling Sky Sect had a considerable chance of victory. Amidst the astonished and regretful gazes of the crowd, Niran gracefully arced through the air, landing swiftly on the ground below. Hu Bai? What just happened? What is this? Is he trying to play tricks? Zhaoan? What is going on? They were fighting so well. How did it suddenly take a turn? Can Hu Bai even perform such enchantments? Lin Sect. Woe is me. Are they really about to win? It's finally not just him taking the beating. Jiang Wanquan's sword strikes truly hurt. As Jiang Wanquan observed Niran's actions, the corner of her mouth twitched. It seemed this antagonist had been led astray by her. In the next moment, just as Niran should have landed, she suddenly trembled and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Hu Bai, left bewildered and uncertain, felt the world spin around him. Bang. Hu Bai crashed onto the ground below the stage, while Niran, who should have been thrown down, stood unscathed in the very spot he had just occupied. The crowd! A hushed silence fell, eyes wide in disbelief. The judge was the first to regain his composure. Beast Master Sect, Hu Bai is eliminated. Hu Bai, bewildered, pushed himself up. That I've been eliminated? But how did I get down here? The tiger stripes on his face gradually faded, his form quickly returning to normal. Hu Bai looked up at Zhaoan on the stage, confusion and helplessness in his voice. Senior brother, how did I end up down here? Zhaoan opened his mouth at a loss for words. How had he suddenly found himself on the ground? Zhao Shixiang, are you curious to know what just happened? Suddenly, Jiang Wanquan's friendly voice chimed in, a delicate hand lightly patting his shoulder. I do not wish to know. Zhaoan's mind rang with alarm as he swiftly distanced himself, the woolly sheep warily standing in front of him. Jiang Wanquan stood at the edge of the stage, smiling sweetly at him. That don't be so formal. I simply wish to share something with you. Beware, senior brother. Lin Sect shouted as countless vines ensnared him. Roar. The watchful Qiongqi roared excitedly, opening its massive maw to bite the vines, pinning them down with its limbs, emanating a faint red glow as the stones beneath cracked, the vines easily severed. Bang. Another thud echoed as Zhao and lay on the ground, exchanging bewildered glances with Hu Bai. Senior brother, how did you end up down here too? I don't know. Just like that, I was suddenly down and bam, here I am. Senior brother, junior brother, Zhaoan lamented in despair. How could you both leave me here to take the hits alone? The ferocious creature, Qiongqi, instilled a sense of dread within me. I yearned to return to my sect, calmly standing in the spot originally occupied by Zhaoan. Jiang Wanquan absent-mindedly stroked the soft, fluffy wool of the sheep. Goodness, am I losing my sanity? In the blink of an eye, what on earth transpired? How did Hu Bai and Zhaoan fall? How were they eliminated? It was supposed to be an evenly matched battle, yet it seems I was gravely mistaken. This thought came from a disciple who had participated in the wager. Have you all noticed? They appear to have swapped positions. As if they replaced the members of Luo Tian's sect who were meant to fall. That I see. They must be employing deceit. They must be using some underhanded tactics. Judge. The Luo Tian sect is cheating. The judge, exasperated, could not resist stepping forward. Silence. The Luo Tian sect has not cheated. The competition shall continue. The other disciples from the four sects were no longer composed. This tactic is too bizarre. What if they encounter it? Senior brother, what is happening? Can you discern the situation? Yin Chun, a disciple of the Sacred Spirit sect, inquired with curiosity. The other sect disciples nearby discreetly leaned in to listen. Liangchen replied nonchalantly, "It must be some sort of talisman that swiftly exchanged the positions of the two individuals in a remarkably short time." He had witnessed in Iran and Jiang Wanquan each take out a talisman and affix it to their bodies before their descent. That a talisman? What kind of talisman has such an effect? Yin Shin murmured, "It seems to pertain to space, resembling a teleportation talisman, albeit one for short distances and brief durations. That I've never heard of such a talisman. Do you know of it?" "I have no idea." Suddenly, someone remarked, "Could it be that the Luo Tian sect developed it themselves?" The scene fell into an unexpected silence. The speaker perspired and awkwardly chuckled. "I was merely jesting." "How could that be possible?" "Absolutely impossible." Several glances subtly fell upon the stage. That may not be the case. That on the stage, Jiang Wanquan crouched down, earnestly observing the two seated individuals. With a tone of both resignation and sincerity, she stated, "My dear friends, I initially intended to engage in a fair competition with you. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. That I did not wish for this. Yet it undeniably leads to victory. Moreover, the system has provided me with ample resources. I truly did not desire it to be this way. That we are all compelled by circumstance." Her gaze radiated earnestness. Zhaoen's lips twitched uncontrollably. "You didn't want this? You didn't hesitate for a moment when you knocked me off? I would have feigned belief even if you hesitated for a second. So tell me, how did you accomplish that?" "Just a moment. There is still someone present that I will explain after the competition concludes." Jiang Wanquan shook her head and turned her attention to the sole disciple of the Beast Master sect on the stage. Chapter 33. Let us discuss a transaction. Lightly Lin Zong. He is now in a state of panic. His fellow disciples were unexpectedly eliminated. What was once a 3-on-2 battle has abruptly transformed into a 1-on-2. So, the pressing question is, what should he do now? Although the advantage currently lies with them. "I will not." Jiang Wanquan drew out the snowfall sword, a gentle smile gracing her face. "That I concede." Lin Zong clasped his hands together, confidently showcasing his gesture to the onlookers before graciously stepping down from the stage. The crowd. There are so many points of contention. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. The judge, suspended in midair, was caught off guard by this reversal. Ahem, the Beastmaster sect concedes. In this competition, the Luo Tian sect emerges victorious. The defeated trio from the Beastmaster sect huddled together, sighing in dismay. "Zhaoen, I had previously assured Senior Brother that we would stop at the right moment during the competition. And now, my face truly hurts. Brother, how did I lose? I distinctly saw that person fall. How did the one who landed become me? Hubai still brooded over the earlier incident. Lin Zong, who had conceded, remained silent, quietly diminishing his presence. Let us not speak of his lack of courage. They were unaware that Jiang Wanquan was genuinely ruthless. Jiang Wanquan approached. Zhaoen looked at her with a mournful expression. "Jiang, junior sister, do you have something to discuss?" He needed to report the task back to Senior Brother. In the span of a mere incense stick, 2 were eliminated, and 1 was given up. How could he possibly articulate that? Can I say that they simply slipped and fell? Here. Jiang Wanquan waved her hand, and a talisman soared into his grasp. The white talisman was adorned with intricate patterns. The cinnabar-drawn spiritual runes gradually coalescing into a swirling circle. What is this? This is what I used on stage just now, that I have named it the Exchange Talisman. Its function is to swap the positions of the 2 individuals to whom it is affixed. So that is how it is. Zhaoen suddenly recalled that before the descent, she had indeed patted his shoulder. It must have been at that moment. The competition does not restrict talismans, yet I have never heard of one with such capabilities. While there are limitations, if utilized wisely, it could prove to be a life-saving tool. Junior sister Jiang, may I inquire where you procured this talisman? He was also keen to acquire some for future use. Oh, I drew this myself, she replied nonchalantly. Junior sister Jiang, you can draw talismans? I thought you were a sword cultivator. Zhao was initially astonished, reflecting on her agile movements with the sword on stage. Yet he was also puzzled. Jiang Wanquan waved her hand dismissively, as though it were commonplace. As the saying goes, a sword cultivator who cannot draw talismans is not a good chef. It's all part of the normal routine. She would certainly not disclose that she had intended to draw a teleportation talisman, but, after multiple failures, inadvertently transformed it into the exchange talisman. Zhao's mouth fell open, although he had never heard that saying. He silently gave her a thumbs up. Junior sister Jiang, you truly are knowledgeable and talented. You're too kind. Now, let us discuss the matter of purchasing talismans, Jiang Wanquan said with a modest smile. Producing a stack of talismans and waving it, Zhao replied solemnly. We should not flaunt our wealth. Let us find another place to converse. Senior brother Zhao is quite considerate. Where shall we go? This way, please. The two strolled out, engaged in lively conversation. Lin Zong suddenly smacked his forehead, tugging at Hu Bai to follow, but he found himself unable to pull him along. Hu Bai, why are you dawdling? Senior brother has already walked far away. Hu Bai gazed at Iran, resolutely declaring, though I lost this time, I assure you that when we meet again, I shall not be defeated by you. And Iran cast a sidelong glance at him, her expression serene, concealing her thoughts that at the very least, it won't be so easy. Hu Bai felt a pang of anxiety under her gaze, and quickly added, and Iran. On the surface, she appeared calm, yet internally, she was in turmoil, biting her handkerchief in distress. How nerve-wracking. How should she respond? Is it not acceptable? But would it be considered bullying if a golden core cultivator faced a foundation establishment one? The little junior sister seemed to be on good terms with the Beast Master sect. No, it would be best not to say anything at all. Why are they not leaving yet? Why didn't the little junior sister call her when she left? Aniran's gaze wandered, wishing fervently for them to depart immediately, yet she could not voice it, as they were not close. Junior sister, would you care to join us? Lin Zong suggested. Iran slowly shook her head. Lin Zong had no choice but to swiftly lead the still unresigned Hu Bai away, as soon as they left, and Iran quietly sighed in relief, summoning Shao Tsang to return to the city lord's pavilion. In the end, senior brother, here is what transpired. What is your perspective? Zhao immediately sought out Zhou Chun, who was immersed in culinary arts in the kitchen, recounting the events of the competition and the purchase of the talisman in detail. Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, the exchange talisman sounds promising. If the price is right, it would be prudent to acquire several for the sect's disciples, although there are limitations. For those with lower cultivation levels, it serves as an excellent tool. Wonderful. That is precisely my thought. Now we must address the matter of pricing. Let us go. We shouldn't keep others waiting. Zhao led Zhou Chun upstairs. Junior sister Jiang, I have kept you waiting. Now we may discuss the price. Zhao seated himself, a warm smile illuminating his face. What followed was bound to be a fierce negotiation. Does the Beast Master sect possess wealth? Indeed, does raising spirit beasts require funds? Absolutely. Therefore, it seems the landlord's family has no surplus either. Zhao secretly bolstered his resolve, believing that junior sister Jiang, being relatively new to the world, likely had little experience in negotiations and should be easy to handle. Jiang Wanquan nodded, her demeanor growing serious as they broached the subject of money. Was she in need of funds? Certainly. To support Fu Yin, she had expended considerable points, now that she could not earn points. Accumulating some spirit stones would be beneficial. After all, most items in the system's marketplace were also found in the cultivation world, aside from a few unique and expensive ones. Thus, she had resolved to save points. Spending sparingly unless absolutely necessary, for having a balance brought her peace of mind. But how would she acquire resources for her cultivation that relied solely on her efforts? Jiang Wanquan's eyes gleamed with determination as she regarded Zhao and as a treasure waiting to be unearthed. The two fell into a contemplative silence, weighing how best to initiate the conversation to seize the upper hand. Junior sister Jiang, shall we eat first before discussing? Jijiao has been doing well lately. I would like to trouble you once more. Noticing their silence, Zhou Chen suddenly interjected. Zhaoan nearly choked, incredulously staring at him. "Senior brother, what are you doing? How can you so directly and abruptly hand our leverage over to her?" Good idea. What do you think, senior brother Zhao?" Zhang Wanquan feigned contemplation before turning her gaze to Zhaoan, her smile radiant. Zhaoan felt as though an invisible knife had pierced his heart, blood gushing forth. "That I think it sounds splendid." Zhaoan was on the verge of tears, yet upon meeting the calm gaze of his senior brother, he could only resign himself to nodding in acquiescence. Though his senior brother was undeniably formidable, his emotional intelligence left much to be desired. Chapter 34. The Memory Stone. Zhou Chun provided the meat of spirit beasts. Jiang Wanwan took charge of the cooking, while Zhaoan was relegated to the role of an observer. The meal was enjoyed by all, with hosts and guests alike sharing in the merriment. Zhaoan lifted a cup of brewed tea to his lips. The tea's fragrant aroma pleasantly masked the taste of the meat, simultaneously suppressing a slight urge to burp. "Zhao Shixiang, shall we continue?" Jiang Wanwan inquired. Zhaoan set down his teacup, inwardly sighing. Morale, as the adage goes, is initially high but wanes over time, and having just dined on her cooking, he found himself at a loss for words regarding pricing. Alas, it was evident that business should never be discussed at the dining table. He opted to relinquish the initiative. The Beastmaster sect seeks a batch of exchange talismans, approximately 200 in number. What are your thoughts, Jiang Shimi? Business must indeed be discussed at the dining table. Jiang Wanwan glanced at Zhou Chun, whose mind seemed elsewhere, and silently gave a thumbs up. Truly a divine assist. The exchange talismans were crafted by my own hand. Presently, I am the sole practitioner in the cultivation world capable of such artistry. I can assure you that even the most orthodox talisman masters would require time to replicate them identically. The first step, rarity enhances value, thus elevating one's worth. Zhaoan nodded in agreement. This was undeniably sound reasoning. However, the Beastmaster sect's demand was substantial, and they might wish to continue purchasing in the future. Therefore, if they were inclined to establish a long-term relationship with me, then the price should not pose a problem. The second step, entice them into becoming long-term clients. Zhaoan hesitated. While the exchange talismans were indeed useful, overuse could potentially lead to a countermeasure devised by talisman masters. Most importantly, if I can create exchange talismans, then I can certainly craft other talismans as well. That if Zhao Xiong is amenable, I could prioritize selling any future talismans I create to the Beastmaster sect. The third step, mitigate risks while enhancing temptation. Essentially, painting a grand vision. Zhaoan, unscathed by the harsh realities of society, nodded vigorously. Forming a partnership with a talisman master capable of creating numerous talismans was undoubtedly a boon. Very well, I shall defer to Jiang Shimi. You may set the price. Zhao Shixiang was indeed quite straightforward. How about 10 mid-grade spirit stones per talisman? Jiang Wanwan replied with a smile, modestly concealing her accomplishments. That sounds quite reasonable. Zhaoan agreed. Visibly pleased, he extended his hand beneath the table towards Zhou Chun. Lacking funds, how about a little sponsorship from my senior brother? Zhou Chun, catching the movement from the corner of his eye, did not hesitate, retrieving a storage bag filled with snacks and handing it over at a total of 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Jiang Wanwan accepted it, satisfied, and said, I will deliver the 200 exchange talismans to you before the flower burial secret realm opens. Will there be enough time? There will be. Jiang Wanwan rose to depart, only to be halted by Zhou Chen's voice. Senior brother? Zhou Chen produced a white, luminescent stone, offering it to her. This is a recording of my previous encounter with Luo Han. Should you face him in the finals, it may prove beneficial. Jiang Wanwan paused for a moment, then accepted it with a smile, retrieving a book in return. No rewards without effort. This is a book related to cooking. Feel free to peruse it at your leisure. She departed swiftly. Zhou Chen regarded the cover, upon which the words recipe book were inscribed, and a rare look of delight crossed his features as he solemnly tucked it away. Zhaoan observed this exchange, his mouth opening slightly before closing again. This gift was indeed heartfelt. However, if a senior brother were to master the culinary arts, would he not be able to mooch meals? With this thought, Zhaoan's spirits lifted once more to the city lord's pavilion. Jiang Wanwan hurried to her room upon returning, shutting the door firmly behind her as she retrieved the memory stone. The memory stone was a common artifact in the cultivation realm, akin to a video recording device, capable of capturing a scene in a 360-degree view for later playback. The sole drawback was that each stone could only be used once, rendering it a disposable item that was quite costly. Luo Han was remembered as a rare genius, having entered the Golden Core stage by the age of 20. Later, for the sake of a certain supporting character, presumably Xu Qingwan, he self-destructed his cultivation and subsequently vanished from the public eye. His next appearance was at the conclusion, allied with an Iran and other demonic cultivators against the righteous path. Jiang Wanwan recalled what she could, but found little of value, so she decisively crushed the memory stone. A flash of white light erupted, and pale mist coiled around, soon revealing several figures that in the image. Zhou Qin was ensnared by 9 flood dragons, their copper bell-like eyes gleaming with menace, while their steel-like claws shimmered with a chilling light, poised to rend the figure before them asunder. Opposite him stood a figure clad in garments of black cloud brocade, adorned with exquisite dark red floral embroidery tightly coiling up the sleeves, complemented by a black satin waist sash that bore a storage bag. Tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he stood immobile like a solitary pine, exuding an air of aloof resilience. His handsome features were complemented by sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, yet an unshakable gloom and indifference lingered in his gaze, dampening his allure and leaving an unsettling impression. "Brother Luo, we harbor no enmity. Why do you obstruct me?" Zhou Qin inquired, his voice laced with caution and confusion. Luo Han raised his gaze, his tone icy. "You should not have harmed Qing." And no sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, sword drawn, striking towards Zhou Qin with a thunderous roar. The blade crackled with arcs of lightning, enveloped in a faint blue-purple hue of spiritual energy. Zhou Qin was taken aback, summoning torrents of water that transformed into flood dragons. While the 9 flood dragons surged forward in unison, their tails whipping fiercely against the long sword. Luo Han merely cast a cold glance, raising his fist to deliver a merciless blow to the head of the flood dragon. The creature's head was knocked askew, letting out a pained cry as it gripped the sword even tighter. Yet, this was futile. Luo Han propelled himself into the air, severing the dragon's head with a single stroke. Zhou Qin's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily recalled the 9 flood dragons to shield them from the strike, but was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood. Luo Han chose not to pursue his kill, instead gazing at Zhou Qin quietly for a moment before turning away and departing on his sword. The scene concluded. Jiang Wanwan furrowed her brow. Her first reaction upon viewing it was one of astonishment. Her second, the realization of her second brother's formidable strength. Moreover, he clearly held Xu Qingwan in great regard. This was not good news at all. Confrontation would yield no fruitful outcome, should they meet in the finals. The best course of action would be to concede. However, this was of little consequence, as the top 3 positions were already secured, ensuring their entry into the Flower Burial Secret Realm. Yet what then? If they were to encounter each other again, she could not simply continue to evade him. She also had the task of bringing Luo Han back to the Falling Sky sect. The root of the problem lay with Xu Qingwan. Jiang Wanwan pondered for a while, formulating the details of her plan in her mind, before retrieving a set of talisman drawing tools from her storage bag. Vermilion powder, talisman brushes, blank talisman papers, and a bottle of medicinal pills. With only 3 days remaining before entering the Flower Burial Secret Realm, crafting 200 talismans would indeed require considerable effort. Fortunately, having previously mastered the technique of drawing talismans following the explosion of the teleportation talisman, she was now quite adept at it. Dipping the brush into the vermilion powder, Jiang Wanwan took a deep breath, channeling her spiritual energy through the brush into the powder, and began to draw. Chapter 35. The proper way to reap benefits. The talisman brush danced across the talisman paper like a soaring dragon. Intricate and profound spiritual patterns taking shape with each stroke. The talisman was complete. Jiang Wanwan pressed on, quickly finishing 20 more. Just as she was about to begin the 21st, she suddenly felt warmth in her nose, something flowing forth. Upon touching it, she discovered blood on her hand. "Splendid, I've got a nosebleed." Not a significant issue. Jiang Wanwan calmly wiped it away and continued drawing. Another 20 talismans completed. Ugh. Jiang Wanwan leaned against the eaves, expelling a mouthful of blood, the metallic taste overwhelming her senses. A nosebleed? Jiang Wanwan maintained her composure, retrieving a pre-prepared medicinal pill and swallowing it. The warmth of the medicine took effect swiftly. Within moments, her head ceased to throb, and the bleeding stopped, fully revitalized. Jiang Wanwan resumed her work. Drawing talismans, bleeding, taking medicine, again drawing, again bleeding, again taking medicine. This cycle repeated dozens of times until the 200 exchange talismans were freshly completed. Once more fully revitalized, Jiang Wanwan opened the marketplace interface. Speed talismans. Misfortune talismans, explosion talismans, flight talismans. One of each. This was a recently discovered method of profit. Purchasing talismans unavailable in the cultivation realm from the marketplace, then crafting them herself for mass production, though it required her to bleed. She had become accustomed to it that a mere nosebleed could not impede her pursuit of wealth. For 3 consecutive days, Jiang Wanwan remained sequestered within her room. Finally, on the 3rd day, an Iran could no longer contain herself and came to knock on the door. Opening it, she was taken aback, rushing over to support the ailing Jiang Wanwan. Little Shimai, what has happened? Why is there so much blood? Hurry. Ibao, is that you? Is the secret realm about to open? I lost track of time. Shaken from her stupor, Jiang Wanwan quickly opened her eyes, yawning sleepily. What on earth is all this blood? Aniran asked, unable to contain her curiosity upon noticing Jiang Wanwan's demeanor. Jiang Wanwan looked down and realized she had neglected bathing and changing clothes over the past few days. The pristine white cloud brocade was stained with her blood, having darkened over time, rendering her appearance rather tragic. Oh, I will explain this in a moment. First, I need to take a bath. Jiang Wanfang found it difficult to confront her, knowing that everything was a result of her own actions. After offering a few perfunctory remarks, she retreated to the adjacent bathing area. Once she had cleansed herself and donned fresh garments, Jiang Wanfang emerged rejuvenated. An Iran grasped her wrist, ensuring there were no lingering issues with her health before feeling at ease, and then led her towards the Burial Flower Secret Realm, the Burial Flower Square. Disciples from various sects congregated, including not only competitors but also those who had traveled from afar. The opening of the Burial Flower Secret Realm was a significant opportunity, especially with the countless treasures hidden within. Although each sect usually faced considerable losses, disciples continued to flock to the event. Upon arrival, they positioned themselves beside the Beast Master sect. Jiang Wanfang approached Zhaoan, handing over 200 talismans. Zhaoan received them, his spiritual sense confirming their quantity was exact, and he quickly stowed them away. Junior Sister Jiang, you didn't forfeit just to create these talismans, did you? He inquired softly. Only 2 days prior in the finals. There had been no sign of the Falling Heaven sect, and after a quarter of an hour's wait, the judges had finally announced their forfeiture. Zhaoan, recalling the stack of exchange talismans he had just collected, quickly pieced together the entire narrative. Jiang Wanfang shook her head, explaining, we simply could not compete against the Tianyin Tower or the Sacred Spirit sect. Since we were bound to finish in the top 3 anyway, we decided to forfeit the BY the Way, who secured first place, the Tianyin Tower. What? Liang couldn't surpass my second senior brother? Jiang Wanfang exclaimed, surprised. Logically, her second senior brother, Luo Han, had yet to reach the later stages of demonic transformation. Thus, he should not have been outmatched by the male protagonist, Liang Chun. Zhao shook his head, clarifying, it's not that simple. Xu Qingwan's strength is formidable as well. Their collaboration made it quite challenging for Brother Liang. And in the end, the Tianyin Tower won by stalling for time. How much do you know about Xu Qingwan? Jiang Wanfang suddenly asked. Zhao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not much. The Tianyin Tower is quite distant from the Beast Master sect, so we rarely encounter them. That I only know she has a single-element fire spiritual root and that her magical tool is a bird feather whip obtained from the secret realm. However, I must caution you. If you intend to persuade your second senior brother to distance himself from Xu Qingwan, I would advise against it. That woman can be quite ferocious, Zhaoan remarked as he noticed her gaze fixed on the Tianyin Tower. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Jiang Wanfang returned to her thoughts, casting a deep glance at the pair standing prominently together, a man and a woman, before lowering her eyes in contemplation. All disciples. Embark on the vessel, announced an elder from the Burial Flower City who was acting as a judge. Jiang Wanfang lifted her head to see several enormous flying boats appearing in the square-esque sky. Seemingly out of nowhere, the disciples from various sects swiftly boarded the vessels in order. She followed and ran onto the first flying boat, and just as they landed, A familiar voice called out to her. Jiang Daoyu? Jiang Wanfang looked up to see Yin Yu, who had shared hardships with her previously. ITSU. Long time no see. Yin Yu smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Jiang Daoyu. I haven't properly thanked you for what happened before. It was just a trivial matter. Jiang Wanfang replied casually, recalling that she too was a disciple of the Tianyin Tower, narrowing her eyes slightly. Junior Sister Yin, I would like to ask you for a favor. A few minutes later, Jiang Wanfang followed her to the gathering place of the Tianyin Tower disciples. Senior Sister, this is Jiang Junior Sister, the one I mentioned who helped me, Yin Yu said softly to Xu Qingwan, who was adorned in a striking red dress. Xu Qingwan lifted her gaze, only to see the figure beside Luo Han, instinctively furrowing her brow. Yin Yu's heart sank at the sight, but she felt too nervous to approach. Merely watching anxiously, Xu Qingwan walked over, gently patting Jiang Wanfang's shoulder, her tone soft yet noticeably distant. Did I ask there's something you need from Luo Han? Junior Sister Jiang? Jiang Wanfang shook her head. Not at all. I merely heard that my second senior brother was at the Tianyin Tower, so I was curious to come and take a look. As she spoke, she suddenly gasped, covering her mouth and innocently blinking her eyes. I just wanted to chat with my second senior brother for a short while. You wouldn't mind, would you, Senior Sister Xu? Xu Qingwan subtly furrowed her brow, a hint of sorrow surfacing in her expression. Not at all. Luo Han has always been by my side. I have been trying to persuade him to return, but he is unwilling, and I cannot force him. Junior Sister Jiang's arrival is timely. It is your first meeting with your senior brother, so do take the opportunity to converse. Jiang Wanfang pretended not to hear the boastful undertones in her words and questioned, if that is the case, why not simply allow my second senior brother to join the Tianyin Tower? After posing the question, she answered herself, but since he hasn't joined in such a long time, he must still have lingering attachments to the Falling Heaven sect. That's what I think too. Unfortunately, I cannot sway him. Xu Qingwan replied, her expression stiffening for a brief moment as she glanced at the silent Luo Han, letting out a soft sigh. Jiang Wanfang suddenly revealed a somewhat naive smile. It seems that my second senior brother is indeed deeply attached to Senior Sister Xu. I assume Senior Sister shares the same sentiments? Of course, Xu Qingwan responded without hesitation. Did I ask that's so? Since you both love each other dearly, and my second senior brother is unwilling to leave the Falling Heaven sect, have you never considered joining the Falling Heaven sect for his sake? Jiang Wanfang asked, perplexed. Xu Qingwan paused, quickly regaining her composure. Naturally, I have considered it, but the Tianyin Tower has treated me exceptionally well. My master is like a father to me, and I cannot bear to leave. The nearby Tianyin Tower disciples, who were eavesdropping, nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Jiang Wanfang growing increasingly hostile. Jiang Wanfang swiftly shifted her tone. My apologies, Senior Sister. It was just a fleeting thought, since it is my second senior brother's decision. I, as his junior sister, will certainly support him. Xu Qingwan smiled amicably. No problem. You two continue your conversation. Thank you, Senior Sister. Jiang Wanfang turned to Luo Han, who had remained silent by the side of the flying boat, tilting her head with a smile. Second senior brother, my name is Jiang Wanfang, your little junior sister that you remember Iran. She is here too, although she has come over. Also, senior brother Qingsong mentioned he had to leave the burial flower city for some business. As Jiang Wanfang chattered on, Luo Han's brow gradually furrowed. Coldly, he stated, excuse me, I must speak with Qingwan. With that, he brushed past her and attempted to leave. Wait. Second senior brother, don't be hasty. This is a treat I made myself. Earlier, my words may have inadvertently offended Senior Sister Xu, so please accept it as a token of apology. Jiang Wanfang blocked his path, retrieving a glass container from her storage bag, which held the sweet treats she had prepared. Luo Han remained indifferent, but upon realizing it was for Xu Qingwan, he extended his hand to take it, then turned to leave without another word. Second senior brother, see you in the secret realm. Jiang Wanfang waved cheerfully, humming a tune as she exited the Tianyin Tower area. Luo Han followed Xu Qingwan into a room prepared exclusively for each sect within the flying boat. He placed a glass container on the table. And Xu Qingwan peeked inside, scoffing softly, her beautiful face darkening. How exquisitely crafted. What a pity, I have no interest. With a swift motion, she swept her hand, scattering the delicate pastries across the floor, the glass container shattering into several pieces. Luo Han lowered his gaze, remaining silent. After venting her frustration, Shu Qingwan took a deep breath and leaned affectionately against his chest. Luo Han, you heard what she said, didn't you? Why are you still unwilling to join the Tianyin Tower? That wretched falling heaven sect offers nothing but a sickly individual and two foolish women. You wouldn't return, would you? Be good. Say you wouldn't go back, that you belong to me alone. Luo Han lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable as he echoed her words. Shu Qingwan smiled contentedly, her face taking on an eerie flush. That I can make those treats too, once the secret realm concludes. I'll prepare some for you, that as long as you obediently stay with me. I'll be satisfied that I end the secret realm. Should you encounter your little junior sister, you should know what to do. Right? In a place like the Burial Flower secret realm, if someone were to perish, no one would be the wiser. Shu Qingwan mused to herself. She disliked the tone and attitude Jiang Wanfang had displayed earlier. Feeling as though Luo Han might be snatched away from her, which was intolerable and infuriating. Biting her lip, she inhaled deeply, resting against him. Luo Han made no move, resembling a statue of ice from ancient times. Yet upon closer inspection, a flicker of light seemed to flash in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanfang had concealed herself in a secluded corner, a talisman affixed to her forehead. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her expression a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. Moments ago, she had discreetly placed a listening talisman at the bottom of the glass container, and to avoid detection, she had affixed several concealment talismans as well. Now, she was hiding here, eavesdropping. The information she had gathered was overwhelming. Initially, upon meeting Shu Qingwan, she sensed a strong aversion from her, attributing it merely to possessiveness over Luo Han. Now, it became evident that this was not mere possessiveness, but a pathological obsession. Moreover, Luo Han's behavior was even more peculiar. Despite his cold demeanor, he shouldn't have been so indifferent towards his beloved, having never actively reciprocated Shu Qingwan's feelings. Jiang Wanfang couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Could it be that her second senior brother had fallen under Shu Qingwan's spell? Like a marionette, he had lost his sense of self. Was the cultivation world truly this wild? Jiang Wanjun thoughtfully stroked her chin, resolved to amend her plans. Initially, she merely intended to transfer Shu Qingwan away to have a private conversation with Luo Han, that if he truly refused to return, she would find a way to incapacitate him and bring him back. After all, the system had explicitly stated that Luo Han was to return to the Wantian sect, without stipulating that he must be brought back in a conscious state. Having clarified her thoughts, Jiang Wanjun emerged from her hiding place, preparing to seek out any Iran for further discussions. Stop right there, that a newcomer raised his hand to block her path, looking down at Jiang Wanjun with a condescending gaze. Who are you? Jiang Wanjun inquired politely. His tone was haughty as he replied, I am Li Song, the direct disciple under Elder Qingyun of the Holy Spirit sect at O. Jiang Wanjun elongated her response. I don't know you. Who are you? Li Song, incensed by her indifferent demeanor, scoffed. It is not surprising that a disciple from a minor sect like yours has never heard of me. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Once we enter the secret realm, I will ensure you remember my name. You might also want to reflect on whom you have offended. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Wanjun shook her head in frustration. Offended someone? That is quite a lengthy list. Whom do you refer to? During the sect competition, many were displeased with me, but that is merely a consequence of my excellence, that it is inevitable that a genius attracts envy. She shook her head and waved her hand dismissively, feigning humility that Li Song was taken aback, having never encountered such brazen remarks. Seeing her unperturbed, he bluntly revealed, I've heard you are Yu Ning's elder sister. It is surprising that someone as innocent and pure as Yu Ning has such a selfish sister like you. You would do well to sever your contract with Qiongqi and return it to Yu Ning. She is frail and needs it more than you. Jiang Wanjun was astonished by his presumptuous and imperious statements. Why should I give it to her? It is only natural that Yu Ning needs it more. You already possess a spirit bone, while she has nothing. How can you be so selfish? Li Song retorted as if he were stating the obvious. Jiang Wanjun raised an eyebrow, incredulous, as she observed this man, who seemed to embody sheer ignorance. Moments later, she realized that amidst the many ordinary individuals she had encountered, she had forgotten that this world possessed the peculiar buff of protagonist stupidity, that if you were so idle, perhaps you should visit the Wan Yao Valley for a brain check, that I have no desire to engage with someone whose intellect appears to be lacking. Jiang Wanjun replied, uninterested, as she maneuvered around him and continued on her way. Do not walk away. Chapter 37. With a sword of such length, I was utterly terrified at that moment. Enraged, Li Song drew his sword and swung it toward her, attempting to block her path. Jiang Wanjun swiftly dodged. Fighting is prohibited aboard the flying vessel. You are quite bold, she remarked. I did not engage you. I merely obstructed your path. Hand over Qiongqi, Li Song insisted, unmoved. Qiongqi is my spiritual pet. And the spirit bone is also mine. What gives you the right to demand it? Jiang Wanjun mocked. Impudent. Li Song raised his hand, intent on punishing her for the disrespect shown toward a disciple of the Holy Spirit sect. With a deft motion, Jiang Wanjun evaded again and swiftly affixed a swift movement talisman onto him. Farewell? What did you stick on me? Li Song started to turn around to remove the talisman. But the next moment, he was uncontrollably propelled forward. They were positioned at the rear of the flying vessel, and with the talisman affixed, Li Song shot toward the front, his panicked screams echoing as he careened into the crowd, scattering them in fright as he barreled toward the Holy Spirit sect, Li Shixiao. Lu Yun recognized him, exclaiming in surprise, Save me! Li Song's eyes widened in terror as he approached the bow of the vessel, where a several hundred-meter drop awaited. With Liang Chen absent, the disciples of the Holy Spirit sect scrambled to follow Lu Yun's lead, hastily forming a defensive formation to try to halt his trajectory. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Li Song slammed into the formidable barrier, ultimately collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. That Li Shixiao. Are you all right? Lu Yun hurriedly helped him up, his hand brushing against the talisman concealed behind him, which he promptly tore away. This is a swift movement talisman? Shixiao. Who did this? He asked, recognizing it with indignation. Li Song regained his composure, his face contorted with pain, especially in his nose, which throbbed painfully enough to bring tears to his eyes. Upon seeing Lu Yun holding the talisman, he furiously tore it to shreds. Jiang Wanjun! How dare you toy with me? Jiang Wanjun. Hearing that familiar name, Lu Yun was startled and instinctively glanced toward Jiang Yuning nearby. What transpired to cause such a commotion? An elder, responsible for overseeing security aboard the vessel, appeared, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the scene, quickly restoring silence. That he turned to Li Song, his expression serious. What happened? Why the swift movement aboard the vessel? Li Song collected himself, wiping the blood from his nose, wincing in pain. Reporting to the elder, it was Jiang Wanjun from the Wan Tian sect. She affixed a swift movement talisman to my back. Jiang Wanjun? I am here. Jiang Wanjun, who had been observing the scene, stepped forward. Is that true? What? Jiang Wanjun feigned surprise, looking at Li Song. How did my swift movement talisman end up on you? This is quite peculiar. Li Song was nearly toppled by his fury. Stop pretending. You clearly affixed it while I was distracted. Li Shixiang's words are quite the distortion of the truth. You are the one who obstructed my path and sought to engage me in combat. I merely acted out of self-defense. Jiang Wanjun turned to the elder, countering, Might I inquire, elder, is it wrong for me to respond in kind if he initiated the confrontation? Moreover, fighting is prohibited aboard the vessel. He clearly broke the rules first. The elder nodded, glancing at Li Song, whose face had turned crimson. His tone remained stern. Is this the case? Li Song gritted his teeth, rebutting, To the elder, I did not strike her. Nor did I harm her. Rather, she used the swift movement talisman against me. I implore the elder to seek justice on my behalf. This, Jiang Wanjun interjected. While he did not harm me, I did not harm him either. His injuries are clearly a result of his own collision. How is that my concern? Nonsense. If it were not for your swift movement talisman, how could I have been injured? Then, to put it another way, if you had not blocked my path and threatened me with your sword, would I have affixed the swift movement talisman to you? You! Li Song was nearly dizzy with rage, struggling to maintain his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wanjun cast a look of feigned innocence at the elder. He brandished such a long sword. It frightened me immensely, and I mistakenly acted in fear that if Li Shixiang remains unsatisfied. I can offer my apologies. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, deliberating for a few seconds before reaching a conclusion. There is no need. The situation has a cause, since you cannot provide a valid reason. It is clear that her actions were merely self-defense. This matter is hereby concluded. With that, his figure swiftly dissipated. Jiang Wanjun instantly discarded her look of grievance, beaming at Li Song, that oh dear, upon closer inspection. It seems Li Shixiang's injuries are quite severe, that I happen to possess some excellent medicinal pills. How about I sell them to you at a discount? I assure you their effectiveness surpasses that of my swift movement talisman. Jiang Wanjun, Li Song's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth, enunciating her name. Never before had he, a direct disciple, endured such humiliation. To publicly crash into a defensive barrier and be utterly powerless against the instigator of his misfortune was intolerable. Jiang Wanjun paid no heed to his murderous glare, turning on her heel and skipping away, her back radiating joy. Jiang Yuning approached him suddenly, offering a medicinal pill with concern. Xixiang, Sister Wanjun is merely lively and means no harm. Please do not take it to heart that Li Song swallowed the pill, his voice muffled by the pain in his nose. Yuning, do not always speak on her behalf. Such a person must be taught a harsh lesson. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, recalling how he had been ridiculed during the competition. Indeed, Xixiang, I support you. Once we enter the secret realm and have our freedom, we must show her a thing or two. The disciples of the Holy Spirit sect behind them nodded in unison. They had already been swayed by Li Song and Lu Yun's words, and with Jiang Yuning's gentle and kind-hearted nature. Witnessing their humiliation only solidified their resolve to stand with them. Jiang Yuning hesitated slightly, that Li Song quickly reassured her. It is fine, Yuning, that we know our limits. You are simply too kind. That will not suffice. Rest assured, leave it to us. Once we enter the secret realm, Xixiang will help you take revenge and find an even better spiritual pet, Lu Yun vowed. Thank you, Xixiang. Jiang Yuning smiled gently, her delicate beauty becoming increasingly enchanting. Indeed, that was the way. As long as they leveraged her advantages well, what could Jiang Wanjun possibly amount to? Merely a fool who relied on petty tricks. Chapter 38, Entering the Burial Flower Secret Realm. An Ran spotted Jiang Wanjun and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, rushing over. Little junior sister, where have you been? The moment I turned around, you vanished. Why did you change your title again? Jiang Wanjun noted the shift in address. An Ran lowered her head, smiling shyly, that I heard them all calling that, and it sounded quite pleasant. With that, she puffed out her chest, adopting a mock-serious demeanor. From now on, you must call me third senior sister. Wali Bao is also lovely. In public, I am your senior sister, and you are my little junior sister. It must follow the hierarchy. Jiang Wanjun was unsure where she derived such whimsical notions, but she was disinclined to dampen her spirits. Obediently responding, all right, third senior sister. Such a beautiful title. Come, take this. When we enter the secret realm later, the teleportation will be random, so hold on to this for protection. That Iran's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she produced a small, round and smooth ball, handing it over to her while advising. If I am not by your side and you encounter any disciples collaborating on a task, do not overexert yourself. Wait for me to come and lend you support. What is this? Asked Jiang Wanjiao. This is a defensive artifact, the Li Yuan Pearl. Once activated, it will prevent the use of spiritual power within the barrier for 1 hour. Otherwise, there will be a backlash. Of course. Any external attacks will also be repelled. Jiang Wanjiao was delighted as she toyed with the Li Yuan Pearl, recognizing its value. Thank you, third senior sister. The words came forth willingly, her voice almost breaking into a lilt. An Iran blushed with a shy smile, awkwardly reaching out to pat her head. She had just witnessed a pair of senior sisters engaging in such gestures, not only patting heads, but also embracing, leaving the embraced junior sister nearly breathless. Alas, they had only just begun to call her junior sister. Perhaps the embrace could wait for another time. The tales had mentioned that fostering relationships should be gradual, not rushed. Indeed, aside from cultivation, an Iran's greatest joy was perusing stories, and she was still in the early stages of her journey. After relishing in her happiness for a moment, she suddenly recalled the question she had intended to pose and repeated it. Oh, I just want to see second senior brother, Jiang Wanjiao replied lightly. What? You want to see second senior brother? And Iran exclaimed, her brows knitting together. Why didn't you inform me? Ever since he left the Luotian sect, his temperament has become increasingly peculiar. He didn't treat you poorly, did he? Jiang Wanjiao shook her head. Not at all. We had a pleasant conversation, though that was merely her one-sided perception. Did that Shu Qingwan say anything odd to you? Jiang Wanjiao looked up, What do you mean by odd? And Iran began to contemplate. Something that sounds strange that I've visited second senior brother before, and she acted quite oddly, staring at me for a prolonged time before uttering some words about her close relationship with him. Pausing for a moment, she suddenly had a flash of insight. It resembled the annoying, self-important villains in stories. Stories? What stories? Ah, that's not important. It's just the essence of it. Hence, I haven't visited second senior brother much since then. And Iran said, feeling somewhat embarrassed and diverting the topic. Jiang Wanjiao took a step back, scrutinizing her closely. Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, her appearance gentle and graceful, and her eyes sparkling with liveliness, as if she were a man. It was likely that he would fall in love at first sight. That's so. Xu Qingwan regarded third senior sister as a potential rival. Junior sister, why are you staring at me? Jiang Wanjiao couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty. It's nothing. I just suddenly realized how stunning third senior sister looks, like a fairy, oh dear junior sister. And Iran shyly stamped her foot, yet her eyes clearly conveyed delight. The flying boat moved swiftly, and after about an hour, it gradually came to a halt. Esteemed disciples, we have arrived at the Zonghua secret realm. The other disciples will remain outside to rest. Disciples from the Shengling sect, Tianyin Tower, and Luotian sect, follow me. An elder who had been overseeing order on the boat proclaimed as he soared into the air. Jiang Wanjiao and the others immediately took to their swords, following closely behind the elder. He led them to hover above a large lake, raised his hand, and the space before them suddenly twisted, revealing a large character for seal. The elder gestured as if to tear apart the character, and it quickly dissipated, transforming into a pitch-black spatial rift. After completing this, he spoke with a grave expression. The Zonghua secret realm is fraught with peril, and it has yet to be thoroughly explored. Should you encounter insurmountable dangers upon entering, immediately crush the jade token, and I shall bring you back. Remember, do not approach areas marked by seals lightly. Within the secret realm lies the remnants of demons from 10,000 years ago. Though they have been vanquished, the residual demonic energy is not something you can afford to provoke. You all understand. The crowd clasped their fists and replied in unison, we shall heed the elder's teachings. We understand. As the words fell, they stepped through the rift that a powerful suction force instantly pulled them in. Jiang Wanjiao, caught off guard, began to spin, desperately clutching onto Luoxue. The sensation was akin to riding a high-speed roller coaster combined with a pendulum ride and a free-fall drop, leaving her insides churning, and she fainted from the discomfort that a shrill cry seemed to emanate from the horizon, vague to the point of being nearly inaudible on the desolate and barren ground, with her hair cascading across her face. Jiang Wanjiao slowly opened her eyes, trembling as she brushed aside her hair and leaned over to retch. After a full quarter of an hour, she finally mustered the strength to rise, using Luoxue as a makeshift crutch to prevent herself from collapsing. Once she had regained her composure, she finally had the opportunity to survey her surroundings. It was a wasteland, overgrown with weeds, and the remnants of demonic beasts were scattered about. In other words, a place devoid of life. Jiang Wanjiao thought to herself, let us set a small goal. First, get out of here and find someone who can breathe. As she prepared to fly on her sword, she discovered that Luoxue was unresponsive. Is flying on my sword restricted? Jiang Wanjiao pouted and produced a swift movement talisman, affixing it to Luoxue before steadily standing atop it. I apologize, Luoxue, but bear with me a little. Once this is over, I'll give you a proper maintenance. Thankfully, Fuyan was not present. If he knew she was using Luoxue as a surfboard, who knows what would happen. It seemed she had never witnessed Fuyan in a fit of rage. Suddenly, she felt an impulse to test the waters. Jiang Wanjiao vigorously shook her head, dismissing the dangerous thought, and swiftly flew off on Luoxue. Across the vast expanse of land, birds of prey were pecking at the flesh of fallen demonic beasts. Suddenly, as if sensing something, they were startled into flight, flapping their wings and screeching. In the distance, a figure rushed towards them, trailing long plumes of dust, darting through the flock of birds. Jiang Wanjiao, atop Luoxue, enveloped herself in spiritual energy. Carefully discerning her direction, after an indeterminate amount of time, she finally spotted a patch of color in the distance, appearing to be grassland. She instantly became exhilarated, applying another swift movement talisman to double her speed as she rushed forward. Chapter 39. Framing Me. The initial performance of stealing the home on the lush, verdant ground A group of disciples surrounded a demonic beast as if facing a formidable foe. "Senior brother, this Jade King bee is quite troublesome. What should we do?" "Do not fret. Our objective is the Jade King bee's honey. Let us collaborate to ensnare it. That I will take the lead, and junior brother Lu, you and junior sister Yuning will fetch the honey." "Understood." Li Song gripped his sword, continuously channeling spiritual energy from his wind elemental roots, with wind blades swirling around his sword. After assigning their tasks, the disciples swiftly formed their ranks, a golden formation descending from the sky. The Jade King bee resembled a hornet, but was significantly larger, its sharp mandibles and quivering wings fixated on them with its ominous compound eyes. "Buzz! Attack!" Li Song unsheathed his sword and swiftly entered the formation, transforming the gusts into blades that hovered around the Jade King bee, striking fiercely downwards. Unfazed, the Jade King bee flapped its wings and lunged directly at him. Intent on biting, Liu Yun and Jiang Yuning hastened to the Jade King bee's hive, swinging their swords to slice off a third of the hive. Buzz, realizing that someone was attempting to steal its honey, the Jade King bee became utterly enraged, breaking through the defensive formation with a resounding crash. Enduring Li Song's sword strike as it madly surged towards the hive, that Liu Yun pulled Jiang Yuning to join them, as a myriad of vibrant spiritual energies cascaded down, shattering the ground and countless trees. "Retreat with the hive." Liu Yun immediately turned to flee, but in the next moment he froze, staring blankly at the sudden apparition before him. Boom! The apparition collided with his chest. The force of the impact wide-eyed him, and before he could react, he was sent flying. "Senior brother," Jiang Yuning rushed over, waving her hand to disperse the dust and debris, only to be startled upon recognizing the figure. "Jiang Wanjiao? What are you doing here?" "It's you." Jiang Wanjiao just unsteadily rose to my feet, propped on Luoshue's sword, only to suddenly turn my head and ugh. Another wave of dry heaving overtook her. Going too fast is truly unbearable. It almost took my life. It seems I even knocked someone over. Jiang Wanjiao turned her head to see Liu Yun, who had fallen, his nose bleeding in familiar lines. She suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Are you all right?" Cough, cough. Upon realizing it was her, Liu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, glaring at her. "Why are you here? Were you plotting against me?" He stood protectively in front of Jiang Yuning, still clutching the Jade King bee's hive. "I was merely passing by and happened to bump into you," she replied. "Umph, do you think I would believe that?" Liu Yun scoffed. "You better hope so. Otherwise, you will be the one at a disadvantage." "Junior sister, we should leave." He turned to depart, but the previously frantic Jade King bee had already opened its mandibles, revealing a ferocious visage. "Dodge!" Liu Yun drew his sword and struck, the refined spiritual weapon delivering a resonant clang as it struck the Jade King bee. Shengling Yaoguang Ju, Jiang Yuning raised her hand, and a brilliant and powerful beam of light descended upon it. Seizing the opportunity, the duo made their escape. With its focus shifted to Jiang Wanjiao, the Jade King bee buzzed ominously. "Buzz, I swear I did not steal your honey. Open your eyes and see clearly." Jiang Wanwan, filled with trepidation, hurriedly fled, yet this time she dared not employ the swift movement talisman again, though it granted remarkable speed. It was not something one could halt easily. Countless compound-eyed Jade King bees pursued her relentlessly, their eyes wide open in determined chase. That IT struck Jiang Wanwan as peculiar. Only then did she realize her hands were sticky with a sweet, fragrant substance. When had she gotten herself covered in the honey of the Jade King bees? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the fleeing members of the Holy Spirit sect, and an involuntary snarl escaped her lips. No wonder they were so intent on pursuing her. Jiang Wanwan cursed inwardly and immediately turned around, leading the relentless Jade King bees in their pursuit. Liu Yun, noticing her approach, could not help but shout, "Have you lost your mind? You caused this trouble and now you come to endanger us. Wasn't it you who first stole from them? I am merely a victim in this situation. Perhaps this honey should be returned to you." Jiang Wanwan let out a cold laugh, retrieving an invisibility talisman and a concealment talisman from her storage pouch, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from their sight. "What?" Liu Yun exclaimed, watching the Jade King bees charge forward. Despite his anger, he could only raise his sword to confront them. The members of the Holy Spirit sect quickly rallied to assist. Hidden from view, Jiang Wanwan leisurely observed their struggle against the beasts. How delightful! She lifted her hand, gazing at the viscous honey that clung to her fingers, and licked her lips. Ultimately, she could not resist sampling a taste, her eyes widening in astonishment. How sweet and fragrant! There was even a refreshing coolness to it, and it was not cloying at all. After indulging in a few more licks, Jiang Wanwan felt a lingering desire for more. Recalling a culinary delight she had yet to savor since her arrival, coincidentally, honey was essential for it. She licked her lips, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the remaining beehive, which had been overlooked by everyone else. Buzz! The Jade King bees abruptly halted, and the members of the Holy Spirit sect seized the opportunity to swallow their elixirs, panting as they regrouped. What was happening? Uncertain, they were warned to exercise caution. Especially with Jiang Wanwan, who might launch a surprise attack that Li Song, growing impatient, urged, "Stop the fighting. We have what we came for. Let us hurry to seek other opportunities." As his words fell, they suddenly observed the Jade King bees quivering, their wings vibrating violently. The bees were furious. They sensed that their painstakingly accumulated hive had been completely ravaged. It was their lifeblood. All thanks to this group. The Jade King bees charged forward in a frenzy, emitting unique sound waves to summon their companions. What had provoked their sudden madness? Do not hold back. Eliminate it. Li Song bellowed that in response. They unleashed a barrage of spells that struck the bees. The Jade King bees let out a piercing scream. Becoming increasingly ferocious, Jiang Wanwan, content, stuffed the remaining beehive into her storage pouch. Observing the now barren tree, stripped clean, she felt a twinge of guilt and quickly departed. The predicament of the Holy Spirit sect had worsened, as several more Jade King bees swooped down from nowhere, intensifying the pressure and causing them to flounder in chaos. The Jade King bees, being golden core stage beasts, possessed formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, making them quite troublesome. Just then, the concealment talisman lost its efficacy, and Jiang Wanwan's figure was exposed. Jiang Wanwan. Li Song caught a glimpse of her, and upon recognizing her direction and connecting the dots with the rampaging Jade King bees, felt his head spin with anger. You dare to exploit the Holy Spirit sect, despicable and shameless. I will not let you escape. Jiang Wanwan waved cheerfully. You might want to consider how to deal with these beasts first. Besides, I learned this from you. With that, she swiftly slipped away. Jiang Yuning maintained the formation, her gaze fixed on the fleeing Jiang Wanwan. Internally, she mused that Jiang Wanwan had evaded her, but relying solely on talismans would not lead to any significant accomplishments. Chapter 40. Honey-glazed roasted wings. An encounter with the Beastmaster sect. Crackling sounds echoed near a pile of rocks, where wooden logs were stacked together and flames blazed brightly. Amid the chaos, Jiang Wanwan seized the opportunity to dispatch a large bird that had attempted to ambush her, skillfully preparing 2 bird wings. The wings, skewered on an iron rod, turned golden brown as they roasted, and when the time was right, she extracted honey from the hive and brushed it onto the chicken wings with a specially crafted brush. Delightful. Her efforts had not been in vain. It was all worth it. Jiang Wanwan blew on the wings and took a bite, savoring the tender, juicy meat with a crispy exterior infused with honey. Pure bliss. The wings were substantial, and it took her quite a while to finish them. Unfortunately, she could not summon her spirit pet in the secret realm, leaving Qiongqi without a taste of this feast. Burp. Having eaten her fill, Jiang Wanwan extinguished the fire and finally prepared to attend to serious matters. She retrieved a talisman and several strands of hair she had discreetly taken from Luo Han, which bore his scent. Utilizing a tracking talisman, she could detect his whereabouts. The tracking talisman ignited and swiftly darted off in a specific direction. Jiang Wanwan stepped into the falling snow, sighed, and affixed the swift movement talisman, murmuring, "Second senior brother, I hope you are alone." Meanwhile, on the other side, senior brother, save me." Lin Zong's body was partially consumed by a flower of thorns, and he struggled while crying out in agony. Hearing his plea, Zhaoan sighed, channeling his spiritual energy into a whip that ensnared Lin Zong's arm, pulling with all his might. Lin Zong exerted himself, finally managing to break free a little. The flower sensed its prey attempting to escape and wrapped its petals tightly around his waist, pulling him back while voraciously swallowing him. Senior brother, Zhaoan, skilled in defense, retrieved a longbow as his artifact. He drew the bowstring, and an arrow materialized, its tip gathering spiritual energy. Releasing, the arrow sliced through the air and plunged into the gaping maw of the flower. Gag! The flower, in pain, retched and expelled Lin Zong like refuse, its massive form twisting in agony. Lin Zong, disregarding the gooey saliva coating him, placed his hand upon the flower, unleashing a burst of emerald spiritual energy that quickly extracted its essence. Thank you, senior brother. This creature is truly unreasonable. I wasn't even prepared before it swallowed me whole. Lin Zong used a cleansing technique to rid himself of the saliva. Zhaoan surveyed their surroundings, cautioning, be careful. There are powerful illusionary plants nearby. We should avoid them. Then I saw someone enter just now. What do you care? The secret realm is fundamentally an individual endeavor. If you have nothing better to do, focus on seeking your own opportunities. Zhaoan found it odd. It's strange. Ever since I joined you, we haven't encountered any beasts. Lin Zong fell silent. Suddenly, as if spotting something, he pointed into the distance. Senior brother. Something seems to be flying this way. Zhaoan followed his finger and indeed saw a figure approaching, blurred in motion. Isn't that Jiang Shimi? Jiang Shimi. Hearing her name called, Jiang Wanwan barely managed to halt her sword in time. Oh, it's you. As they met, they exchanged tales of their respective ordeals. Realizing none had fared particularly well, Jiang Wanwan suddenly inquired, you mentioned there are plants nearby that can create illusions. Are they formidable? Zhaoan sighed. Very formidable. The most dangerous aspects of the flower burial secret realm are indeed these plants, especially the illusionary ones. Those with even slightly weaker mental fortitude can easily be swayed. Countless disciples have fallen victim in past years. Why do you ask? Jiang Wanwan did not respond but instead countered, Senior Brother Zhao, are you hoping to increase your chances of encountering beasts? I might have something that could help. Is that true? Jiang Wanwan's expression turned peculiar, albeit a bit unstable. She produced a pitch-black talisman. This is a new talisman I've drawn, called the Misfortune Talisman. Its purpose is to render the person who adheres it unlucky for the next hour. Zhaoan took it, puzzled. Misfortune Talisman? Are they not already unfortunate enough? Cough, cough. This is my reasoning. If you apply this, your luck will decline, and you might just encounter formidable beasts. After all, in the secret realm, the worst luck is running into difficult beasts. The more she spoke, the less convincing she sounded. Lin Zong's eyes lit up. Indeed, Senior Brother, we couldn't possibly be worse off than we are now. It took us half a day to encounter just a few beasts. Zhaoan pondered. That does seem to be the case. Very well. I shall buy it. He began to reach for his spirit stones. Jiang Wanwan stopped him. I do not want spirit stones. I would like to ask you to assist me with a favor. Assist? Zhaoan and Lin Zong exchanged glances. Oh, don't come any closer. I beg you, go die. Go die. I regret it. I truly regret it. Please don't leave me. He. On the open ground, several individuals knelt, some wailing, others weeping, while others appeared flushed. But all shared a vacant expression, clearly having lost their sanity. Before them stood a beautifully shaped flower, its petals vibrant and unfurling, with its stamens exuding a rich fragrance, enveloped in a pink mist. Nearby, the flower's branches extended like tendrils, stealthily approaching the individuals, waiting for the right moment to strike. Did I end the distance? Lin Zong held his breath and quietly asked, Jiang Shimi, do you want us to confront it? Isn't that a bit rash? Zhaoan, equally astonished, did not retreat. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. No, I merely want a part of it. This type of illusionary beast, be it its pollen or its corporeal form, constitutes the finest materials for crafting illusions. That it appears to be quite a formidable challenge. However, we cannot approach it at the moment. The mere whiff of its hallucinogenic powder would lead to our demise. Lin Zong analyzed calmly. Fear not, come apply this. Jiang Wanwan had long been prepared, handing a talisman to each companion while swiftly applying one for herself. This is a perception-blocking talisman I recently designed, which temporarily nullifies sensory awareness. Coupled with a protective barrier of spiritual energy, we should be safe for a short while. Sister Jiang, your talisman is truly remarkable. How come those talisman cultivators have not conceived of it? Lin Zong praised. Jiang Wanwan merely smiled. The Wondrous System Shop. Currently, the development of talismans in the cultivation world is still in its infancy, compounded by the slow cultivation progress and high spiritual stone costs faced by talisman cultivators. Very few have reached the level of creating their own talismans. Hail the system, grateful for the opportunity. After applying the talismans, the trio swiftly devised a plan. Two would feign an attack, while one stealthily approached the beast's true form. Chapter 41. The proper use of the misfortune talisman at this moment. The illusionary bloom was exuberant and exhilarated. It had not feasted so abundantly in quite some time, invigorated by the rich spiritual energy and delectable flesh. Regrettably, the quantity was insufficient, necessitating careful rationing. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there are still 5 left. Slurping would not do. I cannot consume them all. I must reserve 3. No, 2 should suffice. That drooled as it coiled around a disciple. Preparing to stuff him into its in the next instant, 2 attacks struck it. Its outstretched tendrils were brutally pierced by arrows. Gurgle. The illusionary bloom cried out in pain, anger transforming into excitement as its tendrils writhed in chaos. Food delivered to its doorstep. In the blink of an eye, verdant and earthy assaults landed upon it. Vines of spiritual energy combined with solidified earth spikes battered the illusionary bloom, causing it to wail. It exerted itself to release floral fragrances, gradually saturating the air in pink hues, clouding vision. Taking advantage of the 2's cover, Jiang Wanwan stealthily approached the illusionary bloom's core, summoning Snowfall and raising her sword. In the shadows, the Snowfall sword radiated a chilling light. Crack! The illusionary bloom suddenly froze, its clawed tendrils becoming still as its enormous floral head slowly twisted, revealing a fearsome maw at the center of its bloom. It looked down at its legs, which had lost a portion, blood still oozing from the wound. That severed part was being held by a small pastry. Gurgle, damn pastry. How dare it desecrate the noble essence of the illusionary bloom? Unforgivable. Jiang Wanwan snapped back to her senses, sheepishly smiling at it, and without hesitation, she clutched its core and turned to flee, swinging her sword back in a decisive strike. The pale sword light flashed and struck the illusionary bloom's head, causing it to tilt. That we've got it. The pair, feeling slightly dizzy, hurriedly escaped, the earthy stone wall firmly blocking the tendrils thrusting toward them. Swiftly exiting the range of the illusion, Jiang Wanwan deftly retrieved a jade vial. Swiftly slicing through the pliable, yet firm plant trunk, reminiscent of jelly, as pink liquid dripped forth. After collecting the liquid, she applied a sealing talisman, crouched down, dug a deep pit, and disposed of the trunk. Covering it with earth, after a moment's thought, she brought over a large stone to weigh it down. The 2 who arrived hastily beheld this scene, unable to suppress their gulping. Cautious, too cautious. Phew, this should be fine now. Jiang Wanwan tore off the sealing talisman, took a deep breath. Although the talisman was effective, she could still detect the sweet floral scent that if she lingered any longer, it might not be so easy to escape. However, this only proved the efficacy of the liquid beyond doubt. The concoction for second senior brother, a piece of cake. Thank you, but that misfortune talisman requires careful use. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave first. Jiang Wanwan, wishing to save time, bid her farewells promptly. Polite as ever, Sister Jiang. May we meet again by chance. As they watched her rush away, Zhao and Lin Zong exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Brother, shall you be the first to try this talisman? Junior brother, why don't you test it first? Lin Zong widened his eyes. Brother, you cough. Someone must inevitably take the plunge. I am stronger than you, and it is more prudent for me to protect you while you proceed. Zhao felt a twinge of guilt, but quickly devised a pretext. That makes some sense, Lin Zong pondered, deciding to trust him this once, cautiously pulling out the misfortune talisman and applying it to himself. Brother, what are you doing? Zhao stood several meters away, smiling reassuringly. Fear not, I shall keep you within my sight. Thank you, but I remain unconsoled. Brother, fortune is inherently elusive. The misfortune talisman will not manifest its effects immediately. Lin Zong could not help but roll his eyes. Yet he carefully took his first step. Excellent, nothing amiss. Gaining confidence, he took several more steps without incident. Brother, do not fret. See, nothing has happened. Perhaps it indeed takes time to take effect. Ka! Lin Zong instinctively looked up as a dark mass fell, landing squarely on his head under Zhao and's terrified gaze. That a sticky, foul-smelling substance cascaded down his hair, settling on his shoulders. Lin Zong, junior brother. Zhao cried out in sorrow. unable to suppress his face, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Lin Zong finally regained his composure, slowly raising his hand, awkwardly casting a cleansing spell, rendering himself spotless. Having done this, he turned towards his brother, whose shoulders continued to quake. With a grave tone he queried, "Brother, did you see anything just now?" "No, brother saw nothing at all," Zhaoan replied, lowering his hands, taking a deep breath, his face flushed as he earnestly shook his head. "It is getting late. Let us make haste. Which way shall we go?" Transitioning to serious matters, Lin Zong returned to normalcy, discreetly reinforcing his protective spiritual energy. He raised his foot and chose a direction. "Let us proceed this way." "All right, then we'll head this way." Zhaoan, invigorated, turned around and swiftly walked in the opposite direction. "Lin Zong, I seem to have torn this cursed talisman. Jiang Wanwan has misled me." However, he could not allow himself to be distracted. He steeled himself and trudged onward with great difficulty. Achoo! Jiang Wanwan suddenly sneezed, rubbing her slightly itchy nose, feeling a chill creeping up her back. Who was cursing her? Could it be the Holy Spirit sect? Unlikely. If it were, they would undoubtedly be sneezing nonstop. "Sister Jiang, please wait," did a melodious voice call from behind. Jiang Wanwan instinctively halted, turning to see a graceful figure approaching. "Sister Shu, bad news." This person was Shu Qingwan. Good news. Second senior brother was not with her. Dressed in a fiery red gown, Shu Qingwan radiated warmth, her bright and charming face adorned with a gentle smile, a small and exquisite bell hanging from her waist. She gently descended. "What a coincidence. I never anticipated encountering you, Sister Jiang. Truly fated." Jiang Wanwan instantly donned an exaggerated expression, dramatically covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "Sister Shu, I am truly fortunate to run into you. I was worried about not encountering a familiar face. Are you seeking second senior brother? The secret realm is so vast, it would take considerable time. Since we are so fortunate to meet, why not travel together? It would be beneficial to have each other's support." Shu Qingwan's smile became even more alluring. "Very well, let us search for him together." Jiang Wanwan nodded and obediently followed behind her. Shu Qingwan entrusted her back to Jiang Wanwan, proceeding at a moderate pace ahead. Behind them, Jiang Wanwan's expression gradually darkened. This direction aligned with that of the tracking talisman. Was it mere coincidence? Or perhaps, she suddenly inquired, "Sister Shu, there should be special communication methods among sect disciples. Have you not contacted them?" Chapter 42. Meeting Shu Qingwan again, I did manage to reach them, but only to confirm their safety. Within the secret realm, each has their own opportunities. Gathering together may be counterproductive. "We shall leave it to fate," Shu Qingwan replied with a gentle smile. Jiang Wanwan continued to inquire, "Do you know where second senior brother is?" "I do not. Luo Han has yet to enter the Tianyin Tower, and common communication methods cannot reach him." Shu Qingwan shook her head, "But do not worry. We will find him eventually." Jiang Wanwan nodded obediently. "I will follow Sister Shu's lead." The two advanced for another quarter of an hour, faintly hearing the anguished cries of disciples ahead. Amidst the swirling mist, occasional glimpses of silvery scales could be discerned. What is that? The Tianzong silver serpent, a colossal creature with astonishing defensive capabilities, judging by the color of its scales. It has reached the half-step nascent soul stage, Shu Qingwan explained with a solemn expression. Jiang Wanwan gasped in alarm. "Then we should steer clear. Half-step nascent soul beasts are rare, and having cultivated in this secret realm for so long, it is likely to be formidable. No matter. I'm already at the mid-nascent soul stage. With your cooperation, Sister Jiang, we should be able to subdue it," Shu Qingwan reassured. Moreover, the Tianzong silver serpent possesses treasures. Its skin can be refined into armor, a top-tier defensive artifact. "Sister Jiang, if we manage to slay it, would you allow me to keep its skin? I noticed you seem to lack a defensive artifact." Shu Qingwan softly persuaded. Though Jiang Wanwan remained silent, her expression revealed a flicker of interest. After pondering for a moment, she nodded vigorously. "All right, I shall rely on Sister Shu." Shu Qingwan smiled softly as she swiftly approached the celestial burial silver serpent gliding through the mist. With Jiang Wanquan trailing closely behind her, as they navigated through the fog, the two beheld the full visage of the celestial burial silver serpent. Upon the mountain, coiled amidst the slopes, lay the colossal serpent, its silvery scales shimmering brilliantly, while its pair of crimson eyes coldly scrutinized the intruding humans. Its forked tongue flicked out, and the fog in the mountains thickened ominously. Taking the initiative, Shu Qingwan unleashed a long crimson ribbon from her waist, extending it like a red serpent towards the celestial burial silver serpent, slicing through the air with a resounding sonic boom. The ribbon, seemingly supple, struck the serpent with such force that it severed the very scales the beast took pride in. With a furious roar, the celestial burial silver serpent retaliated, its massive form moving with astonishing speed to ensnare the ribbon, its gaping maw lunging towards Shu Qingwan. The two engaged in a fierce battle, shattering rocks and dispersing the mist. It was evident that Shu Qingwan held the upper hand. To go, Sister Shu. Jiang Wanquan cheered from the sidelines, unable to intervene and relegated to the role of a mere cheerleader. Suddenly, Shu Qingwan shouted, "Watch out, junior sister Jiang." Jiang Wanquan's pupils dilated as a silver tail of the serpent lashed out towards her. Clearly, it had detected her presence. Unable to best this nascent soul, it sought to crush a mere mouse. How cowardly! Jiang Wanquan raised her hand defiantly, angrily extending her middle finger, and then hurled a spherical object. It was the Li Yuan pearl gifted to her by third sister. The pearl rapidly cracked open, splitting into 8 pieces that encircled her, forming a vast magical array that emanated a faint golden glow. In that moment, the serpent's tail struck the array, sending ripples of light cascading, leaving not even a crack. "Oh dear, why didn't it shatter? You're so weak." Jiang Wanquan mockingly raised her middle finger, feeling victorious against the serpent's cowardice. With a furious roar, the celestial burial silver serpent shifted its attention, targeting the distracted Shu Qingwan. It suddenly opened its maw and unleashed a dense, dark green mist. Not good. Jiang Wanquan attempted to escape, but was halted by the array, only then recalling that the Li Yuan pearl would not allow her to exit yet, and she could not use her spiritual power within. "Sister Shu, be careful." Unfortunately, her warning came too late. The dark green mist enveloped Shu Qingwan, and within moments, she plummeted from the sky. Shu Qingwan's lips turned dark green as she swiftly suppressed the poison, retreating into the safety of the Li Yuan pearl. Believing it had succeeded, the celestial burial silver serpent furiously battered the array, trying to capture the 2 mice. "Sister Shu, are you all right?" Jiang Wanquan approached with concern, crouching down to retrieve an antidote pill from her storage bag to offer her. Unable to hold back her tears, she lamented, "It's all my fault that if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been distracted and poisoned. How am I to explain this to second brother?" After consuming the antidote, Shu Qingwan's complexion improved slightly. She shook her head in response to Jiang Wanquan's guilt, "That it's not your fault. I was careless. However, I did not anticipate you possessing the Li Yuan pearl. For the time being, we are safe. This was given to me by third sister for emergencies that I should have mentioned it earlier, but I didn't want to worry you." Jiang Wanquan confessed, lowering her head in self-reproach. Shu Qingwan chuckled lightly. "It's all right, but I can only rely on the antidote now and cannot utilize my spiritual energy. Recovery may take some time." As she spoke, a fit of coughing interrupted her. "I'll get you another pill." Suddenly, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Jiang Wanquan froze, slowly looking down to see a dagger lodged in Shu Qingwan's heart. Pain surged through her, draining the color from her face as her spiritual power flickered, allowing blood to flow freely from the wound. In disbelief, she stared at Shu Qingwan, who wore a gentle smile. "Sister Shu, why? Had they not been fighting side by side?" With an unsettling glee, Shu Qingwan thrust the dagger deeper. "Why, you ask? It's simply because you are too much of an eyesore. You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame others. You should not have approached Luo Han. I detest the people from the Falling Sky sect, always hovering around him, making him disregard my words, perhaps sensing Jiang Wanquan's impending demise." Shu Qingwan elaborated. "Initially, I intended for Luo Han to deal with you, but fate had me encounter you first, so I took matters into my own hands. The celestial burial silver serpent may be formidable, but it is not beyond my capacity to handle, especially when it comes to the poison I intentionally inflicted upon myself. If I had not taken this risk, how could I compel you to willingly open the Li Yuan pearl for me?" Jiang Wanquan, weakly lifting her hand, gripped Shu Qingwan's shoulder tightly, her gaze filled with resentment. "You knew I had the Li Yuan pearl. You deliberately provoked the celestial burial silver serpent to attack me, forcing me to use it. No, you orchestrated this entire encounter. That was merely a coincidence. I did not expect to encounter the celestial burial silver serpent. That my original plan was to lure you into the territory of the battle sky tiger. Shu Qingwan gently tightened her grip around Jiang Wanquan's neck. Blame only your ill fortune. Heed this warning for your next life, that my patience is worn thin, and it is time to bid farewell. Wait. Blood trickled from Jiang Wanquan's lips as she suddenly broke into a smile. I have one last question for you. Speak. Jiang Wanquan tilted her head, a wicked smile forming. Can you guess what kind of pill I just fed you? Chapter 43. The villain perishes from excessive chatter. All part of the scheme, Shu Qingwan's triumphant expression faltered as she felt her feet growing numb, the sensation creeping upward, engulfing her entire being. What did you give me? She exclaimed, her grip tightening around Jiang Wanquan's neck in anger. Nothing much, just a type of poison, Jiang Wanquan replied nonchalantly. You cannot utilize your spiritual energy now, and the antidote cannot counteract this toxin. If I perish, you shall not survive either. That if you doubt me, feel free to test it. Shu Qingwan's expression grew grave as she continued to choke Jiang Wanquan while hastily swallowing an antidote pill. Yet, her fingers soon began to stiffen. That it truly ineffective? She glared at Jiang Wanquan, who bore a confident expression. Suddenly, she chuckled coldly. You are indeed clever. But unfortunately, I have encountered far more tricks than you can imagine. Your confidence stems from my current inability to leave the Li Yuan pearl. But do not forget, Luo Han will arrive soon, and your precious pearl cannot hinder him. She watched as Jiang Wanquan's smug demeanor began to wane. Do not worry. I will not allow you to die so easily. Do you see that celestial burial silver serpent? It shall be your final resting place. Frustrated, Jiang Wanquan's anger surged, blood pooling at the corners of her mouth as she struggled to harness her spiritual power. Do not resist. Save some dignity for yourself. Shu Qingwan released her grip, brushing the blood from Jiang Wanquan's lips with a tender tone, though her actions were marred by a sense of revulsion as she wiped it clean on her clothing. May I ask one more question? Jiang Wanquan, pale as a ghost, mustered her last breath to inquire. Shu Qingwan's expression darkened. No, you may not. You have been too verbose. Isn't it said that villains perish from excessive chatter? Why aren't you adhering to the script? Is my conversational prowess lacking? Jiang Wanquan questioned, perplexed, before shaking her head dismissively. It matters not. I will strike. What? Before Shu Qingwan could react, Jiang Wanquan's voice boomed. And in a swift motion, she seized Shu Qingwan's neck, forcing an unknown liquid down her throat. Gulp. Why must you press me so? Would it not be better to engage in conversation instead? Jiang Wanquan lamented. Rising to her feet and observing Shu Qingwan as she collapsed, her eyes growing increasingly bewildered. What did you make me ingest? Shu Qingwan's limbs betrayed her, her senses slipping away as the substance she had swallowed rushed to her mind, blurring her vision. This is the juice of the illusion flower. It has potent hallucinogenic properties. As for what I previously fed you, it was not poison but a puppet pill. Initially, the juice was intended for second brother. But fate had me encounter you first. Since I found you, I thought, why not? I had no intention of harming you, yet you recklessly walked into danger. What could I do then? Naturally, I had to play along with your little charade. Unfortunately, you were unwilling to open your heart to me, so I had to compel you to share your innermost feelings involuntarily. Though the process differs, the outcome remains the same. Do not be anxious. Relax, that I am a kind-hearted and gentle person. I once could not even bear to kill a chicken. I merely wish to have a conversation with you. When combined with the puppet pill, even if you are a nascent soul cultivator, you should find it difficult to resist. Crouching down, Jiang Wanquan earnestly conversed with her while attempting to calmly extract the dagger, only to recoil in pain and hastily swallow a healing pill. I truly did not wish for this, but it is always better to be cautious, for I am but a weak cultivator at the early golden core stage. That I will kill you. Shu Qingwan gritted her teeth in frustration. Yet she could not muster the strength to resist, helplessly watching as she lost control over her body and consciousness. Let us get to the point. What is your name? And what is your relationship with Luo Han? A sweet smile adorned Shu Qingwan's lips as she replied, We are Dao partners. I love him, and he loves me. Jiang Wanquan scoffed, I do not wish to hear your delusions. Does Luo Han truly love you? Shu Qingwan's expression turned to one of anger. No, he does not love me. He is a heartless man. He does not love me at all. It is I who have been deceiving myself. That no. He loves me. How could he not love me? Luo Han loves me. Shu Qingwan laughed and cried simultaneously. Oh no, could it be that I have consumed too much of the juice from the illusory flower? And my mind is now muddled? Jiang Wanwan stared at her, contemplating whether she could compel her to regurgitate what she had ingested. Let us shift the focus. How has Luo Han transformed into this state? Why is he so willingly by your side, obeying your every command? Shu Qingwan's expression wavered, but she soon succumbed to confusion, revealing the truth under the influence of the puppet pill. He has ingested the seed of my heart's demon. He has lost his consciousness and recognizes me as his master, following my wishes, loving me as I desire. Yet it is still insufficient, not perfect enough. His desires do not align with mine. They are for the greater path. His heart can harbor nothing but cultivation. I am furious. I wish to change. Thus, I fed him the heart's demon seed? Jiang Wanwan's expression shifted, deep in thought. What is this thing? The name sounds rather juvenile. A sudden screen appeared, startling her. A system. Have you been quiet these days, scouting for other beautiful and capable hosts, forgetting about this pitiful soul who has been guarding the cold chamber? The screen remained silent, merely flickering with affirmatives and negatives. Yes? Then can you enlighten me on the nature of the heart's demon seed? Heart's demon seed, a demonic seed planted within a person's dantian, controlling their thoughts and consciousness. Truly, your words are as enlightening as they are profound, Jiang Wanwan remarked coldly. Furthermore, I have arrived at the grave of flowers. Where is my special reward? System, your efficiency leaves much to be desired, making it all too easy for me to lose motivation for tasks. Jiang Wanwan crossed her arms, earnestly admonishing. Expecting a horse to run swiftly without providing it fodder is the very essence of vile capitalism. The system fell silent for a moment. Reward has been granted. Do not leave just yet. Tell me how to produce the heart's demon seed. Do not suggest I buy some antidote in the marketplace. I lack the funds. Money is essential. Please explore on your own. Jiang Wanwan cursed under her breath, directly asking Shu Qingwan, how do you resolve the heart's demon seed? Ha ha ha. She seemed to recall something joyous. Laughing uncontrollably. After finally composing herself, she continued, there is no solution. Demons arise from the heart. How to resolve? Ha ha. How to resolve? Luo Han is only mine. Anyone who seeks to take him away must perish. Why? Why can't you turn back and look at me? Do not blame me. I can only act this way. Without breaking your wings, how could I keep you here? Chapter 44. She is slandering me. Is she not a Yandra? To love him is to turn him into a puppet bound to my side. Such a forceful love is terrifying. Jiang Wanwan instinctively distanced herself from her. Encountering a Yandra online is one thing, but in reality, one should run away at once. Surely, there must be a method of restraint. Yes, use my heart's blood to temporarily nourish the demon seed. That heart's blood? Jiang Wanwan gazed at her chest, choosing to let her handle it herself. Draw a little heart's blood for me. Shu Qingwan remained motionless. All right, I haven't yet put away the Li Yuan pearl. Jiang Wanwan quickly raised her hand, lifting the restrictions on the Li Yuan pearl. The Li Yuan pearl has only 3 uses. And now there are just 2 left. It is truly effective. The only drawback is its exorbitant price, which I cannot afford. She tenderly stored it away, only to see a figure swiftly approaching in the distance. It somewhat resembled her poor second senior brother. The next moment, a pitch-black long sword rested against her neck, a line of blood appearing on her pale skin. Jiang Wanwan shouted, "Stop him!" Shu Qingwan swiftly issued a command, and Luo Han, standing behind Jiang Wanwan, halted with a chilling expression. Jiang Wanwan raised a finger, gently moving the sword away. Excellent. Shu Qingwan now listens to me. And Luo Han listens to Shu Qingwan. What a perfect food chain. Confirming that Luo Han posed no threat, Jiang Wanwan brought him down, just as Shu Qingwan had drawn her heart's blood. 3 drops should suffice. She pretended not to notice Shu Qingwan's pale countenance. The puppet pill has a time limit, and being a Yuanian cultivator, even after taking heart's blood, she would awaken before long. It is easy to deduce that the first thing she would do upon awakening is to attempt to kill her. I must quickly find a reliable ally. Jiang Wanwan fed the heart's blood to Luo Han, placing her hand on his abdomen, guiding the heart's blood into his dantian with her spiritual energy. Through her spiritual awareness, she observed the condition within Luo Han's dantian. A tiny, miniature version of Luo Han sat cross-legged at its center. With a pitch-black seed having sprouted, its soft tendrils tightly entwining him. What a malevolent scheme indeed. The heart's blood entered the Dantian, transforming into a mist of blood, enveloping the Yuanying under the guidance of her spiritual energy. Soon, the previously entangled tendrils began to retract, now coiling around the Dantian. Have I succeeded? This task is even more exhausting than drawing talismans. Jiang Wanwan opened her eyes, drenched in sweat, only to meet a pair of profound eyes. The sword was once again silently at her throat, in the same place, the same line of blood. Jiang Wanwan froze, forcing out a stiff smile. Second senior brother, I am your junior sister. Do you not remember me? You are not. Luo Han finally spoke, his voice hoarse from disuse that I truly am. My senior brother is Fu Yin, and my third senior sister is in Iran. You are my second senior brother. You were simply absent when I entered the sect. Luo Han furrowed his brow slightly, propping himself up, his gaze landing on her hand still resting on his abdomen. Jiang Wanwan slowly, very slowly raised her hand. I swear. I have not taken advantage of you. I am saving you. You have just awakened and may not remember many things. Perhaps you should try to recall? Luo Han lowered his gaze that he only remembered that his senior brother had sent him to the grave of flowers for a task. Then he encountered Shu Qingwan, and after that. What happened next? Why can't he remember? Furthermore, who is this person claiming to be his junior sister? Luo Han was filled with questions, yet his demeanor remained impassive. After a while, he inquired, how can you prove it? Jiang Wanwan maintained her position while retrieving a memory stone and the falling snow sword that I have recorded everything within. Second senior brother. See for yourself. You should recognize the falling snow sword. It was given to me by my senior brother. However, you must promise me not to get angry, and above all, do not tremble that if you must be angry. That is acceptable, but remember, do not tremble. Luo Han glanced at her, crushing the memory stone to view its contents. Jiang Wanwan quietly took a small step back, raising her hand to steady the sword, gradually moving it away. Suddenly, the sword was retracted. Jiang Wanwan instinctively straightened her posture, standing more formally than she ever had during military training. She stole a glance at Luo Han's shadowy eyes and clenched fists. Obediently maintaining her stance. What is your name? Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan's Jiang. Jiang Wanwan's one. If second senior brother does not mind, you may call me junior sister. Luo Han closed his eyes, concealing the dark tide beneath them, his heavy breathing revealing his inner turmoil. Shu Qingwan, Heart's demon seed, puppet. Each incident is intolerable to him. Luo Han, lying nearby, Shu Qingwan opened her eyes, the confusion fading as she propped herself up. Gazing at the figure standing beside Jiang Wanwan, instinctively calling out. Luo Han lifted his gaze, coldly regarding her. Shu Qingwan's memories were still lingering from before she consumed the illusory flower juice. Unable to restrain herself from questioning, did I not instruct you to kill her? Why have you not acted? Kill whom? Of course, it is Jiang. Shu Qingwan was taken aback, raising her head to gaze at him blankly. Upon seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, she staggered back a few steps to why you have recovered. Impossible. How could you awaken? My heart's demon. She halted, her expression darkening abruptly. The heart's demon seed, where did you obtain it? What are you talking about? I do not understand. Shu Qingwan regained her composure. Despite being unaware of how Luo Han had recovered, she knew that the heart's demon seed could not be unlocked, and those afflicted would have no memories. Now, the most probable explanation for Luo Han was that he was merely temporarily suppressing the heart's demon seed. However, suppressing the heart's demon seed required her heart's blood. Shu Qingwan pressed a hand to her chest, the sting and vague weakness alerting her to the truth of the matter. She turned her gaze to the third person present. That it was you. This was not a question, but a statement that do not slander me casually. The heart's blood was drawn by you yourself. I did nothing. You must know I do not even dare to kill a chicken, let alone commit such bloody acts as drawing heart's blood. Jiang Wanwan retorted with righteous indignation. This sounds somewhat familiar, but a sharp pain shot through Shu Qingwan's head as fragmented memories intertwined with scenes from the illusion surfaced in her mind. In an instant, she recalled everything. Her expression twisted in rage, her heart pained by anger. Jiang Wanwan, I truly underestimated you. You actually dared to scheme against me with the puppet pill. Second senior brother, she is slandering me. She is slandering me. Jiang Wanwan cried out in protest, insisting that it was she who sought to kill her first, who plotted against her first. She was merely retaliating in self-defense, and it was an utter injustice. Xu Qingwan was so furious that she could not articulate her thoughts, clutching her chest and gasping for air. What to say? Silence enveloped the scene as she accused him of being outwitted by a mere girl, claiming that he had been ensnared by a golden-haired wench to the point of losing his very essence. That it was utterly ludicrous. Chapter 45. The Consequences of Self-Indulgence. Why? Luo Han suddenly interjected, his demeanor remaining icy. Yet his tone bore an unmistakable hint of genuine perplexity, that he could not fathom how Xu Qingwan had descended to such depths, nor could he comprehend the origins of her obsession. Why do you ask me why? She retorted with a laugh that was devoid of mirth, her gaze transforming into one of resentment. That we are clearly sisters, and my talents far surpass hers. Yet why can you not see me? Even in her death, nothing has changed. Luo Han's expression darkened. Xu Man? Indeed, that sickly wretch who passed too soon, utterly devoid of merit, yet somehow managed to capture your affection. How utterly detestable. Xu Qingwan's facade of restraint shattered, as she yearned to unleash the pent-up frustration and bitterness of countless years. That in your eyes, she is the sole focus. You only have eyes for her. What makes her superior to me? In terms of cultivation, talent, and even beauty, I surpass her in every aspect. Why do you not hold affection for me? Where do I fall short? Luo Han listened, his brow furrowing deeper. I do not harbor feelings for her, nor for anyone. Xu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in a cold laugh. Do you truly expect me to believe that? If you truly felt nothing for anyone, why do you not treat us equally? Why do you shower Xu Man with kindness while ignoring my existence? Spare me your excuses. The seed of your inner demons cannot be untangled. Killing me would change nothing. Your desires remain unfulfilled, and no one can aid you. Luo Han regarded her, tightening his grip on the sword in silence. Oh dear! Is he about to strike? Do not rush. She has yet to grasp the full context. Jiang Wanyuan, who had been eagerly spectating from the sidelines, hurriedly approached. Second senior brother, hold on. Some matters are better clarified. Bottling them up can lead to complications. Although you may have little to discuss with her, you can certainly confide in me. That as your junior sister, I will keep your secret safe. Feel free to share your thoughts. Jiang Wanyuan urged with generous spirit. Luo Han remained silent. Jiang Wanyuan took his silence as consent and inquired. Xu Man and Xu Qingwan are sisters. How did you come to know them? He did not acquiesce. After a long pause, Luo Han finally conceded. I was tasked by my master to instruct the legitimate heir of the Xu family. Xu Man Xu Qingwan perked up, straining to listen intently. Why did your master assign you this task? My master owes the Xu family a favor, and in exchange, I am to assist them. Was the agreement solely for you to teach Xu Man? What of Xu Qingwan? There was no mention of her. The former head of the Xu family indicated that Xu Man was born with a deficiency and with appropriate training supplemented by elixirs. She might extend her days. Jiang Wanyuan seemed to comprehend. So your concern for Xu Man stemmed solely from your master's directive, devoid of personal sentiment. She is merely a girl in her teens. Luo Han replied, his brow furrowing. That my sole focus lies within the sect and cultivation. I have no interest in matters of the heart. The plot thickens. This is a tale of a mute and a blind person, not rooted in misunderstandings, but rather in a lack of communication. Furthermore, it seems to be a case of a potentially delusional individual with an overactive imagination. So, would it not be accurate to say that second senior brother has been wronged? Diligently fulfilling his duties, yet unjustly labeled as someone who harbors affection for another, only to face jealousy and ultimately suffer such fate. How tragic for my second senior brother. Jiang Wanyuan transitioned from shock to sympathy, unable to restrain herself from patting his shoulder. This is not your fault. Your misfortune lies in your bad luck, compounded by the presence of a delusional individual, with a double whammy of troubles. Who else could be misunderstood if not you? It turns out that second senior brother is cast in a tragic narrative of forced love, a rarity in this world. Luo Han, perplexed, queried, what is this bafang? And what does delusional mean? Why does this junior sister incessantly speak in terms he cannot grasp? Where did the eldest senior brother even find her? Cough cough, the specifics of this buff are inconsequential, but as for delusional, it refers to a peculiar state of being, existing solely in one's imagination or within stories, yet never in reality. Jiang Wanyuan explained earnestly. Xu Qingwan exemplifies this perfectly. She is fervently devoted to the unattainable, binding herself to it, coercing herself into possession, and ultimately straying from the path, spiraling into madness that, of course, if both parties willingly engage, it becomes a matter of preference, deserving only our respect and well wishes. Luo Han appeared to grasp the essence, albeit vaguely. In stark contrast to their light-hearted banter, the sharing of knowledge, and the camaraderie of senior siblings, Xu Qingwan was left in a stupor. Everything had been her own folly. Luo Han did not love her sister Xu Man. His attentions were merely a result of the sect's orders, that he loved no one but his cultivation and the sect itself. It dawned on her that from the very beginning, it had all been her self-indulgent delusion. A source of her own vexation. Ha! What a comedy! Xu Qingwan spat out a mouthful of blood, her laughter mingling with despair and mockery. She recalled why she had been so fixated on Luo Han. It was rooted in her lifelong jealousy of that frail sister. Despite her own superiority in every regard, she had been unable to garner such affection from their family, that it was jealousy, after all. Thus, she had resorted to any means necessary to seize what was not rightfully hers. Yet it had all been in vain. Xu Qingwan coughed up more blood, struggling to rise, pressing her hand firmly against her chest. Her complexion suddenly paling, her fingertips glimmering with a faint crimson light. Raising her hand once more, 3 droplets of her heart's blood manifested. She extracted them into a jade vial, discarding it toward Jiang Wanyuan as one might cast aside refuse. I cannot unravel this demonic seed. You are on your own, that if you seek my life, you may act now. But for your future, it would be prudent not to. After addressing Luo Han, Xu Qingwan turned her gaze to Jiang Wanyuan, a cold smirk gracing her lips. You are quite clever. I somewhat regret not having eliminated you sooner. However, I have changed my mind. I owe you a life, and once that debt is settled, killing you will be quite permissible. Jiang Wanyuan's lips twitched. Had she just become a target? Surely, surely. She cast a pleading glance towards second senior brother. Save me, please. Luo Han cast a deep, contemplative glance at her, but refrained from taking action. Xu Qingwan shattered a jade tablet, her figure abruptly dissipating. She had forfeited that a cultivator's heart's blood could not exceed 20 drops. She had lost at least 5, significantly impairing her cultivation and necessitating time for recuperation. Seeing her dazed expression, Luo Han casually explained. Jiang Wanyuan, perplexed, asked, Second senior brother, why did you let her go? She has caused you so much suffering over the years. Could it be that second senior brother possessed a hidden softness? Luo Han replied coolly. Before the former head of the Xu family passed away, I promised him that if I encountered Xu Qingwan, I would grant her a chance at life. Furthermore, the seed of her inner demons cannot be dispelled. She may yet prove useful. After all, once a person is dead, their heart's blood cannot be regenerated. Almost forgot. This is the antagonist who will soon be mercilessly slaying foes left and right. Wait, I forgot to ask. How long can a single drop of heart's blood sustain one? Should it run out, I will need to seek her again. Luo Han lowered his gaze. That is the worst-case scenario. The ideal solution is to resolve it. I cannot allow this danger to fester within me. Chapter 46. Come, let us compete to ascend. Jiang Wanyuan immediately interjected, but she mentioned that the seed of inner demons originates from one's desires. If desires remain, the inner demon cannot be vanquished. Second senior brother, may I inquire what your desires are? Of course, I am merely curious and have no intention of prying into your privacy, fearing he might misconstrue her intentions and resort to violence. She hastily added a clarification. Luo Han fell into contemplation, eventually pressing his hand against his chest. Perhaps it is the desire for cultivation and ascension. What a humble and unadorned desire. Quite the challenge. Jiang Wanyuan clapped indifferently. As expected of second senior brother. Such noble aspirations. Excellent. She can no longer fulfill her task. Special rewards are now out of reach. Let it all perish. She is utterly exhausted, after all her efforts. She has gained not a single hair. What a grand injustice! Roar! On the other side of the mountain, the Tiansang silver serpent, unable to shatter that wretched barrier, prepared to take a breather, just as it was about to lie down. It discovered that the aura of that yawning cultivator had vanished, leaving only a mere golden core mouse behind. What a stroke of fortune! Was this not a delightful feast waiting to be savored? Thus, the Tiansang silver serpent leisurely traversed mountains and valleys, finally beholding its delectable morsel, unable to suppress a roar. Little delicacy, I am coming. Before it, the two individuals synchronously looked up, gazing at the arrogant silver serpent. Exchanging glances, Jiang Wanyuan exclaimed, "Second senior brother, charge!" Luo Han's expression remained stoic. The Tiansang silver serpent. Ah, it's a trap. Retreat. It hastily withdrew, its elongated form twisting as it fled in haste. Second senior brother was truly formidable. It must have sensed his overwhelming cultivation and was frightened away. Upon hearing her praise, Luo Han remained unfazed, simply observing her, causing Jiang Wanyuan to feel a chill creep down her spine. Second senior brother. Why do you look at me? Was the effect of 3 drops of heart's blood so lackluster? How could it be so soon? A poor evaluation. She absolutely must leave a negative review. Luo Han suddenly remarked. I just recalled something. In the past, when the demon clan was not yet vanquished, a senior from the Xingling sect was also implanted with a seed of inner demons. According to records, he managed to suppress it. Was there still hope? Second senior brother, please elaborate. Luo Han continued. The records indicate that this senior could not eliminate his own desires. Ultimately, he sought another desire. The seed of inner demons is specifically tied to your initial desire. Nourished by it once it enters the dantian. Should subsequent desires arise, the seed may be lured away from the dantian to AT that time, as long as there were cultivators at the Yuan Shin stage to assist. There was a high probability of directly eliminating the seeds of one's inner demons. Jiang Wanwan was quite curious. What was the other desire of that senior? How could they possibly surpass the later generations? It was said that this senior had previously taken it upon themselves to strengthen their sect, but later became a chef, dedicating their life to creating the most delectable dishes in the entire realm of cultivation. Upon finishing this account, Luo Han wore an expression that was somewhat peculiar. After all, there seemed to be no connection between the desire to dedicate oneself to a sect and the desire to become the best chef. However, Jiang Wanwan understood. Rumors often contained a degree of fabrication, and it was best to take them lightly without taking them too seriously. Nevertheless, the existence of such records indicated that this method was indeed viable. So, are you, second senior brother, also preparing to become a chef? Luo Han replied. Not at all. Cultivation is inevitable, but it does not necessarily have to be my own. I intend to teach you cultivation. Even if we cannot eliminate the seeds of inner demons, we can at least temporarily suppress my desire to cultivate. Luo Han nodded, feeling that his approach was sound, and then inquired, what is your talent like? Jiang Wanwan was puzzled. How did the conversation shift to her? Yet she had no desire to compete for divine status. Therefore, she declined. Was lying flat uncomfortable? Or was slacking off unfulfilling? Why engage in such competition? For the sake of becoming divine? No, she was unwilling. Second senior brother, my talent is lacking. It would be a waste of time for you to teach me that I am quite lazy, unable to rise early to practice swordplay. Most importantly, I tend to be indecisive, also dabbling in talisman crafting, and I generally take a natural approach to cultivation. Jiang Wanwan was on a path of self-deprecation. I even have a Chionchi that insists on eating meat roasted by me. Strictly speaking, I am still a chef, that's so, you see. With my indecisiveness and tendency to be distracted, how could I possibly be worthy of your teachings, second senior brother? Once we exit the flower burial secret realm, I will find you a disciple with excellent roots and high talent. That way, it would be easy and joyful, wouldn't it? Luo Han responded. That would be just right. I could devote more attention to you, yielding better results. As for taking in other disciples, that is not possible while the master is absent. Moreover, the requirements for accepting disciples at the Luotian sect are stringent, making it unlikely to take in disciples casually. In his view, Jiang Wanwan equated to a combination of lacking talent and being his junior sister, making her the best choice. Jiang Wanwan was utterly taken aback. She attempted to struggle. Actually, I was just joking. My talent is quite good, and I learn quickly. Luo Han shattered her illusion. No, your spiritual energy is erratic. Your foundation is unstable, and you lack practical experience, resulting in inadequate application of your spiritual energy. He could not help but frown. We need to start from scratch. Quite a challenge. His judgment was indeed sound. Did I see something amiss in your gaze? Do I appear to be willing? Jiang Wanwan discerned his thoughts and silently fumed. One must not speak ill. One must not speak ill. He is the second senior brother. I am the junior sister. He is at the Yuaning stage. I am at the Jin Dan stage. I cannot provoke him, that I must be polite, promote unity and friendship, and not disgrace our great Mother Earth. After silently repeating this 3 times, she calmed down. Let's set aside the matter of teaching for now. You have forgotten something very important. Jiang Wanwan's expression turned serious. The demon race was sealed away tens of thousands of years ago. From where did Shu Qingwan's seed of inner demons originate? Luo Han remained unfazed. I will inquire about this matter once we are outside. Your cultivation can start now. After speaking, he appeared behind her like a phantom, gripping her shoulder and lifting her effortlessly into the air. Swiftly vanishing in a flash. Senior brother, please do not let go. A quarter of an hour later they landed. Jiang Wanwan stood on the ground, trying to feel a sense of stability from the solid earth beneath her. Heaven knows the terror of soaring through the sky when her feet felt empty. Luo Han's hair remained untouched as he looked at her, shaking his head slightly, mentally adding another item. He would also teach her about flying with a sword. After a while, she regained her composure and faced the iron-hearted second senior brother, who was intent on teaching her the ways of cultivation. Summoning her courage, she said, "Second senior brother, may I eat something first?" I, Jiang Wanwan, may be rolled over by competition, but I cannot be starved. That is my bottom line. Luo Han nodded. That is acceptable, that he was not so unfeeling as to deny her, and he felt that the way his junior sister looked at him was rather pitiful. Is cultivation really so painful? It shouldn't be, right? Chapter 47. When a thief encounters a stolen home, Jiang Wanwan took out her tools. A small brush, uneaten royal honey from the Jade King bee, leftover bird wings, and prepared bird meat. She quickly set up a roasting rack, skewered the bird wings, and turned them over while roasting, brushing on the honey, then roasting again, and brushing once more. The aroma began to waft. Catching Luo Han's attention. Second senior brother, would you care to partake? Luo Han was momentarily stunned. He was about to teach his junior sister cultivation, and eating her food now might tarnish his image. Previously, when instructing Shu Man, his master had told him that as a teacher, one must set a good example. Although he had never managed to do so, the enticing aroma intensified. Luo Han maintained his composure for a moment before gracefully taking a seat. Jiang Wanwan was unperturbed, handing him the roasted bird wings while preparing a leg for herself. She glanced at Luo Han, who had begun to eat. Surely he would be gentler in his approach later on. Luo Han elegantly took a bite of the bird wing, savoring the crispy skin, tender meat, and sweet juices. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful. Unable to resist, he took another bite, secretly nodding in approval of his junior sister's culinary skills. Hadn't she just mentioned that she was also a chef, preparing meals for her spiritual pet Xiongqi? Surely that Xiongqi hadn't followed her simply because of her cooking skills, were ferocious beasts that easy to tempt. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Luo Han ceased his wandering thoughts and focused on his meal. Yet unbeknownst to him, his assumptions had been spot on. After finishing, Jiang Wanwan took a few sips of water. Feeling truly satisfied and ready to work, Luo Han, having polished off an entire bird wing, also experienced a long-lost sense of fullness. That I will first assess your qualifications. That he placed his hand on her arm and skillfully pinched a few times. It was a bit painful and warm. This is a spiritual bone? Luo Han thought he had miscalculated and pinched again, even releasing his spiritual awareness to probe further. There was no doubt, it was indeed a spiritual bone. He stared at the perplexed Jiang Wanwan. Are you aware that you possess a spiritual bone? Jiang Wanwan nodded. Of course, after all, she was the woman who was destined to have her bones extracted from the very start. Luo Han muttered in confusion. That shouldn't be. Since ancient times, those with spiritual bones have been exceptionally talented. How is it that you have only just entered the Jin Dan stage, and your foundation is unstable? Jiang, having just entered the Jin Dan stage, foundation unstable, possessor of spiritual bone. Wanwan exhibited a resilient smile. She had been constantly summoned by the system to rescue the antagonists and had not practiced for long. After finally joining the sect, she had yet to see even a hair of her master. An absent master. Sichar Dinger's master. In such circumstances, With no guidance or supervision, it was already commendable that she had stepped into the Jin Dan stage. She felt quite content. Luo Han seemed to ponder for a moment before suddenly patting her shoulder. Jiang Wanwan stiffened, feeling her Jin Dan stage cultivation suddenly plummet to the late foundation establishment stage. Second senior brother, I have temporarily suppressed your cultivation. For the next few days, you will engage in practical combat and learn how to flexibly utilize your spiritual energy. Luo Han glanced at the vicinity. This area is the territory of the Jade King Bees, which do not like to congregate. Their cultivation does not exceed the Jin Dan stage. They are swift, and their defenses are barely sufficient, making them ideal for practice. After speaking, he once again lifted Jiang Wanwan and flew forward, stopping midair. Below was a diligent Jade King bee constructing its hive. That one will do. Jiang Wanwan squinted against the wind, feeling that the Jade King bee looked somewhat familiar. The patch of grass below also seemed oddly recognizable. Second senior brother, can you guess what I brushed on the meat earlier? Why this sudden inquiry? But Luo Han still replied, it smells sweet, likely honey. Is it Jade King bee honey? Jiang Wanwan smiled, correct. Now can you guess where I obtained the Jade King bee honey? And can you also guess why the hive of that Jade King bee below is not completed? Luo Han, junior sister. You, exactly, I stole its home and just consumed the honey it worked so hard to brew. Jiang Wanwan earnestly suggested. Second senior brother, let us change locations. This place is poor feng shui. Luo Han fell silent for a moment before unexpectedly letting go. Jiang Wanwan, suddenly free-falling. Second senior brother. Luo Han leisurely followed, calmly reassuring her. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. Jiang Wanwan activated her protective spiritual energy and inquired seriously, if I can't hold on, will you save me? Awaludi nodded without hesitation. And what constitutes not being able to hold on? He replied honestly, as long as you have a breath left, I can save you. Jiang Wanwan landed, her mouth twitching, drawing her snowfall sword. She took a deep breath. Second senior brother, can we really not discuss this further? No. After Luo Han spoke, his figure abruptly vanished into the void. Jiang Wanwan helplessly gazed at the heavens. System, can I request to give up on this villainous second senior brother? No, dear, kneel in peace. She was about to commence a rampage that a mere Jade King bee. She had battled against the celestial burial silver serpent. Thank you very much, Buzz. Perceiving an intrusion, the Jade King bee, engrossed in its nesting activities, swiftly darted over to repel the interloper. As it approached, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air. Jade King bee. Is that not the scent of its own honey? Ah, she is the thief who pilfered from its home. A swell of new grievances and old resentments surged within, and with eyes aflame, the Jade King bee lunged forward. Goodness, how can it recognize me? Jiang Wanwan took to her heels, but before she could flee far, she collided with something, involuntarily stepping back. Surrounding her were barriers. Merely dodging would not resolve the predicament. Luo Han's voice resonated from all directions. With no alternative, she could only brace herself with her sword that a quarter of an hour later, panting and leaning on her sword, Jiang Wanwan faced the Jade King bee, now a disheveled mass from her strikes. Although her reflexes were sluggish and her combat awareness lacking, her swordsmanship was proficient. Suddenly, Luo Han appeared, offering his critique before silently pressing down on her shoulder. Seek the next one. Jiang Wanwan swallowed hard. Shall we not take a moment to rest? Rest on the way. You must be a devil. Jiang Wanwan took to the skies again, seizing the moment to recuperate her stamina and spiritual energy. Next came the saber-toothed tiger, the heavenly cloud horse, and the griffin. Jiang Wanwan witnessed the diversity of species and was rigorously tested by the trials of life. Splash! Bursting forth from a tranquil pool, Jiang Wanwan skillfully climbed ashore, clutching the severed head of an unknown beast. The last one that upon uttering these words, she collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted and wishing to fall asleep at once. In just half a month, she had endured being chased by tigers, pursued by dogs, bitten by griffins, submerged in lakes, and fought for survival. She vowed that never in her past life, or this one, had she experienced such hardship. The devilish reality of combat had rendered Jiang Wanwan utterly spent. I am done. I'm done. Even if they break me this time, they cannot stop me from slacking off. As she spoke, her eyelids fluttered shut, and she fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 48, Nyor. You're crushing my head. Jiang Wanwan slept deeply. only to awaken as dusk approached. Huh. Is there dusk in the secret realm? Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a sky painted with vibrant hues, and before her stood Luo Han. Jiang Wanwan, feeling guilty, rose. As second senior brother. What had she said before sleeping? Oh, that even if they broke her, she would still slack off. However, her second senior brother surely did not know the meaning of slacking off. Did he? Would he truly want to strike her down? Should she hide or run? Or would it be better to kneel and beg for mercy? Luo Han feigned ignorance of the guilt reflected in her eyes, turning instead to gaze at the brilliant sky. This is not dusk. A tomb cache is about to be opened. Jiang Wanwan immediately retracted her wandering thoughts and nonchalantly asked, "A tomb cache? Is it akin to a secret cache?" No, the tomb cache is the battleground where the demon clan was sealed millennia ago. Though they have perished for thousands of years, residual demonic energy lingers. Tomb caches open but once in 100 years. And it is remarkable that we should encounter one now. Luo Han's expression turned grave. That if it is dangerous, can we not simply refrain from entering? Still naive and innocent, Luo Han sighed softly. Those who enter the tomb cache are chosen at random. Once selected, one will be transported inside. How does the transportation occur? It is said that a black halo appears beneath one's feet. Jiang Wanwan looked down. Is it like this under my feet? Luo Han glanced at her feet, where the black halo was gradually brightening. His expression darkened abruptly. Second senior brother, Jiang Wanwan's face fell. Why was she so unfortunate? Who was the true villain here? Fear not. The deeper one goes into the tomb cache, the more perilous it becomes that if we enter, we must immediately head towards the periphery. That he gritted his teeth, feeling a rare sense of frustration. My storage bag is not with me. But do not worry. I will search for you within the tomb cache. Jiang Wanwan sniffled. No. What if you encounter danger? At least one of us siblings must survive. She possessed a system, and perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. If her second senior brother entered, what if the villain's buff activated, leaving him half dead upon emerging? Now that her second senior brother's storyline had been so rudely interrupted, what if he could not reach the conclusion? Luo Han felt warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that this young junior sister, whom he had just met, would express concern for him, just as he was about to offer comfort. A black halo slowly materialized beneath his feet. Luo Han. Jiang Wanwan. Oh ho, the black halo. Haha, fulfilling your desires. Jiang Wanwan wiped the sorrow from her face. Second senior brother. Remember to find me. And no sooner had she spoken than she was whisked away into the halo. Luo Han had no time to respond before he too vanished. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the secret realm, accompanied by shrieks and wails. Help! I do not wish to go to the tomb cache. Save me. I have yet to marry and have children. Woo, this is my last testament. I have no time to write much. You must deliver it to my crush, the senior sister. Woo, I have never slept with a man. How can I meet my untimely end? Everyone, I shall take my leave first. Had I known it would come to this, I would not have saved spirit stones. I could have spent them all. Now, with no place to spend them, wood in the pitch darkness, it felt as if she were in free fall. Jiang Wanwan's initial terror gradually transformed into boredom. She even had the leisure to summon the system to pop up a screen and retrieve a special reward she had toiled for. A jade tablet? System, is this truly the special reward? Indeed, dear Jiang Wanwan's face fell. Isn't it supposed to be some exceptional artifact or a 9-turn spiritual elixir? What use is this jade tablet? Am I to use it to strike someone? Wait, could this possibly be the key to unlocking a treasure? Jiang Wanwan's hopes reignited. Please explore on your own, and it is advisable for the host to carry it with them. Fine. I knew asking you was of no use. However, anything the system deems a special reward must be something valuable. Perhaps it could save my life. This time, I am profiting immensely. Jiang Wanwan fastened the jade tablet to her waist, and gradually, light began to appear before her. She was about to land. Suddenly, the brightness intensified, and she instinctively shut her eyes, plummeting straight to the ground. The surface felt rocky and quite uncomfortable. Gaganyo, you're crushing my head. Could you possibly shift a bit? A hoarse voice, thick with an accent, emanated from beneath her. Jiang Wanwan sprang up in shock, staring incredulously at the ground. The dark earth heaved, a pale bone protruding, its equally pale fingers flexing as it lifted the skull that had emerged. Pulling itself up as if uprooting a turnip, complete, ghastly skeleton appeared before her. But my goodness, how long did I sleep? How did I end up here? The skeleton gazed around in confusion, finally fixing its gaze on the only living creature present. Though its eye sockets, aflame with green fire, betrayed no emotion, Jiang Wanwan could sense its interest, or rather, its hunger. Gaga! I cannot believe my luck. Awakening from slumber, I encounter such vibrant sustenance. It seemed intent on cackling with glee. But all it could manage was the clattering of bones, lending a comical air to the situation. Yes, it laughed. It leaned back, and suddenly, its skull fell to the ground with a clatter that, oh dear. How did my head fall off again? Where is it? The headless skeleton spun in circles, inadvertently kicking its head even farther away. Jiang Wanwan. So foolish. Yet please continue. She quietly retreated, attempting to discern her bearings. Unfortunately, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, offering no clue as to the exit of the tomb cache. God, I want to run. Did you consult me first? The skeleton raised its hand, and the dark demonic energy on the ground coalesced into ropes. Fiercely binding her limbs, the skeleton, having painstakingly located its head, held it in place to prevent it from falling, its gaze fixated on Jiang Wanwan as it emitted a sinister cackle. Jiang Wanwan pressed her fingers together and swiftly severed the demonic energy ropes with her sword. Are you a demon cultivator? Bah, I am the great demon clan. What demon cultivator? How dare you insult me, the magnificent Mogula? The Mogula's eye sockets flared with green fire, and it stomped in place, seething. Mogula? What a peculiar name. However, knowing it is a demon, Jiang Wanwan became increasingly vigilant. The Mogula inched closer. Nyoer, do not struggle. As a mere foundational stage child, how could you hope to escape this demonic realm? Behave, and allow me a taste. Jiang Wanwan narrowed her eyes, gripping her sword tightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. That I end this time. She had undergone grueling training and amassed rich combat experience. Dealing with a skeleton that had perished thousands of years ago would be child's play. Yet, she forgot that this was the demon realm, a territory of their own. The dark demonic energy coalesced into a massive humanoid monstrosity, roaring as it ensnared her. The demonic energy surged within her body, icy and piercing, as though an ice blade were scraping against her bones. Jiang Wanwan shivered, her teeth chattering, her delicate face paling. So this is the sensation of demonic energy entering the body. Fu Yin must be extraordinarily resilient. She would never again disdain his frequent coughs of blood. Chapter 49. 1 foot, 1 grave. Aga. The Mogula approached eagerly, surveying where it might feast upon her. Suddenly, its skull, ablaze with green fire, fixated on the jade tablet at her waist. And long-buried memories began to resurface. You are one of the Lord's people? I am finished. I actually bound a human and intended to devour them. The skeletal figure, known as Mo La, crouched on the ground, cradling its head and weeping bitterly, its bony frame trembling. After a brief moment of lamentation, its long-dormant mind finally recalled the need to first release the human it had ensnared. The monstrous entity, coalesced from dark energy, relinquished its grip and obediently transformed into mist, dissipating into the earth. That Mo La sank down, gazing upon Jiang Wanwan's ashen face and the manifestation of dark energy coursing through her. Causing the flames in its eye sockets to flicker with trepidation, It extended a hand, attempting to extract the lingering dark energy, yet some residue remained. Jiang Wanwan remained unresponsive, her eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. What to do? Mo La pondered, clutching its head in distress, when suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within its thoughts. That It sprang up and hastily approached a nearby mound of earth. Beginning to excavate with fervor, grasping a protruding white bone, it yanked it free, shaking off the dirt. Mo La, I was in the midst of a deep slumber, and you dare disturb my grave. I shall not forgive you. I spent centuries perfecting this tomb. It is the most opulent of all. How dare you, Mo La? Where's my head? Has anyone seen my head? And my legs? How is it that upon awakening, my legs are gone? Who dares to gnaw upon my flesh? In mere moments, the ground stirred to life, and countless bones emerged from the inky soil. The greenish flames of souls flickered like fireflies, illuminating the vast expanse of land. Jiang Wanwan, still in a stupor, gradually opened her eyes, only to be met with pain coursing through her body, devoid of strength. Strange. Where was Mogula? She strained to turn her neck and was met with an unforgettable sight. Countless mounds of earth stood adorned with clusters of glimmering bones, their eye sockets alight with green flames, casting a glow upon the dark graveyard. The missing Mogula stood atop the largest grave mound, dancing exuberantly, surrounded by a throng of skeletal companions mirroring its movements, accompanied by indistinct murmurs and eerie calls. What a chaotic and devilish gathering it was! Were the demons truly so magnanimous? Even food required the company of others to share the bounty. Such camaraderie was heartwarming. If only that food were not her. Jiang Wanwan turned her head away, nearly fainting from fear, yet mustered the strength to peacefully close her eyes. Alone, she could not contend with Mogula. Now faced with a multitude, she resigned herself to a dignified demise. Mogula animatedly recounted the events to its former comrades, who now shared the same grave. Then, it approached a skeleton without hesitation, forcefully prying free a glowing fingerbone. "Give it to me. This is the coffin fund I have painstakingly amassed over tens of thousands of years. You wretched Mogula, how could you so carelessly seize it? And with the very hands you used to dig graves." The skeleton, cruelly stripped of its bone, wept in anguish, wishing to bury itself in shame. Mogula, displaying little empathy, consoled, "Fear not, for you have been dead for millennia. Moreover, should you assist that esteemed one, upon meeting the demon lord or even the demon sovereign, you may receive an even finer reward." "Really? You mean demons do not deceive one another?" "Indeed, demons do not deceive demons." Having placated the victim, Mogula seized the bone, leading a procession of skeletal companions with great pride as they approached Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, "Is it about to begin? How frightening! But how does a skeleton consume food? One tea, it just fall out." Indeed, she was the type to indulge in whimsical thoughts even in the face of impending doom. Mogula held the bone, and the luminous essence clinging to it quickly coalesced, as if squeezed, transforming into a droplet that fell into Jiang Wanwan's slightly parted lips. Instinctively, she swallowed. It bore no flavor initially, yet warmth surged through her body, gradually dispelling the cold that had enveloped her due to the dark energy. It was evident. This was a rescue. Why did this swarm of skeletons relish pure flesh? Unable to contain her curiosity, she opened her eyes and inquired, "Why are you saving me?" "Enough pretense. Whether one dies sooner or later, death is inevitable. Let me make this abundantly clear." Upon witnessing her awakening, the surrounding skeletons stirred, kneeling upon one knee. Mogula knelt as well, its tone reverent. "Esteemed one, I beseech your forgiveness for failing to recognize the demon sovereign's command in time, nearly causing you harm." Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened as she beheld the kneeling skeletons and recalled Mogula's words. Her mind nearly short-circuited. It referred to her as esteemed one, and spoke of a demon sovereign's command. The only mysterious object upon her was, she raised her hand and retrieved a jade token from her waist. Scrutinizing it closely, It felt cold to the touch, the token entirely black as ink, adorned with intricate patterns and inscribed with unfamiliar characters at its center. The highest ruler of the demon race was the demon sovereign. Holding the demon sovereign's token, did that not imply she could traverse the entire grave with impunity? System, how fortuitous! "You truly came through for me. Love you." With a silly grin, Jiang Wanwan swiftly composed herself. "Ahem. Rise, that I have important matters to attend to, though I am not well acquainted with this place. Please, find someone who knows the way." "Important matters? Is the esteemed one to meet the demon sovereign?" "But the demon sovereign has been in a deep slumber for millennia, with no news to be heard." "Indeed. Are we even worthy of such knowledge regarding the demon sovereign?" "Ah, true." Mogula ventured cautiously. "Esteemed one, where do you intend to go? I am quite familiar with this area." A good question. She herself was uncertain. Jiang Wanwan fell into deep contemplation. First, possessing the demon sovereign's token greatly assured her safety, thus venturing out empty-handed was not her style. Secondly, her second senior brother had also entered. Should misfortune befall him, her mission would be compromised, so she needed to locate him. Lastly, if possible, perhaps she could pay a visit to the fabled demon sovereign. After all, none of the significant antagonists in novels were ever unattractive. Ahem, I have a companion I intend to find first. Companion? What manner of being? Jiang Wanwan reminisced, dressed in a black robe, with a cold demeanor, yet strikingly handsome, possessing an admirable physique. That a handsome man. Could he not attract the attention of the alluring demon lord? The alluring demon lord has a penchant for collecting beautiful men. It seems every time someone enters the tomb, they are snatched away by the demon lord. What shall we do? Surely, your companion will not fall victim to ill fate. How tragic, silence. Offending the esteemed one will lead to dire consequences. Chapter 50. The alluring demon lord's affection for handsome men. Ahem. She was neither deaf, nor did she possess such peculiar tastes. Are you suggesting I should seek my companion there? Gu nodded vigorously. Indeed, the domain of the alluring demon lord is vast. Many fall into her grasp, and the appealing ones are sent to the demon lord's side. Jiang Wanwan frowned. What are her capabilities? She appears to be at the Great Ascension stage. The demon lord is also at the Great Ascension stage. A piercing arrow of realization struck her. Is such a realm truly existent? If encountered, she would likely be crushed by a mere finger. However, fear not, esteemed one, that with the demon sovereign's token in hand, the alluring demon lord will not dare to act against you. Gula elaborated on the nature of the demon sovereign's token. The hierarchy among demons is stringent. Regardless of who possesses the token, it is akin to the demon sovereign's presence. No demon may harm or seize it from the holder in any form. Only the demon sovereign possesses the authority to reclaim the token, and the holder can command demons below the rank of the sovereign to perform tasks. There exists but a single demon sovereign token, and unless witnessed in battle, many demons have nearly forgotten its existence. Yet, they can discern its authenticity at a glance, as the token has been nurtured in the blood pools by successive demon sovereigns, exuding a pure aura that cannot be faked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan straightened her posture. Let us proceed. We shall seek the alluring demon lord. This was an invincible buff. What was there to fear? Charge forth, my minions. However, not all of these skeletons could accompany her. Gula volunteered a select few of the stronger ones for the journey, and of course, the unfortunate one missing an arm. Thus, a lone figure led a cadre of skeletal companions, marching forth with great bravado. The domain of the alluring demon lord, the remnants of battle, were deeply etched into the landscape. The demon race's palace, ravaged millennia ago, bore signs of wear, yet its interior remained intact. Demon lord, good news, good news. A black-robed skeleton burst into the grand hall, brimming with excitement. Upon a soft couch lay a captivating figure, draped in a flowing red gown, her delicate jade feet bare upon the cushions. Cascading tresses of black hair, framing her enchanting visage, exuding an irresistible allure. The alluring demon lord languidly raised a hand, her crimson nails resting upon her lips as she languidly uttered a single word, speak. Finally roused, she found herself confronted by a throng of skeletons. Utterly disheartening, how she longed for the warmth of a man's embrace. That we've captured men. 5 of them. What? The alluring demon lord sprang to her feet. Exhilarated. Where are they? The black-robed skeleton replied. They shall arrive shortly. Esteemed one, please wait. Hurry, bring forth the wine. This demon lord is in high spirits today. Yes. The black-robed skeleton hurried off to prepare. The alluring demon lord eagerly sank back onto her couch. Esteemed one, a grave matter has arisen. Another black-robed skeleton scrambled into the hall, tumbling as it entered. The alluring demon lord scolded. What chaos is this? After living for tens of thousands of years, your demeanor remains so lacking. You shall spend tomorrow in the abyss reflecting on your conduct. The figure in the black robe, the skeletal being, felt profoundly aggrieved. This is truly a significant matter that a group of demons has arrived from a remote battlefield, accompanied by a single individual. What constitutes such a momentous event? Before the subordinate could finish speaking, the person in question brandished the demon lord's order. Yanji stumbled back in fright, almost losing her balance. The demon lord's order? Are you certain? As soon as she uttered those words, she silently chastised herself for her foolishness. The demon lord's order could not be a counterfeit. Where is that person? Hurry, and take me back. With an ethereal grace, Yanji descended beside him, swiftly tugging him towards the exit. Outside the palace, upon beholding the opulent structure before her, Jiang Wanyuan gasped in astonishment. That my lord, Yin Ji has arrived late. Please do not hold it against me. Her voice was sweet and melodious, twisting and turning as if it could loop around several times. Yin Ji floated gracefully before Jiang Wanyuan, executing a polite bow while casting a flirtatious glance. However, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. Why is she a woman? Is it not true that the demon lord shuns the company of women, never allowing one to appear by his side? How did this person come to possess the demon lord's order? Logically, the demon lord's order was always carried by the demon lord himself, granted only to those he trusted most. This was simply illogical. Yin Ji was perplexed but dared not express her confusion. Instead, respectfully inquiring, "My lord, have you summoned Yin Ji for a specific purpose?" Jiang Wanyuan, who had been tense, felt a slight release of pressure in her heart, the oppressive aura of the great ascension stage. Even if not intentionally exerted, was not something she, at the Golden Core stage, could withstand without losing her composure. Nonetheless, her demeanor indicated that Mo Gula's words were indeed true. At least her life was not in peril. Yin Ji, keenly perceptive, immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere and retracted her demonic aura at my lord. It was Yin Ji's oversight. It's nothing. I have come to seek a person. Yin Ji was momentarily taken aback. A person? What kind of person does my lord seek? Yin Ji will certainly do her utmost. He is a remarkably handsome man, and we became separated. Yin Ji instantly perked up at a remarkably handsome man? How fortuitous! I recently captured. Oh no, I merely encountered a few, and I was about to bring them over. My lord, please accompany me to see if he is the one you seek. Very well. Jiang Wanyuan followed her into the side hall, allowing Mo Gula to accompany them while instructing the others to disperse for the time. Being that as they departed, the remaining skeletal beings began to whisper among themselves. Could that person be the companion of our lord? Who are you to speculate about our lord's affairs? This is certainly not something you should ponder. I find that improbable. Our lord must have seen the monarch before, and once one has beheld the monarch, their eyes cannot possibly linger on another man. The monarch is the most exquisite being in the world. What if we sneak a glance? Our lord merely instructed us to observe casually. She did not forbid us from approaching the side hall. They exchanged glances, a hint of temptation flickering in their eyes. Inside the side hall, 4 or 5 men were bound by ropes made of demonic energy, struggling in vain, before ultimately conceding to futility. Senior brother, what should we do? It's all my fault. Had it not been for me, you might have at least escaped this calamity. Enough, it has come to this. Saying more is pointless, that we can only hope that this so-called demon lord does not take pleasure in tormenting people and grants us a swift end. I have heard that this demon lord seems to have a fondness for handsome men. What? Not only am I destined to die, but I may even lose my innocence. Senior brother, grant me a quick end. I don't wish to live. Lin Zong shed tears of sorrow, gazing at Zhaoan, and wept until a bubble of snot formed. Zhaoan felt a twinge of disdain, but still consoled him. It's all right. The demon race has perished for millennia and now merely exists through some secret method, lacking true form and unable to do much. Of course, there are still plenty of things that can be done without a physical form. The faces of those present turned pale. That moment. Footsteps echoed from outside the hall. My lord, this way. Pleased that a captivating figure in a red dress entered, ignoring the group of men she coveted, respectfully stepping aside. Chapter 51. An unexpected reunion. A figure cloaked in black with a mask over its face entered. The mask was painted with a ghastly smile in red, its mouth stretched wide, creating an eerie visage. Yin Ji stood obediently to the side, recalling the earlier instruction from her lord to don a mask and black robe, feeling somewhat bewildered. Didn't my lord come to find someone? Dressing so thoroughly makes recognition impossible. Could it be that one among this group is someone my lord wishes to avoid? Yin Ji pondered over which individual it might be, contemplating direct expulsion should any of them obstruct her lord's view. Why is there still a lord present? Must they take turns? Lin Zong exclaimed in a panic, whispering to Zhaoan in despair. Zhaoan felt a throbbing pain in his temples, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Be quiet. If I miraculously escape this time, I will burn all those nonsensical books of yours upon my return." Lin Zong could only close his mouth in grievance, fearfully gazing at the figure of the lord not far away. Jiang Wanyuan, wrapped tightly in her disguise, felt an immense sense of relief for having donned her mask in advance. Among the 5 individuals before her, she recognized 4 that Lin Zong and Zhao and had been seen recently. It was unfortunate they had fallen into such a predicament. Captured nonetheless. Was her misfortune talisman so effective that it could jeopardize her life? Jiang Wanyuan felt a twinge of guilt and averted her gaze. It's fine. I didn't reveal my true identity, so no one knows it is Jiang Wanyuan. The other 3 included Lu Yun, a mere pawn, and the newly added Li Song, also a pawn in this game. Lastly, there was an unfamiliar figure, donned in the attire of Tianyin Tower, whose luck seemed equally dismal. Logically, one would expect that handsome individuals should not experience such ill fortune. Why then did it seem ineffective in the realm of cultivation? Lu Yun and Li Song leaned against each other, staring intently at the masked Jiang Wanyuan and the alluring Yin Ji beside her. Lu Yun transmitted a message, seeking assistance. Senior brother, what should we do now? Are we truly just to wait passively? Fear not. I have heard rumors that the tomb is a battlefield from millennia ago, where these demons preserve their consciousness through secret methods, lacking physical form. They cannot leave this place. Once the tomb closes, they will fall into slumber, and at that moment, they are most vulnerable, though we need only remain quiet and wait for the right moment to escape. Moreover, this Yenji demon lord only binds male cultivators, which indicates her shameless fondness for handsome men. She likely lacks intelligence. As long as we feign compliance, survival should not be too difficult, that Li Song calmly reassured Lu Yun. Furthermore, this Yenji demon lord possessed both beauty and grace. Even engaging in a charade with her would not be overly challenging. The only enigma was the figure referred to as my lord, whose depths remained obscured, though one thing was certain. She was undoubtedly a woman. Presumably, she was among the higher echelons of the demon race, equally enamored with handsome men. Upon hearing that the Yenji demon lord had captured someone, it was likely that she too desired a share of the spoils. That Li Song, convinced he had grasped the truth, felt a sense of ease wash over him, even growing interested in the Yenji demon lord. Jiang Wanyuan furrowed her brow, regarding Li Song as one would a fool. Not wishing to squander any more time, she turned to leave. The Yenji demon lord cast a languid glance at Li Song, a subtle smile gracing her lips, enchanting him momentarily. Once outside the side hall, Yenji inquired, "My lord, have you found the person you were seeking?" Jiang Wanyuan shook her head. "No, he may be elsewhere." "Would it trouble you, demon lord, to send someone to broaden the search? If he is encountered, it need not be imperative to bind him. I can pursue him myself once I ascertain his whereabouts." Recalling her second senior brother's impulsive nature, Jiang Wanyuan felt concerned that he might rashly resort to violence against the skeleton. This is certainly not an issue. What of those individuals inside? Yenji, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned that there were those she recognized among them. Since she was acquainted with them, it was only reasonable to release them. Release the 2 on the left, as well as the 1 on the far right. As for the other 2, you may decide their fate. Lin Zong and Zhao were perhaps ensnared due to her involvement, and out of compassion, she felt compelled to assist. As for Lu Yun and Li Song, their fate would rest upon their own capabilities. She was no saint. Yenji nodded in agreement, recalling the icy gaze of the man in the middle, her smile growing ever more enchanting. Not having located her second senior brother, Jiang Wanyuan had no intention of lingering further. Contemplating a reasonable excuse to depart, she was suddenly interrupted by a loud crash. Crack! Boom! Thunder roared outside the palace. The dark sky split asunder by lightning. Quickly flee! Divine retribution is upon us. How could this be? How could such a powerful divine punishment manifest here? Ah, who stepped on my head? I just dug up this grave. The skeletons scattered in disarray, attempting to hide. Those unable to escape simply dug pits to bury themselves in. Mo Gula, frightened, hurriedly sought refuge behind Jiang Wanyuan, clinging to a skeletal brother who was missing a bone. Jiang Wanyuan, caught by surprise, quickly inquired, "What is happening?" The Yenji demon lord remained composed, as one accustomed to tumultuous storms, though her expression bore a hint of seriousness. The commotion originated from the demon lord's palace. It appeared that something had befallen the demon lord. Jiang Wanyuan blurted out, "The demon lord is still alive." Instinctively, she covered the token at her waist. This is disastrous. She had thought that the demon lord had long since passed away. If he were still alive, he would surely discover her flaunting the demon lord's order to deceive others. Although it was not she who had stolen it, she could not explain where it had come from. In mere seconds, Jiang Wanyuan had already contemplated her last words and the manner of her demise. On a certain day, Jiang Wanyuan was caught by the demon lord for stealing the demon lord's decree, inciting his wrath, and he ordered her to be turned to ashes. The demon lord had expended his cultivation and divine sense to construct this mausoleum, leaving only a remnant nurtured within the demon lord's palace, which had remained undisturbed for thousands of years. How could this be? Had someone infiltrated the demon lord's palace? Or had the demon lord encountered peril? The alluring woman grew increasingly flustered, turning to Jiang Wanyuan with a sudden spark of realization. My lord, according to the rules, we are forbidden to enter the demon lord's palace without his summons, unless all 4 great demon lords are present. However, it is too late to contact the other demon lords now. With the demon lord's decree in your possession, you can activate the formation of the demon lord's palace. My lord, why not investigate what has transpired? Jiang Wanyuan wore a dazed expression. To go and see. See how she would meet her end. Absolutely not. In this critical moment, an epiphany struck her. Demon Lord, you must realize that I am not one of your demon clan. It would be against the rules for me to enter the demon lord's palace. Would it not? A non-clan member's intentions are bound to be different. Surely that is against the regulations. Quickly, say I cannot go. Please. The alluring woman hesitated slightly. That indeed goes against the rules. Jiang Wanyuan feigned regret, yet struggled to contain her glee as she replied, How unfortunate. You should promptly notify the other demon lords. Chapter 52. Fu Yin, have you lost your mind? The alluring woman continued. However, my lord, with the demon lord's decree, no matter who you are, it signifies that the demon lord acknowledges you, which in turn means the demon clan recognizes you, thus nullifying that rule. Their gazes locked. The alluring woman exclaimed, Praise me quickly. I am exceptionally clever. Jiang Wanyuan thought. Does she appear to be joyous? Yet her words left Jiang Wanyuan with no room to counter. Jiang Wanyuan felt as though she was on the brink of plunging into an abyss. She was hardly acquainted with the demon lord. The decree had been bestowed upon her by the system. She was utterly wronged. System, if you do not show yourself soon, I will be doomed. Just as she finished cursing inwardly, the system suddenly materialized. Hidden task activated. Uncover the secrets of the demon lord's palace. No penalties for failure. Success yields main storyline clues and no penalties for failure. Why emphasize that? Such a thing had never been mentioned before. And main storyline clues? System, you are quite adept at hiding things. Why have you never mentioned main storyline clues before? Jiang Wanyuan narrowed her eyes and smiled knowingly. Please do not doubt the system's intentions. The system serves the host. Kindly focus on completing the task. That IT was peculiar. She noted that the more she interacted with the antagonist, the less frequently the system appeared. Even the tasks seemed to pop up only in moments of crisis, as if hastily concocted. Jiang Wanyuan suddenly blurted out, I wouldn't happen to know this demon lord. Would I? After a long pause, the screen remained unresponsive, as if it had not heard her. How guilty! It seemed she had hit the nail on the head. Jiang Wanyuan chuckled softly, turning to the alluring woman and said, We should not delay. Let us proceed. Regardless of the system's intentions, as long as it posed no harm, it was acceptable. After all, they were mutually beneficial. The system wanted her to act according to its plan, while she required its power to return to her world. This was merely a test. She aimed to remind the system that she was no fool to be easily manipulated. Their relationship was one of equal mutual benefit. The alluring woman acted swiftly, personally transporting her to the front of a magnificent palace. The palace was constructed with utmost opulence, entirely unmarred compared to the other dilapidated areas, appearing as pristine as if it had just been built. Spotless and immaculate. Above the palace, a plaque inscribed with the words Demon Lord's Palace loomed. The calligraphy was robust and seemed divinely inspired, its imposing aura reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, causing one's eyes to sting if gazed upon for too long. The alluring woman raised her hand and touched Jiang Wanyuan's eyes. The cool sensation quickly alleviated the burning pain. These characters were inscribed by the Lord himself, imbued with his understanding of the way of slaughter. My lord, please, the alluring woman bowed and said respectfully, I shall await your return outside. Jiang Wanyuan retrieved the demon lord's decree and turned, smiling. No need. You still intend to assist me in finding someone. Do you not? I can manage on my own. The alluring woman acquiesced to the lord's wishes, pressing the demon lord's decree against the center of the palace's entrance. It instantly ignited a ripple of demonic energy, causing the doors to tremble before gradually swinging open. Creak. Inside lay an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light. Jiang Wanyuan took a deep breath, steeling herself, and bravely took her first step forward. And no sooner had she advanced a few paces than the door silently closed behind her. Jiang Wanyuan's heart nearly stopped. She almost succumbed to the urge to flee. This was true darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Jiang Wanyuan swallowed hard, slowly closing her eyes. Since she could not see, it felt more comfortable to walk with her eyes shut. She did not choose a direction but continued moving forward, unaware of how long she had walked. A faint sound of wind reached her ears. Continuing onward, she caught whiffs of floral scents, the chirping of birds, the fragrance of grass and trees, and the subtle touch of moisture in the air. Her eyelashes fluttered. Jiang Wanyuan felt a curious itch. Her curiosity piqued, yet she remained timid. What if she opened her eyes and saw something she shouldn't see? What if her earlier jest about knowing the demon lord was merely met with the system's indifference? In any case, she needed to remain composed. Cautiously, she spoke. Is anyone there? If so, please make a sound. The only responses were the persistent wind and the chilling moisture brushing against her nose, that if there is no response, I shall open my eyes. Jiang Wanyuan repeated several times before lowering her head and slowly opening her eyes. Before her lay a verdant meadow. To her left stood dense bamboo, and to her right blossomed a myriad of flowers and grasses, resembling a realm of immortals. What? This was far too ordinary. It hardly resembled a place befitting a demon lord. Had she taken a wrong turn? Jiang Wanyuan curiously lifted her gaze, only to find a cold pond mere steps away. Steam rising from its surface, as the wind blew. She couldn't help but shivered. At the edge of the pond lay several smooth stones, atop which were neatly folded garments. Jiang Wanyuan furrowed her brow, recognizing the patterns on the clothes, a sight that tugged at her heartstrings. That in no way she approached, kneeling by the pond to peer inside. Suddenly, a figure broke through the water's surface, revealing a familiar visage without warning. Jiang Wanyuan gasped, holding her breath in sheer astonishment. The familiar features bore an unmistakable indifference. His dark eyes were profound and devoid of emotion, clear droplets cascading from his hair, tracing the contours of his face, and finally dripping into the water below. Fu Yan's expression was placid, seemingly unperturbed by her presence. Jiang Wanyuan, momentarily entranced by his beauty, finally snapped back to reality and weakly propped herself up on the grass. No wonder he had vanished since the sect competition. It turned out he had come here. But why? How had he entered? Why was he submerged in the cold pond? A multitude of questions threatened to overwhelm her, ultimately coalescing into a single utterance. Aren't you cold? Fu Yin hesitated, his indifferent facade finally cracking to reveal a hint of surprise. Jiang Wanyuan continued. Your health is fragile. Doesn't tea soaking in here feel uncomfortable? Why not come up first, put on some clothes, and then we can talk? She could not help but instinctively prioritize his well-being. Having spent so long tending to his condition, Fu Yin lowered his gaze and submerged himself once more. Fu Yin! Jiang Wanyuan was momentarily stunned, instinctively reaching out to grab him, but only managed to clutch a few strands of hair, watching helplessly as they slipped through her fingers. Suddenly, she thrust her hand into the water, pulling it out instantly. Cold, exceedingly cold, far more unbearable than the demonic energy that had invaded her bones. She had only dipped her hand for a moment, yet it trembled uncontrollably. Ordinary cold ponds did not possess such properties unless the water was infused with demonic energy. This was not just a cold pond. It was unmistakably a demonic pool. Almost immediately, she recalled that the source of Fu Yan's frail body was the demonic energy that had entwined itself within him. Fu Yan, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to throw your life away? Hurry and get out. Soaking like this will kill you. Jiang Wanyuan shouted in panic, but the water's surface remained unresponsive. She was frantic. If she did not take action, Fu Yin would perish, and she would follow suit. Chapter 53. Diving in to save him. Splash. Jiang Wanyuan plunged into the cold pond, swiftly crushing a vial of the demonic cleansing elixir she had just purchased from the marketplace. Shoving it into her mouth, the warmth of the medicine clashed violently with the bone-chilling cold, creating a painful sensation that made her eyes redden. It hurt. It hurt so much submerged in the water. Her gaze fell upon Fu Yin, quietly suspended beneath the surface. His dark hair flowed like a waterfall, graceful as seaweed, and his handsome features appeared increasingly vivid and striking within the water. His loosely fitting garments billowed around him, revealing a slender silhouette with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Had it not been for his legs still remaining, he would have resembled a siren from ancient mythology, so captivating that it was almost tempting to trespass. The water was eerily silent, yet Jiang Wanyuan could hear her own heartbeat, growing increasingly frantic, as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. For a fleeting moment, even the pain throughout her body seemed to fade away. Without a second thought, she reached out with all her strength, seizing Fu Yan's wrist and desperately swimming upward. Splash! Two figures broke through the water's surface, and Jiang Wanquan grimaced in pain, yet she did not forget to drag the culprit along as they clawed their way to the shore. Once away from the pool, Jiang Wanquan coughed up a pool of blood, which quickly radiated a chilling aura, solidifying into icy shards in an instant. Blood trickled from her nose, staining her clothes, clutching her head. Her complexion turned as pale as death, and finally, amidst a wave of agony, she fainted to end the fleeting moment before losing consciousness. She gripped Fu Yan's wrist with all her might. After all, it was a life-and-death struggle to rescue him. If she were to loosen her grip and he were to jump back in, it would truly infuriate her to the point of spitting blood. Fu Yan cast his gaze down at her wrist, shifting slightly, but her hold was so tight that he could not break free without exerting force. The temperature of the demonic pool was so frigid that even a regular cultivator, with just a touch, would either perish or lose half their life. For her to plunge into such depths, the demonic energy invading her body would surely torment her fragile existence. Truly foolish, both foolish and naive. Yet, witnessing her leap into the water left him momentarily astonished. Fu Yin turned to glance at the demonic pool, pondering for a moment before slowly rising to carry the unconscious Jiang Wanquan towards the depths of the shore. The black mist parted obediently as he walked, revealing a bamboo cottage that was incongruous with the demonic lord's palace. It resembled a small world unto itself, basked in sunlight and gentle breezes. The resilient ink bamboo, which constructed the cottage, was equally sturdy and durable. Surrounded by an abundance of vibrant flowers and greenery, this bamboo cottage, where the rarest spiritual herbs and plants, coveted by outsiders, were commonplace, they served merely as trifles to please the owner upon entering. Fu Yin bent down to place Jiang Wanquan on the bed, but as he attempted to rise, he was halted by the force from his wrist. He lowered his gaze, raised his hand to brush over her tightly clenched fist, which refused to loosen. A conspicuous deep red mark encircled her snow-white wrist. After observing for a moment, he produced a pill and placed it in Jiang Wanquan's mouth, channeling gentle spiritual energy into her. The furrow in her brow gradually relaxed, and a hint of color returned to her pale face. Assured of her survival, Fu Yin chose not to linger, rising to step outside the bamboo cottage. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the cottage, casting rays upon the bed where the young girl lay. Her butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered softly before slowly opening to reveal a pair of bright, radiant eyes. Her skin was as delicate as snow, her features exquisitely crafted, with a delicate nose and cherry-like lips, complemented by cascading black hair, giving her an ethereal charm. Yet before long, the girl's gaze sparkled with life, dispelling her otherworldly aura, transforming into a lively spirit. Jiang Wanquan stared blankly at the bamboo ceiling above her and the bright sunlight filtering through the window. Had she truly left the tomb? Wait, where was Fu Yin? As memories from before her fainting surged back, she glanced at her empty palm and shot upright from the bed. The moment her feet touched the ground, stars danced before her eyes, and the world spun around her. She could only sit on the edge of the bed for a moment, catching her breath before slowly making her way outside, supporting herself against the door. Jiang Wanquan felt even more bewildered. The distant black mist remained impenetrable, yet before her was a simple, unassuming courtyard. The two were separated by a railing, as if they belonged to two different worlds. Fu Yin, senior brother, are you there? Please respond if you can hear me. Jiang Wanquan strained against the railing, persistently calling out that he wouldn't have gone and gotten himself killed again. Would he? Her head throbbed. She had barely managed to save him. Yet he was now desperately attempting to sacrifice himself. What sins had she committed in her past life to deserve this? Stealing her resolve, Jiang Wanquan prepared to venture back into the demonic pool. Just as she turned, she caught sight of a familiar figure lounging on a bamboo chair in the small courtyard around the corner. Jiang Wanquan's brow tightened. Her fists clenched. She approached, peering to see if he was still alive. Confirming he was still breathing, she mimicked his earlier posture and retrieved a chair from her storage bag to recline that a gentle breeze swept by, lulling her into a drowsy state. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Jiang Wanquan's voice broke the silence, her tone languid, sounding less like an accusation and more like casual conversation. After a moment of quiet, just as she thought Fu Yin had succumbed to slumber, he replied in a measured tone, "Healing." Jiang Wanquan couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Healing? Are you certain you're not courting death? With your frail body, if you linger there any longer, you'll end up a specimen. Are you truly so reckless? What healer would concoct such a toxic remedy? Spare me your nonsense." That Fu Yin was unfazed, lazily resting his arm on the chair's armrest. "The Dio, I look like I'm on the verge of death." Jiang Wanquan turned her head to scrutinize him. His complexion wasn't as pale as a ghost, but at least it bore some color. His lips were relatively rosy, and his overall appearance was surprisingly decent. "What? Did you take some medicine?" Jiang Wanquan exclaimed, astonished that Fu Yin cast her a sidelong glance, his expression indifferent. "Just a joke to lighten the mood. It's been a while since we've seen each other." Jiang Wanquan awkwardly chuckled before shifting the conversation. "Since this demonic pool can heal your ailments, why not simply stay here to recuperate before emerging? It's not that simple. It merely suppresses the symptoms that we're back to square one." Jiang Wanquan lamented, her head beginning to ache again. "Is there no way to cure it completely?" To her surprise, Fu Yin replied, "There is really?" Jiang Wanquan sat up straight, her eyes wide in astonishment. Fu Yin did not answer her. Instead, turning to pose an unrelated question, "Do you want to cure me?" Jiang Wanquan nodded without hesitation. "Of course. If you're not cured by the end, I'll be in trouble too. Your life is intertwined with mine. I must save you." Fu Yin fixed his gaze on her, his deep eyes searching hers for any hint of insincerity or deception. Regrettably, her gaze was clear, devoid of any signs of falsehood. He averted his eyes. "I'll tell you later if by then you have no regrets." Jiang Wanquan. She detested those who left their words unfinished. Spit out the rest of that sentence. Chapter 54. "Senior brother, take your medicine, you don't want to say it." "Fine, but there's another question. How did you get in here?" Jiang Wanquan's eyes bore into his. Fu Yin replied nonchalantly, "I walked in. Ha. That's a lie. The demonic lord's palace is protected by formations. How did you manage to enter without evading the demonic lord's senses?" Jiang Wanquan scoffed, completely disbelieving his words. Fu Yin, unperturbed, countered, "Then how did you get in?" Jiang Wanquan found herself at a loss, stammering, "I walked in too." Yet, unlike him, she had entered openly, without subterfuge. With this, she waved the demonic lord's token in front of him. A triumphant smile on her face as she emphasized the word walk. "Haven't seen this before." "Huh. Compared to you, my entrance was utterly legitimate. Accompanied by the demonic lord, with the token paving my way. Can anyone boast a more impressive entry into the demonic lord's palace than me? Of course not. I'm the finest." Fu Yan's gaze fell upon the demonic lord's token, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Is this yours?" "Oh, I found it. When I fell in, I just reached out and picked it up, and then luck was on my side. With this, I was able to roam around here freely, and eventually I ended up here." Jiang Wanquan mused at Fu Yin. "You just happened to find a token that commands the demonic clan?" He looked at her as if she were a fool, at least in his eyes. She certainly appeared to be one. Fu Yin turned his head away, unwilling to continue the conversation, that he feared that prolonging it would lower his own intelligence. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, he couldn't help but cough, trying to stifle it after a few bouts. However, as is well known, the more one suppresses a cough, the worse it becomes. Thus, he coughed violently, doubling over to spit out a pool of blood. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and even the corners of his eyes were tinged with crimson. Jiang Wanquan froze, quickly rising to support him. "You need to soak in the cold pool." "Wait." Fu Yin grasped her wrist, closing his eyes to suppress the turbulent energy within him and the metallic taste in his throat. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a slight wheeze. "Do you think that's a panacea? Soaking too long does more harm than good. Just help me inside. I need to rest for a bit." Though the timing was far from ideal. Jiang Wanquan felt a tingle in her ears and turned her head to see Fu Yin, wearied, with his eyes adorned by a hint of rosy hue. She swallowed hard. The overwhelming sense of coldness made it difficult for her to breathe as she assisted him into the room to rest. Closing the door behind them, Jiang Wanquan sank to the ground, her face buried in her hands, engulfed in self-doubt. Was there something in her nature that led her to harbor such inappropriate thoughts? He was a patient, and yet she found herself fantasizing about a man who was on the verge of spitting blood. Was she truly not some kind of pervert? The image of that rosy hue returned to her mind. And if those eyes were to glisten with tears, slap. Jiang Wanjing raised her hand and struck herself awake, inhaling deeply as she silently recited the principles of prosperity, democracy, civility, and harmony. The realm of cultivation is not a lawless territory. Adherence to rules and regulations begins with each of us. Her aspirations reach for the stars and the sea. How could she be swayed by mere superficial beauty? Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. After repeating this mantra several times, Jiang Wanjing stood up, feeling as though her spirit had been purified. She wandered around the bamboo cottage, which contained little beyond a few rooms and a courtyard. The surroundings were engulfed in thick, impenetrable darkness, rendering it utterly impossible for her to navigate her way out alone. However, the numerous spiritual herbs planted in the yard proved to be quite beneficial, and she gathered a few. Opening the system store, she searched for remedies to suppress demonic energy. After a quarter of an hour, her hands felt numb from scrolling, but she finally found a slightly cheaper potion. The perfect elixir for those afflicted by demonic influence. Although the name was peculiar, the price was anything but cheap. Jiang Wanjing glanced at the bamboo cottage and sighed softly. She had come to realize that accumulating points was utterly futile. After all, there was a gold-swallowing beast to contend with. "System, are you certain I'm not stuck in a script meant for redeeming the villain?" she mused. What was supposed to be self-rescue now felt more like rescuing the antagonist. The system remained silent, likely still reeling from previous deceptions. Once bitten by a snake, one is fearful for 10 years. However, Jiang Wanjing had no expectations that the system would provide an answer. It was akin to a fortune teller, forever shrouded in mystery. Gurgling, Jiang Wanjing used a four-legged stove she had unearthed from the cottage as a makeshift alchemical furnace, igniting a flame beneath it with a fire talisman. She had not prepared a pot in her storage pouch. But fortunately, she had found this four-legged stove in another room. Once the medicine was brewed, Jiang Wanjing carefully carried it back inside. "Here, senior brother, it's time for your medicine," she said, her smile radiant as she handed him the concoction. Leaning against a soft pillow, Fu Yin accepted the bowl, his expression unchanged despite the pungent aroma wafting from the broth. "Where did you procure this medicine?" he inquired. Jiang Wanjing replied, "There are plenty of spiritual herbs growing in the yard. I simply gathered some to brew tea. Press further. What did you use to cook it?" "I didn't bring a medicine stove, so I found this four-legged one in that corner room. Its size is quite suitable. So I used it to brew the potion." After speaking, Jiang Wanjing, suspecting he might have cleanliness issues, added, "I cleaned that stove several times. It's particularly pristine. You should drink it quickly. Letting it cool will diminish its efficacy." Her tone resembled that of an overly concerned mother. Eager to ensure he consumed the medicine to Fu Yin, slowly, he raised the bowl and drank it in one go as soon as he set the bowl down. A sweet, hard candy was thrust into his mouth, the sugary flavor swiftly overpowering the bitterness lingering there. Jiang Wanjing retracted her hand and took the bowl back. "I made that with leftover honeycomb. So just bear with it for now, I'll go out and prepare a dessert for you." Based on her prior experience cooking for Fu Yin, she was certain that this future merciless villain would need something sweet to offset the bitterness of the medicine. This peculiar preference seemed entirely at odds with his cold and noble demeanor. Yet Jiang Wanjing found it rather endearing. After all, it was a delightful contrast to Fu Yin, expressionless, held the candy, his cheeks slightly puffing out, appearing somewhat adorably foolish. Had he been treated like a child? He raised his gaze, fixing it on Jiang Wanjing's figure, and after a moment, let out a cold snort. Her audacity had indeed grown. Yet he did not spit out the candy. The sweet confection melted quickly, and with a satisfying crunch, it dissolved on his tongue, leaving him wanting more. That I never expected you to possess such a side. It is truly eye-opening. A raspy yet magnetic voice suddenly echoed within the room, as a small wisp of black mist materialized before Fu Yin. Fu Yin remained silent. The black mist, seemingly accustomed to his reticence, continued. Your little junior sister is quite the handful. She unflinchingly stripped the herbal plants cultivated over many years. And that foursquare divine stove she painstakingly acquired. She used it to brew medicine. If those old-timers who refine tools knew, they'd probably spit blood in outrage. Yet it's well done. Why didn't I think of it before? Haha. Chapter 55. Exploring the Demon Lord's Hall. The black mist trembled, lost in its laughter for a while. After a moment, seeing Fu Yin's lack of response, it awkwardly halted. Unable to resist, it asked, Why aren't you laughing? Isn't it amusing? Fu Yin retorted, Is it funny? Just thinking about the medicine brewed in the foursquare divine stove makes me want to laugh. The black mist exclaimed, bursting into a fit of laughter that made one worry it might dissolve from excessive mirth. Once it calmed, its tone reverted to normal. You were so disdainful of that broken thing, claiming it was a waste to use it for dirt. Now you're actually using it to brew medicine. I must say, what goes around comes around. Fu Yin's lips twitched slightly, his fingers, as delicately carved as jade, rubbed together, his gaze darkening that he contemplated whether to crush it outright. The black mist, sensing the threat, quickly regained its seriousness. I sought you out for a matter of importance. I just sensed the aura of the Demon Lord's token. Fu Yin paused, lowering his gaze in silence. The black mist continued. The Demon Lord's token has been lost for so many years, and now it reappears. This is a rare opportunity. Fu Yin, you should know what to do. Suddenly, Fu Yin curled his lips into a smirk, scoffing lightly. Are you suggesting I either steal it or deceive an unsuspecting young girl? The black mist laughed derisively. Fu Yin, I understand you. You are not the type to hesitate because of a single innocent person. The ruthlessness and decisiveness ingrained in you will not dissipate with time. Moreover, she is merely a young girl in the golden core stage. Even if you are not at your peak, killing her for the Demon Lord's token should not pose a challenge for you. Of course, if you wish to avoid bloodshed, it is simple. Your little junior sister seems quite concerned for you that if you ask, she may willingly hand it over. It leaned closer to Fu Yin, coaxing him with a voice laced with insidious temptation. Fu Yin suddenly raised his hand, grasping the black mist firmly, his tone nonchalant. And then, the black mist fell silent, clearly perceiving the unmasked indifference in Fu Yin's eyes. Indeed, this man had never cared about anything from the beginning. He was cold-blooded to the core. The black mist felt no anger. I'm merely suggesting, not forcing you to do anything. After all, killing and plundering is the most convenient route. However, you might consider trying. Perhaps your little junior sister values your life more than you realize? Or perhaps, you could reveal a bit more, such as your true identity. Bang! Before it could finish, Fu Yin tightened his grip, dispersing the mist into ethereal vapor. Fu Yin withdrew his hand, quietly closing his eyes, only the slight rise and fall of his chest betraying the unrest within. Outside, Jiang Wanjing called, Senior brother, may I come in? Come in. The door creaked open, and Jiang Wanjing entered, her brow furrowed as she sat silently on the bamboo chair beside the bed, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Yin. Fu Yin, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, ventured, Do you wish to go outside? Indeed, Jiang Wanjing nodded vigorously, but we must wait until you feel better. Otherwise, we won't get far before needing to return. Coughing a few times, Fu Yin inquired, What do you intend to do? Are you suggesting I've unearthed something again? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanjing's brow furrowed in contemplation. I feel as though I've forgotten something important, yet I can't recall what it is that I know that whatever it is holds significant weight. She racked her brain, yet nothing came to mind. That it was undoubtedly crucial. How could she forget it for so long? Could it be I didn't accidentally damage my brain by soaking it in that water? Did I? Jiang Wanjing exclaimed in horror, clutching her head. Fu Yin, you really dare to think that far? He promptly ushered her out. Then perhaps you should take your time to ponder outside. Jiang Wanjing hurriedly replied, Wait, there's something important. Before I entered, I saw a thunder tribulation above the Demon Lord's hall. That I came in and found you had completely forgotten about it. That I just recalled it, so I wanted to ask you what is going on so I can report back. It would be best if she could receive an answer directly, revealing what the main quest entailed. A thunder tribulation. Fu Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing up at the ceiling of the bamboo cottage, as though peering through the dark bamboo to discern something beyond. "Wasn't it your doing?" Jiang Wanjing asked, even more astonished. She had thought Fu Yin was responsible and had intended to help him cover it up. Fu Yin returned his gaze to her. "It wasn't me, but you can go see for yourself. Isn't that inappropriate? After all, it's someone else's quarters. Wandering about might disturb the owner. And besides, respect for the deceased is paramount. It's better to refrain." Jiang Wanjing firmly declined, presenting her arguments that Fu Yin unexpectedly made a joke. "The demon lord has been sealed for a millennium. Even if this place is dismantled, he wouldn't mind." That sounded quite reasonable, which made Jiang Wanjing waver. And after a moment of deliberation, she gritted her teeth in agreement. "All right, just for your sake, I suppose I can venture into danger. Moreover, the demon lord's hall was once his residence. Surely, there are many treasures to be found. Take your token. The mist will dissipate," Fu Yin added. Jiang Wanjing tilted her head suddenly. "How do you know?" "It's recorded in the books," Fu Yin replied, his expression unchanged. "You should take the time to read more. Farewell." Jiang Wanjing turned and exited. That it would be better for her to die than to study. Who in the realm of cultivation engages in academic pursuits? Holding the demon lord's decree, the thick, inky fog gradually dissipated, revealing the surroundings within a few meters, a sight barely sufficient. Jiang Wanquan stepped out of the bamboo cottage, casually choosing a direction to walk straight ahead, soon finding herself on the heavy, green stone tiles. How much longer must she walk? What was the purpose of such a vast dwelling? Truly idle, Jiang Wanquan trudged along. Her feet began to ache. She gazed at the now tiresome green stone and surrounding walls, a tinge of regret washing over her. Why did she even bother to ask? Once Fu Yin was able to walk, wouldn't it be more delightful to bring him along? Surely, someone who could bathe in the demon lord's palace would not be lacking in navigation skills. The more she pondered, the more she felt her insides twist with remorse. Boom! A distant rumble of thunder startled Jiang Wanquan back to her senses, and she immediately locked onto the sound's direction. Summoning the falling snow, she stepped on her sword, hastening towards the source of the noise. Deep within the opulent hall adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, a pitch-black coffin hung in the center, tightly bound by thick chains, covered in gleaming golden seals that belie the column. Two figures were conversing in hushed tones. "Are we certain?" One of them asked. "That it could be basically confirmed," replied the other, grumbling. "What do you mean basically?" "I want certainty. There must be no mistake." The second individual sighed. "But we cannot get closer. Being this far, and still being able to confirm is quite impressive. Less chatter. Regardless of certainty, we must relay the news that belie the way. Where are they? Has everything been arranged?" Chapter 56. The coffin in the hall, two clever ones. Unable to make contact, the communication talismans are ineffective here. But it should have been taken care of, right? Should have is hardly reassuring. Listening to you is infuriating. "Boss, please don't be angry. I want to say another word. Should we leave now?" The boss pondered for a moment and nodded. "Of course, conveying the message is of utmost importance. It would not be worth our effort and the loss of so many lives otherwise. The boss is wise." The two carefully retreated, when suddenly one of them perked up, grabbing the boss's hand and whispering, "Someone's coming." The boss's expression changed, almost instantly perceiving another presence. Jiang Wanquan landed softly in the hall, her arrival colliding with two wary faces. "Esteemed friend, the opportunity here was first discovered by my brother and me. Perhaps you should seek your fortunes elsewhere." The man referred to as the boss had an ordinary visage, with a hawk-like nose. Upon seeing Jiang Wanquan, he remained composed, merely clasping his hands and smiling. Dressed in exquisite cloud-patterned robes, his beauty suggested he was an unfortunate disciple from a prominent righteous sect. Easily manipulated, they intended to send her away while leveraging her to guide them out, ensuring she would be conveniently dealt with afterward. Jiang Wanquan cast a glance at the coffin deep within the hall, hard to ignore, and smiled as she replied, "Your words are mistaken, dear friend. Cultivators contend with heaven for a slender thread of opportunity. Thus, the chances in the realm of cultivation are to be claimed by those with the prowess to do so. Since I am already here, it would be remiss to depart empty-handed. Moreover, it seems you too are preparing to leave," indicating that this opportunity must be nearly exhausted, that if you feast, Shouldn't you allow others a taste of the broth? With that, she raised her leg, intending to venture further inside. The boss narrowed his eyes, exchanging glances with his companion before smiling and stepping aside. "Ha! You speak wisely, esteemed friend, that it seems we have been bewitched by the allure of opportunity. However, this coffin appears rather peculiar. For someone of your cultivation level, it would be prudent to maintain your distance. Even we dare not approach too closely. We initially intended to exit and contemplate our next move. Yet unexpectedly, we encountered you. Esteemed friend, in that case, you might as well give it a try." Disciples of major sects carry an air of arrogance, subtly belittling her cultivation level. Provoked, she was bound to seek her own demise. The boss smirked, calculating his next move. His companion couldn't help but grin. "The boss is brilliant." Jiang Wanquan approached, halting just before reaching the invisible seal, thoughtfully stroking her chin. "Since it's so dangerous, perhaps I should refrain from getting too close. I value my life." With that, she turned to leave, showing no signs of lingering. The two men, fixated on her potential folly, were momentarily stunned. Wait, are they truly not going to approach just because we warned them? Are they that easily swayed? No choice. I am someone who listens well to advice. There's a saying that goes, "Heed the advice of others and you shall feast well." Jiang Wanquan wore a relaxed expression, feeling no embarrassment. "Since it's so perilous, I might as well find my senior brother to come in and give it a try. Strength in numbers, who knows what grand opportunity might await." The boss's eyes darkened, realizing that any information regarding this place could not be allowed to escape. This individual must not remain alive. The younger brother caught the look, and the two encircled Jiang Wanquan, blocking her path. Jiang Wanquan tightened her grip on her sword. "What do you intend to do? I can't unlock this opportunity, and you face no loss." Moreover, during the opening of the secret realm, the elder explicitly stated that disciples must not harm one another. "Aren't you afraid I might shatter this jade talisman and report you?" Upon hearing her threat, the boss couldn't help but erupt into a sinister cackle. "Your perspective is truly pitifully narrow. Do all disciples from major sects share your foolishness? Thinking you can report us? Go ahead and try. Let us see if your jade talisman can withstand your grip." "Let us see indeed." Jiang Wanquan produced the jade talisman, feigning an intent to crush it. "Don't blame me for not warning you. My senior brothers and sisters are quite formidable, that if they learn of this matter, they could find you anywhere in the world." The boss scoffed. "Go ahead and crush it. Once you do, prepare to meet your demise. As for your senior brothers and sisters, this is the tomb of the demon clan. When the time comes, your death will be laid at their feet, leaving no trace to suspect anyone." With a clenched jaw, Jiang Wanquan forced herself to shatter the jade talisman. Yet nothing happened. No teleportation occurred, and it proved utterly ineffective. Panic-stricken, she clutched the shattered talisman. How could this be? "Why didn't I get transported? Are you two interfering?" The younger brother interjected. "You're overthinking it. We don't possess such power, that if anyone is to blame, it's your own bad luck for stumbling into the demon lord's palace." With the presence of Qinjibajuo, no teleportation array or communication talisman will function. Of course, it wouldn't work anywhere within the tomb, unless the tomb were to close. Qinjibajuo? Demon lord's palace? What does that mean? How do you know so much? Who are you really? Jiang Wanquan slowly retreated, sword raised defensively before her. The boss retorted, "Who are we? What is there to discuss with someone who is already dead?" The younger brother added, "We are demon cultivators." The boss scolded, "Who told you to speak out of turn? You've revealed us." Chastised, the younger brother scratched his head in grievance. "But didn't you say we should take pride in being demon cultivators? Never hiding it." The boss was momentarily at a loss. "You're right, but it depends on the situation. Next time, wait until I finish speaking, understood?" The younger brother nodded eagerly. "Understood, understood." The boss turned back to Jiang Wanquan, sneering as he brandished a curved hook. "Indeed, we are demon cultivators. Now that you are aware of our identity, we cannot let you go. Wait, I still have a few questions." The boss, now irritable, snapped, "Why are you so verbose?" "No listening." Jiang Wanquan was startled, quickly adding, "No, in exchange, I can tell you how I entered." The younger brother hastily restrained him. "Boss, don't rush. Let her finish." The boss, momentarily conceding, regarded the younger brother with appreciation. "Ahem, in light of my brother's request. You may ask, you are demon cultivators. How did you infiltrate? To my knowledge, the entire Huahua secret realm is guarded by Huahua City, with several powerful beings overseeing IT, that it's impossible for demon cultivators to enter. The boss chuckled with pride. What does it matter if someone is watching? As long as we employ a small trick, it's all within reach. The younger brother mumbled under his breath. But didn't we go through great pains to get in? Not only did it cost us half our lifespan, but we even brought in an elder from the demon sect. Shut up. The boss glared disdainfully. Given your near demise, I'll elaborate a bit. We entered just as you did. Jiang Wanquan realized, you infiltrated a sect? Quite clever, the boss replied. Skeptical, she retorted, impossible. Sects require scrutiny. Which sect did you infiltrate? And how did you pull it off? Chapter 57. Eliciting information. I almost forgot about my second senior brother. The boss snapped. Why are you asking so many questions? The younger brother chimed in. We established our own sect. Did I give you permission to speak? Get out of the way. The boss, angered, slapped the younger brother on the back of the head, then kicked him. The younger brother shielded his head, whining, but didn't you say to let her talk if she is facing death? What's the difference between saying more or less? Silence. What if she is trying to buy time? You lack experience. Learn from me. The boss admonished. The younger brother, looking keen to learn, pulled out a dagger. So shall we strike now? The boss was about to nod when Jiang Wanquan thoughtfully remarked, Is it the Nightmare Sect? The younger brother stifled his response. The boss squinted, whether it is or isn't. It is of no concern to a dead person like you that he swung the curved hook, aiming directly at her neck. Faced with the sharp weapon, Jiang Wanquan stood still, suddenly tilting her head towards the entrance. Fu Yin, what brings you here? Oh, she is trying to deceive you. As the leader was about to shout, his throat suddenly failed him, rendering him voiceless, and his body felt as if it were trapped in a quagmire. Immobile, forced to watch helplessly as the bent hook fell to the ground. Fu Yin slowly entered, covering his mouth as he coughed lightly a few times, his voluminous white cloud-patterned outer robe fluttering slightly, revealing a figure that, while elegantly poised, exuded an air of frailty. Jiang Wanjun hurried over, grasping his wrist to confirm the absence of any fluctuations in his vital energy before she could breathe a sigh of relief. I hadn't finished my questioning yet. Why did you suddenly come here? Questioning. Jiang Wanjun pointed at the two immobilized individuals. Just them. It was rather simple that I hadn't even begun to ask before they divulged everything. The two captured individuals widened their eyes in desperation. Questioning. So, it was all just an act by this woman to extract their secrets. How cruel. The leader's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. See, it's all a trick, the junior brother whimpered. Boss, I was wrong. The two present feigned ignorance. The demonic cultivators from the demon sect were likely members of the nightmare sect. They had established their own sect to participate in the grand competition. Entering through legitimate means that yes, she spoke. Jiang Wanjun looked at him with a hint of schadenfreude. Zonghua City has a good relationship with you. Now that the demon sect has exploited such a significant loophole in Zonghua City, what are you planning to do about it? Fu Yin cast a sidelong glance at them. Someone will handle it. Very well, but what about the others from the nightmare sect? We have no evidence. Even if we force them to admit it now, if the nightmare sect insists they are being framed, it would be difficult to proceed directly. Jiang Wanjun made a slicing motion across her neck. Fu Yin chuckled lightly, his tone unperturbed. Zonghua City does not require evidence. How imposing, Jiang Wanjun exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up as she walked towards the hall's exit, since there is nothing more to discuss. We should leave. Who knows how long we'll be here before someone tries to barge in. Fu Yin's voice came from behind. Aren't you curious about what is inside that coffin? She paused, not turning back as she waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. The more I know, the quicker I'll meet my demise. That I value my life above all else. Fu Yin lowered his gaze. A slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Just as they stepped outside the hall, the grand door slowly closed, and one could vaguely see countless tendrils of black mist suddenly entwining around the two captives. There was not a sound. The doors were firmly shut. Is your health truly fine? Cough, cough. What do you think? Very well, just come back here when you can't hold on any longer. Jiang Wanjun abruptly halted, slapping her forehead. What was I thinking coming here? I could have just packed up that pool and taken it with me. Why didn't you remind me? Fu Yin sighed, somewhat exasperated that it wouldn't have been of any use. Once you leave the tomb, it's just an ordinary cold pond. Jiang Wanjun stopped her retreating steps, huffing in displeasure. What a hassle. And you, so delicate, truly, he was the most delicate antagonist she had ever encountered. Others faced antagonists who were ruthless and cunning. Yet here he was, utterly lacking in anything but beauty, a living embodiment of a frail beauty. Nevertheless, he was undeniably a sight to behold. Jiang Wanjun cast him a glance filled with both admiration and pity before continuing forward. Fu Yin? What was with that gaze? Upon reaching the entrance of the Demon Lordess Hall, Jiang Wanjun placed the Demon Lordess token down, and the doors slowly opened to reveal an empty threshold. Where is Yin Ji? Jiang Wanjun asked, somewhat surprised, and then stood frozen in place, inhaling sharply. What is wrong? Fu Yin inquired. She turned stiffly, her face pale. That I just remembered something I forgot. I left my second senior brother behind. In her flurry of activity within the Demon Lord's Hall, her mind had been so muddled that she completely forgot about her second senior brother. Surely, he was capable enough not to encounter any danger. Right, she murmured to herself anxiously, but the absence of Yin Ji at the exit likely meant he hadn't found anyone, yet Fu Yin raised an eyebrow. Luo Han. From her words, it seemed Luo Han had entered with her. Along with Xu Qingwan, it appeared that many events had transpired that he was unaware of. A smile of intrigue crept onto his face as he regarded her with an increasingly profound gaze. We'll discuss this in detail once we're outside. For now, let us find him. Jiang Wanjun anxiously tugged at him as they hurried towards the Demon Lord's Hall. Just as they arrived at the hall's entrance, a familiar figure rushed out. "My lord, you're finally back. Mogula was worried sick about you. Are you all right?" Upon seeing her unharmed, Mogula patted his bony frame in relief. "Why are you the only one here?" "Where's Yin Ji?" Mogula rubbed his hands together nervously. "My lord, please don't be angry. Here is what happened. You've been inside for several days, and the day after you left, the Demon Lord found your companions. However, he had bad luck and caught the eye of the Shuangxing Demon Lord, who insisted on abducting him to marry." Jiang Wanjun's eyes widened in disbelief. "What, marry my second senior brother?" Mogula nodded vigorously. Yes. Upon hearing this, the Yanji Demon Lord wasted no time and went to rescue him, but a fight broke out, and the Yanji Demon Lord was no match for the Shuangxing Demon Lord. What happened then? He was dragged off to be a bridesmaid, tasked with ensuring the Demon Lord completes the wedding, along with providing a dowry. So, Mogula was a bit hesitant, and those who came along were taken to carry the bridal sedan. Jiang Wanjun's worldview was shattered, and she trembled as she grasped Fu Yin's arm. That my second senior brother wouldn't he do anything reckless? Would he? Considering his temperament, he might confront that Shuangxing Demon Lord directly. Or he could be unwilling, and then... She shook Mogula's shoulders frantically. "Where are they? Hurry and take me there. If I'm late, his life is forfeit. Second senior brother, hold on. I'm coming to save you." Chapter 58. The second senior brother forced into marriage. We're doomed. Mogula was nearly shaken apart. As soon as she released him, he led the way, eager to dash forward. Jiang Wanjun earnestly urged Fu Yin to accompany him. "Senior brother, let us go together. That I'm worried about your safety alone." Fu Yin regarded her with a half-smile, his gaze teasing. "Worried about me?" Jiang Wanjun felt a twinge of guilt. Mainly concerned about whether we can win in a fight. "Of course, I know you haven't fully recovered yet. It's fine as long as we maintain a strong presence." With his face alone, he could easily command respect. If she went alone with this bony frame, their intimidation factor would surely diminish. Fu Yin made no definitive response, but did not refuse either. The two followed Mogula towards the territory of the Shuangxing Demon Lord. Meanwhile, within the Shuangxing Hall, a graceful figure sat at the table, surrounded by several attendants. "Demon Lord, please try this. And here is some fine wine." The Shuangxing Demon Lord sighed wistfully. "Tell me, why won't Luo Lang agree to be with me? In terms of beauty, temperament, and strength, where do I fall short?" The attendants quickly chimed in. "Demon Lord, you are undoubtedly mesmerizing. It's just that Luo Han is ungrateful." Silence. "How dare you slander him?" The once mournful expression of the Shuangxing Demon Lord changed in an instant. With a slight lift of her gaze, the speaker immediately spat blood, collapsing in the hall. "Senior brother." An attendant rushed forward to assist him, and he bowed his head. "Demon Lord, please forgive me." Spineless. The Shuangxing Demon Lord coldly huffed. Losing interest and vanished from the hall down on the ground. Lu Yun clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Senior brother, must we truly endure this? Li Song coldly wiped the blood from his mouth. What do you propose? To confront her, or to end up like those others, tossed into the side hall to be tormented? She won't be able to gloat for long. Once the tomb closes, we'll take advantage of her weakness and have Luo Han strike her down in one blow. But will Luo Han listen to us? He surely doesn't want to marry this demon lord, and if he is unwilling, once we're outside, that'll be a leverage point sufficient to destabilize his resolve. Li Song continued. During this time, the demon lord will undoubtedly be preoccupied with wedding preparations. Her focus elsewhere, that we should take this opportunity to gain some advantages. We can't let her command us without resistance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun recalled the demon lord's erratic temper and her arbitrary punishments over the past few days, nodding vigorously. All right, I'll follow your lead. Senior brother, I in another lavishly decorated palace. A paper puppet with a stiff expression gazed at the hall's entrance. Inside the hall, get out. The Shuangxing demon lord, fixated on Luo Lang, also known as Luo Han, glared darkly as he overturned the wedding garments presented to him. The paper puppet holding the bridal gown adeptly caught it. Smiling broadly, Groom, is there anything about this wedding attire that doesn't meet your approval? I can have it altered immediately. Make no alterations. Burn it. The paper puppet, like its paper kin, had its face painted with rouge. Yet its features were strikingly animated. Upon hearing his cold response, it couldn't help but whimper. Groom, if you dislike it, I can have it changed again. This bridal gown must not be burned. It's inauspicious. With that, it hurriedly dashed out, evidently to make further modifications. Luo Han, feeling a headache coming on, closed his eyes. Over the past few days, he had received over a dozen sets of wedding garments that he wanted to escape. But the paper puppet was indeed peculiar, capable of absorbing spiritual energy and remarkably agile. The numerous ones outside made it impossible to resolve the situation quickly. Moreover, his cultivation had not fully recovered, and the Shuangxing demon lord was watching closely, so he dared not act recklessly. For now, he could only delay, awaiting the closure of the tomb before finding a way out. But the Shuangxing demon lord was not foolish. How could she not see through this? Can Luo Lang really enter? After a prolonged separation, I find myself yearning for you dearly. Outside the door, the enchanting voice of the Shuangxing demon lord echoed. Luo Han felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively retreating and choosing silence that as anticipated. In the next moment, the Shuangxing demon lord pushed the door open with a delicate touch, her hand covering her mouth as she shyly gazed at him. Oh dear, this door is truly flimsy. I merely nudged it, and it swung wide open. Luo Lang, after such a long time apart, have you missed me? They had merely seen each other half an hour ago. Luo Han maintained a cold demeanor, remaining mute. Luo Lang, you are so indifferent. It truly wounds my heart. Yet, I find myself drawn to your coldness, she said with a giggle, her face blooming like a peach blossom as she feigned a tumble into his embrace. Luo Han, ever watchful, swiftly evaded her. The Shuangxing demon lord missed her target, stamping her foot in frustration, fully embodying her delicate charm. With such beauty, why does Luo Lang not cherish me? Could it be that you have another beloved? She suddenly pressed herself against Luo Han's chest, her slender fingers resting over his heart. Her tone soft, yet her gaze I see why that it was as if she would extract his heart should he dare to lie. Luo Han's expression stiffened. No, and there will never be, that he categorically denied the notion. Well, I am so heartbroken. Only a grand wedding can alleviate my pain. Luo Lang, wait for me. I shall prepare at once. This time, you must not refuse, for I genuinely wish to be with you. Should you utter a word that wounds my heart? The Shuangxing demon lord smiled sweetly, her ruby lips curling. I cannot predict what I might do. With that, she flitted away like a butterfly, exiting the hall. Luo Han's top body relaxed slightly, though his expression grew increasingly grim, that it seemed she too was losing patience. Knock, knock. Luo Shixiao. It is out at the door swung open to reveal Lu Yun, holding a goblet of wine. There's something you need? Luo Han inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Though imprisoned here, he was not entirely oblivious to the outside world. Numerous fellow cultivators had been captured. Some had resisted and were punished in the side hall, while others, like him, chose to serve the Shuangxing demon lord submissively. While everyone had their own choices, Luo Han looked down upon such individuals. The demon race instigated the righteous and demonic war a millennium ago, bringing untold suffering. Even if one did not despise the demons, one should not fawn over them. Liu Yun felt the sting of his gaze, clenching his fists as he retorted. Who do you look down upon? Luo Shixiang. Compared to us, you who are about to wed the demon lord are the most contemptible. I am not doing this willingly, that Liu Yun scoffed. Not willingly, if you truly wish to resist. Why not end it all? Now you present yourself as a reluctant bride. Who are you trying to fool? Who can tell if you are genuinely unwilling or merely feigning it? The Shuangxing demon lord is so stunning. How could you not be tempted? Luo Han's face darkened. Did you come here merely to say this? Seeing he remained unmoved, Liu Yun pressed on. No, I am here to offer you a chance for redemption. The tomb of sealing will likely close on the day of your wedding to the demon lord. At that time, she will be at her most vulnerable, that if you strike her down, you will have redeemed yourself. Thus, even when you escape, no one will believe you allied with the demons. It is a win-win. Chapter 59. The Savior has arrived. Luo Han furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend how Liu Yun could utter such words. What if I refuse? Liu Yun replied. Then you shall dutifully proceed with your wedding. Once you leave the flower burial secret realm, the news will undoubtedly spread through the cultivation world in no time. You should weigh that carefully, that I must admit. I eagerly anticipate you doing this. After all, you are still a disciple of the Falling Sky sect, that if word spreads of your impending nuptials with the demon lord, the others in the Falling Sky sect will also be implicated. Especially Jiang Wanyuan. Without the support of the sect, it would be trivial to deal with her, so I must kill the demon lord to clear my name? Naturally. Is there not a simpler method? Liu Yun nodded as if this were a matter of course. Luo Han narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not foolish, and Liu Yun's intentions were not difficult to decipher. Setting aside whether he could survive assassinating the Shuangxing demon lord, even if he succeeded, the fact of his marriage to her would remain undeniable. Who could prove he truly killed her? In that case, he would be left with no defense, and if someone were to stir the pot, it would spell disaster for both him and the Falling Sky sect. Yet, judging by the demon lord's tone, it appeared this grand wedding was beyond his control. Should he resist with all his might, he would likely end up as one of those paper puppets, smiling as he wed her. This moment. The only path forward. Seeing him lost in thought, Liu Yun assumed he was weighing the pros and cons. Do remember to drink the wine. The potion within will aid you. With that, he turned and left. The Shuangxing demon lord treated Luo Han with considerable leniency, or perhaps it was her confidence in her own strength. Within this palace, she seemed unconcerned with her actions. Thus, he harbored no fears of being discovered. Luo Han glanced down at the goblet of wine, then seated himself and lightly tapped the table. The reason he refrained from choosing a fight to the death was that he still held onto a sliver of hope. Just days ago, when the Shuangxing demon lord captured him, a woman claiming to be the enchantress demon lord had stormed in, fiercely battling the Shuangxing demon lord to a standstill before ultimately losing by a narrow margin. Yet, before being taken away, she had warned the Shuangxing demon lord. Shuangxing, you've truly bitten off more than you can chew. How dare you lay hands on the companion of that esteemed individual? Out of respect for our decades of camaraderie, do not blame me for not coming to your rescue today. The Shuangxing demon lord had coldly laughed. Oh, what esteemed individual could possibly command me? She may be able to make you, a bimbo, obey, but she cannot intimidate me. That esteemed individual is currently in the demon lord's hall. When she emerges, Shuangxing, I will collect your remains for you. You think mentioning the demon lord will frighten me? Let me assure you, I am set to marry. No one can change that. The Shuangxing demon lord was incensed, ordering her guards to take the woman away for close supervision before turning her attention back to Luo Han's impending wedding. Regrettably, Luo Han had no interest in her. His focus drawn instead to her mention of that esteemed individual, he was certain that within the confines of the secret realm, aside from an Iran and Jiang Wanyuan, no one would actively seek him out. However, an Iran was unlikely to do so, as she had rarely visited him at Tianyin Tower. Therefore, the most probable candidate was the little junior sister he had just acknowledged. But this raised a perplexing question. How had his junior sister become a figure of such stature within the demon race, capable of commanding a demon lord to act on her behalf? It was quite unfathomable. Nevertheless, Luo Han still clung to a glimmer of hope, opting not to take action but to lie in wait. However, if his junior sister did not arrive soon, he would truly be forced into marriage. Luo Han pressed his palm to his forehead in exasperation. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the empty palace. Jiang Wanyuan hid at the doorway, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Magula, are you certain they are confined here without any guards? I am certain. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Look, we have reached the door, and not a ghost in sight, Magula assured earnestly. Very well, then you go in first and scout ahead. Jiang Wanyuan gestured for it to proceed. Magula scratched its head and strutted inside. The noise paused for a moment before resuming. Jiang Wanyuan glanced at the indifferent Fu Yin, but after hesitating for a long while, she still did not dare to suggest that he take a look. So she decided to enter herself. Stepping into the palace, a chill enveloped her. Deep within, dozens of green flames flickered, accompanied by the sounds of bones clattering, creating a truly eerie atmosphere. Yet when she finally beheld the scene inside, she was left speechless. The very bones that had once accompanied her were now imprisoned, gathered together, disassembling one another's bones and swapping them around, creating a grotesque tableau reminiscent of a grand, sinister deity's descent. Crack! Stop playing around. The master has arrived. Huh? Then hurry and return my backside. And my legs too. This one is too thin and does not suit my heroic stature. Hey, why do I seem to be missing 2 ribs? Who took them? Should quiet my head, crack. Something bit my backside? Jiang Wanyuan covered her face, feeling reluctant to witness this foolish display by the skeletons. Yet, since they were her first batch of subordinates, she could not simply ignore them. All right, where is the enchantress? The previously chaotic skeletons quieted instantly. One skeleton, missing its backside, spoke up first. I know, in the side hall, right next to the beloved you are seeking. Master, what? What did you say, beloved? She could hardly believe her ears. The skeleton looked confused. Huh, isn't that right? Jiang Wanyuan, infuriated, replied, What are you talking about? That is my second senior brother. Where did you hear such rumors? It was it who said so. The skeleton, alert, immediately abandoned its companions. You are lying. It was clearly you who said it. It was it who said it wanted to sneak into the side hall to eavesdrop. The headless skeleton could only mumble incoherently. Jiang Wanyuan's lips twitched. All right, Magula, you keep an eye on them. I will go find the enchantress. Confirming that they were safe, she turned to leave but caught sight of Fu Yin leaning against the palace door. He stood there quietly, deep in thought. Have you taken a liking to Luo Han? You believe such nonsense? I am not blind. Surely it is more likely I have taken a liking to you instead. Jiang Wanyuan retorted casually. Let us go find the enchantress, and then we shall look for my second senior brother. Fu Yin chuckled lightly, slowly following her. Upon reaching the side hall, they still found it unguarded. Was the Xuanxing demon lord truly so careless, unconcerned about the risk of someone escaping? Jiang Wanyuan pushed open the door and beheld the enchanting beauty seated upon the bed, leisurely plucking a black fruit and popping it into her mouth. Was it her manner of entering that was amiss? My lord, you have emerged. I have missed you dearly. Upon spotting Jiang Wanyuan at the threshold, the enchanting beauty immediately set aside the fruit platter and rose with a radiant smile to greet her. Thank you for the invitation, but she had no desire to accept. She had believed she was armed with a script for salvation, only to discover that the one in dire need of assistance was herself. Jiang Wanyuan could not fathom. Were you not imprisoned? Chapter 60 merely allowed her some amusement. The enchanting beauty nodded. Indeed, I am imprisoned, am I not? But her implication was, under normal circumstances, imprisonment ought to entail being locked away. Deprived of sustenance and subjected to stringent surveillance, lying on the bed, indulging in fruits, with a relaxed demeanor and even a rosy complexion, she hardly resembled a captive. Rather, she appeared to be on holiday. The enchanting beauty stifled a giggle. Oh, my lord, you are unaware. Both Xuanxing and I are demon lords. I merely conceded a small defeat to her, which does not imply I am truly incapable of besting her, alas, after tens of thousands of years of camaraderie. I could not bear to truly strike her down. Moreover, should we engage earnestly, one cannot guarantee that that foolish girl Xuanxing would not act rashly. Thus, I thought to remain here. If you were to arrive promptly, it would be splendid, but should you be delayed, I would take matters into my own hands and seize her. The enchanting beauty felt a pang of anxiety. My lord, you would not be angered, would you? Or blame me for acting on my own accord? No, you have done splendidly. Jiang Wanwan shook her head, preparing to seek her second senior brother. I shall find someone first. You may remain here and await my return. The enchanting beauty produced a token. Wait, my lord. There are paper puppets guarding outside the hall. Take this, and they will not detect your presence. Thank you. She turned and exited the hall, inquiring, would you like to join me? It has been quite a while since you and second senior brother have seen each other, has it not? Fu Yin lazily closed his eyes and, upon hearing her, chuckled. Do you believe this is an appropriate time for us to meet? Jiang Wanwan paused for a moment before realizing. Indeed, at this moment, her second senior brother was being coerced into marriage, enduring an unspeakable predicament that if Fu Yin, as the elder brother, were to visit now, would it not leave the second senior brother utterly humiliated? Brothers may share adversity, but they must not bring shame upon each other. Noticing his weariness, Jiang Wanwan could not help but remark, it is indeed rather inappropriate. I shall go alone. You may rest here. If you are weary, feel free to find an unoccupied room to take a nap. Fu Yin merely waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Wanwan swiftly departed. Inside the hall, the enchanting beauty hastily emerged, gazing at Fu Yin, her chest rising and falling with trepidation, before she could no longer contain herself and collapsed to her knees, bowing her head in trembling submission. Although the man before her exhibited no fluctuations in cultivation, as a demon lord at the great ascension stage, she could not help but kneel before him. After a long pause, the enchanting beauty stammered, Xuanxing is unruly. She did not realize that man is your junior brother. I shall immediately summon her to apologize. She trembled all over, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her attitude humbly submissive, fearing that any misstep in her words might provoke displeasure from the man before her. No need. Let her have her fun first. Fu Yin replied languidly, then circled around her to head toward another palace. The enchanting beauty quickly rose to follow, ensuring that the palace was impeccably arranged, and retrieved the finest fox fur to serve as his bedding and foot mat. Having completed these tasks, she bowed her head and exited the palace, kneeling at the entrance, her breath taut with anxiety. Return. Yes. The enchanting beauty swiftly rose again, respectfully retreating back to the previous palace. As soon as she sat down, her breath quickened, cold sweat streaming down her cheeks. After a moment, she covered her face with both hands, feeling a mix of relief and sorrow. Xuanxing, this time, I cannot save you. Were it merely the demon lord's command, she could have easily given Xuanxing a sound thrashing and cast her into the abyss for reflection. But now, there was no one who could protect her. No, perhaps not. The enchanting beauty suddenly raised her head, recalling the earlier conversation and realizing something amiss. That individual had suggested letting her have her fun, which meant the decision-making power of this performance lay in her hands, that if Xuanxing were clever enough to halt her actions upon seeing the demon lord's command, perhaps she might still survive. However, the enchanting beauty's head throbbed. Xuanxing was indeed unruly and obstinate, and should she inadvertently offend the Lord with her words, even 10 lives would not suffice to atone for it. No, forcing the marriage upon that junior brother would likely lead to her demise as well. The enchanting beauty sighed. Very well, she would leave it to fate, hoping Xuanxing would heed her previous warnings. 2 paper puppets stood at the entrance, and with the token in hand, Jiang Wanwan boldly walked inside. Knock, knock. Who is it? It is I, your little junior sister. I have come. Before she could finish, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Luo Han clad in ceremonial wedding attire, suppressing his excitement as he pulled her inside. He asked, How did you get in? What about the paper puppets at the door? I have this. They cannot see me. Yet second senior brother you, Jiang Wanwan could not help but take a step back. Scrutinizing him, Luo Han shifted uncomfortably in his wedding attire. I am here against my will. After all, it was not his choice. Before Jiang Wanwan's arrival, Xuanxing the demon lord had directly restrained him, intending to personally dress him in the wedding garb that in the end, he had to resist fiercely, and Xuanxing, fearing he might truly take drastic measures, reluctantly allowed him to dress himself. Jiang Wanwan chuckled. To be honest, second senior brother, you look quite handsome in that outfit. No wonder that Xuanxing demon lord is utterly captivated by you. Little junior sister, did he emphasize her title? Jiang Wanwan instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Let us discuss the matter at hand. What shall we do now? Without hesitation, Luo Han replied. Naturally, we must escape. That is feasible, but the issue lies in the fact that if you flee and the tomb remains unsealed, what will happen if Xuanxing the Demon Lord cannot find her bridegroom and becomes enraged? How could we, with our meager strength, possibly contend with her? Luo Han, feeling vexed, queried. Then what should we do? We cannot truly allow him to wed the Demon Lord. Jiang Wanwan suddenly interjected. There is, in fact, another method, albeit somewhat unorthodox. Pray tell. Luo Han's eyes brightened. At this moment, who still cared for propriety, Jiang Wanwan whispered, if Xuanxing the Demon Lord wishes to marry you, but you do not desire it, then let us swap the bridegroom and deceive her. When the time comes for Xuanxing to wed, you can make your escape while she is none the wiser that I in the worst-case scenario, even if you are captured. You can claim to be a victim, placing all the blame on the one who took your place. Luo Han hesitated. That does not seem right. Would that not harm another person? Reluctant, Luo Han inquired. Little junior sister, I heard from the enchanting beauty that it was you who sent her to find me. How did you know? Jiang Wanwan was slightly taken aback, but did not conceal her response. Producing the Demon Lord's command to show him. I found this earlier. Upon seeing it, she referred to me as my lord, and thus I asked her to assist in locating you. Oh, simple. Luo Han gazed at the Demon Lord's command, having never seen it before and not recognizing it. Yet he did not doubt her sincerity, attributing it to the peculiarities of the demon clan's hierarchy. Can you use this to compel Xuanxing the Demon Lord to annul the marriage? Jiang Wanwan was uncertain. The enchanting beauty must have mentioned it to her before, but she did not listen. If I were to command her with this, what if she refuses and retaliates? Who would I turn to for help? After all, not all demons are as obedient as the enchanting beauty. Chapter 61. I will marry in your place. The substitute bride me. Luo Han? Did I just experience a moment of auditory disturbance? Who? Jiang Wanwan, with utmost seriousness, placed her hand on his shoulder. I will marry in your place. I understand your urgency. But do not panic just yet. Jiang Wanwan, with a serious tone, explained, if I were to marry in your stead, first, I am a woman. Even if I wed the Demon Lord, it would merely be seen as a farce, and no one would think it odd. Second, I have the enchanting beauty and the token. Even if Xuanxing the Demon Lord discovers the ruse and becomes furious, with the enchanting beauty's protection and the token in hand, it would not be easy for her to harm me, and perhaps she would even refrain from attacking upon seeing the token. Thirdly, and most importantly, second senior brother, you possess greater strength than I, and you would undoubtedly be able to flee more swiftly. Should Xuanxing the Demon Lord send someone to pursue you, you would have a chance to escape. Jiang Wanwan's reasoning was clear, and Luo Han could not help but nod slightly in agreement. Very well, there is no time to lose. Remove your wedding attire and let me wear it. We must act swiftly. Jiang Wanwan decisively grabbed hold of his wedding garments. Intent on stripping them off, little junior sister, you. Luo Han quickly tightened his grip on his collar, astonished. I can manage it myself. I merely wish to expedite the process. Come on, come on. Jiang Wanwan laughed awkwardly, releasing her grip and clasping her hands behind her back. You and your impatience. Luo Han exhaled in relief, fearing she might insist on helping, and hurriedly loosened his belt, methodically shedding the intricate layers of the wedding attire. One must admit the wedding garments in the cultivation world are indeed heavy, with layers upon layers of belts, sleeves, outer garments, and inner garments, enough to drive an impatient individual to distraction. By the way, Xuanxing the Demon Lord should not be coming here now. Right? As Luo Han removed his wedding attire, Jiang Wanwan idly watched the entrance, voicing her concern to no, she is likely in the main hall trying on her bridal gown, so she will not come over for the time being. He initially intended to speak about the wedding attire, but feeling somewhat awkward, he abruptly changed his words. Just as his voice faded, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, and a graceful figure clad in a black and red wedding gown appeared. Luo Lang. Do you think this wedding dress looks beautiful on me? She exclaimed, blushing as she twirled around, only to find Jiang Wanwan frozen in shock. The air instantly became thick with tension. Jiang Wanwan gaped. The cursed milk has led me astray. Luo Han. Can he retract his previous statement? Meanwhile, the Xuanxing Demon Lord quickly regained her composure, stepping back in astonishment, clutching her chest as she struggled to breathe. Why? Why is there a woman in Luo Lang's room? And he is actually... In a state of disarray, the solitary man and woman stood there, disheveled. The proud demon lord found herself betrayed on the eve of her wedding. Enraged, the Shuangxing demon lord trembled with fury, her silver teeth clenched. What a pair of treacherous lovers! How dare you engage in such antics behind my back? Jiang Wanwan, startled, waved her hands frantically. No, 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 it's not what you think. He is my second senior brother, and I am here to rescue someone. Luo Han frowned, observing the Shuangxing demon lord's unstable emotions, instinctively pulling her back to hide to be careful. Jiang Wanwan. The Shuangxing demon lord was livid. She looked at Luo Han with a sorrowful gaze. Luo Lang. Have I not treated you well enough? What do I lack compared to her? Her figure, her looks, even her strength. How can any of it surpass mine? What would to know? While you may say what you wish, can we refrain from personal attacks? Is your physique so impressive? Jiang Wanwan glanced at her own ample curves, fell silent for a moment, and discreetly averted her gaze. Her strength was indeed beyond reproach. Very well. If you insist on protecting her, then I shall tear her apart. After shedding tears, the Shuangxing demon lord instantly changed her demeanor and lunged towards Jiang Wanwan. The aura of the Great Ascension stage erupted, catching Jiang Wanwan off guard and rendering her immobile. Luo Han, too, was struggling, holding his ground to shield her. Step aside. How dare you protect this woman in my presence? The Shuangxing demon lord was once again furious. Luo Han remained unfazed. His junior sister was risking herself to save him, and he could not allow her to be harmed. Behind him, Jiang Wanwan swallowed the metallic taste of blood. Helplessly patting his arm. Second senior brother, it would be better if you let me handle this. That if she did not know her second senior brother was rather straightforward, she would genuinely suspect he was intentionally drawing her ire. The Shuangxing demon lord before them was seething, and he was somehow fanning the flames of her anger that if this continued, she might genuinely be torn apart by the infuriated demon lord. Junior sister. Are you all right? Luo Han noticed the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, his expression shifting as he grasped her hand, channeling spiritual energy into her. Jiang Wanwan was caught off guard by his grip and instinctively glanced at Shuangxing. Very well, I shall perish today. Go die. This time, the Shuangxing demon lord was completely bereft of sorrow. The palace doors were shattered, and countless paper puppets surged in. She raised a hand to touch her crimson lips. A cold smile curling at the corners. Luo Lang, since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Today, you must be my groom. Luo Han frowned. I never agreed to marry you. What do you mean by ungrateful? But my junior sister is innocent. Let her go. Facing the might of the Great Ascension stage, escape was impossible, yet he should not involve his junior sister? Thank you very much, Jiang Wanwan said, her teeth aching. Was her second senior brother truly so oblivious to matters of the heart? Who could bear to hear such words? Indeed, no sooner had she spoken than the Shuangxing demon lord's fury threatened to overturn the palace. Very well. None of you shall escape. Jiang Wanwan took a deep breath and summoned all her strength to shout, Yanji. Help! Someone is trying to kill me. Shut up. The Shuangxing demon lord frowned, swiftly seizing her by the neck and tossing Luo Han onto the bed. So you are the one who entered the demon lord's palace. Speak. What trickery did you employ to deceive Yanji? She could not believe that a cultivator could enter and exit the demon lord's palace unscathed. The sensation of suffocation washed over her, and Jiang Wanwan's face flushed crimson as she struggled to produce the demon lord's order. This is the demon lord's order. The Shuangxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Her breath hitching. It was indeed the demon lord's order. Her expression shifted rapidly before she slowly released her grip and bowed respectfully. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Wanwan clutched her throat, coughing incessantly. That moment, Yanji burst in. And upon seeing Jiang Wanwan clutching her throat, her vision darkened in a moment of confusion. It seemed she saw her grandmother beckoning to her. With a fierce shout, she demanded, Shuangxing, you are being outrageous. The Shuangxing demon lord straightened. Justifying her actions, she did not present it earlier, and I did not harm her. That moment, after coughing, Jiang Wanwan lowered her hand, revealing a neck marred with bruises, an alarming sight. Yanji retorted, Is this what you call not harming her? The Shuangxing demon lord protested, I did not. Allow me to explain. Chapter 62. The unfortunate brothers, it is true. This human cultivator is too fragile. Indeed, I did not exert too much force. It is her own frailty that led to this. Yanji, I believe you not. In the blink of an eye, she devised a plan, kneeling on one knee with sincerity. My lord, Xuanxing has been reckless, injuring you and bringing shame to your senior brother. Yanji dares to request permission to punish her and will immediately annul this absurd marriage, while also apologizing to you and your senior brother. If she agreed, Xuanxing might find a path to salvation, for the crux of the matter lay in the marriage. Once it was annulled, the farce would come to an end. No, Xuanxing was the first to object, defiantly gazing at Yanji. I am the demon lord, and shall naturally abide by the laws of the demon realm. I will not harm this esteemed lord, but Luo Lang, I have resolved to marry him. Even if you wish to fight me today, I shall have him. Jiang Wanwan, wow, Luo Han, wants to curse, Yanji, wants to kill, Xuanxing, do not act rashly, even if you forcibly marry him, once the tomb closes. Everything will be but a fleeting illusion. Xuanxing remained steadfast. I am willing. Even if for a day as husband and wife, I shall accept it. Moreover, I have already invited numerous demons. They are nearly here. At this point, I shall not retract my vows. Yanji, if you still value our friendship, do not obstruct me. Yanji was so furious, she nearly spat blood, feeling as if she wanted to pry open Xuanxing's skull to see what nonsense was inside. It was precisely because she valued their friendship that she desperately sought to intervene. Yet here was Xuanxing, rushing headlong into her demise. Jiang Wanwan observed their exchange with a mixture of amusement. This was a pure case of love-struck folly, while Yanji was the clear-headed best friend. One was desperately trying to persuade, while the other refused to turn back until she collided with a wall. Listen to me. This truly cannot work. That I will not listen. I will not listen. Luo Lang, I shall marry no one but you in this lifetime. Being with me will surely bring you happiness. I shall listen to you in all things, even if it means waiting a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Luo Han's expression darkened. Yanji, too, was infuriated. Fine, then I shall beat you until you agree. With a swift motion, the two instantly appeared in the air outside the palace, their movements sharp and rapid as they clashed. The battle of the Great Ascension stage unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, shattering nearby palaces, tearing apart the very fabric of space, and sending waves of demonic energy swirling. A sight that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. Jiang Wanwan swallowed hard, urging Luo Han to flee. Quickly, let us find a place to hide while they are fighting. Luo Han obediently followed, and the two made their way to the previous side hall. She instinctively searched for Fu Yan's figure. Where is senior brother? Luo Han was taken aback. What? Jiang Wanwan feigned ignorance. Luo Han frowned. Did you just mention senior brother? She continued her act. What senior brother? You must have misheard. I did not call for you. Luo Han, though skeptical, swallowed his doubt upon seeing her earnest eyes. He said, hiding is not a solution. If Yanji the demon lord is defeated, we will still be unable to escape. Jiang Wanwan shrugged. Then what can we do? She had exhausted all options. The Xuanxing demon lord was adamant about marrying him. That in any case, she was at her wit's end. Luo Han. First, we must rescue those who have been captured. Follow me. Jiang Wanwan nodded and quickly followed him to the side hall adjacent to the main palace. At the entrance, skeletal guards diligently blocked their path. Who goes there? Jiang Wanwan produced the demon lord's order. They immediately knelt. What commands does the esteemed lord have? She instructed, release the people inside. The guards promptly rose to comply. I suddenly find myself quite fond of this, Jiang Wanwan remarked, shaking the demon lord's order. It was indeed quite effective that a flicker of concern crossed Luo Han's gaze. This demon lord's order sounded like something exclusively belonging to the demon lord. Could it truly have been picked up by mere chance? However, considering the demon lord had long since vanished, perhaps it was indeed just luck on the part of his junior sister. He sighed inwardly, forcing himself not to overthink it. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of clattering bones echoed in the empty side hall as the captives trembled in fear. That we are not going to die here, are we? What is there to fear? The demon clan has long been defeated. We are merely souls now. What can they do to us? But senior brother, your legs are shaking quite a bit. That is from the cold. Whoa, why am I so unfortunate? Not only did I miss out on opportunities, but I also have to end up as a captive of the demon clan that I end the corner. Lin Zong stood covered in dust, murmuring, "Senior brother." Zhaoan, with his eyes closed, sighed softly at the words. It is fate. Captured by the enchantress demon lord, he was fortunate to have been released, yet before he could distance himself, he fell prey to another demon lord. Truly, he had reached the pinnacle of misfortune. Even a beggar would shed tears at his plight. Lin Zong sniffled, choosing not to bother with him any longer, quietly awaiting his demise. The guards entered without sparing them a glance and commanded, "Take them all out. The master requires them." Yes, the scattered skeletal guards swiftly dragged them by their chains towards the exit. The master, Lin Zong, and Zhao exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting in their hearts. "The master is right here," that a dozen cultivators, bound by chains, were dragged out, struggling even to lift their heads. Jiang Wanyan inquired, "Is this all?" The guard scratched his bald head. "Well, there's one more." The demon lord took him to the main hall. "He's the groom." Heh. Luo Han, the groom, turned away, his face cold, sensing the deep malice of this tomb. Ahem. Jiang Wanyan glanced at her second senior brother, discreetly stepping aside. "Lin Zong?" "Zhaoan." She caught sight of two familiar faces, her eyes widening in surprise. Lin Zong whispered, "Senior brother, that voice sounds so familiar." Zhaoan felt the same, and they both tilted their heads toward the source of the voice. Jiang Wanyan, disregarding her surprise, hurriedly urged the guards to release them. "Jiang Wanyan, how did you end up here? Were you captured too?" Lin Zong looked at her, then at the silent skeletal guards, realizing something was amiss. Zhaoan rose to stretch his long-bound limbs. "Thank you, Jiang Dao Yu. You know each other? That's wonderful. Quickly free us. Dao Yu, could you also loosen my bindings?" Realizing their chance of salvation, the other cultivators quickly joined in their pleas. Soon, everyone regained their freedom, but unlike Lin Zong and Zhaoan, they were less familiar with Jiang Wanyan and hesitated. "Everyone, these two are disciples of the Falling Sky Sect." Falling Sky Sect. A few disciples who participated in the grand competition quickly recognized them and expressed their gratitude, prompting others to follow suit. Yet, some cultivators hesitated to express thanks. If they are disciples of the Falling Sky Sect, why are they entangled with the demon race? This is truly against our principles as cultivators. Indeed, as a human, how can you command demons? Could it be that you are colluding with them? Zhaoan frowned. What do you mean by that? If Jiang Dao Yu were truly in league with the demon race, why would she come to rescue us? Wouldn't it be better for her to silence us? His words awakened those who had doubted, and they exchanged glances, speaking in unison. "Jiang Dao Yu, we apologize. We were hasty in our words." Jiang Wanyan casually nodded. "I was merely fortunate. This place is unsuitable for lingering. You should find a hiding spot until the tomb closes, then escape." Suddenly, Lin Zong tugged at Zhaoan's sleeve, his lips twitching. "Jiang Dao Yu, I believe we may not be able to leave just yet." Jiang Wanyan looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Luo Han turned his gaze towards the distance, his expression grave. Everyone quickly looked up to see a rolling tide of demonic energy in the distance. Faint cries of anguish echoing, which upon closer inspection resembled mysterious whispers. The Shuangsheng demon lord had invited other demon lords and generals from various realms, and they were likely arriving now. Luo Han's expression grew serious, and the others' faces reflected his concern. One cultivator quietly suggested, "Should we retreat?" Given the situation, they would either return themselves or be bound back. Jiang Wanyan furrowed her brow. She hadn't anticipated this turn of events, that if she used the demon lord's command to send these demons back, it would surely cause a stir once they emerged. Yet if she did not act, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? Just as she grappled with her dilemma, a dark pillar of light shot up from the main hall behind her, accompanied by the icy voice of the Shuangsheng demon lord. "Leave the goods and get lost." The descending demons halted instantly. "What? We came specifically to attend the demon lord's wedding. Why the sudden change of heart?" "Indeed, my master may not have come personally, but we prepared generous gifts. Could it be that the Shuangsheng demon lord is angry?" "Enough! Do not speculate about the demon lord. Since she has spoken, we shall comply. Leave the gifts and depart." "What a pity. I wanted to see what kind of man could enchant the Shuangsheng demon lord." "Ah, if you're bold enough, you may try to stay," stop with your sarcasm. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Enough. Finally, the demons settled down, tossing the packaged gifts down like airdrops before turning and leaving in a grand procession. Witnessing this dramatic scene, everyone was left in a daze. That is this really over? It should be. They've all left. Have we escaped the calamity? Oh, thank heavens. Lin's own was overjoyed, tears of relief streaming down his face. Senior brother, we are finally free from misfortune. Indeed, even the usually composed Zhao and appeared somewhat excited. They exchanged glances, their fists clenched in gratitude. Having endured so much misfortune, they had finally turned the tide. Thank you, heavens. We praise you. Second senior brother, the items they dropped seemed to resemble. Jiang Wanyan pressed her forehead in disbelief as she gazed at the descending gifts, her expression turning blank. Oh no, save me. Cultivators, struck by falling objects, cried out in panic, writhing against their bindings. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a shadow descended from above, and Jiang Wanyan instinctively stepped back just in time to avoid the impending impact. Thud, she landed face first, the pain evident. And I'm sorry. Jiang Wanyan shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight. One after another, the gifts fell, randomly crushing one unfortunate soul. Isn't that a disciple from the Holy Spirit sect? This is a disciple from the Xiaoguang sect. Recognizing their fallen comrades, some cultivators leaned against each other for support. You were also captured by the demons? The crowd exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Finally, they reunited. Oh, do you know what we've endured these past few days? It was unbearable. Some could no longer hold back their tears. Do not cry. It's all in the past. Disciples of the same sect gathered together, weeping in each other's embrace. Taking advantage of their sorrow, Jiang Wanyan quietly slipped away. Luohan, puzzled, remarked, the tomb is about to close. Why return? I want to see how the enchantress is faring. The Shuangxing demon lord just refused those demons. Likely persuaded by her. After all, it was because of me that she clashed with the Shuangxing demon lord. Out of respect, I should check on her, especially since I hold the demon lord's command. So there's no need for concern, Jiang Wanyan firmly stated as she blocked his path. Luohan gazed at her silently. She fought to maintain her composure under his scrutiny. Very well, I shall wait here for you. He relented. I'll be quick. Jiang Wanyan dashed away, her forehead beating with sweat as she turned. That was a close call. She almost slipped up. She flew back to the side hall, which was now a ruin. Save for one intact palace, the demon race's destructive capabilities were astonishing, almost reminiscent of a Siberian husky. Cautiously, Jiang Wanyan approached and spotted two figures amidst the debris. My lord, you've arrived. The enchantress has already been dealt with. The enchantress turned to her with a smile, concealing her bloodied hands behind her back. Shuangsheng wore a pale face, a ghastly smile creeping upon her lips. My lord, I have, realized my mistakes, the wedding is off. Cough. She covered her mouth, blood spilling through her fingers, yet she stubbornly completed her sentence. Jiang Wanyan exclaimed, there is no need to be so sincere. You can stop the bleeding first. Unsure of what to say, she added, just cancel it, I'll find someone. You all continue. Thank you, cough. Thank you, my lord, cough. The Shuangxing demon lord covered her mouth, blood oozing through her fingers. Shouldn't you at least tend to your wounds? No need, it's just a minor injury. The Shuangxing demon lord forced a smile, bravely swallowing the blood. Are you certain this isn't life-threatening? Never mind, finding someone is more pressing. Jiang Wanyan pushed open the door of the lone remaining palace, immediately spotting Fu Yin lying on the bed, sound asleep. Good heavens! How is it fair that while we toil outside, he can sleep so soundly? She could endure hardship, but she would not allow anyone to be so comfortable. Clenching her teeth, she stealthily approached. The Fu Yin's handsome face was shrouded in shadow as his hands slowly reached toward his face. What are you doing? Fu Yin's eyes snapped open, his deep gaze locking onto the hands hovering just inches from his face. The hand hesitated at his lower eyelid, just a breath away from touching the red mole. Jiang Wanyan froze, her toes curling as she desperately mustered. I just want to touch. Chapter 64. Righteous Indignation. Bringing down the demon race spy? What kind of brazen words are these? No, what I meant to convey is that I simply do not wish to. It is utterly impossible to clarify. Jiang Wanwan's tongue nearly stumbled as she gradually withdrew her hand under his gaze. Fu Yin slightly narrowed his eyes, the red birthmark at the corner of his eye appearing even more enchanting. You really don't wish to? I swear, I genuinely did not intend to take advantage of you. She merely sought to tease him a little, never expecting he was not asleep at all. Jiang Wanwan firmly swore. She was just shy of raising 4 fingers in her oath. Fu Yin chuckled softly. Propping himself up, casually resting his hand on his leg, layers of white fabric cascading down, his dark hair falling lazily, presenting an alluring sight. With a half-smile, he remarked, "Is that so? Yet I cannot help but feel that your courage is rather ample." Gulp, Jiang Wanwan nervously swallowed, sensing his insinuation was not only regarding today's events, but also the previous commotion at the brothel. Unable to suppress a few awkward chuckles, she stammered, No, I am typically quite timid, relying entirely on my senior brother's assistance. It is all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding." Fu Yin smirked, lightly tapping his knee. Choosing not to expose her, he inquired, "Has everything been resolved?" Jiang Wanwan scratched her face uncomfortably, averting her gaze. Everything has been resolved. The courtesan persuaded Shuang Sheng, and the marriage has been called off. The cultivators previously captured have been rescued from the clutches of the demon clan. He continued, "The time is nearly upon us." What time? Jiang Wanwan felt momentarily bewildered before realizing he was referring to the closing time of the tomb. I understand. Will we be directly transported to the secret realm? But what about you? You did not enter through the secret realm's entrance. Will you not join us? You need not concern yourself with that. Fu Yin replied dismissively. Very well. As departure approached, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Upon careful reflection, this tomb wasn't as terrifying as it seemed, aside from the minor misfortune of rescuing her second senior brother. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan looked at him, speaking mysteriously. Do you think I might have some form of divine protection? He promptly doused her enthusiasm. I believe you are merely still half-asleep. It is unclear which of you two is truly out of sorts. Jiang Wanwan pouted, feigning compliance. Yes, my senior brother is absolutely correct. I shall return to reunite with my second senior brother. You can make your way back alone. She waved her hand and swiftly turned to leave. Farewell. Fu Yin watched her departing figure, raising a hand to gently touch the red birthmark at the corner of his eye. Li Shixiang, what do you mean by that? Do you not comprehend? Luo Han of the Falling Sky sect is a traitor, having allied with the demon clan, and now he pretends to collaborate with his junior sister in this farce. What evidence do you have? Do not slander me without justification. The crowd gathered and erupted into a quarrel. Li Song and Lu Yun stood together, facing the stoic Luo Han. After Jiang Wanwan's departure, they had rescued several individuals trapped in the main hall serving the demon lord. As soon as Li Song was freed, he immediately turned his ire toward Luo Han and he declared with righteous indignation. Everyone. Luo Han has utterly disgraced us as righteous cultivators, allying with the demon clan and shamelessly seeking to marry the demon lord. Although the two demon lords were previously embroiled in conflict and now lack the time to attend to matrimonial matters. This does not disguise the fact that he is to wed the demon lord. We were all unfortunate enough to be captured by the demon clan that in order to survive, he agreed to the demon lord's terms, completely disregarding the reputation of our sect and the righteous path. Initially, I thought he was coerced, but prior to the wedding, junior brother Lu risked his life to persuade him, only to be outright rejected. Esteemed colleagues, Luo Han's intentions are not pure. I implore you to testify against him once we are outside, so that the elders may impose strict punishment, that we cannot allow him to tarnish the reputation of our righteous path. After speaking, he earnestly bowed to the surrounding cultivators. Luo Han clenched his fists. I have not colluded with the demon clan. Li Song scoffed. Then why did you refuse the advice of my two senior brothers to resist the demon lord before the wedding? Insisting on your own way. Now you say there is no collusion. Why did you not say so earlier? You only fear that your marriage will be disrupted and that we will expose your true nature, which is why you deliberately came to rescue others, hoping to establish a favorable reputation first. Lin Zong, hearing this, was furious and could not help but leap to rebut. You speak nonsense. Senior brother Luo has been forced into this situation. Opposing the demon lord is a path to certain death that we, as cultivators, should not fear the mere demon clan. Li Song raised his voice. Moreover, are there not others present who have resisted the demon clan? Why are they unafraid of death? Why do they remain unyielding even when tormented? If what you say is true, then what are they? Indeed, they are unafraid of suffering. Yet Luo Han, fearing death, chooses to wed the demon clan. The previously captured cultivators exchanged glances, reluctantly acknowledging the discomfort in their hearts. Zhaoan stepped forward to mediate. Junior brother Lin does not deny everyone's contributions, but senior brother Luo was indeed forced into a corner. Now that the farce is concluded, we cannot rely solely on your account. That Li Shixiao, I understand your grievances against the demon clan, but merely blaming senior brother Luo without evidence may seem biased. Li Song coldly huffed. Who says I lack evidence? The cultivators who were captured alongside me can testify. Zhaoan frustratedly shut his mouth. The matter was neither trivial nor significant. Yet, Li Song had chosen to bring it to light and presented himself as a victim. If a reasonable explanation was not provided, once they exited the secret realm, Luo Han would likely face inquiries from various sections, though in the end, it might only lead to a few casual reprimands. Considering the demon clan had been annihilated for millennia and posed no threat to the cultivation world, the damage to Luo Han's reputation would be considerable. More severely, the entire Falling Sky sect could become a target. Li Song's intention seemed rather malicious that a triumphant gleam appeared in Li Song's eyes as he exchanged glances with Lu Yun, relishing in the misfortune of Luo Han, listening to their baseless slanders. Luo Han felt a heaviness in his breath. The cultivators surrounding him gradually wore menacing expressions, their mouths opening to echo one accusation after another. Just a moment ago, they had been filled with gratitude. Within his dantian, the dormant demonic seed began to reveal its fangs. Aside from desire, negative emotions served as nourishment for it. The demonic seed. The primary principle is one of not being picky. I thrive on sustenance. A hint of crimson gradually surfaced in his eyes, his gaze growing increasingly murky. Second senior brother. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke through the clamor, instantly silencing the crowd. Luo Han snapped back to reality. Taking a deep breath to suppress the turmoil within, Jiang Wanwan joyfully ran over, spotting Li Song and Lu Yun surrounded by a throng of cultivators, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. She beamed as she surveyed the scene. Oh, how lively! Is that not Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Lu from the Holy Spirit sect? What brings you here? Chapter 65. Sarcastic remarks. Laughing to death, you arrived just in time. Li Song, filled with delight, turned to face the crowd, declaring loudly, Everyone, I trust you have all witnessed the events unfold, but if Luo Han is merely a cowardly traitor to the demon clan, then Jiang Wanwan is the true embodiment of treachery. A mere human cultivator, she commands the demon clan to do her bidding. This is utterly shocking. She must be colluding with the demon lord. Lu Yun glanced at Jiang Wanwan, recalling her previous embarrassing actions, and darkly insinuated, perhaps they, as siblings, conspired to gain the demon lord's trust through dubious means. Lin Zong, hearing this, was filled with rage. Mind your words. The esteemed Holy Spirit sect would never casually tarnish someone's reputation. Jiang Wanwan had saved them. How could they twist her actions in a collusion with the demon clan? Yet the possibility lingered. The demon lord was so eager to wed, clearly infatuated with Luo Han, and perhaps his junior sister sought to exploit this opportunity for her own ends. That seems improbable. Jiang Daoyu does not appear to be such a person. Point 1. Cannot judge a person's heart by their outward appearance. Moreover, Senior Brother Li is a disciple of the Holy Spirit sect. He would not slander others without evidence that I feel it is also plausible. Jiang Wanwan is merely in the early stages of the Golden Core. We, in the later stages, could easily be captured. How could she navigate so freely among the demon clan? TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have thought the Falling Sky sect possesses such skill, even capable of deceiving the demon clan? The majority of the cultivators chose to believe Li Song and Lu Yun, aligning themselves with them. Only Lin Zong and Zhao from the Beast Control sect still believed in Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan listened with a smile, not forgetting to inquire with Zhao and about what had transpired. Upon hearing, her joy only intensified. Second senior brother, do not heed those barking dogs. Watch me. She patted Luo Han's arm, offering him a reassuring glance, then sauntered over leisurely to, so, does senior brother Li firmly believe I am colluding with the demon clan? Li Song's expression shifted, recalling his defeat in their verbal sparring. his heart now filled with wariness. However, he soon thought, these events were witnessed by all. No matter how she argued, she could not turn the tide. Thus, he sneered. Is that not the case? Jiang Wanwan nodded, then shook her head. Yes and no, Tio put it plainly. You are simply concerned that my second senior brother's marriage to the demon lord would tarnish the reputation of the cultivation world. Li Song frowned slightly. Indeed, what is there to dispute? Is it not the truth? Jiang Wanwan suddenly sighed deeply. Li Shixiang, I understand your reluctance, but you should not tarnish my second senior brother's reputation. You were both captured, yet the Dark Lord inexplicably favored your second senior brother, who is far more handsome and possesses a more distinguished demeanor than you, neglecting your existence as an ordinary, unremarkable individual. You feel a sense of injustice, and I understand your reluctance. Such sentiments are only natural and inescapable. However, Jiang Wanfang, with a disapproving expression, dramatically exclaimed, not only do you fail to appreciate everything my second senior brother has done for everyone and for you, but you also dare to cast aspersions on his pure-hearted dedication to the realm of cultivation. Li Song, initially bewildered, soon erupted in anger, his face turning an alarming shade of green. What nonsense are you spouting? What do I have to be dissatisfied about? And don't twist the facts. Luo Han is clearly a coward who has aligned himself with the demon clan. Stop distorting the truth. What? A coward? Good heavens! Jiang Wanfang gasped, dramatically covering her mouth. Surely no one genuinely believes that my second senior brother, a mere nascent soul cultivator, could confront a dark lord of the great ascension stage with his life on the line. Right, no one truly thinks that an ancient demon lord, who has lived for tens of thousands of years, would be incapable of imprisoning a humble nascent soul cultivator. Do they? My word, what am I hearing? This is undoubtedly the most absurd joke I have encountered in my years of existence. Her exaggerated expressions and sarcastic remarks left the onlookers feeling both uncomfortable and oddly contemplative. Those allied with the Holy Spirit sect exchanged glances. There seemed to be a semblance of logic in her words that Tio be at the mercy of someone at the Great Ascension stage. Death would be more likely than survival. Li Shixiang's arguments appeared increasingly untenable. A chill ran down Li Song's spine, but he quickly conjured a retort. Even if he was initially coerced, why did he later refuse to act against the Dark Lord when we urged him? If he truly wished to resist, why did he not agree? Clearly, at that moment, he was captivated by the beauty of the Shang Dark Lord and willingly submitted. Li Shixiang's remarks were indeed intriguing. Are you suggesting that my second senior brother should heed the counsel of you two golden core cultivators? What? Simply because of your inflated egos, because you can stand there and speak without consequence? Jiang Wanfang scoffed. How absurd. It seems you are not the ones heading to your doom, are you? You offer no assistance but casually tell my second senior brother, oh, go and slay the Dark Lord. Only then can you prove your innocence. How utterly ludicrous. Would anyone with even a modicum of sense and morality engage in such behavior? Inciting others to their demise is one thing, but when they refuse, you take the moral high ground and point fingers at them, accusing them of guilt for not sacrificing themselves? With her arms crossed, Jiang Wanfang looked down upon them, with such a countenance. Even demon cultivators would bow to you in reverence, begging you to teach them how to breach the limits of morality. Can you be so shameless? You. Her sharp words left Li Song's face flushed with indignation, trembling with rage as he pointed at her. You have gone too far. How dare you compare us to that horde of parasitic demon cultivators? Jiang Wanfang, you are slandering us. You are deliberately tarnishing the reputation of the Holy Spirit sect and the entire realm of cultivation. Feigning fear, Jiang Wanfang took a step back, exclaiming in mock horror, I did not. I said nothing of the sort. Please do not make baseless accusations. Am I wrong in what I say? Or is it that you, Li Shixiang, did not compel my second senior brother to confront the Dark Lord, and did you not speak of resistance while waiting for him to save you? Both are true, for when I arrived to save people, you were nowhere to be found. As she spoke, a thought struck her, and her eyes gleamed with excitement. Wait a moment, Li Shixiang. If you were not bound in the side hall, where on earth did you go? Surely you were not imprisoned like my second senior brother. Lin Zong quickly interjected. No, they were in the main hall. Li Song and Lu Yun exchanged alarmed glances, but soon relaxed, recalling that they had merely been hiding, not engaging in any wrongdoing. We were simply trapped in the main hall. Ditto. Jiang Wanfang exclaimed, covering her mouth in feigned astonishment. What a coincidence! Before I came to rescue my second senior brother, I gathered quite a bit of information here. If I recall correctly, the main hall is occupied by those serving the Dark Lord. Chapter 66. Who would have thought? I am actually a genius. Talismancer Li Song became anxious. What nonsense are you babbling? Jiang Wanfang, do not think that saving us gives you the right to spew slander here. Jiang Wanfang feigned innocence. Look, I haven't said anything yet, and you are already in a tizzy. Is that not a sign of guilt? Your brother was merely wronged by your accusations, and in a moment of anger, he spoke without thinking. Who is truly feeling guilty here? On the contrary, you are the one who keeps being sarcastic. Attempting to cast dirt upon you. It seems you are the one who feels guilty, desperately trying to evade the reality of your collusion with the demon clan and your ties to the evil path. Lu Yun stepped forward, remaining far more composed than Li Song. With just a few words, he redirected the focus back onto her. Ditto. Why do you suddenly seem so clever? Jiang Wanfang remarked, astonished and perplexed. This was not the Lu Yun she knew. Could it be that serving beside the Dark Lord has elevated his intellect? Lu Yun wrinkled his brow in disgust. Enough of your prattle. There are only a few individuals serving the Dark Lord, and I had already cautioned them before our rescue. Even if we inquire, no answers will be forthcoming to as long as they maintain their silence. Jiang Wanfang has no leverage against them. It seems they came prepared, but she was not deterred. In the realm of verbal sparring, she had never been defeated. Very well, let us return to the matter at hand. First and foremost, regardless of whether you chose to remain in the main hall to serve the Dark Lord out of fear, let us discuss your slanderous provocation against my second senior brother. I have already said much, and now you need only tell me the truth of this matter. Who is right and who is wrong? Jiang Wanfang feigned weakness, leaning against Luo Han, subtly tugging at his sleeve. My second senior brother, even amidst peril, did not forget to save others. Yet you have hastily branded him a traitor. My heart aches for my second senior brother, who has selflessly dedicated himself. Luo Han lowered his gaze, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Wanfang instantly exaggerated her concern, exclaiming, second senior brother, why are you spitting blood? Were you harmed during the battle with the Dark Lord? Good heavens! Why did you not tell me? You were thinking of saving others first. How tragic. It is pitiful that you were so kind and selfless, yet some individuals take advantage of my absence to bully you. Second senior brother, you are far too foolish. How many will remember your kindness? Look at these people, disregarding your injuries while attempting to smear your reputation and even frame me. Truly pitiful. As she spoke, she could not help but wipe her eyes, poking at her eyelashes, and indeed a few tears trickled down. Lin Zong was taken aback and quickly retrieved a healing pill for him. Hearing Jiang Wanfang's lamentations stirred a long-lost sense of justice within him. He stood up. Indeed, you have gone too far. Luo Shixiang and Jiang Shimi relied on their own strength to save us from peril, and instead of gratitude, you assist others in bullying them. Just because the Luo Tian sect is small and lacks foundation, the Holy Spirit sect can behave so unreasonably. To speak of things without evidence is beneath us, the Beastmaster sect. Well said. Continue, continue. Jiang Wanfang secretly chuckled, giving an approving thumbs up. She had not anticipated Lin Zong's impromptu performance to be so remarkable. One must never underestimate anyone, though we have never called Luo Shixiang a traitor. Yes, I never said that, from the very beginning. Has it not been the people of the Holy Spirit sect who have been speaking in such a manner? Luo Shixiang's righteousness is something we naturally appreciate. However, the matter concerning Jiang Wanfang has yet to be clarified, and even if Luo Shixiang is truly innocent, as his junior sister, Jiang Wanfang cannot escape her involvement. That is indeed a fair point. Yes. How will you explain your situation? At first, the crowd felt ashamed, but they soon shifted their focus, directing their attention towards Jiang Wanfang. Lu Yin let out a sigh of relief. Agreeing. Yes, how do you explain your collusion with the demon clan? Everyone has seen the evidence. Right. You conspired with the demon clan, and now you have no excuses. Li Song laughed triumphantly, with Luo Han out of the picture. As long as Jiang Wanfang could be labeled as a demon spy, no one from the Luo Tian sect would escape culpability. That's a win-win situation. Jiang Wanfang, you can only blame your misfortune for provoking him. Jiang Wanfang's eyes sparkled with mischief. You all claim I colluded with the demon clan. Do you have any evidence? Not knowing when to repent, even facing death, everyone witnessed you instruct those demon soldiers to release the prisoners. How utterly ridiculous. You dare to associate such actions with collusion? Li Shixiang, you will say anything to slander me. Jiang Wanfang laughed heartily, straightening up after her laughter. If we were to follow your reasoning, wouldn't any technique that enables one to control others be labeled as collusion with the demon clan? Lu Yin interjected. What do you mean? My meaning is that my control over those demons is through my talismans, not by any other fanciful means. Jiang Wanfang produced a talisman, waving it before them. This is it. I crafted it myself, an exclusive version, unique to the realm of cultivation. Lu Yin appeared to have heard the most absurd thing. You? A talismancer? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? In the realm of cultivation, how much time and effort must a talisman master invest to create a talisman of their own? You, a mere golden core cultivator without a proper sect, dare to boast shamelessly that your talismans are unique in the world of cultivation. How utterly laughable. Even if you wish to clear your name, you ought to find a more credible excuse. This absurdity is so far-fetched that even a 3-year-old would not believe it. Brother Lu, one may lack ability, but one must not lack insight. If one is devoid of perception, how are they any different from the ants on the ground? You hastily conclude that no one in this world can achieve what you have failed to accomplish, which is truly preposterous. Jiang Wanwan's gaze was piercing. If everyone in the cultivation world were like you, we would surely be doomed. After all, before the great beings ascended, did anyone believe that humans could become immortals? Prior to the emergence of the talisman master profession, did anyone even know of the existence of talismans? With a light chuckle, she added, Brother Lu, perhaps while you are cultivating, you should also venture out to broaden your horizons. I can overlook your words to me, for I am magnanimous and will not stoop to the level of the unenlightened. However, if you continue to display such narrow-mindedness to the outside world, not only will you disgrace yourself, but you will also tarnish the reputation of the illustrious Holy Spirit sect. How dare you presume to compare yourself to those esteemed predecessors? Lu Yun's face flushed with anger, managing only to stammer a retort. Jiang Wanwan, arms crossed and exuding confidence, replied, Coincidentally, I have indeed achieved that feat. It cannot be helped, for I am simply that exceptional. Alas, it is quite distressing. As genius often invites jealousy. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Lu? Chapter 67. Let the performance commence. Very well. Since you claim to have controlled those demons with your self-crafted talismans, let us put that to the test. Lu Yin forced himself to remain calm, glancing at Li Song and secretly transmitting his thoughts. Brother, this Jiang Wanwan is surely just putting on a facade that I have never heard of demons that can be controlled in a spiritual state. She must be up to some trickery. Once she agrees, I will keep a close watch on her. Then we shall see what she has to say. Upon hearing this, Li Song smirked. Once we exit this secret realm and the news of the tomb's opening spreads, the sect will undoubtedly dispatch elders that we can report our findings truthfully and surely win the favor of the elders. Let the Falling Sky sect prepare to become the laughingstock of the cultivation world. Lu Yun grinned, feeling that he had avenged his junior sister, Yu Ning. While they whispered among themselves, Luo Han stood firmly opposed. Unable to contain his frustration, he transmitted, Little junior sister, do not agree. They will undoubtedly keep a close watch on you. Your demon lord token will be of no use. How will you command these demons? He was aware of the truth. There was no such talisman capable of controlling demons, and his little junior sister was being far too impulsive. Jiang Wanwan calmly reassured him, Do not fret. I am not jesting with them. You do not recall? I have told you before, a talisman master who cannot cook is not a good sword cultivator. Rest assured, I am quite formidable. She raised an eyebrow, offering him a reassuring gaze. Luo Han furrowed his brow, recalling the time he had pursued her in cultivation. To be honest, he had not perceived her as particularly impressive. However, her knack for evasion was exceptional. She always paused at just the right moment, leaving him both exasperated and speechless. According to her own words, want to outshine me, perhaps in the next life, as long as I can be lazy. I shall never engage in competition, that if I can lie flat, I shall never stand. Life is meant for leisure. As long as she chooses not to compete, no one can outdo her. These were the grandiose claims he had heard from her. And she had certainly embodied these sentiments thoroughly, at least during that period. Aside from noticing a marked improvement in her speed of escape, her cultivation had not progressed significantly and she could fall asleep in a second. Luo Han's mouth twitched slightly. Formidable. How does that compare to your culinary skills or swordsmanship? She pondered seriously. In comparison to my swordsmanship, it is slightly superior, but when compared to my culinary skills, it falls woefully short. Luo Han stared at the minuscule distance she indicated with her fingers, sinking in a deep skepticism. What have you decided? Jiang Wanwan readily replied, no problem. Shall we begin now? Luyan looked toward the guard station near the side hall. She followed suit. Shall we choose them? Li Song immediately countered. Of course not. These are all individuals you have encountered before. How do we know what arrangements you've made with them privately? If you were to find us assistance, it must be from those you have never met. Jiang Wanwan felt somewhat speechless. Is it really necessary? Nevertheless, being the magnanimous person she was, she nodded good-naturedly, saying, very well, you may arrange it. I will wait. Li Song smirked, turning to the cultivators who had previously chosen to stand behind them. Everyone has observed for quite some time. I shall not elaborate further. If Jiang Wanwan truly is a spy for the demon clan and returns to the cultivation world, she will undoubtedly incite turmoil, though we now have the opportunity to prevent this. And once we exit, when the elders of various sects learn of this, we will have accomplished a great deed. Will you lend your support? The people were initially hesitant, for they could not afford to offend the Holy Spirit sect. Yet they also recognized that the Falling Sky sect had its own backing. So why should they wade through murky waters? However, upon hearing the promise of a great accomplishment, they felt tempted that in the cultivation world and within sects. Valuable resources are typically reserved for those with great power or exceptional talent. For those like them, who were not particularly outstanding, they either relied on luck or had to toil tirelessly to earn their keep. But if Jiang Wanwan were truly a spy, those who followed the Holy Spirit sect could at least reap some benefits. Even if that turned out not to be the case, they would have someone to shield them in the event of calamity. With the Holy Spirit sect backing them, it was likely no one would remember their involvement. At worst, they would merely apologize and offer reparations that if the Falling Sky sect had any sense of dignity, they would not stoop to their level at the very least. They could avoid running into the Falling Sky sect's members later on. With this perspective, the situation appeared promising. One among them stepped forward. Grinning, look at what Brother Li has said. Of course, we are willing. Seeing their willingness, Li Song felt a sense of relief. Good, then please assist in locating some isolated demons. They all agreed in unison and promptly set off to search. The remaining individuals stood by, waiting. The cultivators aligned with Jiang Wanwan exchanged glances. Some were swayed, but noticing that others remained still, they too restrained themselves that a few, however, remained rational. Choosing to remain silent, in contrast, the Beastmaster sect wholeheartedly supported Jiang Wanwan, urging her, Junior Sister Jiang, please be honest with me. Do you have confidence? Zhaoan, remaining relatively calm, quipped, what if you don't? You can still stand with the Holy Spirit sect, can't you? Lin Zong could not help but scoff. That is certainly not an option. The disciples of the Holy Spirit sect have only deteriorated over the years, making a fuss over mere rumors. And even targeting Brother Lu, it was clear to anyone with discernment that they were specifically targeting the Falling Sky sect. As he spoke, he found it odd. It is strange. Why are they so fixated on the Falling Sky sect? Aside from that minor unpleasantness on the flying boat, you have no real grievances with the Holy Spirit sect, do you? You haven't even encountered them in the Grand Sect competition. Grievances? Jiang Wanwan shrugged. I have none. But they might have an unusual mindset and think otherwise. Under the influence of the protagonist's halo, one could easily have their rationality and worldview shattered. Of course, this was also somewhat related to their own actions. If the protagonist's halo were truly that powerful, the male lead, Liang Chun, would have taken action against her upon their first meeting. Fortunately, the male lead was absent. Otherwise, if he were to cross paths with her villainous second brother, who knows what sparks might fly? Unusual mindset. Jiang Wanwan always managed to spring forth with words that left others perplexed. She spread her hands. What can I say? One is not a donkey. One cannot solely focus on cultivation. One must also engage in other activities to stimulate the imagination, which is a delightful pastime, As she spoke, she glanced at Luo Han, giving him a suggestive wink. Second brother, did you hear that? The notion of competition is utterly unsuitable for me. You should cast aside those negative thoughts as soon as possible. Moreover, have you forgotten who disregarded danger and descended from the heavens to rescue you from peril? It was I, your adorable and valiant little junior sister. Luo Han, his eyes are blind. He cannot see that it was evident that he had not spent enough time cultivating. He still had time to indulge in frivolity. Chapter 68. Spirit stones do not come from the wind. Money is required. However, after her diversion, the group relaxed at a quarter of an hour later. Those sent to find solitary demons returned, brimming with excitement. Brother Li, we found them. We did not fail our mission. The leader rushed over, panting slightly as he sought to take credit. Li Song nodded in satisfaction. Well done. What is your name? The man, elated, replied immediately. I am Li Shan from the Windsea sect. Li Song offered a sweet compliment. Li Shan, I shall remember you. Li Shan suppressed his excitement and respectfully stepped aside. The TOB remembered meant he could potentially gain more benefits. His swift return had not been in vain. The cultivators escorting the captured demons held their breath, but dared not speak. Liu Yin stepped forward. Very well, the demons are prepared. Jiang Wan. It is time to begin. As he spoke, he scrutinized her expression, wary of her cleverness. Upon witnessing the group of demons bound in a most honest manner, Jiang Wanquan's countenance gradually morphed into something peculiar, even grotesque. Leading the pack was the demon named Magula, whom she had encountered not long ago, gazing at Jiang Wanquan with an innocent expression. Fortunately, his hands were tied. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be flailing about in exuberance. Restrain yourself. Do not laugh. She must not let her effort go to waste. Jiang Wanquan summoned every ounce of strength within her to stifle a laugh. Yet her lips betrayed her, curling upwards and threatening to twitch uncontrollably. Liu Yun was bewildered. What are you doing? Fortunately, she managed to hold it in, stealthily wiping away the tears that had welled in her eyes. She replied, It's nothing, just a sudden feeling of discontent at being so easily subjected to your plans. Do you wish to retract your statement? Liu Yun's reaction was more pronounced. Unable to suppress his inquiry to no, she merely felt a rebellious surge. Jiang Wanquan asserted defiantly, What? Is there a rule against retracting? If you command me, shall I obey without question? Do you think the talismans I drew were conjured by the wind? She pointed accusatorily at Magula, exclaiming, Look at this bunch of demons, at least a dozen of them. With those talismans, all crafted by my own hand, unique in the cultivation world, just to prove my innocence, and they are to be used by them. That would be a grave loss for me. No, I refuse to partake in such a lopsided bargain. Observing her discontented demeanor, poised to lash out, Liu Yun felt an urge to curse. After all they had endured, to backtrack now would be folly. He admonished, You think you can just retract your words? Who do you think you are? The matter of controlling demons was your own declaration. Jiang Wanquan let his words wash over her, responding nonchalantly. I did say that, but I never claimed I could control so many. As I stated before, my talismans do not materialize from thin air. Even a landlord's household has its limits if it requires that many. I shall not partake. You, Li Song interjected, blocking Liu Yun. Shi Xiang, Li Song communicated through thought. Do not panic. Jiang Wanquan is certainly feeling guilty. Her insistence that a dozen demons is too many indicates her talismans may indeed have limitations. If we yield now, we risk losing this golden opportunity. We must compel her agreement. Realization dawned on Liu Yun. And with this perspective, Jiang Wanquan's inexplicable behavior found a reasonable explanation. Li Song inquired coolly. What do you propose? 2 options. Either reduce the number of demons, as I can control no more than 2 or 3, or Jiang Wanquan's tone elongated as a crafty smile graced her lips, her gaze sweeping over them and the cultivators behind. You have purchased my talismans. When the time comes, they shall be yours to use as you see fit, without any objections from me. This way, I shall not lament the misuse of my talismans, and you may experiment freely. How does that sound? They had not anticipated that her concern lay here. It was surprising yet somewhat reasonable. Talismans were costly, especially those uniquely crafted. It was entirely understandable for Jiang Wanquan to feel a sense of loss. But who would provide the spirit stones? Liu Yun hesitated, saying, Shi Xiang, perhaps we should select a few. We can always choose ourselves and prevent her from getting involved. Right? No, Li Song firmly rejected. Perhaps she is banking on our reluctance to part with spirit stones, deliberately doing this to limit us to just a few demons. What does this indicate? It signifies her trepidation. Her talismans must have restrictions. Perhaps their efficacy diminishes with greater numbers, that I have expended considerable effort to pin the blame of collusion with the demons on her, and I cannot allow her to easily absolve herself. We have come too far to falter now. After analyzing the situation, Li Song disregarded Lu Yun's thoughts and declared, "We shall purchase." Li Shixiang, indeed, is decisive. The previously distracted Jiang Wanquan suddenly perked up, swiftly retrieving a set of talismans. Her smile warm and inviting. "How many would you like?" "The more you buy, the cheaper it gets," Li Song scoffed, casting a glance at the demons nearby. 15 talismans. "Very well. 15 talismans will amount to 15,000 medium-grade spirit stones." Lu Yun exclaimed in astonishment. "That many?" Jiang Wanquan retorted disapprovingly. "How is that excessive? These can control demons and are unique to the cultivation world, painstakingly crafted by my own hand, representing countless hours of effort. 1,005 medium-grade spirit stones per talisman is already quite fair. Ask around. I, Jiang Wanquan, conduct business with utmost integrity." "Integrity, indeed. 1,005 medium-grade spirit stones? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Lu Yun trembled with rage. "You are raising the price. You are not compelled to buy. I am not forcing you." Jiang Wanquan replied disdainfully to I. "In any case, buy or don't buy, it's up to you." Li Song again intervened. Restraining the furious Lu Yun, his fists clenched. "Shixiang, she is doing this on purpose. We must not fall for her trap." "Silence. The more you think that way, the deeper you step into her snare." I Song inhaled deeply. Suppressing his mounting fury, "It's fine. Hand her the spirit stones. Once we have solid evidence of her collusion with the demons, we shall retrieve them. For now, consider it a temporary arrangement. We will reclaim them in due time." Yet Lu Yun remained uneasy, but with Li Song's resolute demeanor, he had no choice but to produce the spirit stones to hand over. The combined spirit stones from both of them were insufficient. They had purchased several items before entering the secret realm, leaving them with limited spirit stones. Lu Yun explained that Li Song said nothing further, turning to the cultivators behind them with a polite smile. The group of cultivators trembled in fear, as they begrudgingly contributed to the total, ultimately gathering 15,000 medium-grade spirit stones amidst forced smiles and strained expressions. Talismans that he held out the pouch containing the spirit stones. Extending his hand, Jiang Wanquan, who had been waiting, paused for a moment before handing over the talismans in exchange for the pouch. Upon scanning the contents with her spiritual sense, she confirmed the presence of 15,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Exuding a gentle spiritual aura, they truly managed to gather the funds. Should she commend their efforts? Indeed, they worked hard to provide her with money. She felt a twinge of reluctance. "Shall we begin?" Upon witnessing her momentary daze, Li Song smiled triumphantly, for he had guessed correctly. Now, let us see what excuses she could possibly conjure. Chapter 69. Your loyal extras have arrived. Bring them over and affix the talismans. The Li Song gestured for Lu Yun to keep an eye on her while he led others to attach the talismans onto the demons. Mogula tilted his head in confusion, but did not struggle. Having listened intently, he had grasped the gravity of his master's predicament. Indeed, was he being coerced? This group truly did not know their own mortality. "Respected master, allow your loyal subordinate Mogula to avenge you." He clenched his fists, gazing at Jiang Wanquan with fervor. The other skeletons, also brought along, complied obediently. Before being bound, Mogula had enlightened them. "I overheard that group mention our master. I believe the master must be coerced for some special reason. As the most loyal subordinate, we must teach this group a lesson and avenge our master." But the question arose, how should they proceed? "We could simply devour them. You only think of eating. What if the master finds out? We must eat them discreetly. I just heard they are searching for demons to take back. We can..." "Stop talking. You are driving this skeleton mad. I'll speak. We can pretend to be captured and then follow the master's orders to defeat them." Mogula interrupted. "Excellent. Let us feign capture, but it must be convincing. Magic 6, you shall lead the charge." Magic 6 hung his head, his large, dark eye sockets revealing a look of grievance as he muttered softly, "My bones are still not reattached. You lied to me. You said demons do not deceive demons. Now he was to take the lead? Boo-hoo. All he wanted was his bones. Ahem. Once we avenge our master, I, Mogula, will certainly return the finest bone to you. Mogula glanced at him. Slightly flustered, yet calmly painted a bright future. Fortunately, Magic 6 was not particularly clever. Though he harbored some doubts, he obediently nodded. Thus, they dismantled another piece of his leg bone, justifying it by saying that since he was already missing one. What difference would another make? Everything for the master, Magic 6, teary-eyed JP. Jiang Wanquan felt a chill run down her spine, unable to suppress a shiver. Such deep resentment. Whom had she offended? Lu Yun, who had been watching her intently, sneered, mistaking her reaction for fear of being exposed, and taunted. Oh, now you know fear. It's too late. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, it will do you no good. Fear? Jiang Wanquan scoffed lightly. The outcome is yet to be determined. With this time, you would be better off pondering how you will apologize should my innocence be proven to him. That Lu Yun remained silent. In his eyes, she was already a dead woman. As they affixed the talismans, Lin Zong seized the opportunity to snatch one, slapping it on a Mogula. What are you doing? Lin Zong replied nonchalantly, affixing a talisman, of course. You see, Jiang Shimi is not involved in this matter. But it cannot be solely your undertaking. What if you all conspire to frame Jiang Shimi beforehand? Therefore, to be on the safe side, we must have a few individuals join you. Why should we? We purchased these talismans. I don't care. If you don't allow us to participate, I will certainly not be satisfied with the outcome. Lin Zong bore an expression of unwavering determination. After being interrupted repeatedly, Li Song, growing impatient, commanded, Fine, let's proceed as you suggested. Let us not squander any more time. They had no choice but to hand over the talismans to Lin Zong, watching with dismay as the talismans they had purchased with their own money were put to use. The expressions of those who had spent their coins were quite grim. Pretending not to notice, Lin Zong called over several members of the Beast Master sect, enthusiastically instructing them on the application of the talismans, while also beckoning Luo Han to join. This is a rare opportunity. Second senior brother, why not partake in the fun? Jiang Wanyuan urged. Luo Han casually selected the weakest of the demonic beings, the demon Lulu, and approached it, a slight frown creasing his brow. Just how weak was this demon? It resembled nothing more than a mere skeleton, missing an arm and a leg, yet they were balanced, one on each side. It seemed the demon realm was not as serene as one might have imagined, that at the very least, acts of bullying the weak were not uncommon. Sighing, Luo Han affixed the talisman, thinking that he would merely allow it to move about at will. The demon Lu glanced sideways at him, catching the sympathy reflected in his eyes, and lowered its head in a display of grievance. Had it known it would end up in such a plight, it would have chosen a burial site further from Mogula. If only it had done so, it would not have suffered the indignity of having its grave disturbed and its arm lost in the process. Woe is me! This place is perilous. It longed to return to slumber. The demon Lulu, on the verge of tears from its grievances, remembered that its leg was still buried somewhere, along with Mogula's promise of a new arm, and decided it could endure a little longer. Standing beside it, Luo Han regarded it with suspicion. For some reason, a chill ran down his spine, as if a strong resentment lingered in the air. He instinctively edged away from the demon Lulu. Raise your hand, walk, crouch down. Very good. What should you call me now? Li Song was conducting the experiment with a serious demeanor. The demon before him, disdainful, attempted to raise its hand to strike him, but seeing Mogula remain still, could only glare with its emotionless black eye sockets and dryly utter, My lord, what is your command? As it spoke, it slyly glanced back at Jiang Wanyuan, taking advantage of its lack of eyeballs to act with impunity. Umph, what a thing to dare address me as my lord. It would be wise to let the true masters have a look. Li Song was taken aback. You actually called out? Is it that the demon realm lacks integrity, or can this talisman truly manipulate demons to such an extent? His face darkened abruptly. This could not continue. Or how could he frame Jiang Wanyuan for colluding with the demons? Nearby, others conducting their own experiments urged the demons to call out as well, leading to a cacophony of emotionless my lords. Luo Han pondered, why is this demon staring at him? The demon Lulu queried, why is he not allowing me to call out? The two, a person and a skeleton, exchanged glances that in the end, Luo Han managed to maintain his composure. The demon Lu, somewhat disappointed, stood still, feeling fatigued, and began to secretly fiddle with its fingers, playing merrily. Luo Han's lips twitched uncontrollably. He quickly shielded the surrounding view, ensuring no one was watching, before glaring at Jiang Wanyuan. What was that for? Jiang Wanyuan looked at him in confusion. Why was second senior brother glaring at her? Was it her talisman that had failed? Unbeknownst to her, the talismans produced by the system were only effective on lower-tier demons. Regrettably, this group had long surpassed that classification. Thus, in a muddled haze, a group of demons at the nascent soul stage put forth their utmost acting skills, masquerading as emotionless skeletons. Chapter 70. Go. Give him a light kick. This is far too amusing. These talismans are remarkably effective, albeit a bit pricey. Lin Zong was thoroughly enjoying himself, having previously been bound and tormented by the demons. Now, it was finally his turn. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Now, can these talismans command the demons to attack? Lin Zong's mind raced with possibilities, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt inclined to test it. He directed his gaze towards Li Song. A smile of excitement spreading across his face. To go. See that person? Just him. Give him a gentle kick. Magula, already quite exasperated, suddenly perked up at a brawl. This was his forte. And that person. Humph, indeed. He had been coercing the Lord. Excellent, a gentle kick. No problem. Magula found that this little mouse, bouncing about energetically before him, was starting to appear somewhat endearing, that it was worth the effort to conceal its true strength in Li Song. Deep in thought about his countermeasures, sensed movement behind him and turned around impatiently, only to see a skeleton, which further irritated him. Whose is this? Why is it running about aimlessly? In the next moment, Magula lifted its foot and lightly kicked out. Crack! Li Song's expression morphed from disbelief to agony as he screamed and collapsed to the ground. It hurts, so much pain. My bones must be broken. Li Senior brother? What happened? Quick, someone help. This demon has gone mad. Stop it. Thus, the skeleton nearest them quickly turned, delivering 2 swift punches towards them. Afterward, it dashed over to Li Song, trampling him wildly. Help! Save me! Li Song's tragic cries echoed, drawing tears from those who heard. The others who had been punched were not faring much better, clutching their eye sockets and groaning in pain. The demons around the Beast Master sect remained unusually docile. The demon Lu, feeling restless, was quickly restrained by Luo Han, who shot at a warning glance. Luo Han, feeling exasperated, cast a glare at his junior sister, while Lin Zong, the source of the chaos, quietly took refuge behind Jiang Wanyuan. Pretending he did not exist, Liu Yun drew his sword and pointed it at Jiang Wanyuan, his voice cold as ice. You did this. You dared to incite demons to harm the disciples of various sects. Do you have any evidence? Which eye of yours saw me giving orders? Jiang Wanyuan retorted scornfully, spreading her hands. Just to clarify, I have been standing here motionless since earlier. You have been glaring at me the whole time. Do you intend to fabricate nonsense? Lu Yun persisted. You yourself said the talismans could control demons. Now that they are out of control, you cannot escape responsibility. Jiang Wanyuan crossed her arms, replying disapprovingly. Oh, it cannot be said so. I merely stated that I could control demons. I never claimed I could command them to attack, and if you doubt me, you may inquire. I only instructed those demons guarding the side hall to release someone, not to engage in any assaults. Now that they are out of control, it is evident that someone has issued inappropriate commands, and I am in no way involved. This is just an excuse. You never clarified before. Jiang Wanyuan shrugged. You did not ask. I assumed you were aware. You. Lin Zong could not help but interject, glancing at Lu Yun's hostile expression, and admitted, it was actually me. You did it. Jiang Wanyuan exclaimed in surprise. Usually, he appeared so stern and serious. Who would have thought he harbored such ideas? She discreetly gave him a thumbs up, and Lin Zong caught sight of it, unable to resist chuckling. Lu Yun could no longer contain his anger. Why did you instruct the demons to harm your fellow disciples? Speak. I did not mean any harm. I was merely thinking that letting them move a bit would be harmless. So I tentatively suggested they give a gentle kick, but I swear, I truly did not expect that such a light kick would send Li's senior brother tumbling, and then everything spiraled into chaos. Lu Yun's frustration reached a breaking point. Who told you to experiment recklessly? Li's senior brother. It was he who insisted on trying it out to ensure the talismans were effective, Lin Zong blurted out. Lu Yun was exasperated. Meanwhile, Magula felt the situation had run its course, reluctantly gesturing for them to return, before obediently scurrying back to Lin Zong's side. Lin Zong instinctively recoiled, Dio not ask. Just know he feared being struck. Li Song, with his face still swollen and marked by several imprints of feet, struggled to rise and hastily swallowed a healing pill to mend his injuries. But he caught sight of Jiang Wanyuan, and his eyes flared with intense hatred as he began cursing her vehemently. Lin Zong scratched his head. What is he saying? Li Song's face was still swollen, his words muddled and barely intelligible. Perhaps he is cursing me, Jiang Wanyuan chuckled, finding Li Song's swollen visage rather amusing. Lu Yun, now ignoring her, shot a fierce glare at Li Song before swiftly moving to his side, channeling spiritual energy to expedite his recovery. That Li Song, infuriated, shrugged off his hand, rebuking, Get away! Wasn't I the one who told you to keep an eye on her? What are you doing? It is not her. It is Lin Zong, Lu Yun retorted, his tone growing colder. He had been caught off guard by Lin Zong's whim to manipulate the demons, only to find Jiang Wenyuan's talismans incapable of controlling these demons to attack. Leading to this uncontrollable situation, Li Song covered his face, the lingering pain reminding him of the humiliation of being trampled by a horde of lowly demons, along with the agony akin to ants drilling into his legs. All of it filled him with a seething rage. Jiang Wanyuan, Jiang Wanyuan, Jiang Wanyuan. The humiliation of today, I shall repay 100-fold. He gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with fury to that moment. Jiang Wenyuan's voice rang out. Li senior brother, have you completed your experiment? If there are no further issues, let them go. The talismans have a limited duration, and once they regain consciousness, it would be unfortunate if they were to inadvertently cause harm again. Li Song, suppressing his fury, recognized that he had lost this time. Not only had he failed to accuse her of colluding with the demonic forces, but he had also been humiliated by her. He bellowed, Get them out of here. The group, with eyes swollen like pandas, could only endure the pain, fearing their wrath while hastily retying them and sending them far away. Da-da. Is this how it ends? The bewildered Emoliuli was obediently bound, and upon confirming that he was indeed being taken away, he laughed, his bones cracking. Hooray! He could return to sleep now. This time he must find a grave far from Mogu. Suddenly, someone looked up at the pitch-black sky. The tomb is about to close. Chapter 71. All tied up, the revenge begins. The tomb is opening. Finally, it has arrived. It has been an excruciating wait. Whoa, I miss the sky outside. I am thoroughly tired of this dark place. Hurry, hurry, prepare yourselves. Senior brother, the tomb is about to open. Perhaps we should exit first. Liu Yun gazed at the dark sky, where sporadic flashes of white light hinted at the imminent reopening of the tomb. Li Song's face was grim, yet he could do nothing but nod. The group gathered together, waiting for the moment the tomb opened to shatter their jade tokens and escape. They had been in the tomb long enough, and the secret realm had long ended. It was time to leave. Jiang Wanquan approached Luo Han, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Second senior brother, what percentage of your power have you recovered? About 70%. She pointed at Li Song and the group around him. Can you control them? Luo Han, sensing her intent, pondered briefly before nodding. That a smile crept onto her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Excellent. Here, take this. Luo Han raised an eyebrow as a small stack of talismans was shoved into his hands. You were deceiving them with the talismans you used to control the demons, weren't you? He couldn't help but twitch at the thought of that unruly skeleton. Jiang Wanquan blinked. No, those talismans genuinely can control the demons. They just aren't very effective, of course. It also helps that I have a bit of familiarity with them, allowing for better coordination. She smiled sweetly. Very well then. As they prepared to leave the tomb, Luo Han swiftly subdued them in an instant. Bam! The talismans were affixed, and they immediately felt their strength drain away, severing their connection to the surrounding spiritual energy. That Li Song, whose leg injury had not yet healed, stumbled, steadied only by Lu Yun beside him. In disbelief, Li Song glared at the nonchalantly departing Luo Han. Luo Han, what do you think you're doing? Among those present, only Luo Han was at the nascent soul stage. He acted while the others merely watched, lacking the inclination to seek death. Luo Han ignored him and stood beside Jiang Wanquan, crossing his arms and closing his eyes to rest. Jiang Wanquan, what madness are you up to now? He roared. Jiang Wanquan tilted her head. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to take my revenge on all of you. Revenge? You can't possibly think that after all this back and forth, after exhausting so much effort to clear my name, everything would simply end happily, and we would leave the tomb as if nothing had happened. Jiang Wanquan gazed at them with a smile that chilled the air. Let me tell you, you're dreaming. Li Senior Brother, Lu Senior Brother, you must know this isn't our first interaction. Do you not realize I am quite petty? Today's events are just the beginning. Even after leaving the tomb, the accounts that need settling will not be overlooked. And those who followed you will not escape either. Are you out of your mind? We haven't offended you, exactly. What's it to us? We're innocent. Release us. Once we exit the tomb, let's see how you explain this to the various sects. Indeed. Let us go. The others, feeling unjustly accused, began to struggle, shouting angrily at her. Jiang Wanquan scoffed. Innocent. Before I arrived, weren't you all clamoring against my second senior brother? You even righteous proclaimed to uphold justice, when Li Song and Lu Yun were being slandered. You were all too eager to chime in, and you even assisted them quite a bit. So what? We were just speaking off the cuff. Besides, you weren't in any trouble, were you precisely? It was you who lacked evidence. Yet you wouldn't allow any suspicion. Indeed, we simply don't want to let anyone with ties to the demons off the hook. Hearing their unrepentant shouts, Jiang Wanquan ground her teeth, feeling a surge of irritation. After living for so many years, don't you know that trouble often comes from the mouth? Since you have uttered words you should not have and done things you should not have, you must pay the price and bear the consequences. However, I have no intention of reasoning with you. After all, in the world of cultivation, strength is the ultimate truth. She stepped closer, binding Li Song and Lu Yun like small chicks that Lu Yun was utterly terrified. To him, Jiang Wanquan was a reckless lunatic, and he could not fathom what she might do. He clung to his last thread of hope. Jiang Wanquan, if you dare to act recklessly, the Holy Spirit sect will not let you off. Jiang Wanquan replied casually, when you pointed your sword at me, I didn't see you considering the Falling Sky sect. The Falling Sky sect, that small, insignificant sect, how could it compare to the Holy Spirit sect? Lu Yun wanted to shout, but upon meeting her calm gaze, he hesitated and swallowed his words that he couldn't afford to provoke her. She was an unreasonable madwoman. Jiang Wanquan, what exactly do you want to do? If you believe I was wrong, I can apologize or offer compensation. Whether it's spirit stones or magical artifacts, I can provide. But if you dare to harm me, you won't be able to bear the wrath of the Holy Spirit sect. You still have time to regret. I can pretend nothing happened. Seeing Jiang Wanquan produce a swift movement talisman, Li Song swallowed hard, forced to soften his stance to no need. I lack neither spirit stones nor magical artifacts. Jiang Wanquan smiled at him. Did I enjoy tit for tat? When you were so aggressive before, you certainly didn't consider sparing us. Honestly, I preferred your previous unruly demeanor to your current submissive one. Li Song, feeling utterly helpless, nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Yet no matter how he struggled, he could not summon even a shred of spiritual energy. The others attempted to continue pleading for mercy, but Jiang Wanquan raised her foot and shattered a nearby boulder, instantly silencing them. Boom! The white light above grew even more blinding. Seizing the moment, everyone began to shatter their jade tokens one by one. After collecting the tokens, Jiang Wanquan pulled the rope, handing the tokens to Luo Han. She turned her gaze towards a corner where Mo Gu was still peeking about. Jiang Wanquan quietly waved at them. Mo Gu. Unable to contain itself, it began to dance, mimicking her movements. The henchmen behind it followed suit. Who knows when they might return? The demon clan is rather intriguing. After bidding farewell, Jiang Wanquan tugged the rope, and together with Luo Han, they shattered the jade tokens. In an instant, the group vanished and the previously crowded side hall became eerily empty. Mo Gu scratched its head. The master is leaving. I wonder when they will return. Mo Lioli found his legs again and reattached them, but still looked dispirited. My arms. Oh dear, I forgot. Next time. It's getting late, time to go back to sleep. Mo Gu, feeling guilty, turned and left. Chapter 72. Elder, please do not wrong Jiang Daoist. Once Jiang Wanquan and the others vanished, Ji and Shuangsheng stepped forward side by side. Shuangsheng, puzzled, asked, "Why didn't we intervene just now?" The events that had unfolded were not beyond their perception. Had they intervened, it could have been resolved more swiftly and effectively. Ji rolled her eyes. "Can you not think for a moment? That individual clearly did not want us to interfere. Moreover, if we stepped in, we might inadvertently alert those people." Although the demon clan had been dormant for millennia, they had not vanished completely. Some individuals were always watching this place, and any hint of abnormality would not be overlooked. As for the demon lord's palace, they must be given some explanation. Those reckless little mice will keep them busy for a while without exposing that individual's existence. Shuangsheng seemed to grasp part of it. She was adept at fighting but struggled with such intricate matters. However, she believed Ji's judgment was sound. Noticing her thoughts, Ji scolded, "Now you see the value in listening to me? When I told you to let them go, why didn't you listen? You nearly caused a disaster. But I can't be blamed for that. Luo's junior brother is undeniably handsome. I couldn't help myself. It was a moment of impulse." Shuangsheng complained, feeling wronged. The entire demon clan, apart from a few, are basically just skeletons. Seeing someone so pleasing to the eye, isn't it normal I couldn't resist? Ji retorted, "No need for excuses." "All right," while that individual said nothing before leaving. "Death may be escaped, but living with the consequences is inevitable. You may choose between the abyss or the demonic pool." I'll take the abyss. I'm more familiar with it." Ji nodded slightly, turned to leave, and caught sight of a group of skeletal figures who had not managed to escape in time, suddenly reminded of a task. "This time when you venture into the abyss, do not be idle. Seek out a decent hand bone for that demon over there who is missing an arm." "Why?" "Because I, the esteemed demon lord, had previously promised, but was too hurried to remember." Shuangsheng's words caught in her throat, and after a moment, she amended, "No problem. I will certainly search diligently. It is merely a hand bone. The abyss is not lacking in various remains." With this thought, she beamed at the dazed Mo Lulu and beckoned. "Come, tell this demon lord what kind of hand bone you desire." Mo Lulu. Fearful Jiangwanwan, "I will not rest until I have you, Bang." Stop, before the exit of the secret realm. On a vast expanse of grassland, Jiangwanwan flew low to the ground on her sword, the speed enhanced significantly by the swift-running talisman. Grasping a rope in her hand and enveloped in protective spiritual energy, she reveled in the exhilarating rush of flight. However, those trailing behind her, bound and temporarily unable to channel their spiritual energy, were far less comfortable. The wind howled past, stinging their faces, occasionally throwing them into sharp turns, causing their stomachs to churn violently, not to mention their bodies pressed close to the ground. Fortunately, they were cultivators, and even without spiritual energy, their bodies had been tempered to great resilience. Thus, while it was painful, they had hardly suffered any serious injuries. Why now, they were devoid of their initial rebelliousness, only left with profound regret, their insides churning with remorse. Why? Oh, why did they provoke this madwoman? She takes revenge without delay. She is no human but a devil. They suppressed their cries, nearly bursting into tears. Have we arrived? Upon seeing the elder waiting ahead, Jiang Wanwan felt utterly disappointed, yet turning back for another round was clearly impractical. Alas, joyful moments are always fleeting. She abruptly halted, casually tossing the rope aside, and pretended as if nothing had happened as she sprinted toward the already awaiting Luo Han. The people behind her tumbled to the ground in disarray, their sudden stop causing them to nearly vomit their insides out. The elder who came to receive them. I have never encountered such an intriguing situation in my life. Silently retreating while also blocking his sense of smell. He noted their continued bindings and gently raised a hand to sever the ropes and talismans that bound them. What on earth happened? The elder cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Wanwan, who was standing nearby. Though he was of considerable age, his eyes were still keen, that he noticed the rope she had just released from her grasp. Jiang Wanwan gazed back at him calmly, showing no sign of guilt. What rope? Who saw me with a rope? Those who had been freed exchanged glances, unable to restrain themselves from bursting into tears. That it's too tragic. We have never experienced such misery in our lives. They were quite adept at flying with their swords, but it was their first time being dragged along by someone else. The sensation was simply excruciating. The elder frowned, his gaze at Jiang Wanwan growing serious. Cough. What exactly transpired? It was prohibited for disciples to harm one another within the secret realm, and if her actions were reported to the outside sects, it could lead to serious consequences. Li Song, pale-faced and on the brink of collapse, mustered his strength to speak, reporting to the elder. It was Jiang. Sensing that Li Song was about to speak, the others interrupted without taking the time to recover. It was entirely our own doing. Indeed. We fell by ourselves. I swear it had nothing to do with anyone else. Yes, it was our choice to experience this. Everything was voluntary. One of them was nearly in tears. It has nothing to do with Daoist friend Jiang. Elder, please do not wrongfully accuse her. Li Song felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What did he just hear? It had nothing to do with Jiang Wanwan. It was all voluntary. Do not wrongfully accuse her. He was so furious he nearly exploded. You all, Lu Yin gasped, senior brother. The elder was equally taken aback by their reactions. He was not blind. It was evident that Jiang Wanwan had tied them up and tormented them. So why were they speaking up for her despite their suffering? This made no sense. I am the elder in charge of guarding the secret realm. The people from outside sects have already arrived. So, there is no need to fear. Just speak the truth. They exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison that no, we truly fell by ourselves. Elder, you have misunderstood. We were voluntary. Yes, look at us. We are not injured, haha. It's all a misunderstanding. The elder, looking at the group before him, utterly exhausted and barely able to stand, hair standing on end and clothes tattered, he simply could not nod in agreement. Their thoughts were straightforward. Li Song had the backing of the Holy Spirit sect. But they did not. Provoking Jiang Wanwan meant that if she sought revenge, she would repay it in kind. To ensure their safety, they had to protect her first. They hoped she would take their apparent tactfulness into account and not set her sights on them any longer. They were truly terrified. Jiang Wanwan flashed them a beaming smile. Not bad, quite perceptive. They forced smiles in return. Too kind. It is all thanks to your excellent teaching. Chapter 73, Exiting the Secret Realm. All sects gathered Li Song. He completely lost his connection to the outside world and fainted outright. The Lu Yun supported him, yet his eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Wanwan. The physical pain was secondary. The psychological torment was endless. He had to admit that now, apart from resentment, he also felt fear towards her. Who could contend with a madwoman who played by her own rules and feared nothing? The elder pretended not to notice the strange atmosphere between them. No one had reported anything, and he was not so filled with a sense of justice that he would intervene unnecessarily. With a wave of his hand, he led them out of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the atmosphere grew even more peculiar. The representatives from the major sects kept to themselves, silent and wary. First, there was the Tianyin Tower. Their senior sister, Shu Wanfeng, was gravely injured, and her constant companion, Luo Han, was suspected missing. Next was the Beastmaster sect. Several of their disciples had unfortunately fallen into the Demon Clan's tomb. And though they returned safely, they were utterly clueless when questioned. Then there was the Holy Spirit sect. They had sent many representatives, and their mere presence was imposing. They claimed to be there to retrieve someone. Yet it appeared they were there to stir trouble, especially the alluring woman with a cold gaze beside Jiang Yuning, who scrutinized the solitary figures of the Falling Sky sect. Senior brother, third senior sister. Jiang Wanwan and Luo Han emerged first, and she cheerfully dashed over to Fu Yin and Iran, anxious, grasped her hand, inspecting her from head to toe. Junior sister, are you all right? Did you encounter any dangers in the tomb? Are you injured? Not at all. I found it quite smooth sailing, but that's good. I was worried sick. Iran sighed in relief, but still held her hand tightly. Unwilling to let go. Come now, it's fine. Jiang Wanwan smiled brightly, ruffling her hair, and no need to be so familiar. You shouldn't ruffle your senior sister's hair. Iran wrinkled her nose slightly, but upon seeing Jiang Wanwan's smile fade, she quickly amended, all right, just this once. It won't happen again. Jiang Wanwan pinched her slightly chubby cheek and sweetly praised, senior sister, you are the best. Iran felt a surge of joy, but still strained to maintain her senior sister's demeanor. Luo Han strode directly toward them, instantly altering the atmosphere. Second senior brother. Iran was taken aback. Luo Han responded somewhat awkwardly, glancing at Fu Yin, who was quietly resting with his chin propped up. Choosing not to disturb him, aren't you happy to see your second senior brother return? I am, but the situation with Tianyin Tower. Jiang Wanwan showed no concern. Second senior brother has always been one of us in the Falling Sky sect. Tianyin Tower wouldn't dare to snatch anyone to A.N. Iran frowned. But after the secret realm ended, senior sister Shu emerged severely injured, and it seems the situation with Tianyin Tower now, before she could finish. Jiang Wanwan had already noticed the dubious and unfriendly gazes from the Tianyin Tower's members. She chose to bravely glare back. Tianyin Tower, do not be impulsive. Our senior sister mentioned before her return that her injuries had nothing to do with the Falling Sky sect. And Luo Han's choice to stay or leave is entirely voluntary. But what if the Falling Sky sect is plotting some scheme? They pressed Luo's senior brother to return, thereby endangering our senior sister. You are overthinking it. Our master was present at the time, that if there were any hidden agendas, our senior sister is not one to suffer in silence. Then why hasn't our master left? Couldn't the other disciples from Tianyin Tower come to retrieve them? The speaker cast a veiled glance at the alluring woman beside Jiang Yuning. While they were unaware of what had transpired between the senior sister and their master, it was likely to protect the Falling Sky sect. The Holy Spirit sect seemed genuinely intent on targeting the Falling Sky sect this time. After a while, Lu Yin appeared, supporting the unconsciously song, followed closely by others. Senior brother, Jiang Yuning exclaimed, rushing over. Liang Chun, who had already exited the secret realm, moved faster, gently patting Li Song's back, prompting him to awaken. Upon recognizing Liang Chun, he urgently grasped him. Senior brother, you must help me take revenge. Liang Chun frowned slightly. Revenge for what? Jiang Wanwan. She's the one who caused me to end up like this. Senior brother, you must help me. What happened? Li Song hesitated, repeatedly uttering the words about seeking revenge. Jiang Yuning, witnessing this, gently remarked, Senior brother, Li Shixiang has just escaped danger. Let him rest for a while. The subsequent matters will be handled by our master. Liang Chun, with a cold demeanor, turned and walked away. Jiang Yuning's smile faltered. Yet she softly instructed Lu Yun to take care of Li Song before following after him. Why Yuning? What has transpired? The beautiful woman, who had been sitting in silence, opened her eyes, her lowered brows giving her a somewhat harsh appearance. Master Li Shixiang. She repeated the earlier conversation. The woman snorted coldly. Jiang Wanwan. Is that the sister you mentioned before? Jiang Yuning nodded. The woman summoned Li Song for a detailed inquiry, but he spoke ambiguously, only recounting the latter part of the events. Truly outrageous. The woman, known as Elder Chu Lu, one of the 6 elders of the Holy Spirit sect, rose and instantaneously appeared before Jiang Wanwan. Yet, someone moved faster than her. Cough, cough. Elder Chu Fu Yin, hands behind his back, regarded her indifferently, blocking her path with impartiality. Jiang Wanwan's gaze sharpened. Chu Lu scoffed. You wish to obstruct me? If your master were present, perhaps I would grant some face. But as for you, how dare you presume? Fu Yan's expression remained unperturbed. Elder Chu may certainly attempt. His ink-like eyes bore no emotion, gazing at the person before him as if she were a mere corpse. Chu Lu felt a surge of irritation, yet inexplicably refrained from taking immediate action. Your junior sister maliciously harmed our sect's disciple. Do you expect this matter to be swept under the rug? Jiang Wanwan smiled and replied, Elder Chu, your words are rather peculiar. When did I ever harm a disciple of the Holy Spirit sect? Is it true that the Holy Spirit sect lays blame without evidence? Merely based on the words of a disciple, you come to accuse. If this were to spread, one might think the Holy Spirit sect enjoys wielding its power to oppress others. Disciples of the Holy Spirit sect do not act without cause. Elder Chu, still resolute, insisted, as I said, everything must be substantiated with evidence. Jiang Wanwan suddenly raised her voice. Speaking of which, I have yet to inform everyone of something else. During this expedition into the secret realm, there are demonic cultivators among us. Moreover, disciples of the Holy Spirit sect are suspected of colluding with the demons hidden within the tomb, attempting to frame other disciples. Thankfully, they were discovered in time to avert disaster. Demonic cultivators? At this revelation, the onlooking sect members could no longer remain passive. The demonic sect had grown increasingly brazen in recent years, wreaking havoc across the cultivation world, yet they were as elusive as loaches in a muddy swamp. Impossible to catch and never yielding useful information. This had led to a deep-seated hatred among the various sects, which decreed that any trace of the demonic sect must not be overlooked. They swiftly approached Jiang Wanwan. Elder Chu frowned. "If you dare to speak such nonsense, rest assured, Elder Chu, I am never one to speak without basis. I am quite the honest person." Jiang Wanwan surveyed the crowd and slowly raised her hand. Chapter 74. The Exposed Demonic Sect, the Abandoned Brothers. What now? They have yet to emerge. Could it be they have truly fallen within? Let us wait and see. The tomb of the demon race is not so easily entered. Just look at how the righteous cultivators appear. They could very well be suffering at the hands of the demons inside. But the secret realm is about to close. They may truly be in grave danger, for that place is not easily approached. There should at least be some news. They burned their souls to resist demonic corruption and received protective artifacts from the elders that in the entire tomb. Who could discover them and leave unscathed? The members of the Nightmare Sect, clad in black robes, gathered, their attire starkly contrasting the surrounding muted colors. They were oblivious, merely discussing the scouts who had not returned. Wait! One individual glanced to the left, and to his surprise, the cultivators from various sects who had previously surrounded the Falling Sky sect had turned and were now staring at them. "Boss, it seems something is amiss." "Why call me boss? I told you to address me as senior brother." The leader raised his head, inadvertently locking eyes with a certain Jiang surname cultivator who wore a friendly expression to DOUC. The entire Nightmare Sect is a temporary assembly of the demonic sect. Jiang Wanwan shook her head in disbelief, reflecting, the demonic sect is truly cunning. I thought they would at most sneak in a few individuals. But to my astonishment, they have directly infiltrated an entire sect. If it weren't for the various tactics I employed to extract information earlier at the tomb, they might have truly succeeded after all. Who could have anticipated that the demonic sect would brazenly participate in the sect competition and even secure a spot in the top 5? The prominent figures surrounding her were left speechless, unable to refute her words. They had been monitoring the sect competition, yet not a single scout had been captured, allowing a sect composed entirely of demonic cultivators to infiltrate openly that if this were to leak, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished. They exchanged furtive glances, knowing that if this were true, they must capture them alive. The members of the Nightmare Sect, now flustered, murmured, "Boss, it seems we have been exposed." "Shut up. Do not panic. They have no evidence that we must not lose our composure." The leader feigned calmness, gazing at them with composure. "Speaking of which, the disciples of the Nightmare Sect I encountered previously somehow evaded all detection and made their way to the Demon Lord." Before Jiang Wanwan could finish, the leader's pupils constricted, and he hissed, "Damn it, run, bad news. We have been exposed, good news. Someone knows about that location. The urgent matter at hand. Survive," with a command from the leader. The members of the Nightmare Sect scattered in all directions with astonishing speed. "Umph. Do you think you can escape?" The previously skeptical, yet watchful sect leaders immediately sprang into action. They raised their hands, sealing off the entire area, and maneuvered in unison to pursue in all directions. The eldest disciples of each sect were also actively aiding in the hunt for any remaining culprits. Jiang Wanwan, remaining calm, crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at the pale-faced Li Song. That Li Song gripped Lu Yun's arm tightly, his lips trembling. "Junior brother, please inform our master." Lu Yun, equally trembling, shattered his hopes. "Senior brother, our master is in seclusion. It's over. It's all over." Li Song collapsed onto the ground, fully comprehending that Jiang Wanwan's revelation of the demonic sect's news was a favor to all sects, effectively severing ties with the dark path. She also claimed that disciples of the Holy Spirit sect had colluded with the demon race. Previously, the various sects might have been skeptical, but now, with the capture of demonic cultivators from the Nightmare Sect, they could no longer afford to disbelieve. The Holy Spirit sect could not possibly protect a disciple suspected of collusion with demons. He would be utterly forsaken. Lu Yun had not yet completely lost hope. He turned to Zhang Yuning, speaking in a flurry. "Yuning, Elder Chu has agreed to accept you as a direct disciple. I beseech you, on behalf of your senior brother, to speak a word for me to Elder Chu." "Senior brother, it's not that I am unwilling to help, but colluding with the demon race is beyond my capabilities." Zhang Yuning, feigning weakness, furrowed her brow, yet firmly rejected his plea. Lu Yun's heart sank. Whether one could assist was one matter, but the refusal was another. Anger, confusion, and even hatred churned within him, and he could not help but roar, "Yuning, I am doing all this for you, if it weren't for her." He would never have repeatedly provoked Jiang Wanwan, ultimately leading to this dire situation. Jiang Yuning frowned slightly, chuckling lightly. What do you mean by that, Senior Brother Liu? I have never asked anyone to act on my behalf. Even if I have conflicts with my sister, those are our own affairs and have nothing to do with others. Senior Brother, even if you harbor feelings for me, it should not lead you to act recklessly or entangle with the demon race. I cannot bear such a burden, and please do not claim it is for my sake. That truly misrepresents my position. That Liu Yun looked at her in disbelief, as if seeing her for the first time. Though her face remained charming, her eyes radiated indifference and disdain. He wanted to curse, to question her, but ultimately, he could only painfully grasp his head. Yes, she had never claimed she wanted revenge against Jiang Wanwan. It was his own presumptuousness that had led him to this point. Noticing the returning figures, Jiang Yuning's gaze flickered, and she approached him softly. Senior Brother Liu, there is no need to worry. I believe Master will handle matters justly. Moreover, you have contributed so much to the sect over the years. The sect will not be ungrateful. That Liu Yun, filled with rage, pushed her away. Get lost, Jiang Yuning. Caught off guard by the shove, was nearly toppled over, and Liang Chan instinctively supported her. What are you doing? Jiang Yuning, with reddened eyes, leaned against him. That it's nothing. Senior Brother Liu is simply frightened. Liang Chun, somewhat displeased, asked Liu Yun, have you truly colluded with the demon race? If he could not see this, then he truly was blind. Deceived and toyed with, rage clouded his reason, that he bellowed, so what if I have? Are you going to kill me? Liang Chen tightened his grip on his sword. Why? Liu Yun's eyes twitched, yet he fell silent, no longer speaking. What did it matter if he was wronged? Who would believe him? Even if Elder Chu spoke in his defense, would the various sects trust him? He could certainly issue a heavenly oath, but such a vow comes at a price. Furthermore, he indeed served the demon lord within the tomb. And the fact that he swore an oath would inevitably come to light, resulting in a far worse fate for him. Jiang Wanwan has truly left him no path to redemption. With a bitter smile, he chose to say nothing further. Liang Chen gazed at him with disappointment, furrowing his brow as he assisted Jiang Yuning, taking a step back. Jiang Yuning looked at him with a sense of loss, her delicate eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. Liang Chen felt a flicker of hesitation, but ultimately turned away, causing her expression to darken immediately. The members of the Nightmare sect were bound, and the leaders of the various sects soon returned. One had escaped, one had perished, and the rest were captured. Now, it was time to address the issues concerning the Sacred Spirit sect. Chapter 75, The Destruction of the Golden Core. A miserable fate awaits Elder Chu. According to past conventions, disciples within the sect who collude with the demon race must be severely punished and expelled from the sect. An elder from the beast-taming sect took the initiative. An elder from the Celestial Talisman sect chuckled, indeed. However, Li Song and Liu Yun are direct disciples. To expel them would be excessively harsh. The elder from the Heavenly Sound Pavilion raised an eyebrow. Elderly, your words are misguided. Precisely because they are direct disciples, they must be punished severely. Otherwise, how can we command respect? Elderly continued to smile. Haha, Elder Yin's words hold merit. However, the Sacred Spirit sect has always been fair and just, with clear rewards and punishments. We need not linger here with our discussions. Then let it be at Elder Chu's discretion. We outsiders need not meddle further. The elder from the beast-taming sect nodded in agreement and leisurely stepped aside. Listening to their casual exchanges, as if they were merely chatting while determining the outcome, Chu Lu felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. This was not allowing her to take charge. It was clearly pushing her towards a dead end. She had come today not only to support her newly accepted disciple, Jiang Yuning, but also to retrieve the direct disciple of the third elder. Little did she expect that these two fools, Li Song and Liu Yun, would dare to collude with the demon race and be exposed in public. Now that matters had escalated to this point, even if she wanted to protect them, it would depend on whether these troublesome old fools would agree. Chu Lu nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. Under their light scrutiny, the pressure felt overwhelming. What a nightmare! That old fool from the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, whose direct disciple was severely injured, should have gone back to keep watch, yet inexplicably chose to meddle here. And the beast-taming sect, which typically shunned involvement in such trifles, had suddenly become aggressive today. Lastly, what was up with the Celestial Talisman sect? Hadn't they played the role of mediators for centuries? Today, Their words were laced with barbs, each sentence urging caution, each word a dagger. Chu Lu felt a moment of disorientation. Had her prolonged seclusion caused the cultivation world to undergo such a transformation? Elder Chu, regaining her composure, she took a deep breath to suppress her chaotic thoughts. Quickly weighing the pros and cons, she lowered her gaze towards Jiang Wanwan and spoke with an ambiguous tone. Jiang Wanwan, is it? You have performed admirably today in capturing the demon sect. Your contributions are commendable and deserving of reward. Jiang Wanwan smiled sweetly, clasping her hands in gratitude. Elder Chu is too kind. I merely did my modest part. Time is of the essence. I implore the elder to expedite the handling of the matters within the sect, thus providing a satisfactory conclusion to this expedition. Chu Lu's eyes turned icy as she raised her hand to lightly pat Jiang Wanwan's shoulder. Very well. Jiang Wanwan's body stiffened. Her shoulder felt utterly immobilized, as if her blood had turned to ice. Maintaining her smile, she replied, Elder Chu, your praise is unwarranted. Chu Lu stiffly tugged at the corners of her mouth before turning directly towards the sacred spirit sect. The elder from the beast-taming sect shook his head inwardly. This Chu Lu was still so petty, unfairly directing her ire towards a junior. Elder Yin let out a nonchalant huff, lightly patting Jiang Wanwan's shoulder, dissipating the chilling spiritual energy, and withdrew his hand, preparing to leave. Thank you, Elder. Humph. Elder Yin paused for a moment, then vanished in an instant. Jiang Wanwan moved her arms, smiling on the outside, yet her gaze remained as indifferent as water as she looked towards the sacred spirit sect. Luo Han approached, whispering, in the cultivation world, strength dictates everything. The strong hold the respect. Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow. I am aware of my current weakness, but this is only temporary. She harbored a deep-seated grudge. Luo Han's eyes flickered slightly. Meanwhile, Fu Yen observed everything, lowering his gaze to conceal the darkness within his eyes, his fingers lightly toying with a long-neglected Bodhi bead string. Daniran shot a furious glare at Chu Lu, channeling spiritual energy into her arms. Jiang Wanwan comforted her sister. I am fine. Daniran's cheeks puffed in anger. The sacred spirit sect is truly bullying us. It was their wrongdoing, yet they dare to trouble you. How infuriating. She wasn't one to curse, and her complaints circled back to how infuriating it was, with only a few harsh phrases to express her feelings. Smack. Chu Lu, seething with rage, saw Li Song and Lu Yun raise their hands and promptly struck them, causing blood to spill from their mouths. Kneel. Chu Lu coldly commanded, colluding with the demon race and harming other disciples. Do you have anything to say for yourselves? Lu Yun had already grasped the gravity of his situation. Shaking his head in despair, the Li Song, however, had not given up. Crawling towards her while clutching her robes, he cried out pitifully, Elder Chu, you must believe me. I did not collude with the demon race. It was Jiang Wanwan who framed me. She is lying. I truly did nothing wrong. Elder Chu, you must take my side. My master is the third elder. He will certainly believe me. I want to see my master. I want to see the sect leader. Chu Lu coldly kicked him away. Believe you? Why would I did not. I truly did not. Jiang Wanwan is lying. She has no evidence, Elder. After being kicked away, Li Song scrambled to his feet, continuing to plead. Yes, she has no evidence. She's just talking nonsense. Elder Chu, I am the direct disciple of the third elder. I have talent. Give me time, and I can quickly break through to the nascent soul stage. Fool. Chu Lu shook her head. It was astonishing that he still could not discern the situation. Regardless of whether Jiang Wanwan had evidence, her report of the demon sect and the capture of demon cultivators was a fact. Under the presumption of guilt, her credibility had significantly increased. Most importantly, from the moment he hesitated to accuse, she had already surmised that they had undoubtedly interacted with the demon race, that if this were to spread, it would only bring shame to the sect. It was better to sever ties early. Chu Lu no longer hesitated, raising her finger to lightly point at that moment. Li Song, who had been wailing, suddenly froze. He clutched his dantian as his golden core shattered, spiritual energy dissipating that my cultivation. He screamed, You cannot do this to me. No. He howled in anguish, desperately trying to stop the escaping spiritual energy that Lu Yun, however, remained more composed. Covering his dantian in silence, merely staring intently at Jiang Yuning. Would she feel even a twinge of guilt? No, Jiang Yuning was completely indifferent to them. The Liu Yun gave a self-deprecating smile, allowing the spiritual energy to dissipate. From this moment forth, you are no longer disciples of the sacred spirit sect. Whether you live or die rests solely upon yourselves. Chu Lu turned away with indifference. Everyone, I have dealt with these unruly disciples. If there are no objections, I shall return with my disciple to the sect. The elders of the Celestial Talisman sect and the beast-taming sect exchanged glances and shook their heads. The members of the Sacred Spirit sect soon departed. With no spectacle left to witness, the others gradually left as well. Before leaving, the elder from the Celestial Talisman sect cheerfully remarked to Jiang Wanwan, "Young friend, your talismans are quite intriguing. Do visit the Celestial Talisman sect when you have the chance." The elder from the beast-taming sect, holding one in each hand, also smiled warmly. "I apologize for the trouble caused by my unworthy disciples." Lin Zong and Zhaoan, looking utterly embarrassed, were being dragged along, too scared to move. "You are too kind, elder. If there is ever an opportunity, could you assist this old man with a favor? Elder, please speak." Chapter 76. I am someone who holds grudges. The elder sighed with some distress. "My unworthy eldest disciple seems to have lost his senses and has gone to Qi Nujian City to work as a chef. If you ever find yourself there, could you persuade him on my behalf?" He smiled kindly, but Jiang Wanwan felt an unsettling chill at her neck. She nodded with difficulty. No problem." Zhou Chun, he truly wanted to become a chef. She had thought he was merely joking. Such decisiveness. "Haha, thank you, young friend." The elder nodded kindly, leading the members of the beast-taming sect aboard their Sect-S flying vessel, swiftly departing. After seeing off this group of prominent figures, Jiang Wanwan stretched her shoulders and walked over to Li Song and Lu Yuan to at this moment. Both of them had shattered dantians, their spiritual energy completely dissipated. Aside from being physically stronger than the average person, they were now indistinguishable from mortals. Upon seeing her, Li Song frantically scrambled up from the ground, shouting, "It's all your fault! It's all your fault! Jiang Wanwan, you venomous wretch! I will kill you, smack!" Jiang Wanwan gently waved her hand, sending him flying away, where he landed on the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood mixed with internal organs. She mocked, "Kill me, with your shattered dantian. You are but a waste." Struggling to rise, Li Song's eyes glinted with malice as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Wanwan. Forcing out a sentence from his throat, "Jiang Wanwan, may you meet a terrible end. I curse you, I curse you." He shrieked in despair, wishing to leap at her and sink his teeth into her. "Your current state is entirely of your own making. Had you not plotted against me and my second master within the tomb, perhaps you would not have fallen to such depths. Alas, individuals like you deserve a fate worse than death. However, I shall refrain from taking your life, for I suspect your current state is more torturous than death itself. Is it not?" Jiang Wanfang sneered, turning her gaze to Lu Yun. "You appear rather composed. Do you not care, or have you already succumbed to despair?" Lu Yun's pupils trembled slightly. "I have become a mere shadow of my former self. Why must you continue to press me?" Jiang Wanfang's eyes curved into a smile. It is simply because I find joy in this situation, especially considering how you all once targeted me. Now that you are in distress, my happiness knows no bounds. Furthermore, I eagerly await your downfall, betrayed and forsaken by those you trusted within your sect." She leaned closer, whispering softly, "Did I not inform you that once I proved my innocence, you would bear the consequences? I am not one to forget grievances easily." Liu Yun's eyes widened in terror, unease washing over him. Jiang Wanfang yawned languidly, and before departing, she reminded them, "Oh, by the way, I recall that you borrowed spirit stones from the tomb to purchase my talismans. Isn't it time to repay that debt?" Lu Yun and Li Song felt a jolt of fear. They were now utterly powerless, and if those disciples came to collect, escape would be impossible. "Jiang Wanfang, you cannot do this. Jiang Wanfang, wretched creature, I will not let you off easily. Jiang Wanfang, I will kill you." The mere thought of being surrounded by those demanding repayment sent shivers down Lu Yun and Li Song's spines, prompting them to unleash a torrent of curses. Though they had been reduced to nothing, they were still former disciples of the Holy Spirit sect, possessing some meager savings. Yet, Jiang Wanfang's words severed their last hope, trampling their once proud dignity into dust. The stark contrast of their current plight threatened to drive them mad. Perhaps it was Jiang Wanfang's voice that carried a little too far. Those who had previously cowered in the corners began to draw near once they confirmed her departure. As for what would transpire next, Jiang Wanfang could hardly be bothered. The outcome could only worsen, never improve. Death is indeed painful, yet life can prove to be even more brutal. She had hesitated, of course, for she had once been a paragon of virtue. However, in the realm of cultivation, showing mercy only invites disaster. One misstep will undoubtedly lead to ruin. Better to eliminate the thread entirely than to leave future troubles. After all, these scoundrels brought their fate upon themselves. Upon returning to Fu Yin and the others, they did not question her. Diane ran, beaming, beckoned her. "Junior sister, it's all over. Let us return." Jiang Wanfang eagerly followed her onto the back of Shout's Song. Very well. Luo Han took to the skies on his sword. Fu Yin, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, "I have a few matters to attend to." Jiang Wanfang paused, recalling his close ties with the people of Zonghua City. Indeed, he should remain to address the aftermath. "Very well. Then, second senior brother, you stay here to protect senior brother. We shall depart first." And Oni de Fu Yin cast a dispassionate glance at Luo Han before turning away and vanishing. Luo Han interrupted. "Second senior brother, let us go." But he took to the skies on his sword, forcing Jiang Wanfang to swallow her words, wrapping her arms around an Ran's slender waist, aboard the flying vessel. Zhang Yuning furrowed her delicate brows and softly inquired, "Master, shall we truly disregard Li and the others?" Chu Lu, somewhat displeased, replied, "They have been expelled from the Holy Spirit sect. Do not mention them again." However, facing her newly accepted disciple, she maintained her patience. They conspired with the demon clan, a grave betrayal. Even if you feel pity, you must endure. Understood, master. Jiang Yuning obediently nodded. By the way, what about you and Liang Qin, master? Jiang Yuning stomped her foot in embarrassment. Chu Lu wore a knowing expression. Very well, matters of the younger generation are yours to handle. However, should you genuinely harbor feelings, I shall naturally support you. Thank you, master. Jiang Yuning shyly lowered her gaze, the curtain of her lashes concealing her underlying ambitions. Chu Lu, one of the 6 elders of the Holy Spirit sect and a friend of Liang Qin's master, provided her with both ample resources for cultivation and a closer connection to Liang Qin. Her efforts to become her disciple were not in vain. "Elder, someone is obstructing our path," ahead of the flying vessel. A figure in black robes blocked their way. The disciple piloting the vessel immediately halted. "Who dares to obstruct the Holy Spirit sect's vessel?" Chu Lu, already simmering with anger, became even more incensed and instantly teleported before the cloaked figure. Gazing at the shrouded figure, she disdainfully scoffed. "Concealed and cowardly, you insolent wretch, depart at once." The figure coldly raised its head, lightly gesturing, and an immense surge of spiritual energy sent the flying vessel hurtling away. Chu Lu's expression grew grave. Though she was arrogant, she was not foolish. This individual was no ordinary foe. Esteemed friend, might there be some misunderstanding? "I am Chu Lu of the Holy Spirit sect. May I inquire irksome?" The figure pointed, and spiritual energy transformed into a sword, instantly cleaving through a vast expanse of trees below, the surrounding winds howling fiercely as it aimed directly at her. "This is bad." Chu Lu raised her hand, summoning deep blue spiritual energy to form a thick layer of ice as a barrier. Yet it was shattered by the sword strike. She reached out, activating a defensive spiritual artifact which barely withstood the onslaught. Chapter 77. An Eye for an Eye. Returned to the Falling Sky sect. Just as she thought she had deflected the attack, the distant figure suddenly appeared before her, that a pale hand gently clapped, shattering her protective barrier and sending her flying. Pooh! The sword light pierced through her defensive artifact, catching her off guard and striking her shoulder, causing her to spit out blood. She flew backward for dozens of miles before regaining her footing. How is this possible? I am in the Great Ascension stage. How could my protective energy be shattered by this person? Chu Lu, in disbelief, held her chest, her eyes brimming with caution as she regarded him. Esteemed senior, may I inquire why you have chosen to attack me? When have we ever harbored enmity? Reluctant to engage further, she opted to lower her stance to easily repel her. This individual must be a reclusive powerhouse. One could only befriend such a figure, not offend them. You wish to know? Please enlighten me, esteemed senior. The figure's voice was hoarse. Those from the Falling Sky sect are not to be trifled with. Chu Lu's pupils constricted as memories of the man from the Falling Sky sect flooded her mind, prompting her to swallow hard. Esteemed senior, I am but a junior. Begone. The figure swung his sword again, interrupting Chu Lu's words. She dared not resist, and once more, blood spewed forth. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed senior. She swallowed the metallic taste in her throat, respectfully bowing. The figure ceased his attack and vanished in an instant. After a moment, Chu Lu finally dared to rise. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze flickered with uncertainty. That person had appeared once more. No, I must inform the sect leader. Chu Lu grasped her shoulder, where the sword had struck. The bone was shattered, but this wound would heal in half a day for her. Was this to repay her for that slap she delivered to Jiang Wanfang? Humph, she thought bitterly, clutching her shoulder. Behind her, the flying vessel, pushed back by the surge of spiritual energy, returned. Master, are you all right? Jiang Yuning asked with concern. As Chu Lu landed on the vessel, she lowered her hand and cast a casual glance at her. What could possibly be wrong with me? It was merely a passing cultivator. Jiang Yuning glanced at her blood-stained robes, hesitating before swallowing her questions. As long as Master is unharmed, that is sufficient. Umph, I shall take my leave to rest. Do not disturb me unless necessary. The already frustrated Chu Lu, upon seeing Jiang Yuning, immediately thought of Jiang Wanfang and recalled that it was for her that she intended to teach Jiang Wanfang a small lesson, which only served to heighten her irritation. With a huff, she swept away coldly. Your cultivation is still lacking. Upon returning to the sect, focus on your training and refrain from dwelling on trivial matters. Upon reflection, she realized her newly accepted disciple's cultivation was still inferior to that of Jiang Wanfang. What had possessed her to take her on as a disciple in the first place? The more Chu Lu pondered, the angrier she became, and upon returning to the vessel, she shut the door firmly. Yes, master. Jiang Yuning lowered her head, pretending not to notice the chill in her tone, responding respectfully. Once she entered the room, Jiang Yuning clenched her fists, biting her lip in frustration. What on earth transpired? Why had Chu Lu, that old woman, begun to grow cold so quickly, anxiously gnawing at her lip? She could not comprehend it, ultimately resorting to stamping her foot in anger. Cough, cough, coughed out in a certain forest, a figure in black robes flickered into view, leaning against a tree as he violently coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand, and the black robe vanished in an instant, replaced by a meticulously crafted misty blue garment. Adorned with several elegant orchids on the wide sleeves, the Fu Yin lifted his hand, gently wiping the blood from his mouth, casting his gaze downward at the crimson stain on his fingertip, his expression calm. Fortunately, the backlash was not as severe as he had anticipated. However, he tugged at his collar, revealing a hint of cherry red on his otherwise fair chest. Yet more striking were the intricate patterns around his heart that pulsed with each breath. They appeared as interconnected runes, tightly binding something within. At this moment, the outermost dark patterns showed signs of unraveling. The Fu Yin frowned slightly, his fingers grazing over the surface, confusion flickering in his eyes. What could these patterns be? They had once been mere lines. Yet now they exhibited signs of disintegration. Was it due to his invocation of the power that belonged to him? No, if it were merely a matter of exerting power, why had there been no change before? The delicate fingertips shimmered with a faint ethereal light before suddenly piercing through. The inky black patterns remained unresponsive, allowing the crimson blood to flow downwards. The Fu Yin indifferently retracted his hand, and with a gentle swipe, the wound ceased to bleed instantly. That he fastened his collar and chose not to linger any longer. The Falling Sky sect has finally returned. Ah, what a refreshing breeze. Oh, such delicate little flowers. Ah, the essence of freedom. Upon returning to the Falling Sky sect, Jiang Wanquan inhaled deeply, finding the wildflowers along the path much more appealing, and even the sky appeared a stunning shade of blue. Back in this place, she was enveloped by a profound sense of security and happiness. There were no foolish individuals who relished in the sounds of barking dogs, no scheming imbeciles, and certainly no endless array of detestable individuals sharing the same air as her. Only gentle and obedient senior sisters, along with handsome and formidable senior brothers that how splendid! Jiang Wanquan was utterly entranced that Annie ran, equally delighted, trotted over with a sweet smile. Little junior sister, I crave the meals you've prepared. I've gone so long in the secret realm without tasting them. Enchanted, Jiang Wanquan readily agreed. No problem, just wait a moment. Half an hour later, the table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses. After being confined in the spirit pet space for over 10 days, Qiongqi was finally released. Whoa. Master, you still remember me as your spirit pet, right? 19 days, a full 19 days. Do you know how I have spent these 19 days? I've grown thin from hunger. Upon emerging, Qiongqi gazed at her with a resentful expression, grumbling softly. The secret realm wouldn't T allow spirit pets to come out. I didn't wish for it either. All right, I understand your grievances. I haven't forgotten you.